Chapter 91. When the Black Tower started the game, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had already run a distance and arrived at the edge of the Xinjiang business district. Players' screams of fear could be heard everywhere in Nanjing. This large-scale reality copy came too suddenly, leaving people unprepared. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other, turned around, and returned to their original place. When they returned to the bottom of the Black Tower, Xiao Jitong immediately came up and said, "The game has started." Tang Mo looked at him. "How are you?" There was a thin layer of sweat on Xiao Jitong's forehead, which showed that he was not indifferent to this sudden garbage cleaning game. He said calmly, "When the Black Tower announced the start of the game just now, we were standing under the Black Tower." This voice was obviously announced to the whole of China. This game is called the last place garbage cleaning game. I think the Black Tower's meaning is very clear. This game has two key points. One is the last place, and the other is garbage cleaning. The voice paused. Xiao Jitong looked at Tang Mo, then at Fu Wenduo, and said with a wry smile, "Our Nanjing players are all the last, and they are also garbage in its mouth." Xiao Jitong did not miss any information given by the Black Tower. In fact, when playing the Black Tower game, Tang Mo was the same as him. Whether it was the game name or the game rules, even the notes given by the Black Tower, he would not ignore them. Because this may be the key to passing the game. Tang Mo roughly guessed why this game existed. Tang Mo, if I'm not wrong, 10 days ago, Earth went online for 100 days. This is a special day. Tang Mo paused, and seeing that Xiao Jitong didn't react, he was sure that he, like Fu Wenduo, had noticed the special nature of February 23rd. Tang Mo continued, "From that day on, 3 small dots of light appeared on the Black Tower in Nanjing. Those 3 small dots of light were warming up for this game." Fu Wensheng also ran over at some point. After hearing this, he thought, "You mean, the Black Tower took 10 days to prepare for this cleaning game?" "Yes." Tang Mo nodded. The first sentence the Black Tower said just now was that the 10 districts of China have been determined, and then it announced the 10 districts. There are a total of 1021 Black Towers in the sky above China, and it found 10 districts from these more than 1,000 districts. It said that on March 5th, it determined these 10 districts. So what criteria did it use to determine these 10 districts? Fu Wenduo said in tacit agreement, "The last one." Tang Mo glanced at him. "These 10 districts are the last ones among the 1021 districts. It is very likely that they are the last 10 districts. I don't know what specific criteria the Black Tower uses to judge the strength of each district, but it has made a judgment and determined that these 10 districts are the last ones. The game has begun. The criteria of the Black Tower's judgment are no longer important. What is more important is this garbage cleaning game." Tang Mo put aside this topic and looked at Xiao Jitong. "It said that there are 11 garbage disposal stations in Nanjing. Have you found them?" Xiao Jitong: "I just asked Chai Rong to send someone to look for it." After a while, Chai Rong and the members of the Nanjing team came back panting. "We found it. It's very close to here." Everyone immediately followed. Crossing 2 streets and passing through several skyscrapers. Everyone walked very fast, not wasting a minute or a second. Before Chai Rong could explain how he found the garbage disposal station and what it looked like, a short and strange building appeared in front of everyone. Tang Mo paused, looking at this small and strange house, with a trace of surprise on his face. In the center of a wide intersection, a small, low house was located between 3 tall skyscrapers. This house was very strange, so strange that it was a little cute. Its roof was bright pink, the walls were dazzling bright green, and the windows were the blue of the sky. The shape was strange, as if it was drawn directly by an elementary school student using the circle and rectangle in the computer drawing tool, so neat that there was no mistake. 5 round cartoon bubble words floated on its roof: garbage disposal station. Tang Mo read out these 5 words. A member of the Nanjing group suddenly asked in surprise, "What is that?" As he said that, he subconsciously wanted to approach the room and see the yellow ball of light in front of the room. Ningning immediately stretched out her hand to block him. The man looked at Ningning in confusion. Ningning said coldly, "Game Rule 6, each player can only enter the garbage disposal station once." The man came back to his senses immediately and explained, "I'm not going in, I'm just taking a look." Captain Xiao, you all saw it, right? There's a ball of light over there. It's right at the door of that room." The first thing Tang Mo saw when he arrived at the garbage disposal station was the small ball of light. It was a fist-sized yellow ball of light, suspended in front of the door of the garbage disposal station. The ball of light was indeed not inside the door of the garbage disposal station. Tang Mo's heart moved, and he walked to the other side and looked at the room from the side. As expected, he shouted, "Come and see." Everyone walked over. Xiao Jitong saw the situation clearly, and was slightly stunned. He narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be like this. He looked at the member of the Nanjing team, who had just spoken. You think that as long as you don't push the door in, you don't enter the garbage disposal station. But in fact, this room is just a plane, and it becomes a piece of paper when viewed from the side. None of us knows how to officially enter. Before finding the correct way to pass through, Chai Rong, stop and don't let anyone get close to here. The Nanjing team member, who was stopped by Ning Ning, nodded with lingering fear and stood aside. This game has a total of 9 rules, and the way to pass the game is to send the players surprised to the garbage disposal station. Xiao Ji said, "At present, we don't know what this surprise means, but the Black Tower mentioned the bunny-headed man. A group of bunny-headed men will appear every hour, and the specifics of this bunny-headed man are not known yet. Killing a bunny-headed man can get a badge. The Black Tower will not give out useless information." Chai Rong, where are the bunny-headed people? Xiao Jitong, they should be coming soon, or they have already appeared. Chai Rong thought for a while. Then let's kill the bunny-headed people first and get the badge. This is definitely not wrong. Xiao Jitong opened his mouth and finally closed it. Tang Mo glanced at him and understood what he meant. Xiao Jitong just said that they don't know what the bunny-headed people are at present. The bunny-headed people may be monsters in the Black Tower, underground people, or some kind of creatures created by the Black Tower for this game. There is another possibility. The bunny-headed man is a human. In the Weird Circus game, Mr. A and Mr. B are the identities given to Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo by the Black Tower. If, like Mr. A and Mr. B, a bunny figure appears above the player's head, the Black Tower determines that these players with the bunny figure are bunny-headed men. Then what Chai Rong has to do is kill people and take the badge. Tang Mo thinks that the Black Tower will not do such a blatant act of letting humans kill each other, which is not in line with its usual style. But when he remembered that he and Fu Wenduo had been tricked by the Black Tower to become Mr. A and Mr. B, he shut up and waited for the real rabbit-headed man to appear, just like Xiao Jitong. What if it was really a human? Kill him, or not? What should he choose? Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo involuntarily, and he found that Fu Wenduo was also looking at him. The Nanjing team and the strategy team were still discussing the game strategy this time, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other quietly. Neither of them spoke, just looking at their companions. After a long time, Tang Mo smiled. If only this way can we pass the level. Fu Wenduo, you have the king's gold coins. Tang Mo stopped talking. After a moment, he asked, what about you? Fu Wenduo's dark eyes stared at Tang Mo. Tang Mo has the king's gold coins, and can give up any Black Tower game, but Fu Wenduo does not. If it is really only by killing people that you can pass the level, the two of them know how difficult the difficult mode of attacking the tower game is. And once Fu Wenduo attacks the tower, he will be on the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. Even he might not be able to survive the difficult mode of the 3rd level. Tang Mo's smile faded. Fu Wenduo's mouth curled up. There are 12 hours in total, and a group of rabbit-headed people appear every hour. There are 12 groups in total. He didn't say anything else, but Tang Mo understood what he meant. Tang Mo was about to speak, when suddenly, he heard a strange chirping sound. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. Fu Wenduo was the one who reacted the fastest. He kicked his feet and rushed out, grabbing the person hiding behind the tree. He held the man's shoulder tightly and led him out of the shadow. After leaving the shade of the tree, the bright moonlight shone down, and a tall man with a rabbit head screamed in fear. Fu Wenduo didn't expect this to happen. He was stunned for a moment, and the tall rabbit-headed man shook him off and turned to run. Fu Wenduo couldn't let him run away. He flipped his hand and threw out a thin rope, which was tied to the rabbit-headed man like a flying rope. Fu knew that as soon as his rope was tied, the rabbit-headed man's long ears stood up in the air. He put his hands on his waist, and a sharp whistle came out of his mouth. Gigi. As the voice fell, the rope suddenly loosened, and the bunny-headed man fled again. Fu Wenduo's eyes turned cold. On the other side, Tang Mo, Chai Rong and Ning Ning also rushed up, and together with Fu Wenduo, they grabbed the bunny-headed man from 4 directions. The 4 people tried their best, but they couldn't catch the bunny-headed man. His speed was too fast, even faster than Ning Ning. But he had almost no attack power, and could only make a cry. This sound shook everyone's brain. His claws and teeth could leave a white mark on Tang Mo's skin, and a blood mark would appear if he scratched deeply. But they just couldn't catch him. The other members of the Nanjing group also rushed over, and everyone formed a circle, blocking the bunny-headed man in the middle, and then narrowed the encirclement. The human figure was reflected in the blood-red eyes of the bunny-headed man. The next second, he raised his head and pushed the ground with his legs. Chiji. A majestic bunny-headed man flew into the air, drew a beautiful arc in the air, and jumped out of the crowd. Xiao Jitong, Ningning. Ningning's figure flashed, and when she appeared again, she was already below the bunny-headed man who landed. She raised the silver crossbow, and with a whoosh, she shot an arrow. The silver arrow was like lightning, about to pierce the heart of the rabbit-headed man. But just as the arrow was about to hit, a black figure rushed behind the rabbit-headed man at a faster speed. Under the cold moonlight, a black triangular cone-shaped weapon seemed to be soaked in moonlight, and pierced the heart of the rabbit-headed man without hesitation. The next moment, the silver arrow pierced the rabbit-headed man's head. Fu Wenduo grabbed the rabbit-headed man's body and fell to the ground. The moment the corpse fell to the ground, it turned into countless yellow light spots. The bunny-headed man disappeared, and the yellow light spots gathered in Fu Wenduo's hand. Fu Wenduo spread out his palm, and a crudely made round wooden badge appeared in his palm. Tang Imo walked up and picked up the badge. He stared at the letter in the center of the badge. S. Tang Imo looked up at Fu Wenduo, and their eyes met in the air. Seeing this, members of the Nanjing team and the strategy team also ran up to see the badge. But before they got close, they heard a loud and piercing chi-chi sound like a wave, overwhelming the sky and resonating in the sky above Nanjing. Everyone froze and turned to look around. In the dark night, a pair of red eyes appeared. Then came 2 pairs, 3 pairs. Hundreds of red-eyed bunny-headed people hid in every corner of the building, trees, and shopping malls, looking at the Nanjing players standing on the street. The next second, they all looked up at the sky, looking at the huge black tower, and made a sharp cry, "Chi-chi." A clear child's voice rang out amidst the terrifying chirping noises, ding. At 1800 hours, the first group of rabbit-headed people officially appeared. The black tower's prompt sound ended, and under the moonlight, black shadows leaped out of the sky. The dense shadows covered the sky, preventing the moonlight from shining on the earth. Tang Imo opened his eyes wide and watched this spectacular and weird scene. Thousands of rabbit-headed people drew an arc in the air, and then ran away in all directions without looking back, escaping. Chapter 92. The rabbit-headed people were extremely fast. From their appearance to their escape and disappearance, everything happened in just 5 seconds. The rabbit-headed people moved flexibly between the tall buildings. In the blink of an eye, there was no more rabbit-headed people near Zinjiku Square. Tang Imo looked down at the wooden badge in his hand, then turned to look at Xiao Jitong. He handed the badge over. After killing a rabbit-headed person, you can get a badge like this. There is an S on the badge. Xiao Jitong took the badge, and the members of the Nanjing team and the strategy team carefully checked the patterns on the badge. Tang Imo, I don't know what this letter means for now, but the 5th rule of the game is that players can pass the game by putting surprise into the garbage disposal station. When Xiao Jitong saw this badge, he understood what Tang Imo meant. This is a game of collecting badges. Killing a rabbit-headed man can get a badge. Collect 8 badges and spell surprise to pass the game. He paused and said, this is just a guess. The attack power of the bunny-headed man just now was not strong. With our strength, we will not be injured by him, but it will be a bit difficult to catch him. He ran too fast. And Xiao Jitong looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo said calmly, they have the ability to break free from the props. The rope I used just now is the Black Tower prop. Things tied by it cannot be broken free. Fu Wenduo's words were a bit vague. He did not fully tell the players of the 2 groups in Nanjing about his strength. He just said, the way to get the badge is to kill the bunny-headed man, but the moment he kills him, he will turn into a badge. No one can catch him. Xiao Jitong asked calmly, are you sure that none of us can catch him? Fu Wenduo, sure. The 2 of them seemed to be playing dumb, which confused Chai Rong and others beside them. Xiao Jitong stared at Fu Wenduo, wanting to get more information from him. But Fu Wenduo didn't speak. Xiao Jitong's relationship with them was not to the extent that he could tell them. Fu Wenduo didn't want to reveal the function of the rope prop. He just wanted Xiao Jitong to know. No one could catch the rabbit-headed man, and the only way to get the badge was to kill him. Everyone studied the badge for a while, and finally returned it to Fu Wenduo. This was an extremely ordinary wooden badge, as if a beginner had just picked up a piece of wood and carved it with a knife. The edges of the round wood were rough and uneven, and the letter S on the badge was also carved crookedly. The rabbit-headed people had all run away now, and Tang Imo said, they were very scattered when they fled. Although I'm not sure if the rabbit-headed people are only here, maybe there are also a group of rabbit-headed people in other places in Nanjing. But their number is very small, and it seems that there are only a few hundred bunny-headed people just now. I don't recommend that everyone gather together to look for bunny-headed people. Xiao Jitong agreed. I agree. You can get a badge only if you kill a bunny-headed person. If we look for bunny-headed people together, the search range will be relatively small, and we can't distribute the badges after getting them. The strength of the bunny-headed people is not too strong, so it is better to divide them into teams of 3 to 4 people to look for them. The members of the Nanjing group listened to Xiao Jitong's advice. Xiao Jitong and Ning Ning planned to return to the strategy team base first and join Xiao Qiao and others. Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo also planned to find the bunny-headed man and collect badges by themselves. At least for now, all they can do is kill the bunny-headed man and collect badges. Fu Wenduo looked down at the short boy. Fu Wensheng hesitated for a moment. I go with the captain. I, the captain, Sister Rong, and Brother Hao have always been playing the Black Tower game together, and our group will cooperate more tacitly. Fu Wenduo's dark eyes stared at Fu Wensheng. The kid was tense, fearing that Fu Wenduo would not allow him and the Nanjing team to move, and would force him to his side. However, Fu Wenduo just glanced at him, turned around, and left with Tang Mo. Before leaving, he left a sentence, and Fu Wensheng was relieved after a long time. He recalled the sentence and repeated it in a low voice. Since the decision has been made, take responsibility. Whisper, let's go. Chai Rong said loudly. Fu Wensheng, here we are, Captain. Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo quickly left Zinjika Square, and they followed the subway line to look for the rabbit-headed man. In the dark night, players can be seen hurrying from time to time. When they saw Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, they stared at them vigilantly, but there was no conflict. This is Nanjing. Even if a large-scale real-life copy game suddenly started, the players would not panic and kill each other immediately. After acting alone, Tang Mo asked directly, the things tied by that rope cannot break free on their own? He guessed directly, and he guessed almost right. Fu Wenduo's mouth curled up, almost. The specific effect is that once the rope is tied to something, it cannot be untied within 10 minutes. I can't untie the rope either. After a pause, he added, this is the effect of the law of causality. Tang Mo was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he said, under the effect of the law of causality, the rabbit-headed man broke free from your rope. This means that he may also have a law of causality. Could it be that the Black Tower has given him a law of causality that can never be tied to anything? So we have no chance to catch him. We can only keep killing him and get the badge. Fu Wenduo, that should be the case. And his causality is more advanced than my rope. Any prop or ability, as long as it is related to the causality, will become very serious. For example, Tang Mo's ability to change his name. For 3 days, people whose names he changed will think he is called another name because of the causality, whether they know him or not. And even the Black Tower was affected by the causality when it announced Tang Mo's tower attack information and reported Momo. This name. Once it takes effect, the result is irreversible, which is the terrible thing about the law of causality. However, it is like a contradiction. When a spear that can break all shields and a shield that can block all spears meet, one of them will be broken, and its law of causality will no longer exist. So if Fu Wenduo uses a rope with the law of causality that can never be untied to tie up a rabbit-headed man with the law of causality that can never be tied up, the law of causality of one of them will definitely be invalid. Obviously, it was the causal law of the rope that was suppressed. This speculation made Tang Mo's face gradually darken. The rabbit-headed man was extremely difficult to catch, and his speed was extremely fast, faster than any other player. It was difficult to kill him because he was agile. But for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and even the players in the Nanjing group and the strategy group, the problem was not big. But for other players in Nanjing, Tang Mo's face changed, and finally he sighed. So, this is a garbage cleaning game. Players who have reached a certain level of strength can kill the bunny-headed man and get the badge. But players with less strength may not even be able to resist the claws and howls of the bunny-headed man. Players with too weak strength may even be killed by the bunny-headed man. After this game, the players are screened. Assuming that the bunny-headed man can be caught, they may be able to join hands to set a trap, catch the bunny-headed man, and get the badge. But the bunny-headed man cannot be caught, he can only be killed. Tang Mo can kill a bunny-headed man alone, but 10 ordinary Nanjing players may be able to kill one bunny-headed man. 1 badge, 10 people share. At the beginning, it was okay, there were many bunny-headed men, and the players could still see hope. But as time passed, there was only 1 hour left. What would happen in that hour? Tang Mo lowered his head, and carefully thought about the 9-game rules given by the Black Tower. He didn't believe that the only way to pass the game was to kill the bunny-headed men and collect all the badges. This kind. If this is the case, the behavior of Black Tower to filter out trash is too obvious, and it hardly gives those players with lower levels any chance. Tang Mo said, if the force is not enough, it will definitely fail, then Black Tower does not need to give such a complicated game. It can force those players with poor skills to attack the tower directly. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo have both been tricked by Black Tower in this way. Tang Mo looked up at Fu Wenduo. It designed this game to give these players with insufficient strength a chance to survive. What is it? Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo's thoughtful expression, with a strange light flashing in his eyes. After a long time, he was about to speak, but suddenly, his expression turned cold, and he looked up at a 6-story building not far away. Tang Mo also turned around in an instant, and looked at the building. On the roof of the building, a pair of scarlet eyes stared at Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo. The three people's eyes collided in the air, and the rabbit-headed man turned around and ran, constantly leaping between the buildings. Tang Mo stared at him, and immediately chased after him. Fu Wenduo separated from Tang Mo at the intersection, and went around to the back of the block to surround him. When they found the bunny-headed man, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were 100 meters away from him. The bunny-headed man didn't know the direction and just kept jumping around, making it possible for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to catch up with him. When Tang Mo ran around a corner, he looked up and ran into 3 young women. The 3 women screamed in fear like frightened birds. With this scream, 7 or 8 more people ran from all directions. At this time, a majestic bunny-headed man flew out from the top of the building and jumped onto another building. Ah, bunny-headed man. The newly appeared people were close to the bunny-headed man, and they hurriedly chased him. Tang Mo's eyes fixed, and he ran up quickly. The 7 or 8 people surrounded the bunny-headed man in the middle, and the bunny-headed man made angry chirping sounds to intimidate them, and not allow them to get close. Some of these people held knives, and some held guns. I don't know who timidly shouted, "Kill him," and the rest of the people attacked him one after another. The rabbit-headed man's sharp claws left scars on their bodies, and his piercing whistle made the players dizzy. But they were outnumbered, and the rabbit-headed men failed to escape successfully several times. Finding an opportunity, the rabbit-headed man kicked the ground with his legs and jumped out of the encirclement. A player raised his pistol in fear and shot at the rabbit-headed man's chest. Just as the bullet was fired, a black figure jumped up from the air, jumped over the heads of the players, and flew to the side of the rabbit-headed man. The pink parasol pierced the bunny-headed man's back and came out from his heart. Tang Mo tilted his head slightly to avoid the bullet that was shot at an extremely crooked angle. He landed steadily, and a wooden badge with the letter E engraved on it appeared in his hand. The players looked at him in astonishment, as if they didn't understand where this person came from. Their eyes slowly moved down and looked at the wooden badge in Tang Mo's palm. One person whispered, "This is the badge." Everyone's eyes became greedy, and someone couldn't help but take a step forward. Bang! The person who spoke hurriedly stepped back in fear, and a deep black bullet mark appeared where he had just stretched his foot. Not far away, Fu Wenduo moved his fingers, and the pistol disappeared in his hand. Tang Mo looked at him, and walked to his side with the badge. The two glanced at the group of players and left together. Within an hour, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo collected a total of 5 badges. There were too many players in Nanjing, and they only found 7 rabbit-headed people in total. 2 of them were killed by other players. Tang Mo did not steal their badges, but as long as they killed the bunny-headed people themselves, Tang Mo would not let go of any badge. When the second hour came, the Black Tower announced the appearance of new bunny-headed people. Tang Mo raised his head and stared at the Black Tower coldly. Beside him, a deep voice sounded. The people in the Nanjing group said that there are less than 20,000 players surviving in Nanjing now. Everyone must collect at least 8 badges, which means 160,000 badges and 160,000 bunny-headed people. There are 12 batches in total, and at least 13,000 rabbit-headed people are deployed in each batch. Tang Mo, just now, were there really so many rabbit-headed people? Fu Wenduo said affirmatively, "No." Under the night, the huge Black Tower was like a dark monster, floating in the sky above Nanjing, watching the wars happening everywhere in the city. Tang Mo looked at the Black Tower quietly for a while. He turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo, and suddenly asked, "When will those people arrive?" He said it without a beginning or an end, but Fu Wenduo did not ask, and answered directly, "According to the time and distance, the nearest ones should be Zhenjiang and Chuzhou, and later, maybe Wuxi and Changzhou will also come." Shanghai is far away, but it is possible to come. Anyone who can arrive within 6 hours within 12 hours can come. That is, Jiangsu, Zhejiang and Anhui. At the other end of Nanjing City, in front of an abandoned middle school. When Xiao Jitong heard the Black Tower announce the appearance of the second group of rabbit-headed people, he stopped and looked at the giant tower in the distance. Xiao Qiao turned his head and looked at him strangely. Captain? Xiao Jitong looked for a while, smiled, and shook his head. Nothing. Has it been an hour now? Xiao Qiao nodded. Well, it's 7 o'clock. In an hour, the players in Zhenjiang should have arrived. The next batch of rabbit-headed people, players from Anhui and other places may also arrive. Okay, let's not waste time. First collect the badges we need, hurry up. At the same time, Shanghai Pudong. Luo Fengcheng sat in the office, looking at a map of the Yangtze River Delta on the table. His fingers tapped lightly on the word Nanjing, and he gestured with his fingers to indicate the distance between the two cities of Nanjing and Shanghai. He was concentrating on thinking about something, and Tang Qiao stood silently beside him without saying a word. 3 minutes later, Luo Fengcheng breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, We won't go. Shanghai is still too far away. Going from Shanghai, something might happen on the way, and we might run into some people, which would delay us. It was already after midnight when we got there, and there were only 6 hours left for the game. We didn't know the specific rules of the game, but those people had already participated in the game for 6 hours in Nanjing. The gain is not worth the loss. Tang Qiao wanted to say something else, but seeing Luo Fengcheng's serious expression, she closed her mouth and walked out of the office. In a small empty restaurant next to Nanjing Jiming Temple, Tang Mo stood behind the door and calmly observed the environment outside. One exemption from the right to attack the tower, this reward is very tempting, especially for players who have been forced to attack the tower by the Black Tower. These 10 districts are classified as the last by the Black Tower, which means that the level of the players here is very low. It announced the list of 10 districts to the whole of China, not only to inform the players in these 10 districts that they have entered the game. It is also telling players from other districts where they can participate in this cleaning game. After a pause, Tang Mo continued, From 1800 hours on March 5 to 6 o'clock on March 6, all players who set foot in the 10 districts are considered to have participated in the game. This rule just come in during this time period. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo sighing, and the corners of his mouth curved almost unnoticeably. He said lightly, There may not be many players who are willing to take the initiative to participate in an unknown Black Tower game, but they must be strong, ambitious, and ruthless. The most likely possibility is a stowaway. Tang Mo looked up at Fu Wenduo, who also looked at him calmly. The two stared at each other. After a while, Tang Mo smiled and said, Let's go? Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips, Let's go. In the thick night, groups of black figures quietly entered Nanjing from all over the place. There were still 11 hours left. Chapter 93. The night was dark. A thick black cloud floated from the western sky, blocking the moon. There was silence in Nanjing. Withered leaves piled up on the roadside, and abandoned vehicles were lying in the middle of the road. A black shadow quickly passed between two buildings. He had a big white rabbit head and scarlet eyes. He ran quickly, and there was a thin piece of red human flesh between his sharp teeth. The rabbit-headed man kicked the ground with his legs, jumped over two flat buildings, and landed in an alley. Bang! A bullet was fired from behind him, and the bunny-headed man quickly moved aside, but a small hole was shot in his long ear. He roared angrily at the human chasing him, uprooted a big tree on the roadside and threw it at him. Fu Wenduo dodged sideways, and with a flick of his right hand, the sharp black weapon stabbed at the bunny-headed man's head. The bunny-headed man dodged the attack quickly, and Fu Wenduo's right hand stabbed into the wall, leaving a long crack, and his hand was also stuck in the wall. The bunny-headed man took the opportunity to turn around and run away, but when he turned his head, he saw a tall and thin figure standing at the exit of the alley. Tang Mo put his hands on his waist, looked at the bunny-headed man calmly, and whispered, Give me back my grandfather. In an instant, blazing flames came all over the sky. The bunny-headed man opened his eyes wide in fear. He screamed angrily, and tried to run back frantically. But Fu Wenduo blocked behind him. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he didn't know when a stone shield appeared in his hand. This is what Fu Wenduo just took down from the wall. The bunny-headed man never expected that Fu Wenduo's hand seemed to be stuck and unable to move, but he actually took down a large stone slab from the wall. The huge stone slab blocked Fu Wenduo's body, blocking the bunny-headed man's steps to escape, and also blocking the flames from burning towards him. When the bunny-headed man reacted and wanted to jump up and run away, the flames had already burned over. Gigi. The cry of pain and resentment echoed in the alley. When the fire was over, Fu Duo threw the stone slab aside. He looked down at the charcoal-burned corpse of the bunny-headed man and bent over to check it. Soon, the corpse turned into a wooden badge. Tang Mo picked up the badge. After seeing the letter on it, he frowned. It's still S. Fu Duo stood up. On this chaotic night, fighting and explosions could be heard everywhere in Nanjing. The sound of gunfire continued, and the sound of buildings breaking never stopped. Tang Mo put the badge in his pocket. Now we have 15 badges. According to the time, it is now 10:40. The fourth batch of bunny-headed people have been killed. The few remaining bunny-headed people are too few in number, and the possibility of us encountering them is very low. After a pause, Tang Mo's tone sank. The situation is not very good. The two walked out of the alley together. 7S, 5R, 1U, 1P, and 1E. Fu Wenduo's right hand returned to its original state, and he said calmly, if the progress remains unchanged, except for I, we have not collected it yet, and the other letters will be collected before 6 a.m. tomorrow. Tang Mo. But the number of bunny-headed people is getting smaller and smaller. And there are too many SNR. For hours, 15 badges, it seems that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo are not far from completing the game. When Tang Mo got the second E badge, he guessed that killing bunny-headed people would get badges with different letters, and these letters could eventually spell surprise. As he expected, the letters engraved on the badge he got next were indeed related to surprise. But there are too many duplicated badges among these 15 badges. Surprise, there are 8 letters in total. Among them, S and R are duplicated letters, with 2 of them. The other letters have only 1. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo need to get 4 S and R letters to spell out 2 complete surprises, and 2 of each of the other letters. The 2 are very strong. This cleaning game was originally started by the Black Tower to screen out the last place people. It has nothing to do with them. They were accidentally implicated. With their strength, they can basically get badges as long as they encounter bunny-headed people. However, the badges they got were repeated. We didn't deliberately go to look for bunny-headed people in groups. In 4 hours, we have walked through the main urban area of Nanjing, Jiangning District and Qixia District. The reason why we walk so many places is that there are too few bunny-headed people and too many players. It is very difficult for them to find a bunny-headed person who has not been killed. Tang Mo said, basically, we can rule out the possibility that the bunny-headed people who appear in the same area represent the same letter badge. Fu Wenduo. The rabbit-headed man appears at random locations and at every hour. At this time, the two walked to the junction of Qixia District and Puka District. Fu Wenduo looked up at a traffic sign on the road, paused, and said, we have arrived at Puka District. Tang Mo nodded, yes, let's go. The two quickly entered Puka District. Nanjing has a total of 11 districts. Before Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong and others separated, Xiao Jitong said, you may not know Nanjing yet. Nanjing has a total of 11 districts. Haida said that there are 11 garbage disposal stations in Nanjing, and there are 6 in Donying, one of Huaxia's 49 districts. I don't know how many districts and counties there are in Donying, but Nanjing corresponds to 11 districts. And now, the first garbage disposal station we found is in the center of Qinhuai District. It is very likely that the other 10 garbage disposal stations are also located in the center of the other 10 districts. In the next period of time, the Nanjing team will go to these places to see the specific situation. In the last hour, we will come back here to gather. Tang Mo, Mr. Fu, if you want to find us, you can come back here. The location of the rabbit-headed man is completely random, but the location of the garbage disposal station seems to be regular. Half an hour later, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo came to the central business district of Puka District. From a distance, he saw a small house with strange colors sitting in the middle of the intersection. Tang Mo walked closer and looked at the 5 big words on the top of the house. Tang Mo, this is the 7th garbage disposal station. As Xiao Jitong said, all garbage disposal stations are set up in the most prosperous areas of each district. Tang Mo's brain started thinking quickly. Why is it built in such a place? The place where the rabbit-headed man appears is completely random, and there is no pattern to be found. The garbage disposal stations are all built in the center of the prosperous areas of each region. It is conceivable that, like Nanjing, the garbage disposal stations of the other 10 cities are also in their most prosperous areas. The Black Tower has set up the same number of garbage disposal stations according to the number of districts and counties in each city, and put them in such a place. Fu Wenduo, Putting the garbage disposal station in this place must be because these places have something in common. Tang Mo thought. They are the most prosperous areas in each city. The most prosperous areas. Before the earth went online, these places must have the largest flow of people. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes and pondered for a while. The areas with the largest flow of people determine the number of garbage disposal stations according to the number of districts and counties. The areas with the most people, the most prosperous, and the most famous. Hearing this, Tang Mo said in surprise, "The most famous areas." Fu Wenduo looked at him, and the next moment he frowned and understood what Tang Mo meant. Tang Mo, players have to put surprise into the garbage disposal station to complete the game. Placing the garbage disposal station in these prosperous areas is the best way to ensure that every player can find the location of the garbage disposal station. Players may not know the central area of the district or county they are not familiar with, but they know where the most prosperous area is and are most likely to go there if they have been there for a long time. Fu Wenduo. This will maximize the number of players knowing the location of each garbage disposal station. Tang Mo. Perhaps within the first hour of the game, many players have already found the nearest garbage disposal station. Tang Mo's voice stopped at this point. A cold wind blew from a distance, blowing Tang Mo's hair back. He looked up at the surrounding commercial district. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were standing at a wide intersection at this time. The strangely colored garbage disposal station stood in the middle of the intersection, surrounded by a once prosperous commercial street. But now, this long street is silent. There is no sound, only the rustling sound of leaves rolling up by the wind. There is no one here, as if Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo are the only ones standing here, looking around. Tang Mo's eyes swept over the surrounding buildings and shops one by one, and he pursed his lips. After a moment, he turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo, and in silence, the two reached a consensus and walked away from the garbage disposal station. When they left, there was still no movement around, as if there was really no one. At the same time, in Nanjing Gula district, in the middle of the numerous shops, a middle-aged man with a wretched appearance was clutching a wooden badge and running away. He ran forward with all his strength. When he ran 100 meters away, two young men turned from the intersection and shouted angrily, "Give us back our badges! Don't run! Give us back our badges!" The middle-aged man was not willing to stop. He ran forward with big strides. With his familiarity with this area, he ran into a small alley and shook off the two young men in a few steps. But the young man's physical fitness was obviously better than his. Even if he was thrown off for a while, he would be able to find him and catch up after a while. The three of them kept chasing in the old city. As time passed, the middle-aged man's physical strength gradually became exhausted. The distance between the three people gradually shortened. Suddenly, an arm grabbed the middle-aged man's clothes and pulled him over and threw him to the ground. The middle-aged man groaned in pain, and before he could come to his senses, a fist hit him in the face. "I told you to run! I told you to run!" A young man's eyes turned red with anger. He panted and punched the middle-aged man without mercy. His companion snatched the badge from the middle-aged man and opened it to see an S engraved on it. The two young men were both regular players. Their abilities were useless. Although they were not strong, they were still stronger than ordinary reserve players. They had finally encountered a lone bunny-headed man before. There were no other players chasing him around, so they rushed up to kill him. After much effort, the two finally killed the rabbit-headed man. As soon as they took the badge, it was stolen by the middle-aged man. How could the two give up? After beating the middle-aged man black and blue, they spitted and left. But the moment they stood up, the middle-aged man with blood on his face flashed a sinister light in his eyes. He suddenly pulled out a sharp dagger from his sleeve and stabbed the young man closest to him fiercely. "I will kill you." The young man's eyes widened with fear, and he subconsciously wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Just as he was waiting for death in fear, his companion suddenly reached out and grabbed the dagger, and at the same time took out a knife with his other hand and stabbed it into the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man stared at them with wide eyes, and after a while, he died completely. Seeing this scene, the two young men trembled all over. "Brother, your hand." The young man who killed the middle-aged man trembled. "No, it's okay. I didn't kill him on purpose, he just wanted to kill you." This was their first time killing someone. Killing someone might be very common in other districts, but in Nanjing district, even stowaways rarely kill people, not to mention regular players and reserve players. The two brothers looked at each other and gradually calmed down. Just as they were about to leave, the murderous elder brother said in surprise, "What is that?" The younger brother also said in surprise, "Huh?" and bent down to pick up a wooden badge. Looking at the letters on it, he was surprised and said, "Is this a badge?" "No, where did this badge come from? Did you see it just now?" "I didn't see it." "It's impossible, this badge didn't exist just now. It appeared suddenly." The elder brother was stunned for a moment. How could a badge suddenly appear, could it be? He froze, looked down at the dead middle-aged man, and said, "Everyone in the above 10 districts is garbage. The last person's garbage cleaning game. This is the last person's garbage cleaning game. Ajuan, you can get a badge by killing people. You can get a badge." The same situation happened in the other 9 districts of China. Even in Nanjing Qinhuai district, behind a skyscraper, a short and thin old man pulled back the knife that had stabbed into someone's heart. He bent down and picked up a badge that fell next to the man's body. After seeing the letters on the badge, he said coldly, "R again." As he said this, he wiped the blood off the knife, put away the knife, and quietly left here. When Tang Mo returned to the main urban area of Nanjing, he had seen many bodies lying on the ground along the way. He even saw a middle-aged man kill a woman with his own hands. The middle-aged man had just killed someone, and was in the most nervous moment. Seeing Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, he took 2 steps back guiltily. When he calmed down, he ran back and took a wooden badge from the woman, and then continued to run away. There were only more than 40 members in the Nanjing group, and a total of 7 people in the strategy group. Even if they were all in Nanjing now, and had not entered the dungeon game, 5 or more people could not manage such a large city of Nanjing. When Black Tower just announced the rules of the game, Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong speculated that killing people could also get badges. Black Tower called the players in District 10 garbage, and this game itself was a garbage cleaning game. It is very likely that killing players, clearing garbage, can also get some rewards. The most likely reward is the badge. Players will definitely discover this fact. It is just a matter of time. When the first person found out that killing people could earn badges, the whole city of Nanjing was in chaos. Tang Mo stood by the road and saw a young corpse. This was a little girl, who looked like an elementary school student. She opened her eyes wide and looked at the sky, but unfortunately, she couldn't see the sky at all, only the dense sycamore trees. The leaves blocked her sky, and even if she saw it, it was just black. It was not dawn yet, and it was time to clean up the garbage in the Black Tower. Most of the players in Nanjing were relatively weak, and the rabbit-headed people were too fast to catch and kill. But humans, who are also players, are much easier to kill than bunny-headed people. It's okay now, there are still 5 hours, 5 groups of bunny-headed people. If there are only 2 hours left, the last hour, what will happen then? Tang Mo, players have long discovered where the garbage disposal station is, but no one has appeared. There must be some players hiding in the dark around each garbage disposal station. If you want to pass the level, you must enter the garbage disposal station. There is the best place to kill people and take away the badge. The number of rabbit-headed people is obviously not enough for 20,000 Nanjing players to pass the game. Now there are players from other regions entering Nanjing to participate in the game. The voice stopped, and Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo's face was expressionless. He squatted down and stretched out his hands to close the little girl's eyes. After Tang Mo stood up, Fu Wenduo continued, "Killing players and collecting badges is definitely not a way to pass the game. The Black Tower will not give such a game." Tang Mo nodded, "Yes. Every Black Tower game has a way to pass the level, but killing is definitely not the only way to pass the level. It must have given something to give every Nanjing player a chance to pass the level." Tang Mo carefully recalled the 9 game rules given by the Black Tower. While thinking, he said, "Send your surprise to the garbage disposal station." "Yes, sir." The voice stopped abruptly, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo raised their heads at the same time. A strong rabbit-headed man flew over their heads and landed steadily on the other side of the road. The bunny-headed man flew out of a small building next to him. He didn't notice anyone around him when he flew out. Seeing Tang Mo and the other man, his long bunny ears tilted to the side. The 2 men and the bunny stared at each other across the road. The next moment, the bunny-headed man turned around and ran away. Tang Mo's eyes turned cold, and he rushed up instantly. This bunny-headed man was also unlucky. Although he was fast, he ran into Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The 2 men acted separately and easily blocked him. The bunny-headed man was surrounded by Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in the middle of the road, and his red eyes moved back and forth between the 2. Soon he turned his head towards Tang Mo and let out a whistle, "Gigi." As if he realized that Tang Mo might be a little weak and there was a breakthrough point, the bunny-headed man stomped his strong legs on the ground and rushed towards Tang Mo like a missile. Tang Mo took out a small parasol and opened it with a click. Bang! The bunny-headed man hit the small parasol and fell backwards. Tang Mo was also shocked by this powerful force and took 3 steps back. Fu Wenduo immediately rushed up, and Tang Mo also put away the small parasol and stabbed the bunny-headed man, who was knocked to the ground. The bunny-headed man was so frightened that he screamed and jumped around. Tang Mo followed him and stabbed him with a small parasol. The small parasol pierced the ground and the wall, making big holes one after another. Fu Wenduo was already close, and the bunny-headed man was forced into a dead corner by Tang Mo. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes and raised the small parasol to stab him again. This time, the bunny-headed man had nowhere to hide, and the pink small parasol pierced straight into his head. The bunny-headed man trembled all over, and his body turned into countless light spots, and a wooden badge fell to the ground. Tang Mo bent down to pick up the badge, and Fu Wenduo also walked to his side. At this time, in the bleak wind, a hoarse laugh sounded from behind them. Both of them turned around and looked. Under a huge sycamore tree, an extremely beautiful young woman stood behind the tree, with the corners of her mouth raised, looking at them with ill intentions. This woman is very beautiful, and she is no less beautiful than any popular actress on the earth. However, it was not her who laughed, but a middle-aged man standing next to her. The man's cold eyes wandered around Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and finally fell on the wooden badge in Tang Mo's palm. The woman smiled with her lips covered. Her voice was very soft and her tone was ambiguous. "That handsome boy, what are the letters on your badge?" Tang Mo put the badge in his pocket and looked at the two people coldly. The woman seemed a little dissatisfied that she didn't get a response from Tang Mo. She didn't like the way men ignored her. She looked at Tang Mo and snorted coldly. Then she looked at Fu Wenduo. "Handsome guy, what letters did your friend get on the badge just now? Tell me, we won't snatch it, we're just curious." Fu Wenduo looked at her calmly. Seeing Fu Wenduo staring at her, the woman's smile became even bigger. She wanted to say something else, but Fu Wenduo just glanced at her, turned around and left, leaving a faint sentence. "It doesn't look like a player from Nanjing." Tang Mo nodded. According to the time calculation, the players from Wuxi, Changzhou, and Anhui may have arrived now. The accent sounds a bit like Suzhou or Wuxi. Fu Wenduo hummed softly. The woman ignored by the two. Looking at the backs of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo going away, the woman's face seemed to have overturned a palette of colors. Brilliant. She clenched her fingers and looked at her companions. The two nodded, and the next second, a sharp sound of breaking wind sounded from behind Tang Mo, and he turned his head to avoid it. A silver knife passed by his cheek. Fu Wenduo quickly grabbed the silver chain tied to the back of the knife. The middle-aged man was startled at first, then he shouted angrily, and the silver chain suddenly turned red. Fu Wenduo frowned, and he loosened the silver chain, and the man took the opportunity to retract the knife and chain. At the same moment when the knife was retracted, a slender hand stabbed Tang Mo's cheek from the other side. Tang Mo reacted quickly. He took a step back and dodged the attack. The young woman smiled with the corners of her lips raised. Her eyes turned on Tang Mo's face, and she said softly, "Handsome boy, you are right, we are players from Wuxi. It's a rare opportunity to meet. Would you like to spar with me? Oh, don't look at me like that. We are good players and never kill people. It's just a competition between players from different cities, friendship first, sparring second. What do you think?" As she said this, before Tang Mo could answer, the woman's soft and boneless hand had already approached. Tang Mo rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. The woman's hand brushed past his face. Seeing this, Fu Wenduo wanted to come up to help, but the silver knife attacked again. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "Your opponent is me." Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows, not worrying about Tang Mo's situation, and turned around and rushed towards the middle-aged man. The four of them started fighting on the wide street. The sound of bangs and bangs continued. The silver chain tied the knife and hit Fu Wenduo from all directions. The chain could entangle his movements, and the knife was like the most vicious snake waiting for an opportunity to attack at any time. At first, the middle-aged man could still fight with Fu Wenduo with a smile, but gradually, when his movements were constantly guessed by Fu Wenduo, every time before he dodged, Fu Wenduo had already guessed his next position. The middle-aged man felt something was wrong. He thought to himself, "Isn't Nanjing a garbage area? How can there be such a powerful player?" He didn't have time to remind his companion that something was wrong. A black sharp weapon pierced the tree in front of him. Boom! The tree fell down, and the man was shocked and took back the knife and silver chain. On the other side, Tang Mo's situation was not as good as Fu Wenduo's. This woman was really fast. She was like a swimming fish, slippery, Her attacks had no harm, but Tang Mo had a hard time catching her. And she never deliberately attacked Tang Mo, as if it was just like what she said, she didn't want to kill but just wanted to learn from him. So her hands kept brushing across Tang Mo's cheeks and wrists, as if she was deliberately caressing him. Tang Mo didn't think that this woman really wanted to take advantage of him. He narrowed his eyes, and turned his hand to open the small parasol. The woman's hand hit the small parasol. She screamed in pain and retreated to the side of the middle-aged man. Tang Mo had already thoroughly understood her movements, and was ready to grab her directly in the next attack, but the woman didn't go for it. She supported herself on the ground with one hand, and the hand that had been touching Tang Mo just now was pressed on the ground, and a white light came out from the palm. She smiled gently. "Ah, time is up. Handsome boy, you are very nice to touch. Let me see what kind of supernatural power you have." As the woman finished speaking, Tang Mo's eyes widened. He sensed something was wrong, put away his small parasol, and was about to attack to stop the woman from speaking. Unexpectedly, the woman laughed. She slapped the ground hard, and then a white light ball in her palm suddenly rose and gathered around her. She watched this scene with a smile, waiting for the result to appear. Then, she saw her white light ball split into two pieces. The smile on the corner of the woman's mouth froze for a moment, and the middle-aged man beside her also looked at this scene in horror, opening his mouth wide. What is this?" The white bald head continued to split. From 2 to 3, then to 4 or 5. Finally, a total of 21 light balls floated beside the young woman. Each light ball was not big, and 20 of them were the same size, only the size of a fist. There was only one white bald head half the size of a head, running rampant in the middle of the light balls. 21 light balls, a total of 4 colors, jumped and danced in front of the woman's eyes. The woman's body began to tremble. She looked at this scene in fear, suddenly raised her head, and looked at Tang Mo in disbelief. How can you have so many superpowers?" Hearing this, Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Tang Mo calmly. Tang Mo's face darkened. He held the handle of the small parasol tightly, kicked his feet, and rushed straight up. Chapter 94. There was a sharp sound of breaking wind, and the young woman stepped aside in horror, but she was still a little slow. The pink parasol brushed against her cheek, and she felt the burning pain on her face, covering her face and screaming. This was the place where she touched Tang Mo's face for the first time, and red blood oozed from her face. My face, my face." Tang Mo took back the parasol, and the middle-aged man next to him took the opportunity to throw out a knife. Swish, the chain tied to the knife stabbed at Tang Mo, and Tang Mo leaned back to avoid it. The middle-aged man swung the chain, turned around and tied the young woman's arms, and pulled the young woman back to his side. At the same time, Tang Mo stretched out his hand and reached out to the 21 light balls floating in the air. Seeing this, the young woman's eyes widened. Her right face was stained red with blood, and her originally beautiful face now looked very scary. She stared at Tang Mo with hatred. The middle-aged man pulled her to escape, but she turned her head and roared, "Kill them for me." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, but he rushed forward the next moment. The silver knife waved in the air, constantly attacking Tang Mo. Tang Mo nimbly avoided the knife, but the knife and chain of the middle-aged man seemed to have become a part of his body, very flexible, and faster than Tang Mo. The chain danced in the air into a series of silver snake shadows, intensively attacking Tang Mo. Tang Mo was restrained by him. At this time, the young woman shouted angrily, turned her palm, and a small red dart appeared in her palm. When the small dart appeared, Fu Wenduo, who had been standing in the back without moving, frowned. The next moment, the young woman's finger slipped on the small dart and shot it out with force. The blade of the dart cut the woman's hand, and the red blood instantly stained the small dart. The dart shot straight at Tang Mo. Tang Mo dealt with the middle-aged man's knife while moving his body sideways to avoid the small dart. But the small dart stopped when it flew to his side. Tang Mo felt something was wrong, and saw a bloody red light on the small dart. At this moment, a black weapon came from behind Tang Mo and hit the small dart hard, knocking it far away. The small dart was hit into the air, and suddenly exploded into countless red powders. Fu Wenduo grabbed Tang Mo's waist with one hand, and without hesitation, hugged him and retreated 10 meters to avoid the range of the red powder falling. Before the two of them could react, the middle-aged man and the young woman attacked from both sides. "Kill him!" For a moment, the 4 of them fought in a group. After the explosion, these strange red powders did not fall to the ground, but floated in the air. When the middle-aged man and the young woman moved, the powder flew with them, and surrounded them. Fu Wenduo said, "Hold your breath." Tang Mo, Okay. On the silent street, the sound of metal banging continued. The physical fitness of these two players far exceeded that of ordinary regular players. They were stowaways, at least at the first level of the Black Tower, or even the second level of the Black Tower. They acted decisively. They originally wanted to escape, but they did not look back when they retreated. Now the young woman issued an order to kill Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and they were very ruthless, with each strike stabbing at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's vital points. However, no matter how powerful these two people are, they are at most the upper middle level of the Nanjing group players, not as good as Ning Ning, let alone Chai Rong. It's just that this red powder is too strange. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo dare not act rashly. Holding his breath for a long time has reduced Tang Mo's speed, and his movements have gradually slowed down. Seizing an opportunity, the young woman took advantage of the situation and attacked. She waved her right hand, and a small red dart appeared in her hand again. She leaned forward, and with a whoosh, threw the dart out. Tang Mo leaned back and barely avoided the attack. But the small dart was suspended in front of his face. Tang Mo was shocked. Bang! The small red dart exploded in front of Tang Mo's eyes, and the powder fell madly on his face. In a flash, a black shadow blocked Tang Mo's face. The red powder fell on this black weapon, giving Tang Mo a chance to breathe. He supported himself with one hand, jumped backwards, and quickly got out. At the same time, he opened the small parasol with a snap, covering himself and Fu Wenduo. The red powder fell on the small parasol, making a crackling sound, like an explosion of dynamite. Tang Mo looked down at Fu Wenduo's hand. How is it? There was only a faint white luster on the black triangular cone-shaped weapon, and Fu Wenduo said calmly, "It's okay." The young woman saw that the small dart did not hurt Fu Wenduo's hand, and then she realized the seriousness of the matter. She turned to her companions and said, "Run." Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo would never let them run away. The powder of the darts had been used up in the previous battle, and the two of them obviously had no more darts. Tang Mo put away the parasol with a snap, and the smooth tip of the umbrella stabbed the young woman. Bang! The tip of the umbrella pierced the woman's shoulder and nailed her firmly to the trunk of the sycamore tree. On the other side, Fu Wenduo kicked the sycamore tree, blocking the middle-aged man's escape route. Under the sturdy sycamore tree, a man and a woman looked at the two players in front of them in fear. Half of the young woman's face was intact, and the other half was covered in blood. She opened her beautiful eyes wide and stared at Tang Mo in fear. Her eyeballs kept rolling, her lips moved, but she still didn't speak. Beside her, the middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and took out 7 or 8 wooden badges from his pocket. "Two big brothers, all of them are for you. These are all our badges, all for you. Please spare our lives. We really didn't want to steal your badges at first. It was all a misunderstanding." Fu Wenduo took the badge from the middle-aged man and took a look. He raised one eyebrow. "1 eye, 3 SS, 3 RS. After a pause, Fu Wenduo's eyes stopped on one of the wooden badges stained with blood, and he said lightly, "There is blood." "There is no blood in the rabbit-headed man's body. Killing it will not splash blood on the badge. There will be blood only when killing players to obtain the badge." Tang Mo stared coldly at the two players in front of him. The young woman no longer dared to be arrogant. Her pretty face lowered, not daring to speak. The middle-aged man begged desperately, and seeing that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo refused to give in, he gritted his teeth and took out several strange props. Fu Wenduo accepted the props, but still did not speak. The expression on the middle-aged man's face became more and more serious. Just when he gritted his teeth and wanted to say something else, Fu Wenduo turned his head and looked at Tang Mo. "It's almost time. It's time to meet them." Tang Mo nodded. "Let's go." All the props on his body plus the badge he just got, in exchange for the lives of both of them. The middle-aged man stared at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo with resentment. Tang Mo pulled out the small parasol that pierced the woman's shoulder. The woman groaned, and Tang Mo put the small parasol on his waist. Just as he turned around and was about to leave with Fu Wenduo, the young woman who had been keeping her head down in silence suddenly raised her head, raised her right hand, and shouted, "I will kill you." A ball of white light flew from not far away and landed in the woman's palm. She held the ball of light and smashed it towards Tang Mo, but Tang Mo was prepared. A huge match suddenly appeared in the air and blocked the white light ball. The white light ball and the giant match collided, causing a violent explosion. Tang Mo subconsciously used his arms to cover his face and chest, but the young woman was not so lucky. The ball of light exploded directly in front of her face, blowing her face into a bloody mess. But she was a powerful player after all, and she didn't die even so. But the next second, she opened her eyes wide in horror. A giant match fell from the sky and hit her head without hesitation. With a crisp snap, the young woman died completely. Seeing this, the middle-aged man next to him turned around and ran without thinking. He had just taken a step when a black weapon pierced his chest from behind. Fu Wenduo pulled out his weapon. The bodies of the middle-aged man and the woman fell to the ground with a bang, and 2 wooden badges fell beside them. Tang Mo panted lightly. He put away the big match and bent down to pick up the 2 badges. His hands touched the 2 badges and wanted to pick them up, but his hands kept shaking and he couldn't hold the 2 badges. Fu Wenduo picked up the badges. He turned his head to look at Tang Mo, and his eyes moved down to look at his arms. He saw 2 huge bloody wounds on Tang Mo's arms, revealing the white bones inside. The bleeding had stopped, but the wounds had not healed yet. The explosion almost killed the young woman on the spot, and the flesh on Tang Mo's arm was also blown apart. Tang Mo saw Fu Wenduo pick up the badge and asked, "What letters are on it?" Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment, then looked up at Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Fu Wenduo looked at him for a long time, and finally shook his head. "Nothing. It's S&P. Tang Mo didn't think too much. He hung his 2 almost useless arms and analyzed calmly. "There is an eye in the badge they gave us just now. At present, we have collected enough surprise badges for 1 person. We only need an eye badge to complete another set. I originally thought that the eye badge was the difficulty of this game, and that you couldn't get it by killing the bunny-headed man or the player. I didn't expect that you could still get it." After a pause, Tang Mo thought again. The 2 of them are very likely to be stowaways. They probably got their badges by killing players. We killed all the bunny-headed men, so we probably didn't get the eye badge. Could it be that only by killing the player can we? The voice stopped abruptly. Tang Mo looked down in astonishment and looked at his arm. A cool feeling came from his arm. While Tang Mo was talking, Fu Wenduo took a small mineral water bottle and poured the cold mineral water on Tang Mo's arm. The wound began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 10 seconds, the horrible wounds on Tang Mo's arms disappeared. Fu Wenduo put away the mineral water. Tang Mo looked at him quietly. His lips moved and then closed. I always feel something is strange. When he was with Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo often felt this inexplicable feeling. I can't tell what it feels like. It's just very strange. Tang Mo is not a talkative person, but when playing games, he has a lot to say and will never run out of topics. But when playing games with Fu Wenduo, or just getting along with this person, he always doesn't know what to say. It feels like nothing he says is right, so he can only shut up in the end. After a long silence, Tang Mo asked, "Is this Xiao Jitong's known Fu Spring mineral water?" Fu Wenduo shook his head. "I got it from Fu Wensheng. This thing seems to be very common in the Nanjing group and the strategy group." Tang Mo thought of another thing. "You killed him?" The young woman was killed by Tang Mo, and he was very sure that she was dead. He walked to the middle-aged man's side to check his body. He found that Fu Wenduo stabbed the man's heart with a knife, not giving him a chance to react, and his action was decisive. "Fu Wenduo, don't you want me to kill him?" Of the 2 players, the middle-aged man wanted to leave a long time ago, but the woman wanted to kill Tang Mo all the time, so she didn't leave. Afterwards, the young woman also attacked secretly, and the middle-aged man did not participate. Tang Mo, women are really strange animals. Why do you think she wants to kill me so much? Fu Wenduo raised the corner of his lips. Maybe you heard her face. She hates you, so she wants to kill you. She is a strong player, the wound is not deep, and it will definitely recover in a few days. Fu Wenduo, but you still hurt her face. Tang Mo was speechless. He really didn't understand women. The young woman didn't hide her hatred for Tang Mo at all. So Tang Mo had no intention of sparing their lives. When he turned and left, the 2 players were most relaxed. Tang Mo planned to take action at that time, which would be safer. He also guessed that the 2 might also attack by surprise, but he was well prepared, but he didn't expect. She actually has this way of attack. Tang Mo didn't expect that this woman could summon a white light ball and use it to attack Tang Mo. After the largest white light ball exploded, the other 20 light balls also disappeared. Tang Mo stood beside the body of the middle-aged man. It's not that I don't want to kill him. Fu Wenduo heard that Tang Mo's words had a deeper meaning. He lowered his head and looked at Tang Mo, only to see the young man looking up at him, his eyes calm and his expression calm. Tang Mo said, "Next time, if something like this happens, can you give me the head?" Fu Wenduo paused. His expression remained unchanged, but his brain was working quickly. He wanted to kill someone, No, he wanted this person to die in his hands. Fu Wenduo was about to ask, when Tang Mo reached out and took out a thin book from the air. Seeing this, Fu Wenduo's eyes narrowed, and then he raised his mouth. He didn't speak, but waited quietly for Tang Mo to tell the story himself. While flipping through the book, Tang Mo said depressedly, "We are teammates. Although I don't know what your special ability is, I can observe it a little bit. Understanding the special abilities of teammates is also very important for cooperating to pass the game. As for my special ability, you may have guessed it," Tang Mo said affirmatively. When the young woman shouted that Tang Mo had many special abilities, Fu Wenduo's expression was not surprised. When he looked at Tang Mo, there was more of a teasing between teammates. This person had long guessed that he had more than one special ability. Of course, Tang Mo did not mean to hide it from Fu Wenduo deliberately. He wanted to tell him about his special ability. "I don't know exactly what my special ability is, but I just killed that woman. If you just look at the last page of this book, you will probably understand what my ability is." The voice suddenly stopped. Fu Wenduo was about to come over to look at the last page of the ability book, and Tang Mo slammed the book shut. Fu Wenduo was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" Tang Mo, After a while, Tang Mo opened the ability book and took another sneaky look. After seeing the words clearly, his mouth twitched, and he closed the book again with force, and then looked at Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo said expressionlessly, "Don't read this cheap. Don't read this book. My ability is actually very simple, I tell you." Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo meaningfully, and laughed softly. "Okay." On the last page of the ability book, it was written, "Ability. Don't try to hide a penny of private money." Owner, Lin Yushu Smuggler. Type, Special. Function, view the player's ability in the form of a light ball by touch. After confirming the player's ability, you can use the player's ability, 20% effect, for 1 minute within 1 hour. Level 4. Restrictions, you must touch the other person for a long time, and direct skin contact is required. The higher the other person's ability level, the longer the touch time. Touching the private parts of the ambiguous area can shorten the touch time. If the other person's ability level is much higher than your own, the effect of using the ability is greatly reduced. It can only be used 3 times a day. Note, don't try to hide your private money when I'm here, I won't give you a penny. Tang Mo version instructions. Can only be used once every 3 days, the effect of using the opponent's ability is capped at 10%, limited to 30 minutes after the opponent's ability is confirmed. I don't recognize this low-profile version of the garbage copycat ability. Of course, Tang Mo may like it very much. After all, he can touch other people's hands with a clear conscience. For example, the one in front of him. Chapter 95. Fu Wenduo noticed a long time ago that Tang Mo's ability seemed very strange. On the way from Beijing to Shanghai, he met many powerful players and knew many powerful abilities. For example, the leader of the most powerful smuggler organization in Beijing had a very special ability, which made Fu Wenduo dare not underestimate. But Tang Mo's ability seemed a little different from that of others. The most important point, Fu Wenduo had never seen Tang Mo use the same ability intensively. Normal players will frequently use their abilities. For example, in the Weird Circus dungeon, the 4 stowaways use mostly the same methods when killing people. The beautiful boy's ability is related to insects, and the bald man's ability is to transform into a brown bear. Only Tang Mo has many ways to kill people, but he has never used the same method for a long time. The reason for this situation may be that his ability has a time limit, such as only a few times a day, forcing him to be unable to use it continuously. Besides this, there is another possibility. "So, you have many superpowers?" Although he was asking the question, there was no surprise in Fu Wenduo's tone. Tang Mo saw his expression and understood that this man had already guessed his superpowers. Since he was a teammate, there was no need to hide it too much. Fu Wenduo couldn't kill him. Tang Mo said, "To be precise, I only have one superpower, which is to collect other people's superpowers. Currently, I have more than 20 superpowers, but most of them are useless, very tasteless, and have many restrictions." Fu Wenduo, if you can collect other people's abilities, it would be too unfair to the entire Black Tower game if there are no restrictions. After a pause, Fu Wenduo thought, 4 months ago, in your first tower attack game, you changed your name to Momo? Tang Mo honestly admitted. Well, that's my ability. In the Whack-A-Mole game, Tang Mo used the name-changing ability to change his name to Momo. At that time, he explained to Fu Wenduo that he changed his name with a certain prop. After knowing the truth and recalling carefully, Fu Wenduo said, "I have sprayed fire, used strong wind, and moved something in front of me?" This person's memory is so good? Or has he been paying attention to himself since he had doubts? Tang Mo said helplessly. Well, they are all superpowers. But I have very few offensive superpowers. Most of my superpowers are like the superpowers that changed my name that time, which tend to be auxiliary. There are two ways for me to get superpowers. The first one I am not sure about for the time being. Generally speaking, if you get something from someone else, you can get his superpowers at the same time. The second type. Tang Mo stopped talking, and he looked at the bodies of the beautiful woman and the middle-aged man on the ground. Fu Wenduo's deep voice sounded, kill people. So Tang Mo said that he hoped that in the future, when he encountered a situation where he had to kill someone, Fu Wenduo would give him the head. There was one thing Fu Wenduo actually said wrong: eat it all without paying. Even if there are restrictions, it is an extremely powerful ability. It is even very likely that it is one of the most powerful abilities in the world. As long as the player with this ability keeps killing people, he can have more abilities. In the 6 months since Earth went online, Tang Mo only had 22 superpowers, including the superpower of taking everything without paying. Because he didn't want to collect superpowers by killing people. He never killed people for superpowers, but because he had superpowers by killing people. If it were another ruthless player, his superpower book would never have only written 22 shabby superpowers. 100, or even 1,000 superpowers, would not be surprising. Hearing that Tang Mo could get superpowers by killing people, Fu Wenduo did not show any special emotions. He found Tang Mo looking at the bodies of the two players and asked, what is her ability? Fu Wenduo pointed at the body of the beautiful woman. Tang Mo had just killed her, so he naturally knew her ability. Tang Mo said, her ability is also a bit useless, a bit like mine. She can know other people's abilities, and use them in a short period of time. So the ball of light that just came out of her palm represents the ability you have? Yes. No wonder the beautiful woman was so scared that her face turned pale. She probably won't understand until she dies why a person can have so many superpowers. Fu Wenduo said calmly. The 21 light balls that emerged from her palm just now are divided into 4 colors. White, black, blue, and one that is similar to gold. These 4 colors may represent the classification of the strength of superpowers, or they may represent different types of superpowers. Tang Mo knew this, and he said, the 4 colors represent different types of superpowers. The superpower book I just took out has classified the 22 superpowers I got, and divided them into 4 types: genotype, dimensional type, atomic type, and special type. The 4 colors represent these 4 types. This woman's ability is of a special type, and mine is also of a special type. Among the abilities I have, the fire-breathing ability is of an atomic type, the ability to move objects is of a dimensional type, and the ability to enhance intelligence is of a genetic type. What type is my ability? Tang Mo's voice suddenly stopped, and he looked up at Fu Wenduo. In the thick night, the dense and wide leaves of the sycamore tree made a rustling sound in the wind. Fu Wenduo put his hands in his pockets and looked at Tang Mo calmly, with a very light smile on his face. He looked calm when he said this, as if he was just asking casually. His deep eyes were fixed on Tang Mo's face, and Tang Mo also looked at him quietly. After a moment, Tang Mo looked away. I don't know much about your superpowers. I only know that you can conjure weapons. That's only part of it. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo in surprise. Fu Wenduo stretched out his right hand and raised it between the two of them. Tang Mo thought he was going to turn his hand into that triangular pyramid-shaped black weapon, but Fu Wenduo moved his fingers and a flash of silver appeared on his wrist. The next moment, steel-like skin crawled up from his wrist and quickly eroded his entire right hand. It took only 2 seconds for his entire hand to turn into pure silver. Tang Mo opened his eyes in astonishment, and Fu Wenduo stretched out this steel right hand in front of him. Touch it. Tang Mo did as he was told. It was really iron. No, it might not be iron, it could be other metals. But it must not be human skin, it is metal. Your ability can not only transform into that black weapon, but also other things, only limited to the right hand. The next second after the voice fell, Tang Mo saw with his own eyes that a cold silver color was reflected on Fu Wenduo's cheek, and a piece of skin turned into metal. He watched with wide eyes, and soon, Fu Wenduo made the silver disappear again. It took Tang Mo a few seconds to digest this fact. Can you make any part of the body become like this? He thought of the black weapon again. Not only can it turn into metal, but it can also change shape at will. I don't know. Tang Mo was stunned. Fu Wenduo said, just like you know that you can get superpowers by killing people, but you don't know another way to get superpowers. I am not sure what my superpower is. So, can you tell me? Just like she knew your superpower just now, What is my superpower, you tell me? Tang Mo was stunned at first, and after a while, his expression began to become quite rich. Fu Wenduo took the initiative to let Tang Mo check his ability. On the one hand, it was because he, like Tang Mo, only had a vague understanding of his own ability, and he could take this opportunity to understand it clearly. On the other hand, it was because he also needed to tell Tang Mo about it. Tang Mo told him about his ability, so of course, he couldn't keep it secret anymore. This was the trust that a teammate needed to give. However, Tang Mo's reaction made him feel a little interesting. This expression. Could it be that the beautiful woman's ability was very special, making him feel embarrassed? Fu Wenduo's imagination began to diverge. Tang Mo had always felt that there was a slight difference between his and Fu Wenduo's ways of thinking. He preferred to reason step by step based on clues, and all conclusions were based on facts, or at least reasonable speculations. Fu Wenduo was different. When he thought about problems, he made bold guesses and clever speculations, or he was very imaginative and unconventional. But he always got the facts right. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo calmly, without a trace of expression on his face, but he already had a guess in his mind. Tang Mo wanted to use the woman's ability to check his ability, but there were great limitations. This restriction made Tang Mo a little embarrassed. What kind of restriction could make him show such an expression? Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo thoughtfully. Just as he was about to ask, Tang Mo pursed his lips and said, "Then let me see your ability." Fu Wenduo was stunned. "Okay." Tang Mo stretched out his hand. "Take out your hand." Fu Wenduo looked at him strangely and stretched out his hand. Tang Mo grabbed it. Fu Wenduo paused. Tang Mo said calmly, "Her ability requires a certain amount of physical contact with the other party, so she kept touching my face and neck, and also touched my hand, just to meet the conditions for using the ability." Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment. "Okay." In the cold night wind, Fu Wenduo's hands were surprisingly hot. Tang Mo looked down, watching the two holding hands tightly. A word flashed through his mind, blooded. Soon, Tang Mo made himself forget such a weird idea. Secret money ability. Don't think of hiding a dime of secret money. It is said that it requires physical contact with others, and the more private and ambiguous the contact is, the better the effect, but in fact, as long as there is physical contact, Tang Mo can know other people's abilities. It's just the length of contact. The face and neck are much more intimate than the hands, so the woman touched Tang Mo for a long time and knew his ability. And now Tang Mo touched Fu Wenduo's hand. Although the hand is not a very private part, he touched it for twice as long, and most 3 times as long. It's impossible that Fu Wenduo's ability is so strong that he can't get it even if he touches it for 3 times, right? And he is gay, and Fu Wenduo is not. This is just a touch between teammates to check their abilities, nothing big. If he makes a fuss and takes it too seriously, he will think too much. Not wanting to waste time, Tang Mo explained. If the other party's ability is very strong, the physical contact will take longer. Let's leave here first. Okay. The two held hands and left the intersection. This area happened to be a very prosperous commercial street in Nanjing. Large shopping malls, cinemas and restaurants can be seen on both sides of the road at any time. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo walked hand in hand on this street. At first, it was nothing. After walking for a while, Tang Mo felt that strange feeling again. Fuck, it looks like a date. If Tang Mo was a woman, Fu Wenduo holding hands with him like this, a man and a woman, it would be more like a date. But even if it was 2 men holding hands, it looked like a date for Tang Mo. Because he liked men. He would never date a woman, he could only date a man holding hands. Tang Mo complained about the woman's ability in his heart. This ability seemed quite practical. Not only could it understand the enemy's ability and copy it for use, as long as he found a strong teammate and obtained the ability from the teammate before each battle, he could enhance his combat effectiveness. But if you think about it carefully, it's useless. Because the stronger the teammate's ability is, the longer it takes you to get it. If Tang Mo wants to borrow Fu Wenduo's ability before the fight, where can he get it immediately? This ability is really useless. Time passed by. Fu Wenduo calmly held Tang Mo's hand and walked in the once prosperous commercial street. There were footsteps from time to time in the darkness, but the other party did not dare to show up. He just looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo from a distance, guessed the fighting power of both sides, and then quietly left to avoid meeting. 9 hours had passed since the garbage cleaning game started, and there were still 3 hours left. Tang Mo found another player running away quickly, not daring to collide with him head-on. He pondered. It seems that even the players in Nanjing now know that killing people can give badges. Foreign players who can come to Nanjing to participate in the game must be powerful and ambitious. Most likely they are stowaways. Normal stowaways will not leave casually when they meet players, without even trying. So those people just now were all Nanjing players. Tang Mo continued, there are 3 more groups of bunny-headed people next. Fu Duo, we only need 1 eye to complete 2 sets of letters. We just got an eye from those 2 Wuxi players. There are 2 possibilities. First, there are very few eye badges, and the chance of getting them is very low, so we haven't got them yet. Second, it's impossible to get an eye badge by killing the bunny-headed people. Those 2 players got the eye badge by killing other players. We haven't killed any players before, so we can't get the eye badge. Fu Duo raised an eyebrow. Only by killing people can you collect the badges? Fu Duo, what exactly is surprise? Tang Mo suddenly stopped. Fu Duo was still walking forward, and his hand was suddenly pulled back. Fu Duo stopped and turned to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo realized that he had just pulled Fu Duo. He subconsciously wanted to let go, but Fu Duo pulled back and held his hand directly, holding it tighter. Tang Mo looked up at him, and Fu Duo said lightly, "Isn't the time up yet?" Tang Mo, Well, the time is not up yet. The 2 continued to hold hands. Tang Mo said, the Black Tower should not give an answer that you can only pass the game by killing people. There must be other ways to pass this game. Now we can spell out the letters of surprise with badges. Logically, surprise should be these badges. Putting the collected badges into the garbage disposal station is likely related to the yellow light ball floating in front of the garbage disposal station. Put it in, and you can pass the game. But this is definitely not the only way to pass the game. Fu Duo, surprise is not those badges. Tang Mo's brain worked quickly, and after thinking for a while, Tang Mo said, you mean, according to the 5th rule of the game, you can pass the game by sending your surprise to the garbage disposal station. This surprise is not a badge. The Black Tower did not say to send your surprise badge to the garbage disposal station. Tang Mo thought for a moment, what is a surprise? Fu Wenduo's eyes fixed, but he didn't answer. The 2 of them walked while thinking about this question. They couldn't determine what a surprise was from any information given by the Black Tower. There was only one possibility, that the wooden badges were a surprise. This seemed to be the answer given by the Black Tower. But assuming that the wooden badges were not a surprise, then what was a surprise? For all the players in Nanjing and the other 9 districts, this garbage cleaning game is a surprise given to them by the Black Tower. Tang Mo was thinking whether the surprise for the Black Tower would be some special props or something else special. After hearing Fu Wenduo's words, he raised his head and looked at him. Fu Wenduo was also looking at him. The 2 people's eyes met in the air, without saying a word, but they understood each other's meaning at the same time. Tang Mo, everything in the world can be said to be a surprise. Yes, so we have to guess what kind of surprise the Black Tower wants. Or, what kind of surprise does the last person's garbage disposal station need? Tang Mo opened his lips, and was about to speak, when suddenly, a familiar nursery rhyme sounded over Nanjing. Tang Mo quickly turned his head, and looked at the huge Black Tower floating in the air. A cheerful song painter echoed in the city. In Nanjing, countless players stopped and looked at the tower. When the song ended, a clear child's voice sounded, and there seemed to be a sense of gloating in the tone. Ding! In Huaxia District 6, the official player Fu Wensheng successfully passed the last place's garbage cleaning game. The first person to pass the game will receive an additional reward, garbage's attention. All garbage can't help but look at this player when they see him, and the effect lasts for 3 seconds. Tremble, trash, this is the contempt from the successful. The reminder sound of the Black Tower ended. Tang Mo was shocked, and looked at Fu Wenduo. As expected, Fu Wenduo's face turned completely black, and his eyes stared at the heavy Black Tower with cold eyes. The next second, Fu Wenduo held Tang Mo's hand tightly, kicked his feet, and ran forward. Go! The 2 turned into a flash of lightning, and quickly disappeared on the street. Chapter 96. In the pitch-black night, 2 black figures ran towards the center of Nanjing Old Town at a very fast speed. Tang Mo did not expect that Fu Wensheng would be the first player in Nanjing District to complete the garbage cleaning game. He also did not expect that the first player to complete the game would be notified by the Black Tower, and trigger an extremely annoying garbage watching effect. This effect is called a reward, but it is actually the biggest threat to the players who complete the game. We have to be faster. He just finished the game, and he must be near the garbage disposal station now. Tang Mo said, as he ran quickly. There must be players ambushing near any garbage disposal station. There are still 3 hours left before the end of the game, and there are still 3 groups of rabbit-headed people. Most players may not be ready to ambush at the garbage disposal station to grab the badge, but those stowaways should have gone there. Yeah. Fu and Duo looked up at the traffic sign on the road, turned a corner, and headed towards Zinjiku. The garbage player stared at him, and every player who saw Fu Wensheng couldn't help but stare at him for 3 seconds. This means that when Fu Wensheng appears in front of the players, they only need to take a glance to know which one is Fu Wensheng. Now, all the players in Nanjing want to find him, or even catch him, and get the method to pass the game from him. The Nanjing group can intimidate the local players in Nanjing, but the players from other places will not have any awe of this organization. Fu Wen's speed increased a bit, and Tang Mo also increased his speed. The two of them almost turned into a beam of light, shuttling through the tall buildings. They were getting closer and closer to the huge black tower, and Tang Mo saw a small house with strange colors in the distance. When he saw the situation of the garbage disposal station near the intersection of Qingxin Street, his eyes narrowed. The two of them stopped and looked around. There was no one around. In the cold night wind, the leaves of the sycamore tree rustled. Tang Mo walked to the garbage disposal station and walked around the flat house. He raised his head, looked around the intersection, and checked the surroundings. Fu Wenduo squatted on the ground and touched a dark brown mark with his hand. Tang Mo walked over immediately. Fu Wenduo, it's blood. But it's almost dry. It should have been an hour. Tang Mo looked around and soon found a lot of similar dark red marks on the road. These marks were scattered around the garbage disposal station. The closer to the hut, the more red marks there were. But when the distance to the hut was shortened to within 5 meters, these marks became fewer, with only some scattered red blood marks. Tang Mo, we rushed here as fast as we could after hearing the prompt from the Black Tower. It took less than 10 minutes in total. They probably didn't complete the game at this garbage disposal station. Let's go to other places to see if there are several garbage disposal stations nearby. Fu Wenduo nodded, took Tang Mo's hand and walked forward. The two of them hurriedly walked in the night, seeming to be very anxious, eager to find their brother. Tang Mo's foot stepped on a dark brown mark. The pool of blood had not completely dried up, and the sticky blood stained his soles. Tang Mo walked forward calmly, and Fu Wenduo walked in front of him. Just as the two were about to leave the intersection, a very light sound of breaking through the air came from behind Tang Mo. Then came loud gunshots one after another. Bang! Bullets pierced the air and shot at the back of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's heads. However, just as these bullets were about to hit Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, with a click, a small pink lace parasol suddenly opened and blocked behind Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The bullets hit the small parasol with a bang, and then bounced off into the ground. Tang Mo kept moving the small parasol to block the dense rain of bullets. On the other side, Fu Wenduo's eyes turned cold, and he took out a silver pistol. Bang! 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 Fu Wenduo turned his head, and his eyes appeared from behind the small parasol. He fired 3 shots at a skyscraper on both sides of the intersection without hesitation. The glass shattered, and 2 screams rang out from the building. The third person didn't make a sound at all. The bullet penetrated his head, and he opened his eyes wide and fell straight back to the ground. After these 3 shots, the gunshots and hidden weapons suddenly stopped. Tang Mo looked around indifferently. There were no lights or lights in the buildings around the intersection, and countless players were hiding in the dark windows. There was a cold silence for a few seconds, and Tang Mo put away his umbrella and ignored the people hiding in the dark. He and Fu Wenduo left the garbage disposal station completely. The two found an abandoned shop. Tang Mo leaned against the wall, and after making sure there were no ambushing players around, he took a breath and turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Nanjing has a total of 11 districts and 11 garbage disposal stations. Xiao Jitong said that they would eventually return to this garbage disposal station near Zinjiku, but they are not here now. Maybe they encountered some trouble on the way. Fu Wenduo, according to Xiao Jitong's personality, there are still 3 hours left. He knows that there must be players ambushing around each garbage disposal station, and he will not return here in the last hour. He should be nearby now, on the way back to the Zinjiku garbage disposal station, and Fu Wensheng coincidentally completed the game, so he was delayed. Tang Mo fell into deep thought. He took out a small chicken coop from his pocket. He took out a white egg and turned his palm upward. After a flash of white light, a complete map of Nanjing appeared in Tang Mo's palm. Tang Mo looked at the map of Nanjing carefully. They must be in the old city now. The old city of Nanjing is in these areas. He gestured to a triangular area with his hand. There are 5 districts nearby, and there are 5 garbage disposal stations. There are 5 garbage disposal stations in total. Which garbage disposal station did Fu Wensheng complete the game in? Tang Mo raised his head and looked at Fu Wenduo. In the darkness, Fu Wenduo's dark eyes were also staring at him. Fu Wenduo said a prop in a low voice, "Trojan horse." 5 minutes later, Nanjing Qinhuai district. A small horse was moving forward on the street. It was only the size of a palm, and its speed was neither fast nor slow, similar to the walking speed of an adult. He looked no different from an ordinary toy horse, but the magical thing was that the moonlight shone on the horse, but it did not cast a shadow. It seemed to be invisible, staggering around an intersection, then walked 1 kilometer east and turned into a small road. In the dark, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo quietly followed the little wooden horse and walked a kilometer. When the little wooden horse turned into a wide road, Fu Wenduo stepped on the foot and put the little wooden horse into his pocket. Tang Mo took the map and determined the real location, in Xuanwu district. The function of the Trojan horse is to deliver letters for people. Using this wooden horse, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo can find the location of Fu Wensheng by following it. However, the walking speed of this wooden horse is too slow. It can only be used for 1 hour, at a speed of 5 kilometers per hour. The old city of Nanjing is very large, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo can't really use this small wooden horse to find Fu Wensheng. So they use the small wooden horse to eliminate other incorrect directions of the garbage disposal station, and then went to the destination by themselves. The two passed through high-rise buildings, and soon arrived at Xuanwu Lake Park. 4 hours ago, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo came to Xuanwu district, and confirmed that the garbage disposal station in Xuanwu district was located in this Xuanwu Lake Park. A breeze blew on the wide and flat lake. There was an artificial island shaded by green trees in the center of the lake. Tang Mo walked along the pier to the island, and soon arrived in front of the colorful house in the center of the island. After stepping onto the island, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo seemed casual and calm. But they never let down their guard. Tang Mo's peripheral vision was always fixed on the surrounding environment. He lowered his head to check the soil in front of the garbage disposal station. Tang Mo grabbed a handful of soil and squeezed it with his fingers. Wet. He looked at his fingers again, red. Fu Wenduo moved his nose. Even Tang Mo could smell the smell of blood in the air without him saying anything. The thick smell of blood lingered for a long time after being blown by the lake breeze. The soil of the island under their feet was dyed red and wet. It was March now. The soil should not be soft enough. The weather was cold, and the soil was hard. But the soil was soft. It was softened by blood. There had been a fierce battle here, and many people died. The ground was a dark black, the color of blood absorbed by the soil. The two checked around and found no one around. The two looked at each other in silence, nodded together, and turned to leave the island. On the quiet island, the leaves were rustling in the evening breeze. Tang Mo left the garbage disposal station calmly, and just as he stepped onto the pier, he suddenly stopped and swung his right hand back. A dart shot out from Tang Mo's palm and shot towards the ground. At the same time, a dagger appeared in Fu Wenduo's hand. The silver dagger gently cut a big tree on the edge of the island. With just a light scratch, the thick trunk fell down with a sound and rumbled to the ground. Fu Wenduo cut down 4 trees in a row at a very fast speed. When he cut down the 5th tree, a roar sounded from the earth. The next moment, a slender figure emerged from the soil, followed by 2 black figures. Whoosh! The silver arrow brushed against a tree that was about to fall and shot straight at Tang Mo's cheek. Tang Mo stepped aside, and Fu Wenduo reached out to grab the long arrow. Tang Mo paused, and he turned to look at the person who came. When they saw the other person's face clearly, both sides were shocked. Ning Ning? Tang Mo Fu Wenduo? In the dark night, the young woman holding a silver crossbow with a vigilant face was Ning Ning. Tang Mo looked at Ning Ning, who was tense all over, and was about to ask the other party about the whereabouts of Fu Wensheng. At this time, a short shadow appeared in his peripheral vision. The next second, Tang Mo lowered his head completely uncontrollably, and looked at the little boy who had just crawled out of the ground. Fu Wenduo also looked away, and looked at the little boy who suddenly appeared. The two of them stared at Fu Wensheng for 3 seconds before they could look away. Fu Wensheng didn't expect that the players who rushed to the island were Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. They were hiding in the soil before, and couldn't hear the movement above. Now that he was sure it was his eldest brother, Fu Wensheng breathed a sigh of relief. He walked forward. Big brother. The voice stopped abruptly. Fu Wensheng opened his eyes wide, and his eyes fell on Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo's tightly held hands. Fu Wensheng looked at the 2 hands held together in astonishment, then he looked up at his elder brother, then turned to look at Tang Mo. Tang Mo let go of his hand directly. Fu Wenduo looked at him. Tang Mo said calmly, "It will probably be troublesome in the next 3 hours. Let's try again after this game is over. Fu and Duo did not object. Seeing his elder brother and Tang Mo let go of each other's hands, Fu and Sheng did not think too much, just thought they were holding hands for something. The child's eyes rolled, and he began to speculate whether the two needed to hold hands to use some props, such as the props they had just found hidden underground. Xiao Jitong also crawled out of the ground, and when he saw Tang Mo and Fu and Duo, he smiled helplessly. It's you. You should be the only ones who can find us hiding in the soil and have the courage to attack directly. Tang Mo, the most dangerous place is the safest place. We came here very quickly. It only took about 30 minutes. The blood on the ground shows that a big battle took place here not long ago, and you should not have gone far. The soil on this island is close to the water, and it is softer than the soil in other places. It is normal for it to become soft after being soaked in blood, but it is too soft. Because you turned it over. Xiao Jitong smiled. Just because of this. Fu and Duo said lightly. Because there is no blood on the trestle outside. If it was really a fierce battle, it is impossible for the winning side to not be injured. If you want to leave the island, you must walk on the pier, in addition to swimming. The island was covered with blood, but the pier was clean. This is impossible. Unless the winning party did not leave the island at all. They are still hiding on the island. Xiao Jitong's smile froze for a moment, and he sighed. I neglected it. The two parties finally met, and Tang Mo asked directly, how did Fu and Sheng pass the level? Xiao Jitong did not answer directly. He first asked Ning and several members of the Nanjing group to rest aside and heal their wounds. Tang Mo's eyes stopped on a man covered in blood. He looked at him carefully and said in surprise, Chai Rong? The members of the Nanjing team held the unconscious Chai Rong, gently put their captain on the ground, took a bottle of mineral water, and poured it on his wounds to treat his wounds. But his injuries were too serious. There were wounds all over his body, and the most horrible wound was from his left chest to his right abdomen, and his internal organs were almost exposed to the air. With such injuries, only Chai Rong could still survive, and did not die on the spot. If it were Xiao Jitong, he probably wouldn't have survived a second. Hearing the name Chai Rong, Xiao Jitong's face gradually darkened. His voice was cold. Half an hour ago, we met several smuggling organizations on this island. They are very strong, and most of them are not players from Nanjing. Of course, there are some Nanjing players following them. We were ambushed by them when we went to the island. Later, Xiao Sheng was accidentally beaten into a garbage disposal station by them, and was forced to complete the game. Tang Mo asked, how did he pass the level? Xiao Jitong, collect badges. Tang Mo paused. Xiao Jitong said, Game Rule 6, each player can only enter the garbage disposal station once. As we guessed before, this garbage disposal station has no door, just a flat surface. All players who approach it within a certain range are considered to have entered the garbage disposal station. Tang Mo thought of the scene he saw in Zinjiku before. The range is 5 meters? Xiao Jitong glanced at him. Yes, it is 5 meters. Xiao Sheng accidentally entered the garbage disposal station. He only had one chance to enter, and he had to complete the game to get out. So we gave him a set of surprise wooden badges at that time. He put the 8 badges into the yellow light ball at the door of the garbage disposal station. Xiao Jitong pointed to the yellow light ball in front of the hut. Then, he completed the game. You all heard what happened next. Fu Duo, the stowaway who ambushed you is very strong? Xiao Jitong shook his head. Very strong, but not very strong. With Chai Rong and Ning Ning here, plus Xiao Qiao, and the members of the Nanjing team, we can successfully break through the siege with only the stowaways and players who are ambushing here. Tang Mo, then why? Why was Chai Rong so seriously injured? And the other members of the Nanjing team were also seriously injured. Xiao Jitong suddenly fell silent. After a moment, he looked at the vast lake around the island and smiled slightly. How many bodies do you think are lying under this lake? Those are the bodies we just pushed down to hide our tracks. Tang Mo thought for a while. 20 people? Soon he thought of blood that could soften the soil. He thought for a while, and gave another answer. 50 people? Fu Wenduo's low voice sounded. This smell, at least 100 people. Chapter 97. In the cold and dark Xuanwu Lake, more than 100 silent human-shaped shadows lay at the bottom of the lake, and gradually sank into the mud at the bottom of the lake as the water flowed. The evening breeze blew across the lake, creating waves of ripples. No one would have thought that there was a pit of 100 people at the bottom of the lake. Tang Mo stood by the lake and took a look, but he could not see the bottom of the lake at all. He retracted his gaze. Xiao Ji said, Mr. Fu guessed correctly, there are about 102 people at the bottom of the lake. 4 of them are members of the Nanjing group, and 98 are illegal immigrants from other places, as well as other Nanjing players. An hour ago, our strategy team and Nanjing team met at the park gate. After a pause, he added, I arranged it. We split into 2 groups. One team went west to check each garbage disposal station, and the other team went east. Finally, we gathered here, and went to the garbage disposal station near Zinjiku together. Because there will definitely be a fierce battle there. There must be someone ambushing near each garbage disposal station. It's just a matter of time. Tang Mo told what he and Fu Wenduo had just encountered in Zinjiku. At least 50 people are ambushing in the high-rise buildings near the garbage disposal stations. There were 50 or 60 people who took action, and I don't know how many people didn't. Xiaoji said, that's why we have to meet up in advance. But I didn't expect that when we came to Xuanwu Lake to check the last garbage disposal station, there were already 3 teams of illegal immigrants lying in ambush here. If we were to encounter an ambush by illegal immigrants normally, the other party would not act rashly when they saw that there were so many of us. But these illegal immigrants were different. They came from the same city, and seemed to have known each other for a long time. They were a large organization. So here, we fought them. Xiaoji drew a rough area. On this island, there are 29 people on the other side, and we have 22 people in total. They are very strong, but we still have the upper hand. Fu Wenqing's clearance of the game was a complete accident. If it weren't for that pitfall. Garbage people's attention, the players of the Nanjing group and the strategy group would have left here safely after defeating the group of stowaways who attacked them. However, there is no if. When the Black Tower informed Fu Wensheng of his clearance, more than 60% of the stowaways in the entire city of Nanjing began to look for him. The stowaways who happened to be near the Xuanwu district successfully found him. Then there was a fierce battle. Tang Mo stood on this piece of soft soil. He could not imagine what kind of fierce battle had taken place here half an hour ago. But in any case, the outcome of this battle was that the Nanjing team lost 4 elites, and more than 90 players were buried at the bottom of the lake forever. Tang Mo closed his eyes, thinking, you just said that it's not just the illegal immigrants, but also the players from Nanjing? Why would they attack you? It's not good for them. Xiao Jitong smiled, as he listened to Tang Mo's words. Tang Mo looked at his expression and paused. He realized something. After a moment, he asked, how many badges have you collected now? Xiao Jitong. A total of 156 badges, including the set of badges Xiaosheng just used. There are only 8 complete sets of badges. Tang Mo was silent, and did not speak again. The stowaway attacked the members of the Nanjing group, because they had just experienced a battle and were injured. The stowaway wanted to catch Fu Wensheng and ask him the correct way to pass the game. At the same time, if you kill the members of the Nanjing group, you can also get their badges. They have killed countless people in Nanjing. In their minds, the players in Nanjing are indeed of lower level, so they don't take the players in the Nanjing group seriously. This is the reason why the stowaway attacked the players in the Nanjing group. What about the other players in Nanjing? Tang Mo looked behind Xiao Jitong. The young woman who often followed Chai Rong walked around with a cold face, healing her teammates. On the narrow island, the players of the Nanjing group and the strategy group lay quietly on the ground. Most of them were seriously injured. Killing these people can get a lot of badges. There are only 3 hours left before the end of the game. Since it is impossible to collect all the badges, why not take a risk? There are so many people attacking them. When everyone attacks together, they just follow the crowd to grab the badges. It's no big deal. This is the only chance for ordinary players in Nanjing. None of them can beat the players in the Nanjing group alone. Only by joining forces with the stowaways outside can they have a glimmer of hope. Xiao Jitong did not talk about this matter again, and Tang Mo did not ask again. Fu Wenduo walked aside and looked down at his brother. Find a place to hide, and don't show up again for the next 3 hours. Fu Wensheng nodded. He wanted to do this too. A minute later, the crisp reminder sound of the Black Tower rang again. The third to last group of rabbit-headed people appeared. Tang Mo looked at Xiao Jitong. You have collected 8 sets of surprise, but there are 18 of you in total. We still need 10 sets. We only have 1 set of surprise, and we still need 1 set. See you at the garbage disposal station in Zinjiku in 2 hours. Xiao Jitong smiled and nodded. Okay. Tang Mo was about to leave when a voice suddenly came from behind him. Tang Mo, is surprise really this badge? Tang Mo paused and turned to look at Xiao Jitong. It was dark, and Xiao Jitong was standing under the shade of a tree, so his face could not be seen clearly. Tang Mo vaguely felt that he seemed to be smiling, but in this situation, smiling was a very abnormal behavior. Tang Mo thought for a moment and asked, what do you think it is? Xiao Jitong, I don't know. Tang Mo, I don't know either. In the dark, the two looked at each other. 3 seconds later, Tang Mo turned and left. Fu Wenxing followed his eldest brother, and walked away quickly. The members of the Nanjing group were now busy with their own affairs, and could not take care of Fu Wensheng at all. So Fu Wenduo took him out of Xuanwu Lake Park, and came to an old-style community. After checking the surroundings, he locked the child in an empty house. Fu Wenduo said coldly, "Don't come out before the game is over. Wait for me to find you." Fu Wensheng nodded repeatedly. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo still needed one-eye badge to complete the letters. Without further ado, they settled Fu Wensheng and left the community. Before leaving, the child stood at the window and watched Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo leave. After confirming that the two disappeared at the gate of the community, Fu Wensheng walked into the house, locked all the doors and windows, and drew the curtains. He sat on the sofa, clenched his hands nervously, looked at the ground, and his body slowly began to tremble. A minute later, the sound of crying rang in the room. Until now, this 12-year-old boy finally couldn't help crying. He cried for a few minutes and wiped his tears vigorously. As soon as he closed his eyes, he seemed to have returned to an hour ago. At that time, countless players attacked the island under the cover of night. They wanted more than just to capture him and get the information about how to pass the game from him. What they really wanted was the badge. All it took was a reason to start a war. He understood all of this. Nanjing was very stable, but the world outside was not peaceful. Killing was normal, and it was inevitable that familiar teammates would die in front of him. But he still owes us a prop. The hoarse and uncomfortable voice echoed in the room. 5 minutes later, Fu Wensheng wiped his tears and took out several of his props in case someone attacked. He walked to the kitchen with a cold expression and took a few more knives and put them away. He then returned to the living room and calmly set up traps. If someone really found this place and attacked, he could escape at the first time. At the same time, Xuanwu Lake Park. Although Chai Rong's injuries were serious, his physical fitness was amazing. He woke up earlier than the other 3 members of the Nanjing group, who were also seriously injured. After he woke up, he was carried out of the park by 2 members. Xiao Jitong said, "There is a garbage disposal station here, which is very dangerous. Now a new batch of rabbit-headed people have appeared. We have to kill them and find badges. The injured people should find a hidden place to hide first, and the rest of you should follow me to find badges." Chai Rong opened his eyes wide and asked, "You want me to find a place to hide?" Xiao Jitong glanced at him and raised the corner of his lips. "Why, no, Captain Chai, fighting with us with your current body is completely a drag." Chai Rong wanted to refute, but what Xiao Jitong said was the truth. He held it in for a long time and said, "I will be able to recover my fighting ability soon." "You mean 2 hours soon?" "Chai Rong, you..." Xiao Jitong put his hand on his shoulder. "Okay, we will wait for you at Zinjiku in 2 hours. Now you injured people should find a place to hide quickly, and make sure you will not be a drag before coming back. Xiao Qiao, you go with them, and then we will communicate with props. When Chai Rong recovers his fighting ability, you follow Lin Rong and bring him here immediately." The blonde boy nodded repeatedly. Chai Rong wanted to say something else, but Xiao Jitong arranged for someone to drag him away. There were 4 members of the Nanjing team who were injured and unable to continue to join the team. Apart from the 2 players who had to take care of them, Xiao Jitong led the remaining 12 people into 2 groups to search for badges separately. When they were about to leave the island, a member of the Nanjing team couldn't help but say, "Captain Xiao, just now we pushed the bodies of Lao Li and others into the water in order to save time. Why don't we fish them out? At least dig a pit for them, and give them a proper burial." Xiao Jitong turned his head and asked, "Do you have the time?" The member was stunned. Xiao Jitong smiled coldly. "I have looked down on Chai Rong's ideas for a long time, but he was strong enough at that time, and he could suppress everything. Now that they are dead, what difference does it make whether they are in the water or in the soil?" After hearing this, the members of the Nanjing group were stunned. "Why are you? Does it make a difference?" Xiao Jitong's cold voice hit the ground, and everyone shut up. Ningning stood beside him holding a crossbow, watching all this coldly. Xiao Jitong's eyes swept over the dozen surviving players in the Nanjing group one by one, and finally he said, "They don't want to be buried in the soil. For them, they are already dead, and there is no difference between being buried in the soil and in the water. No matter how well you bury them, they are already dead. Their death is telling you, Team Chai. Does he think he is the Black Tower? Can he dominate Nanjing?" When Chai Rong was still here, Xiao Jitong didn't say much. Now, after hearing what he said, the members of the Nanjing team wanted to defend their captain, but when they opened their mouths, they found that they couldn't say a word. How stupid is Chai Rong? From the first day he met him, Xiao Jitong told everyone he met, Chai and the Nanjing team is brave but not wise, and can only fight. The stupidest thing Chai Rong did was to be self-righteous and protect the city of Nanjing for 3 whole months. Dark clouds blocked a large part of the sky. Xiao Jitong stood in the cold lake breeze, looking at the group of players, who were known as the most powerful in Nanjing. 3 months ago, a powerful reserve was full of passion and wanted to protect the city by himself. 3 months later, the people he protected mixed in with the stowaways, took advantage of the situation and attacked with knives to snatch the badge. Xiao Jitong closed his eyes and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. He opened his mouth again, but this time he didn't curse Chai Rong, but himself. He's not stupid, I'm stupid. After Fu Wensheng finished the game, the atmosphere in Nanjing became more explosive. When Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were looking for badges, they met 4 groups of players. The bunny-headed people have become the foil of the players. These strong bunny-headed people who run very fast are more like a fuse. It's easier to get badges by killing players than killing bunny-headed people. Tang Mo found an abandoned electrical appliance store to stay. He looked at Fu Wenduo and said quickly, everyone has discovered this fact. So when we meet players next time, they probably don't want to fight us for the badge. They want to kill us and take our badge. Fu Wenduo. Xiao Jitong said that killing a rabbit-headed man may also get the eye badge, but the probability is extremely low. Tang Mo concentrated on thinking, and he was about to speak, when suddenly, a strong collision sounded from not far away. The two immediately turned their heads to look. They saw a tall rabbit-headed man accidentally hit a wall when he was flying and jumping, and fell to the ground. He was hit so hard that he was dizzy, and when he got up, he looked up and his eyes met Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's. The rabbit-headed man trembled all over. Chiji. Go! Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo immediately attacked. The sound of fierce fighting rang out in every corner of Nanjing. Similarly, in the other 9 game areas in China, blood also dyed the earth red, and corpses lay on the road without temperature. The players who killed them walked up to them, took away the badges they collected and the new badges that fell beside them, and then embarked on the journey of collecting badges again. 2 hours later, the last group of rabbit-headed people will appear. Tang Mo killed a female player who ambushed him in the store. He walked up and took out 6 badges from her pocket. Seeing the letters on the second badge, Tang Mo was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Fu Wenduo, waved the badge in his hand, and smiled. I. Fu Wenduo looked at the letters on the badge and raised his lips. Less than an hour left. Tang Mo, yes, less than an hour left. Let's go, it's time to meet Xiao Jitong. Nanjing Zenjiku. The Trojan horse can only be used once every 3 days. This time Tang Mo cannot use the Trojan horse to find the traces of Xiao Jitong and others. In the night, 2 figures quickly walked into a shopping mall. Tang Mo flashed and entered the cosmetics counter at the entrance of the shopping mall. He fumbled on the cabinet of this counter, and after a minute, he touched something. Tang Mo, Xiao Jitong and others have arrived, earlier than us. On the 2nd floor. Tang Mo let go of his hand, only to see 2 small 5-pointed stars engraved on the place he had just touched. The 2 entered the fire escape staircase, and hurried up to the 2nd floor. When they were about to reach the staircase, Fu Wenduo reached out, and knocked on the wall 3 times. The same 3 knocks came from the door, at the fire escape staircase, and Tang Mo pushed the door open, and went in. Xiao Jitong and others had been waiting inside. Seeing Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, Xiao Jitong asked first, how is Xiaosheng? Fu Wenduo, he is in a safe place. I will go find him after the game is over. Xiao Jitong heard the voiceover and smiled. Have you collected all the badges? Tang Mo did not deny it and asked, what about you? If it is just killing rabbit-headed people, it is impossible to collect 10 eye badges. Tang Mo admitted that his luck has always been bad. He and Fu Wenduo collected for 11 hours before collecting 2 eye badges. Perhaps it was Fu Wenduo's luck that made him find 2 badges, and it had nothing to do with him. But Xiao Jitong's luck did not seem to be that good. 2 hours ago, they only had 8 eye badges. Xiao Jitong, all of them. By the way, there is an extra set of surprise. This answer was beyond Tang Mo's expectation. He was surprised and asked, have you collected all of them? Xiao Jitong smiled and nodded. Tang Mo's lips moved. He guessed a possibility. He turned to look at Fu Wenduo, who was also looking at him. In the silent gaze, the 2 understood each other's meaning. They both guessed how Xiao Jitong found 11 eye badges in 2 hours. In any case, At this point, all of them got a complete set of surprise badges. With Fu Wenxing's experience in clearing the game, putting the surprise badge into the yellow light ball at the entrance of the garbage disposal station will definitely clear the game. And the most urgent thing is, now, how do we get in? Tang Mo asked. Xiao Jitong took them to a huge map of Nanjing. Tang Mo took a closer look and was surprised to find that the map was very detailed, with every street near Zinjiku drawn, and even the height of each building and the distance between buildings marked. In the middle of the crisscrossing roads is a red 5-pointed star, which is the location of the Qinhuai District Garbage Disposal Station. Xiao Jitong pointed to the map and said, "The reason why we chose this place is that Ningning and I often come to the Black Tower and are most familiar with this area. There is no doubt that among the 11 garbage disposal stations in Nanjing, the one with the most ambush players is this one next to Zinjiku in Qinhuai District. Before the Earth went online, this was the place with the largest flow of people in Nanjing. But at the same time, this is also the place we are most familiar with. Compared to fewer enemies, Xiao Jitong chose to believe in himself. One's own strength is far more important than the enemy's strength. Here, here, and here." Xiao Jitong pointed out 7 places in a row, the easiest places to form an ambush. This office building is about 150 meters away from the garbage disposal station. If you set up an ambush above the 20th floor of this building. Xiao Jitong quickly found the 3 most reasonable routes of advance. The last hour is a fierce battle. Xiao Ji said, "If we don't enter the garbage disposal station in an hour, we will be forced into a difficult version of the tower attack game by the Black Tower. Because we must enter the garbage disposal station, all the players in the city will gather here. There is one last batch of bunny-headed people left, but killing them is not important. Killing players is the easiest way to grab badges. In the last 10 minutes, the ambush players will also rush to enter the garbage disposal station frantically. We can't wait until then, because the situation will be in chaos, and it will be even more difficult to enter the garbage disposal station." Tang Mo pointed to a road in the west. "We will go in from this side." Xiao Jitong looked at him and nodded. "Okay, Ningning and I will go in from the middle road, and Chai Rong will lead the Nanjing team to go in from the east road. 3 teams going in at the same time can distract their attention and disperse the troops." Tang Mo was not very good at this. He looked at Fu Wenduo and asked directly, "What should we do?" Xiao Jitong then remembered Fu Wenduo's identity. No one among the people present was more qualified than Fu Wenduo to comment on the group combat plan. Fu Wenduo looked down at the complete map. His eyes lingered on every marked point on the map, carefully observing the height of each building and the distance between them. Finally, his eyes fell on a tall building on the northernmost side. He said calmly, "This building is the tallest. From the top of the building, you can completely overlook the entire garbage disposal station. The location is also suitable for long-range sneak attacks. Among all the buildings, this is the most likely place to ambush a large number of players." Fu Wenduo's fingers slid over the 3 buildings near the garbage disposal station one by one. These 3 places are very close to the building and are in a staircase. If you want to climb to the top of the tall building in the north, you can go from the top of the first building to the second building, and finally to the third building. Our 3 teams are attacking from the east, south, and west, leaving only the north. Because there must be many players ambushing in this building, we did not choose to enter from the north. Then before entering, we will blow up this building." Tang Mo was stunned, his brain worked quickly, and he understood Fu Wenduo's meaning almost instantly. Feign to the east and attack in the west? Fu Wenduo raised his lips. To be precise, this is a sound attack from the north to attack the east, south, and west. Tang Mo was constantly thinking about the feasibility of Fu Wenduo's suggestion, and didn't notice that he made a very cold straight man joke. Fu Wenduo didn't care, just raised his eyebrows. Soon Tang Mo said, "Okay. These 3 buildings can be used as a springboard. We sneak over and blow up the building in the north. Most of the players in ambush have some strength. They will not die, but they will definitely think that we attack from the north, and everyone will go to the north. At this time, we immediately rushed in from the other 3 directions." Xiao Jitong agreed. "Okay, Xiao Qiao just happened to have a prop with large-scale explosions." The blonde boy hurriedly took out a bowl of boxed spaghetti and handed it to Xiao Jitong. "Captain." Xiao Jitong took the spaghetti and looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. "Then, there is only one question now. Who will go?" "I will go." 4 voices rang at the same time. Ningning and Chai Rong looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in surprise, and Xiao Jitong also narrowed his eyes and said strangely, "You 2 are strong, and there is no problem taking the west road alone. But if one of you goes, there will be only one person left on the west road. Not suitable." Let Ningning go, she is very fast, and can escape after using the props to blow up the building. Chiron said, I am also very fast, and I am stronger than Ningning. Once Ningning is surrounded, she can't escape. Ningning said coldly, I can escape. Chiron, I won easily when we fought last month. Ningning, have you forgotten? A trace of anger flashed across Ningning's cold face. She snorted lightly, and decided to ignore this dead straight man, who was destined to be alone. Xiao Jitong. Okay, let Chiron go. No, I go. Xiao Jitong looked at Tang Mo in confusion. Tang Mo explained, Indeed, I can't say for sure that my speed is faster than Ningning, and my combat power is higher than Captain Chai. But I have a prop. This prop allows me to ignore gravity, and walk on any plane at will. Xiao Jitong's eyes widened, and he immediately understood. But he thought again. But if you go, Mr. Fu will be the only one left on the road to the west. Tang Mo, it will take me at most 1 minute to blow up that building. He can hold on. Fu Wenduo stood behind Tang Mo. Hearing this, he looked down at the young man in front of him meaningfully. He didn't say a word. Tang Mo decided everything for him, and said so confidently that he would definitely hold on for a minute. This feeling is a bit interesting. Fu Wenduo raised the corners of his lips, and said nothing. That's how it was decided. Xiao Jitong distributed the props of the Nanjing team and the strategy team to everyone, and finally confirmed the battle plan again. He handed the spaghetti to Tang Mo and looked at him seriously. Survive. Leave it to you. Tang Mo took a look at the function of this prop and put it in his pocket. Prop. A bowl of spaghetti with dog heads. Owner, Edward George. Quality, excellent. Level 1. Attack power, fierce. Function. Throwing this bowl of spaghetti out can cause an explosion with the power equivalent to an Italian 1897 75mm field gun. Limitation. Disposable prop. Note. Once upon a time, someone forgot to add the dog head, and then he ate this bowl of spaghetti, and finally he skinned himself to death. Holding the spaghetti, Tang Mo and others separated in the alley behind the mall. The mall they were in was located south of the garbage disposal station. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo went east first, and then Tang Mo went to the northernmost high-rise building. Tang Mo looked at the high-rise building with a firm gaze. Fu Wenduo had already come to a hidden spot, ready to attack at any time. Tang Mo observed the distance between the three-stepped high-rise buildings again, and was about to set off. However, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a hand grabbed his left wrist. Tang Mo turned his head in surprise. Fu Wenduo calmly pulled his wrist, and pulled him back. At the same time, he reached into Tang Mo's right pocket with his other hand, and easily took out the bowl of boxed pasta. Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo? Fu Wenduo looked down at Tang Mo with a deep gaze. You are not the only one with shoes. I will go, you wait here for the attack. Tang Mo frowned. Tang Mo didn't say before that the reason he wanted to go alone, in addition to having magical boots, was because he felt that he had more superpowers, and it would be easier to deal with various emergencies. And the person who stayed behind needed to attack for 1 minute, and wait for the other person to come back. Fu Wenduo was very powerful. Blowing up the building was certainly the most dangerous, but in terms of individual combat ability, he was obviously far better than Tang Mo. Many thoughts flashed through Tang Mo's mind. Before he spoke, he heard a deep male voice with a faint smile. 1 minute, you can't hold on? Tang Mo was stunned and looked up at Fu Wenduo. I will be back soon. After a pause, Fu Wenduo took out a pistol from his pocket and handed it over. Now give it to you. Don't worry, there are many people lying in ambush here. Tang Mo looked at the gun in his hand, stunned for a moment, then, there are many people lying in ambush here. So you can hit someone even if you shoot randomly. The next moment, Tang Mo's eyelids jumped. He put away the pistol. Okay, go quickly, and try to come back as soon as possible. Tang Mo turned around and left with the pistol. Fu Wenduo looked at his decisive back, and raised his eyebrows. He laughed softly, kicked his feet, and disappeared into the darkness, heading towards the tall building in the north. 5 minutes later, at 4:50 a.m. on March 6th, a violent explosion sounded, shaking the ground. The flames lit up the sky. At Nanjing Zinjiku, many players hiding in the dark stood up in horror and looked at a skyscraper in the north. In that building, countless players fled in panic. They jumped down from the building while cursing. At this time, someone shouted, "Fuck, it's that guy." Everyone looked up and saw a black figure jumping out of the flames of the explosion, jumping off the rooftop, and jumping to the rooftop of a building next to it. The fierce explosion resounded throughout the Zinjiku business district. Players near the explosion sites saw the situation clearly, and angrily rushed towards the man who blew up the high-rise building. Players ambushed in the distance also took action and rushed to the north, trying to fish in troubled waters. However, at the same time, 3 teams rushed out from the east, south, and west, and rushed straight to the garbage disposal station in the center of the intersection. When someone discovered that there were sneak attacks on the other 3 sides, Xiao Ji's team, who rushed from the south, had already rushed to the center of the garbage disposal station. Ning Ning kicked her feet and rushed in directly, putting the 8 badges into the light ball in front of the garbage disposal station. Someone cursed, "Fuck, there are people here." The players who had just rushed to the north hurriedly turned back. Tang Mo was not as lucky as Ning Ning. He was only halfway there when the players ambushing in the west found him. No one expected that there were not many players ambushing in the west, but because of the wide field of vision, they could see the scene on the north building completely. So after Fu and Duo jumped down, they immediately found that there was only one player there. When Tang Mo rushed along the road, less than half of the players were attracted by the explosion and left, and the other half stayed where they were. Whoosh! A small arrow shot from the sky. Tang Mo bent down to avoid it, and then came the dense gunfire. Tang Mo's face darkened, and he heard himself cursing, "Aren't you curious about what happened?" Then, he opened his small parasol with a click, blocking the horrible rain of bullets. However, with countless props in battle, Tang Mo was no longer rushing in the rain of bullets. He kept waving his small parasol to block various attacks, and struggled to find a hiding place to hide. Soon, a minute passed, and while Tang Mo was defending, a strange but reasonable thought flashed through his mind. "Fu Duo, you bastard liar." Chapter 98. The sound of fierce collisions continued to sound at the intersection. Tang Mo and others blew up the building in the north to attract the attention of the ambushers, but when they officially attacked the garbage disposal station, many players, who had been waiting for a long time on the side, also rushed up and attacked in the chaos. It has been 5 months since the Earth went online. Players have experienced the cruel Black Tower game, and will not be too naive. Most people thought that someone would ambush near the garbage disposal station, because everyone had to enter the garbage disposal station, otherwise they could not complete the game. However, knowing is one thing, only players with certain strength dare to ambush. So the players were divided into 2 groups. One group was the ambushers, and the other group was trembling around and wanted to attack. Before Fu and Duo took action, these 2 forces formed a balance. When someone broke this balance, those timid players immediately rushed forward, wanting to fish in troubled waters with the people in the Nanjing group. For a time, hundreds of players rushed to the garbage disposal station at the same time. Tang Mo waved his small parasol, and knocked a green metal butterfly away. When he looked up again, he saw a ball of white fire shooting straight at his chest. Players' props were all kinds of strange. Tang Mo used his small parasol to dodge. He counted the time silently in his heart. It had been 3 minutes since Fu and Duo blew up the building in the north. Tang Mo thought to himself, Fu and Duo is in trouble. With Fu and with strength, escaping should not be a problem. The possibility of him getting into trouble is extremely low, but Tang Mo still can't be completely relieved. However, the intensive attacks from the players soon forced him to put this matter behind him and keep running away. Tang Mo tried his best to get closer to the garbage disposal station, closer to Xiao Jitong and others. But the ambushing players had already discovered his intention. The road to the garbage disposal station was blocked by various props. Tang Mo supported himself on the ground with one hand, jumped back 2 steps, and dodged a big knife. It was a tall middle-aged man. He stared at Tang Mo and chopped him down again without any hesitation. Beside him, 3 more people rushed up to attack Tang Mo at the same time. Tang Mo stepped aside and folded up his small parasol with a snap. The tip of the parasol quickly pierced the middle-aged man's chest. The middle-aged man opened his eyes wide. Everything happened too fast. He didn't seem to understand how he died. His body fell straight down. The people around were shocked. After a while, someone shouted, "He is so powerful, he must have a lot of badges." Tang Mo's eyes turned cold. The battle never stopped. This game is no longer like an ordinary real-life copy, it is more like an endless battle royale. When the players were fighting, the last group of bunny-headed people appeared, but no one could catch them. Killing a bunny-headed person can only get 1 badge, and killing a player who survived until now can get more badges. Everyone knows how to choose. As time passed, Tang Mo was surprised to find that he was gradually gaining the upper hand in this melee. It's not that I become stronger, it's that they become weaker. Tang Mo dodged a fierce punch, his mind working quickly, and he suddenly thought, wait, what about those people attacking from a distance? The next moment, the sound of a heavy object falling answered Tang Mo's question. He looked up and saw a tall and handsome man standing at the other end of the street. Fu Wenduo raised his head and looked at Tang Mo. He had just thrown a knife and killed a man who walked behind Tang Mo and wanted to attack him. Tang Mo's eyes fell on Fu Wenduo's blood-stained clothes. He thought of the location where the other party appeared and had an answer in his mind. Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips. The next second, without saying a word, the two of them teamed up to knock away the ambush players blocking the road and officially joined together. The average level of these players is much lower than that of other areas, but there are many of them. Tang Mo had several bloody wounds on his body and his skin was burned. Fu Wenduo was slightly better than him. No one knew how long it took. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo finally approached the garbage disposal station. Just as Tang Mo was about to rush into the garbage disposal station, Xiao Jitong looked up and saw him, and said in surprise, "Be careful." Tang Mo quickly turned his head to get out of the way, but he was still a step too late. His chin was cut by a sharp silver-long knife, leaving a bloody cut. A tall and thin young man stood at the door of the garbage disposal station, staring at Tang Mo coldly. Because of this attack, 2 S badges fell out of Tang Mo's pocket. The man looked down, sneered and attacked. Fu Wenduo wanted to help, and tied his wrists with a long whip. He turned around and saw a girl, who looked like a high school student standing not far away, staring at him coldly. Fu Wenduo looked at her calmly, and suddenly kicked his feet and rushed over. Tang Mo waved his small parasol to block the young man's long knife. The opponent was very fast, and each stab was aimed at Tang Mo's vitals. In a few seconds, the two had collided dozens of times. The sharp and decisive long knife blocked Tang Mo's movement again and again. Tang Mo clearly felt that this man's speed was getting faster and faster, and his strength became stronger with each slash. Another knife chopped down from the top of his head. Tang Mo raised his small parasol to block it, but was shocked by the terrifying force and fell back 3 steps. The young man immediately attacked and chopped down another knife, straight to Tang Mo's head. Tang Mo's eyes turned cold, and he raised his left hand. A huge match suddenly appeared in his hand, blocking this powerful knife. The man didn't expect that Tang Mo was obviously at a disadvantage, but he was already prepared and turned out a giant match for no reason. Seeing this match, he felt something was wrong and wanted to retreat in astonishment. Tang Mo shouted angrily, and the red match head rubbed against the ground, sparks flew, and ignited the corner of the man's clothes. Boom! The flames ignited in the blink of an eye. The young man hurriedly put out the fire with his hands. But the flames bit his hands and ignited his hands. He shouted in astonishment, and the high school girl, who was trembling with Fu Wenduo, heard the voice and looked at him. After seeing the situation clearly, she said in horror, "Brother." The high school girl wanted to rush up to put out the fire for the young man, but how could Fu Wenduo let her leave? He grabbed the whip of the high school girl, who threw it away without hesitation. Fu Wenduo swung his right hand, and a thin rope was wrapped around her wrist. The high school girl struggled for a while, and found that she couldn't untie the rope at all, but half of the young man's body was already engulfed by the fire. The high school girl rushed back angrily, took out a black ball from her pocket, and threw it out with force. "I fight you!" The black ball fell to the ground, and the players who were fighting around them keenly sensed something was wrong and fled in all directions. Tang Mo was surprised, and soon he opened his eyes wide. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo, and their eyes met. The next second, Fu Wenduo suddenly turned around. When everyone was fleeing outside, he rushed to the garbage disposal station without hesitation. Boom! The black sphere exploded, and Fu Wenduo had entered the garbage disposal station. Before this, dozens of people had entered the garbage disposal station in a chaos, and some players, who had not collected all the badges, were pushed in mercilessly. Now that everyone found Fu Wenduo in, although they were surprised, they didn't think too much, just thought he was going to put the 8 badges into the light ball to pass the game. However, they saw Fu Wenduo walk to the yellow ball of light, and didn't take anything out. He just stood in front of it, looked at the ball of light calmly, and whispered something. Time seemed to stand still, and Fu Wenduo looked at the ball of light in silence. 3 seconds later, he turned and looked at Tang Mo. Plan A. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo, his lips opened and closed again. Various complex emotions flashed through his heart, but in the end, he couldn't even say a word. After a moment, Tang Mo looked across the crowd and saw Xiao Jitong not far away. Xiao Jitong also saw Fu Wenduo entering the garbage disposal station without putting the badge into the light ball. He stared at the scene blankly, with a vague guess in his mind, but he deliberately did not guess this possibility. But the next moment, he heard a loud voice ringing in Shinjuku Square. No need for a badge, just stand in. And you can pass the game? In the dark night, the fierce fighting stopped at this moment. In the bleak evening breeze, countless people turned their heads to look at the young man standing next to the garbage disposal station. A huge clock next to the square clicked, and the minute hand turned to the number 11. It was 5:50 in the morning, and a faint layer of fish belly white appeared in the east. At the same time, in the land of China, there were also people crying and shouting in several cities. Don't kill anymore. You don't need a badge at all, just say surprise to pass the level. Just say one thing to it, anything related to surprise can be cleared. The clock ticked. It was almost dawn, and there were 10 minutes left in this last place's garbage cleaning game. At 6 a.m. on March 6th, a clear child's voice rang out over 10 cities. Its tone seemed to have a gloating taste, and it seemed to be mocking every player present. Ding! The large-scale reality copy, the last place's garbage cleaning game, has ended. As of the game time, 4,921 trash players in Huaxia District 6 have successfully cleared the game and obtained human status. 4,235 trash players in Huaxia District 49 have successfully cleared the game. 3,914 trash players in Huaxia District 1002 have successfully cleared the game and obtained human status. The rest of the trash players start loading the tower attack game, difficult mode. Ding! The human players in the above 10 districts have received a reward, a surprise from the Black Tower. Players, please work hard to attack the tower. Chapter 99. From the beginning to the end, the trash cleaning game for the last one is just what it says on the surface, just a cleaning game. The Black Tower wants to eliminate the weaker trash players. In this game, players with strong military power can kill the bunny-headed people, or even kill the players through various means to get badges. Players with higher intelligence can use strategies to obtain badges, or even find the real surprise to pass the game. In the last 10 minutes, there were about 800 players surrounding the Shinjuku garbage disposal station. In the end, less than 200 players entered the garbage disposal station and successfully passed the game. Hundreds of people died here, and hundreds of people were forced to enter the tower attack game. Even if Tang Mo told the real way to pass the game, it was unrealistic for so many people to enter a small garbage disposal station in 10 minutes. When the Black Tower announced the official end of the game, the bodies of the failed players gradually disappeared. Just like when the Earth went online 5 months ago, an invisible line slowly climbed up from under their feet and wiped their bodies. The players wanted to escape in fear, but they couldn't escape at all. Some people took up weapons with resentment and attacked the players, who stood nearby and successfully passed the game. The battle never stopped. As soon as the game ended, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo quickly left the chaotic area with the members of the Nanjing group. Fu Wenduo left alone, and went to the old residential area to look for Fu Wensheng. There weren't many players in Nanjing to begin with, and after the game was over, there was no one left on the empty streets. Chai Rong's leg was seriously injured, and the wound on his chest was split open again. He heard screams and metal collisions coming from behind him, and he clenched his hands in anger. He looked up at the Black Tower above his head, his face flushed. After a long while, Chai Rong punched the wall of the alley. I don't understand why this game is like this. If you can pass the level by just entering and giving anything related to surprise, even if you can pass the level by saying a surprise, then what are the 12 hours before us? Everything we did? So many bunny-headed people were killed. So many players killed each other in Nanjing. In the end, you don't need a badge to complete the game. So what are they doing? What is this? Chai Rong has completed many Black Tower games, and he has never seen anything like this. This game is not about letting players complete it. It clearly wants to kill us. Xiao Jitong, it just wants to kill you. Chai Rong stopped talking and looked up at his companions in surprise. Xiao Jitong was also injured, with a deep bloody wound from the left corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, almost disfiguring him. The blood had already coagulated, but the wound was still abruptly across his face. Along the way, the members of the Nanjing group used mineral water to treat their wounds, but Xiao Jitong seemed to be unaware of his injury. He looked at Chai Rong indifferently, and said word by word, "This game is a garbage cleaning game. If you don't understand, then I tell you, it's a battle royale. The Black Tower uses this method to select the last place, kicking away all the unnecessary garbage and only wanting the elites. Are you smart?" Chai Rong didn't understand why Xiao Jitong suddenly asked this. He nodded first, then shook his head honestly. Xiao Jitong smiled, "But you are strong enough. You are not trash in its eyes, So you passed the level. Chai Rong couldn't help but said, "Old Xiao, your face." On the contrary, if you are smart enough, you can set a trap to get the badge, and you can also directly solve the truth. So no matter what you are good at, it will not give you a dead end. As long as you are strong enough, you can pass the level. The Black Tower is screening qualified players. Xiao Jitong ignored Chai Rong's words, and said directly. Chai Rong was dissatisfied. Players with strong combat power can force through the game, and smart players can pass through the game by solving puzzles. I know. The previous Black Tower games were also like this, and we passed through the game this way for the past 5 months. But this time, according to Mr. Tang, as long as you enter and do anything related to surprise, you will pass the game. In the end, no matter whether everyone has collected all the badges or not, he will try his best to enter the garbage disposal station and try his best. Is this player also considered qualified in the eyes of the Black Tower? Xiao Jitong. This player survived 12 hours in this battle royale and finally entered the garbage disposal station. Why is he not considered qualified? Chai Rong's heart was filled with a layer of dull anger and resentment. He didn't know what he was angry about, but there was a big stone blocking his chest. This stone weighed heavily on his heart, making him breathless. He tried his best to prove the unfairness of this Black Tower game. Who said this player is qualified? What if someone didn't wait until the end? He had no force, no wisdom. He was just stupid. Just not long after the game started, when there were no ambush near the garbage disposal station, and then he just happened to pass the level. Is there such a person? Chai Rong. What if there is? Xiao Jitong stopped and looked at the stubborn Chai Rong with amusement, without saying anything. Tang Mo quietly looked at the two most outstanding players in Nanjing. One of them is the captain of the Nanjing team, and the other is the captain of the Nanjing strategy team. In the past 3 months, they worked together to build Nanjing into the most peaceful city. But now, one of them quarreled, and the other had a horrible wound on his face, but he didn't even plan to treat the wound. Xiao Jitong didn't need to answer this answer, nor did Tang Mo. Ningning, who was standing aside, looked down at the ground and said coldly, "Who told you that luck is not a kind of strength?" Chai Rong turned his head to look at Ningning. Ningning. 5 months ago, the luckiest human entered the Black Tower game and became a formal player after passing the level. The lucky humans became the reserve forces by chance. The luckier players killed people in those 3 days, and eventually became stowaways. These 3 types of people are all lucky. And those more than 6 billion people who were directly wiped out by the Black Tower without knowing the truth, they didn't have this luck, so they died. After a pause, Ningning looked at Chai Rong calmly. Why are those 6 billion people so unlucky? Chai Rong said, yes, so the Black Tower is not fair at all, and this cleaning game is the same. In the eyes of the Black Tower, the 6 billion people who disappeared deserved it. Chai Rong opened his eyes wide and looked at Ningning. The tall and cold woman in black stared at him. They didn't trigger the Black Tower game, nor did they become a reserve, and they didn't kill anyone in the end. They deserved it. They didn't have this luck. Why should the Black Tower consider whether you have this luck or not? Just like this cleaning game, if someone really entered the garbage disposal station when the situation was not tense at the beginning and found a way to pass the game, it is very likely that all the players in a city will be rescued because of this. But no such person appeared. If such a thing really happened, then all the players who were rescued because of this would be natural. Because they are so lucky. Luck has always been a kind of strength. After Ningning finished speaking, she held her crossbow and turned to look at Xiao Jitong. Captain, I want to see the Black Tower. Xiao Jitong. Okay. Ningning looked calm, as if she was unmoved. But her fingers holding the crossbow had already been clenched, and her fingers were white. She spoke coldly, and her back was thin as she walked towards the Black Tower. Chai Rong felt upset. He had already noticed the incident, but he pursed his lips and refused to admit it. Xiao Jitong looked at him and pointed out the cruelest truth with calm words. Chai Rong, you raised this group of garbage. Chai Rong looked up in astonishment and looked at his friends and companions. Even when he was saying such critical words, Xiao Jitong had a faint smile on his face. In the sunlight, his smile was extremely dazzling. Chai Rong stared at him blankly, and after a long time, he turned around and left. The members of the Nanjing group exclaimed, Captain! The members hurriedly followed. Lin Rong was the last to leave. Before leaving, she looked deeply at Xiao Jitong, who was still smiling. I understand what you mean. Captain Xiao, I think the captain also understands, but he just needs some time. It is not the captain's wish for Nanjing to be ranked last. And, Captain Xiao, you should take care of the wound. It may take half a month for it to heal on its own. Xiao Jitong waved his hand. Go and comfort that idiot. All the members of the Nanjing team followed Chai Rong and left, leaving only the strategy team and Tang Mo. Tang Mo was naturally going to the Nanjing team, and Fu Wenduo would take Fu Wensheng back to the base later. But he didn't leave immediately, but stayed where he was, looking at Xiao Jitong. Xiao Jitong also looked at him, and the two looked at each other for a while. Tang Mo smiled and said, "Do you have something to ask me?" Being discovered, Xiao Jitong smiled and said straight to the point, "Yes. I want to ask you, why did Fu Wenduo dare to do this experiment himself?" Tang Mo said calmly, "He has a set of surprise badges, and we have collected them all. Xiaosheng did pass the level by putting the badge into the light ball, and he can definitely pass the game with the badge. So Fu Wenduo has the badge, so he dares to enter the garbage disposal station. But what if the Black Tower only gives you one chance to pass the level? If you don't put the badge in at the first time, it will be considered a game failure. Fu Wenduo or Tang Mo, why do you two dare to do this?" Tang Mo and Xiao Jitong both dare not enter the garbage disposal station without collecting all the badges. But even if all the badges are collected, Xiao Jitong dare not joke about such a thing. Long ago, when Tang Mo asked Xiao Jitong, "Are the surprises really those badges?" They both guessed that the surprise that the Black Tower wanted might be something else, and it had nothing to do with force, something that all players could get. But they didn't dare to do the experiment. Tang Mo and others collected the badges and made a decision when there was only 1 hour left in the game. Xiao Jitong didn't plan to do the experiment at all. This was an experiment with his life. Why did Fu Wenduo dare to do that? Tang Mo dared to be so confident? This was the question Xiao Jitong asked. Tang Mo's expression did not fluctuate at all. He concentrated and thought carefully, as if he was really thinking seriously about Xiao Jitong's question. After a moment, he looked at Xiao Jitong and said righteously, "Because Fu Wenduo is a good person." Xiao Jitong, "What?" Tang Mo's eyes were sincere. "Fu Wenduo is a soldier, you should know this. You can tell from many of his habits that he is a soldier. So he has a strong sense of justice and is very upright, and I admire him for this." At that time, we had collected all the badges, and the chance of something going wrong was less than 1%. Fu Wenduo is so upright and a good person, so he is willing to take this 1% chance to find the right way to pass the level for everyone. After a pause, Tang Mo said with poor acting skills, "Fu Wenduo is such a good person." Xiao Jitong, The blonde boy beside him couldn't stand it anymore and said speechlessly, "I believe your lies." Tang Mo looked at Xiao Jitong with a smile. He thought for a moment, and put on by Ruoya's smile. Xiao Jitong looked at him steadily, as if he wanted to find the answer from his expression, but he couldn't see any emotion from Tang Mo's face at all. Finally, he sighed and said helplessly, "Everyone has their own secrets." Tang Mo's smile grew even wider. No matter how much Xiao Jitong suspected, he could not have guessed that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had a cheating artifact like the turkey egg. The two separated here. Xiao Jitong did not want to risk his teammates' lives, so he did not intend to explore the real way to pass the game. He just wanted himself and his teammates to pass the game. If there were no turkey eggs, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo would be the same. In the last hour, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo opened the turkey egg. They had already made plans. As long as there was a chance, whichever of the two entered the garbage disposal station would try other ways to pass the game first. If something really goes wrong, just start loading the save and start over. The sound of fighting at Zinjiku has gradually stopped. The morning sun climbed up to the sky, shining down warm sunlight. Tang Mo looked up at the round sun in the sky, and Ning Ning's words rang in his mind. Luck is also a kind of strength. Tang Mo smiled and shook his head. Yes, for Black Tower, luck is a kind of strength. When Tang Mo returned to the Nanjing team base, Fu Wenduo had already returned with the children. Fu Wensheng sat quietly on a box in the factory, lowering his head and not speaking. The other members of the Nanjing team were no better than him. In this game, the Nanjing team lost a total of 7 players. The young man who teased Tang Mo a day ago not to go to the dungeon with them also died at the bottom of the cold Xuanwu Lake. His black companion quietly left the base and went to Xuanwu Lake Park. During the game, they didn't have time to fish out the remains of their companions and bury them. Now they have time, a lot of time. Chai Rong and most of the members of the Nanjing team were in a heavy mood and depressed. The members of the strategy team were quite active. In the afternoon, Xiao Jitong brought Xiao Qiao, Xiao Wei, and several other members to the Nanjing team base with a lot of bags. From him, Tang Mo knew that Fu Wensheng was in a bad mood for a reason. In Xuanwu Lake Park, 2 of the Nanjing players, who attacked them were known to Fu Wensheng. Just last week, they wanted to buy a copy from the Nanjing team. Because they didn't have the props, the members of the Nanjing team told him straightforwardly, "Wait until you clear the copy, and then bring the props over." The Nanjing team did a lot of similar things. At the beginning, Chai Rong did not want to completely destroy the Nanjing players, he just provided a peaceful environment. The stowaways did not dare to kill people in Nanjing, because the Nanjing team would punish malicious murderers. The idea of exchanging props for information was proposed by Xiao Jitong, and Nanjing players were not forced to exchange information. Everything was voluntary. In addition, the Nanjing team also set up a bulletin board in Zinjika Square, marking all possible dungeon entrance locations. The Nanjing team did not take the initiative to tie the hands and feet of Nanjing players. Fu Wensheng couldn't accept why the players, who had said thank you so much, could kill those people they were so grateful to the next second. He was still too young. He understood it rationally, but it was very painful in his heart. He needed some time to digest such cruel things. After a night of rectification, the next morning, Xiao Jitong made a decision by force. From now on, the strategy group and the Nanjing group will be merged. There will be no Nanjing group anymore. Our team only exists for ourselves. Information will not be sold to anyone, and the location of the dungeon entrance will no longer be announced. Chai Rong is the captain, and I am the deputy captain. After a pause, Xiao Jitong added with a smile, "Of course, you don't have to care about what Captain Chai says, just listen to me. After all, he is stupid." Chai Rong's depressed mood was dispelled by this sentence, and he jumped up. "Hack you, Xiao Jitong." Xiao Jitong smiled slightly, and continued to announce the next team composition and discipline requirements. "We have too many people, and now we are divided into 3 teams. Me, Chai Rong, Xiao Xiao." When Xiao Jitong spoke, he did not avoid Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and even called them over in advance. But Tang Mo was not interested in other people's team affairs. He glanced at Fu Wenduo, who raised his eyebrows at him, obviously not wanting to stay. The two turned around and left tacitly. Just when they took 2 steps, a male voice sounded. "Mr. Tang, Mr. Fu, I have something to say." Tang Mo stopped and turned around. Xiao Jitong pulled up the child sitting on the ground, grabbed Fu Wensheng's collar, and brought him to Fu Wenduo. "Go with you quietly." Fu Wensheng opened his eyes wide. "Captain Xiao?" Xiao Jitong corrected. "It's the deputy captain, not Captain Xiao." "Fu Wensheng, I've told my brother that I want to stay. My brother is too strong, and I haven't seen him for a long time. It's better for me to stay with you. I've been with you for a few months. But when the time comes, it's your brother who saves you." Fu Wensheng was speechless. Xiao Jitong smiled at him. "Our team can't risk our lives to save you, because I'm here. If saving you means sacrificing other people's lives and letting others take risks, I will give up reasonably. It's not just you. If you save me, it's risky." Xiao Jitong turned around. "Chai Rong, give up on me." Chai Rong curled his lips and muttered, "It's as if someone is going to save you." Ningning said firmly, "Captain, I will give up on you." Xiao Jitong, "You don't have to be so aggressive." After coughing twice, Xiao Jitong continued to say to the child, "But your brother is different. If your life is really in danger, he will definitely save you. He did the same thing in Xuanwu Lake Park this time, and he was the one who saved you in the end. So for your own life, go with your brother. If I had this opportunity, and my relatives were still alive, I would go with them without hesitation." Fu Wensheng was very smart. He had understood what Xiao Jitong meant and agreed with him. But he still whispered, "Captain Xiao, you are talking without any pain in your waist. You don't have any relatives to come to you, so of course you can say whatever you want." Xiao Jitong understood the child's voiceover, and he said calmly, "I can guarantee that I will definitely choose my relatives, not that stupid Chai Rong." "Chai Rong, you." Captain Xiao, there's someone outside who says she's your sister looking for you." The smile on Xiao Jitong's face suddenly froze. The slap in the face came too fast. Tang Mo looked at Xiao Jitong's dazed look, and he suddenly felt a little funny. Out of politeness, Tang Mo held back his laughter. But Chai Rong and the other players in the Nanjing group didn't give him face, they laughed out loud. Hearing their happy laughter, Tang Mo couldn't help laughing. The haze brought by the garbage cleaning game was swept away at this moment. Xiao Jitong walked to the factory gate with a dark face. He wanted to see when he had a sister. He was obviously an only child, and Chai Rong and Ningning could testify to this. Everyone followed Xiao Jitong, and wanted to go out to see who Captain Xiao's sister was, and watch a good show. Tang Mo followed him out boredly. When he was about to reach the door, a low voice came from his ear. See superpowers? Tang Mo was stunned and turned to look. In the warm spring breeze, Fu Wenduo lowered his head and looked at him quietly, with a slight smile on his lips, and stretched out his right hand. Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, and then understood what the other party meant. Tang Mo felt a little awkward in his heart, but thinking about it, they had not succeeded in shaking hands for more than an hour before. It was indeed better to shake hands in advance now. Tang Mo held Fu Wenduo's hand. Well, I guess you should know your special ability by the evening. The two walked to the door, and before they got close, they heard an excited female voice. Cousin! Another male voice sounded. Brother Xiao, hey, Brother Xiao, it's really you. Xiao Jitong, and Chu Lu Xing. Hearing these two names, Tang Mo suddenly felt a little familiar. He concentrated on thinking, and before he could come up with a clue, Fu Wenduo whispered in his ear, Weird circus. Tang Mo immediately, It's really a narrow road for enemies. Tang Mo subconsciously turned around and wanted to leave, and when he left, he pulled Fu Wenduo to turn around as well. But it was too late. Passing through the crowded crowd, the Nanjing group players were very happy to see what Xiao Jitong's sister looked like. Lu Xing looked up and saw a familiar figure from behind. He opened his eyes wide in astonishment, and various images flashed through his mind. Finally, he stared at Fu Wenduo and pointed at his back in horror. Fuck, Mr. A? Fu Wenduo paused. The Nanjing group players, including Xiao Jitong, turned around and looked at Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo's back was very easy to recognize. No matter when, he was always like a strong pine tree with a straight back. And he was nearly 1.9 meters tall, very eye-catching in the crowd. Even if Lu Xing only saw Mr. A once during the last battle, he still remembered his back clearly. With Mr. A, he looked at Tang Mo on the side, and he and Chu shouted together, Mr. B. Lu Xing, fuck, why did Mr. A and Mr. B follow us here? And Chu, you idiot, we just got here. Mr. A and Mr. B have been here for a long time, okay. At this point, Tang Mo turned around helplessly. Lu Xing asked curiously, Who is the damn Fu Wenduo? Who is the damn Tang Mo? Tang Mo frowned. He was about to explain the truth about the weird circus. They can't be blamed for that at all. It's all the Black Tower. Of course, he would deliberately conceal the fact that he had snatched the last reward that belonged to Lu Xing and others. However, before he could say anything, Fu Wensheng had already run out in fear, repeatedly explaining, What Fu Wenduo? You recognize the wrong person. That's my brother. His name is Fu Wenxian, not Fu Wenduo. He is Fu Wenxian. Lu Xing said strangely, not Fu Wenduo? Haida said that it was Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo who cleared the game and tricked us. Fu Wensheng broke out in a cold sweat. It's Fu Wenxian, Fu Wenxian. Ha ha ha. Looking at the frightened expression of the children, the players in the Nanjing group laughed. Fu Wensheng looked at them in confusion. Xiao Jitong smiled helplessly. They already knew that your brother is Fu Wenduo. In Xuanwu Lake Park, Ningning accidentally called out Fu Wenduo's name in front of everyone. Forgot? Fu Wenxing, Ningning turned her head and looked away. She knew nothing. And Chu didn't quite understand why her cousin would get along well with Fu Wenduo, a notorious illegal immigrant. She looked at the Nanjing group members, who were laughing strangely, and then looked at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the two people's tightly held hands. And Chu, fuck, gay? It seemed that she had learned some incredible secret. Chapter 100. And Chu and Lu Xing are quite strong, and both of them have passed the first level of the Black Tower. They came to join Xiao Jitong, and naturally joined the newly born Nanjing team and became members. Xiao Jitong's previous argument was reasonable, and Fu Wensheng did not refute it, so he went north with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo and left Nanjing. In this way, including the people in the strategy team, the new Nanjing team still has more than 30 members left. After the members of the Nanjing team knew who Fu Wenduo was, they did not react as much as Fu Wensheng imagined. They teased the youngest teammate, who was about to leave, and their smiles were filled with fatigue that could not be concealed. A sudden battle royale game exhausted all their energy. Are stowaways necessarily bad people? Xiao Jitong looked at his cousin with a smile. He pointed at the woman in black standing next to him, and said with a smile, Ningning is also a stowaway, but she didn't become a stowaway because of murder. She is not a bad person. But what you said, Mr. Fu and Mr. Tang cheated you? I want to hear what's going on. Xiao Jitong had just said something good for Fu Wenduo, and then he set a trap for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. He looked at Tang Mo with a smile. Tang Mo raised his eyebrows, and told him about the strange circus. He had wanted to talk about this in the first place, and it was just right to say it now. After listening to Tang Mo's explanation, and Chu and Lu Xing suddenly realized. Lu Xing cursed, "You're still like this? Let us players fight each other? Can the Black Tower do such a wicked thing?" Xiao Jitong was more concerned about another thing. The Black Tower allows players to become boss and fight against other players. 21 Black Tower first-level players, and 2 Black Tower second-level players. At first glance, it seems that you are at a disadvantage, but Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo got the monster cage from the beginning, but you don't even know what the monster is. The backer behind them is the strange circus and the mysterious circus leader. Can we borrow the power of the Black Tower world? Tang Mo glanced at Xiao Jitong. Smart people always see things differently from others. After the circus game ended, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo also discussed it privately. In fact, if their plan didn't succeed, they would contact the circus. Use the power of the circus to save the big earthworm and complete the game. After resolving the misunderstanding, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo took Fu Wensheng away, and Chu and Lu Xing joined the Nanjing group and listened to Xiao Jitong's next plan. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo did trick and Chu and the others in the circus game. Lu Xing looked awkward, his eyes wandering back and forth between Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and he was still very depressed. And Chu's eyes were always focused on the tightly held hands of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. It's been a minute, right? 5 minutes? Half an hour. More than 30 players stood together, and everyone was very close. If you didn't pay attention, it would be difficult to notice that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were holding hands, and you would just think they were standing very close. However, and Chu found it. It was like suddenly finding a brown grain of wheat in the white rice. It was all rice, and you couldn't see the wheat at first glance. But once you found it, and Chu couldn't take his eyes off it. 2 girls holding hands might mean they have a good relationship, but 2 grown men holding hands. This is not a good relationship, this is homosexuality. It's okay to hold hands, but they held hands for so long, it didn't seem like a joke at all. And Chu's mind was full of all kinds of weird thoughts. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Tang Mo meaningfully. Tang Mo noticed her gaze and looked at her strangely. And Chu, come on, gender is not a problem. Tang Mo, are you still angry about the circus? The two smiled at each other and nodded, thinking at the same time. It seems that the other party understands what they mean. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo plan to leave tomorrow, and Fu Wensheng returns to the room to pack up. He doesn't have much to bring, only a few props and some necessary daily necessities. Tang Mo saw a few bottles of Nongfu Spring in his room, the same as the one Xiao Jitong often used. Last night, at the strong request of Chai Rong and Ning Ning, Xiao Jitong used Nongfu Spring to treat the wound on his face. Ning Ning felt that it was too unsightly and looked awkward, while Chai Rong did not want this scar to remain on Xiao Jitong's face, reminding him of the garbage cleaning game that had already passed. Originally, Xiao Jitong wanted to stay for a few more days, but the members of the Nanjing group unanimously opposed it. He could only obey the majority and heal the scar. Looking at these bottles of Nongfu Spring, Tang Mo said, "Do you have a lot of this kind of mineral water in your Nanjing group?" Fu Wensheng, "Yes, there are quite a lot. There should be more than 100 bottles left. Nanjing players can use props and intelligence to exchange this with us." Tang Mo thought for a while. Can we also exchange it with intelligence? Although the tears of earthworms are more practical, there is only one chance to use them. From the time the Earth was launched to now, Tang Mo has basically relied on his own strong physical fitness to heal his wounds after being injured. Nongfu Spring can speed up the recovery of wounds, but it is not as effective as the tears of earthworms, but it is also a very good prop. However, after hearing his words, the kid's face turned strange. Fu Wensheng looked at Tang Mo, and after a long while he said, "Why do you want to exchange intelligence for this?" "Tang Mo, we don't have the right healing items." He and Fu Wenduo had just communicated a few days ago, and most of the items they got were killing weapons, and there were very few auxiliary ones. However, Fu Wensheng's meaning might also be, "Tang Mo, can you take a few bottles directly?" They have an average relationship with Xiao Jitong, but Fu Wensheng is a member of the Nanjing group. It was reasonable for him to take a few bottles away directly. Unexpectedly, the next second, Fu Wensheng said, as a matter of course, "This is my ability." "Tang Mo, so it's your ability, then we can take it away." The voice stopped abruptly, and Tang Mo looked at the child in astonishment. "Your ability?" Fu Wensheng nodded. The child raised his right hand, and he took out a plastic basin from under the bed, and hung his right hand with the palm facing up above the plastic bottle. Slowly, a stream of clear spring water gushed out from his palm. The spring water kept flowing, and soon filled the entire basin. Then Fu Wensheng took out a large funnel, and several Nongfu Spring mineral water bottles from under the bed, and he poured out 5 bottles of Nongfu Spring without blinking. He handed it to Tang Mo. Here, it's done. Tang Mo, What the hell is your ability? Fu Wenduo laughed softly. Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng both turned to look at him. Fu Wenduo said lightly, it's a little useful. Fu Wensheng wanted to defend himself. He was not a little useful, but very useful. Captain Xiao said that his ability was very strong. If his ability could be improved like Captain Chai and Ning Ning in the future, maybe the mineral water he made could bring human flesh to life. But when he saw his elder brother's restrained smile, Fu Wensheng opened his mouth and closed it again. In addition to being angry, the little boy felt a little happy and a little proud. At least this was the first time that his elder brother praised him. After Fu Wensheng packed up his things, he laid a cotton mattress on the ground for Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, which was considered a bed. The 3 of them will leave tomorrow and stay in Nanjing for another night. Tang Mo didn't want a child to make his bed, so he stepped forward to help. However, before he could move, Fu Wenduo let go of his hand, walked over, and said calmly, make more of that mineral water and sell it to them before you leave. Fu Wensheng didn't react for a moment. Sell it to Chai Rong and Xiao Jitong. After a pause, Fu Wenduo made the mattress and said, how much mineral water did you make for them for free before? Fu Wensheng answered honestly, hundreds of bottles? Probably just the bottles of Nongfu Spring, hundreds of bottles. Oh, using child labor. Fu Wensheng reminded carefully, brother, they are my teammates. Fu Wenduo, so forget about the old ones, they are not teammates now. Sell more of your new ones to them in exchange for information. I want to be teammates with Captain Chai more than you, right? Fu Wensheng dared not speak out, his eyes widened in frustration, and he stood up obediently to make the new Nongfu Spring. Seeing this scene, Tang Mo couldn't help but raise the corner of his lips. His right hand moved slightly. The scorching temperature seemed to still remain between his fingers. Fu Wenduo let go very suddenly and decisively, but Tang Mo didn't feel surprised. In the dim light, the tall man quickly laid a thin mattress, smoothing every corner and making it neat. He was very fast, as if he had done similar things countless times before. In fact, with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's physical fitness, they didn't need to sleep. It was just one night, and it would pass quickly. But the kid did so Fu Wenduo didn't object. This was the kid's good intention. In some ways, Fu Wenduo is a good brother, and a good person. Tang Mo's words to Xiao Jitong, Fu Wenduo is a very good person, were not completely evasive and perfunctory. He also acknowledged this fact. Whether from the perspective of morality or outlook on life, or attitude towards life and death, or even temper, Tang Mo felt that Fu Wenduo was a good person, and might have a better temper than him. At least Fu Wenduo shouldn't be so angry that he wants to kick Black Tower after being tricked by it. Thinking of this, Tang Mo remembered that he would leave Nanjing tomorrow, and they would pass by Xinjiku. Well, when the time comes, pass by the Black Tower and kick it a few times? Between being in a good mood and venting anger, Tang Mo felt that his temper was not good at all. Want to sleep? A low voice sounded. Tang Mo suddenly came back to his senses. He looked closely, and saw Fu Wenduo squatting beside the mattress, with his dark eyes raised, looking at him steadily. Tang Mo found that he had accidentally stared at the other person for too long, and he actually became dazed. His face flushed, but he remained calm on the surface. He shook his head. It's just that I didn't sleep for a few nights, it's nothing. We just held hands for a few hours, and I still couldn't find your ability. There are 2 reasons. First, when I copy other people's abilities, the effect will be worse than the original, and there are more restrictions than the original. It may take more time to get the other person's ability. Second, it should be that your ability is very powerful, so I need more time. Fu Wenduo, don't worry, it will take about 3 days to go to Beijing. It's just physical contact. We can continue to hold hands on the way. Tang Mo thought to himself, you don't know that touching intimate parts will have a better effect. He sighed and said, okay. Let's do an experiment on Fu Wensheng tomorrow. The kid who was working hard to make mineral water in the next room suddenly heard his name and said in horror, brother, experiment? What experiment? Fu Wenduo remained calm and said, the experiment of selling you. Fu Wensheng, The number of mineral water that the kid can make is limited. After one night, he only made 30 bottles. Lying in bed at night, Fu Wensheng fell asleep quickly. After experiencing a brutal battle royale game, Tang Mo also felt a little sleepy. He closed his eyes to rest, and Fu Wenduo slept not far from him. In the silent room, the ticking sound of the clock rang out. After a long time, Fu and Duo whispered, "It's better to change your name. My name is known to all Chinese players, and few people know your name, but those who know the name Momo are all the best players." Tang Mo was not asleep. He opened his eyes and thought for a while. "Yeah, that makes sense. Your name is Fu Wenxian?" Tang Mo laughed when he said this name. This is even more revealing than the 3 words Fu Wenduo. Only the members of the Nanjing group can accept the name Fu Wensheng first, and then accept someone called Fu Wenxian, and it has nothing to do with Fu Wenduo. The new name overlaps with my own name, so it is easier to accept, and it won't be so easy to be exposed. Your name is Tang Ji. Fu Wensheng couldn't call himself that either, so he changed it. His name is... The voice stopped. Fu Wenduo pondered for a long time, and made a solemn decision. His name is De Chiao. My name is Victor. Time suddenly stopped, and Tang Mo's heart beat violently. He couldn't help but raise his head and look at the man next to him. In the darkness, he could only vaguely see an illusory shadow. He stared at Fu Wenduo in a daze, and his strong heartbeat sounded in his ears. "Why, Victor?" Tang Mo opened his mouth and was about to speak. At this time, a crisp child's voice sounded from the bed. "Brother, why should I be called De Chiao? What is this name?" The child felt very aggrieved and couldn't help shouting. "Fu Wenduo, you didn't sleep." Fu Wensheng didn't let him change the subject. "No, brother, why should I call myself this name? It's a girl's name. Don't think he hasn't read Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. Isn't your good friend called Xiao Qiao?" Fu Wensheng was stunned. He quickly came to his senses. "That's George Edward. It's not Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao is the nickname given to him by Captain Xiao." Xiao Qiao didn't know anything about Xiao Qiao, and didn't know that this name was a girl's name, so he agreed to let Captain Xiao call him that. If he knew, he wouldn't let everyone call him that. "Oh, you call him that too?" Fu Wensheng was speechless. "Fu Wenduo, and I remember your neighborhood, the one on the 3rd ring road of Beijing, is called Tonkatai. Tonkei Spring is deep, and the 2 Chia sisters are locked up." Fu Wensheng, It's well reasoned and convincing. Tang Mo was finally amused by the 2 brothers and laughed. When he laughed, Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng turned their heads to look at him. Tang Mo said seriously, "My name is Tang Ji because my last name is Tang, so it's a bit like that. Why did you call Victor?" When these 3 words came out of his mouth, Tang Mo clearly felt his nerves buzzing and shaking slightly. The earth seemed to be online a long time ago, but in fact only 4 months had passed. But these 4 months were like years, and some people who were very deep in my memory were also hidden deep inside, making it difficult to remember. When I think of them, those emotions will surge up like a tide. Tang Mo couldn't explain why he fell in love with Victor in the first place. He didn't know the other person's age, appearance, occupation, or even where he lived, even though they were separated by a computer. But he fell in love with this most unfamiliar and familiar person. When they played bridge together, you trusted him unconditionally. The soul collision from the depths of the spirit, numb as a woman's most beautiful seduction, made Tang Mo gradually indulge in it, and unable to extricate himself. However, all this seemed insignificant under the 5-month cruel Black Tower game. Rather than looking for a person who didn't know where he was, thinking about him, and worrying about him, Tang Mo was more concerned about his current survival. Tang Mo's heart gradually became heavy. Victor may have died, but he is still alive, and he has to continue to live. Don't they look alike? Tang Mo's thoughts were called back by this voice, and he said, In the darkness, Fu Wenduo looked at him quietly. "Wenduo, Victor, read it quickly. Don't they look alike?" Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that a certain thought that flashed through his mind just now was a little funny. He repeated it several times in his mouth. "It really looks a bit like it." Fu Wensheng was lying on the bed, and heard the conversation between the 2 people under the bed. He wanted to say, "Isn't that your English name, big brother?" But he had just been bullied by Fu Wenduo, and the kid didn't want to talk, so he closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Tang Mo didn't dwell on this issue anymore, but he didn't notice that Fu Wenduo was silently looking at him for a long time. Before Tang Mo could say anything, Fu Wenduo frowned, turned around, and looked at the ceiling. He didn't sleep all night. The next morning, Tang Mo and the other 2 left. Before leaving, Fu Wenduo suddenly said that he had something to do, and asked Fu Wensheng to sell the 30 bottles of Nongfu Spring by himself in exchange for some useful information. The child was stunned for a moment, and ran away with the mineral water. When he came back, Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows and looked at him. "What information did you sell?" Fu Wensheng talked freely. Tang Mo looked at the 2 brothers from the side, and his mouth curled up. but he didn't expose them. So compared to him, his teammate might have a better temper and be more gentle. When passing by the Black Tower, Tang Mo remembered his plan to kick the Black Tower, but with Fu Wenduo and Fu Wenxing there, he hesitated for a moment and decided to maintain his image. With Fu Wenduo's example, he had to pay attention to his image in front of his brother. Tang Mo strode out of the Black Tower, but Fu Wenduo stopped and looked up at the towering and huge tower. His sight quickly moved down, and Fu Wenduo saw the young woman standing in the distance, also staring at the Black Tower. Tang Mo also noticed the other party. He stopped and looked at Ningning from a distance, nodding slightly. After greeting Tang Mo and the other two, Ningning didn't say anything else. She sat on a dusty stone, holding her silver crossbow, and quietly looked up at the Black Tower. She looked at the tower tirelessly, and no one knew how long she had looked at it, or how many times she had looked at it. Tang Mo took a last look at this strange female stowaway and left Nanjing. They found a jeep and followed the map to enter the highway. The car drove for a while, and Fu Wensheng sat in the back seat of the car. He looked at the scenery outside the window with curiosity and nervousness in his eyes. He had been staying in Nanjing since the Earth went online, and had never left. This time he was very scared and a little excited. After driving for a long time, he finally saw the Black Tower in the next city. Tang Mo looked at the map. That should be the Black Tower in Yangzhou. After a pause, he turned his head to look at the child and asked, "Ningning always likes to see the Black Tower?" Fu Wensheng nodded, but quickly shook his head, "No. It was after the Christmas dungeon 3 months ago that Sister Ningning started to go there often. That time, Sister Xiaoyan failed to complete the game, so Sister Ningning often went to the Black Tower to watch. She probably thought that Sister Xiaoyan was just participating in a very long tower attack game and had not returned yet. Moreover, Sister Ningning has complicated feelings towards Black Tower. Unlike us, Black Tower saved her life." Tang Mo asked in surprise, "Saved her life?" Fu Wenduo also raised his eyes with interest, and looked at Fu Wensheng in the rearview mirror. Fu Wensheng said, "Yes. Sister Ningning is a stowaway. A stowaway can only be a stowaway if he has killed someone in those 3 days. Big Brother is a soldier, and he must have killed someone while performing a mission. I roughly guessed this when Black Tower announced Big Brother's identity to the world. But Sister Ningning is different. She didn't kill anyone." Tang Mo asked back, "Then how could she be a stowaway?" Fu Wensheng, "She really didn't kill anyone, but if I have to say, she actually killed someone. In 3 days, she killed herself." Chapter 101. What do you mean by killing yourself? Actually, at the beginning, Sister Ningning was a member of our Nanjing team. She has a very powerful ability, but she doesn't like to talk much. I heard that she, the captain, Captain Xiao, and Sister Xiaoyan were classmates and grew up together. Fu Wensheng opened the rear window, and the cool spring breeze poured into the car. The child held his backpack and looked at Tang Mo. Later, when Sister Xiaoyan died and disappeared, Sister Ningning went to the strategy team. Fu Wenduo went straight to the point. "Did she commit suicide?" Fu Wensheng nodded, "Yes." After a pause, he realized, "Hey, Big Brother, Brother Tang, you may have misunderstood. During the 3 days from November 15th to 18th, players who killed people directly became stowaways. But players who committed suicide, although they also kill people, they are already dead. Of course they can't become stowaways again." "So what did you say just now?" Sister Ningning did commit suicide, and she is indeed dead. But her heart stopped beating for a few minutes, and Sister Xiaoyan found her. Fu Wensheng said, "Sister Xiaoyan is a formal player. Among the 4 captains, he and Captain Xiao are reserve. Sister Ningning is a stowaway, and only Sister Xiaoyan is a formal player. Brother Tang, you are also a formal player. What did you get after you participated in the Black Tower game?" Tang Mo already had an answer in his mind. "My weapon is a giant match." "Yes. So Sister Oda also got a prop, which can save the other person as long as the other person dies within 5 minutes. She only has that one prop. I heard from the captain that Sister Ningning and Sister Oda were roommates before the Earth went online. During those 3 days, on the first day, Sister Ningning's mother suddenly passed away. Her mother was in good health and had no car accidents. She just died suddenly at home. There was blood all over the floor. She was killed, but the surveillance camera could not find any murder at all. Once a person dies, it does not mean that all cells die. The more oxygen a cell consumes, the faster it dies. Generally speaking, brain cells die the fastest. They will all die in about 3 to 4 minutes, followed by heart cells. With the magical effect of the Black Tower props, It is indeed possible to revive a human who has just died for 5 minutes. Fu and Duo, she entered the Black Tower game. The child nodded. According to Captain Zhao's guess, this is very likely the case. It's a pity that Sister Ningning's mother didn't survive the Black Tower game. Sister Ningning comes from a single-parent family, and has been dependent on her mother since she was a child. She couldn't accept this happening suddenly. She planned to go back to her hometown to see her mother. But at this time, another thing happened. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at Fu Wensheng at the same time. The child put the bag in his arms aside, he looked at his eldest brother seriously, and then turned his head to look at Tang Mo. Almost in an instant, Tang Mo understood that Fu Wensheng had said so much in the end, just to talk about the next thing. Ningning's matter has nothing to do with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Perhaps she personally does not mind others knowing about her past, and the players in the Nanjing group will not have any special opinions about her, because everyone knows her experience. But what she was like before, and why she became a stowaway has nothing to do with Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, who have already left Nanjing. But Fu Wensheng said it. Fu Wensheng is not Chai Rong. Since he said this, he must have an intention. Tang Mo looked at the serious face of the child, and he had more opinions about this child who seemed to be afraid of his brother and naive. He said, "So what do you want to say?" Fu Wensheng knew that his little thoughts could not be hidden from Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, but he did not expect to be discovered so quickly. He would not play dumb, and said directly, "Before leaving, the captain told me that you may have experienced accelerated heartbeats before going online on Earth, just like Sister Ningning and Captain Chai." Accelerated heartbeats? Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. Ningning and Chai Rong's heartbeats accelerated? Yes. Captain Chai's heartbeat reached a maximum of 210 beats per minute, and Sister Ningning was even higher, at 308 beats per minute. Her heartbeat was too fast, she was irritable, and even felt a little feverish, so after Sister Ningning's mother got into trouble, she couldn't go back to her hometown immediately and stayed at home. Sister Xiaoyan wanted to accompany her, but Sister Ningning said no and asked her to go to work. Later, Sister Ningning committed suicide. Fu Wensheng paused and said, "Captain Xiao told me about this. In fact, I don't think Sister Ningning is such a fragile person. Some people seem to be extremely strong and have never been defeated. In fact, it's just because they lost something that is not the most important thing." Fu Wensheng matured very early. According to Fu Wenduo, he could have skipped a grade and went directly to junior high school, but his parents didn't want him to be out of touch with his peers, so he went to elementary school obediently. But he is still a child. For him, he also lost his parents and relatives after the Earth went online, but he still survived. So he thought that Ningning, who is stronger than him, should be able to overcome the difficulties of losing her mother. Fu Wensheng can't understand this feeling now. No one knows what she was thinking at that time unless they were the parties involved. Just like everyone has a different tolerance for pain, Tang Mo is actually very afraid of pain. He has been afraid of injections since he was a child. He would cry when his parents took him to the hospital for injections before junior high school. This is not to say that he is hypocritical, but everyone has a different perception of pain. What you feel as ant bites and needles may be a sharp pain in the hearts of others. Tang Mo couldn't help but think about what could defeat him. He thought for a moment, but didn't find the answer. At least now, he has experienced the death of his parents and friends. Nothing can hit him anymore, he just wants to live. Putting aside this topic that is not suitable for children, Tang Mo asked, "Only Chai Rong and Ning Ning in the Nanjing team have experienced accelerated heartbeats?" Fu Wensheng nodded, "Yes. Captain Xiao told me before leaving, I can tell you about this. He also guessed that you may have experienced similar things, and he asked me to remind you that accelerated heartbeats may not determine whether the player's superpowers are strong. But there is no doubt that every player who has experienced accelerated heartbeats, as long as they are still alive, seems to have become a top player." Xiao Jitong did not take the initiative to tell Tang Mo about this matter, and it is very likely that he was hiding some information. However, his means of collecting intelligence are limited, and he certainly does not know as much as Luo Fengcheng. Tang Mo fell silent, and he began to think about all the players he knew who had experienced accelerated heartbeats. So far, only he, Fu Wenduo, Chai Rong and Ning Ning, and Ye Fei of the attack organization have experienced accelerated heartbeats. Luo Fengcheng named this event Black Tower Selector. Both official players and stowaways must have superpowers, but humans who have experienced accelerated heartbeats are not just official players and stowaways. Chai Rong is a reserve, but he has also experienced accelerated heartbeats. There is no direct relationship between the Black Tower selectors and the Black Tower players. Tang Mo analyzed, Luo Fengcheng also said that none of the 4 Black Tower selectors he studied survived in the end. None of them became players. But as long as the selectors survived, most of them are very powerful. Fu Duo. The superpower may have nothing to do with the Black Tower. The Black Tower is just a catalyst. Everyone's superpowers are different. This kind of thing may be something that humans have. Then, the fact that they were selected by the Black Tower may not be the Black Tower's will, but that these people have something special? Tang Mo's eyes lit up. You mean, whether it's superpowers or accelerated heartbeats, they have nothing to do with the Black Tower. Is it something we have? It's just a possibility. Fu Duo looked at Tang Mo steadily. So what are the similarities between us? This is the most important key. Tang Mo became interested in this strange idea. He and Luo Fengcheng had studied it a long time ago. Whether it is a formal player, a stowaway, or a reserve, they all have superpowers. The reserve does not have superpowers for the time being, but after clearing the first level of the Black Tower, the reserve will also have superpowers, and even become a formal player. So are the superpowers that every human has given to humans by the Black Tower. If so, how did the Black Tower choose the superpowers it gave to humans? Tang Mo's little book, Fu Wenduo's ability to transform into steel, and Fu Wensheng's mineral water. Could it be that it was because Tang Mo was a librarian who loved reading books, Fu Wenduo used to love watching Iron Man, and Fu Wensheng loved drinking water? Tang Mo held back this weird idea. Well, let's not ask Fu Wenduo if he has watched Iron Man. It's definitely not the reason anyway. It's more likely that superpowers have always been hidden in every human being, and they were just triggered by the Black Tower as a catalyst. Then the accelerated heartbeat may not be directly related to the Black Tower. Tang Mo pondered. First of all, we must rule out the most basic statement that they are all male. Ningning is a woman, so this common point is discarded. Secondly, in terms of absolute rationality, Fu Wenduo and I should reach the passing line. Nye Fei is also very rational. Ningning meets this standard, but Chai Rong does not. Fu Wensheng agreed on the side. The captain is really stupid. Then Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng listed many similarities between the 5 people, but no matter what, the hypothesis they put forward would be rejected. Among the 5 people, there is always someone who does not meet a certain requirement. As the sky gradually darkened, Tang Mo had already sat in the back seat and asked Fu Wensheng more about Ningning and Chai Rong in order to find common ground. A loud horn sounded, and the 2 children looked up at the front seat together. Fu Wenduo unbuckled his seat belt and raised his eyebrows. We are at the service station, take a break? Tang Mo turned his head and looked out the window, only to find that the sky had already darkened, and the silent crescent moon was hanging high in the sky. The 3 got out of the car and rested in this deserted highway service station. Fu Wensheng was very afraid of his elder brother, probably because he was bullied a lot when he was a child. Later, Fu Wenduo joined the army and had a high prestige in the family. He didn't dare to get close to Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo glanced at him lightly, and the child immediately sat down next to Tang Mo. Tang Mo thought to himself, am I not scary at all? Fu Wensheng looked up at him. Brother Tang, it's okay not to sleep for a day. I'm very curious about the time you and my brother. That weird circus thing. Fu Wenduo looked at him, and Fu Wensheng shrank his neck and whispered, what's going on with the 2 of you and the 21 players on the first floor of the Black Tower? And that time when we played the tower attack game, the Queen of Hearts gym corridor, how did the psychopath who kept laughing die? I thought about it for a long time, but I still couldn't figure it out. So can you tell me? Tang Mo, You don't dare to chat with your brother and disturb his rest, but you dare to come to me? Tang Mo's eyes twitched. But he didn't plan to sleep tonight, so it was okay to talk to a kid. Everyone will be teammates in the future, and Tang Mo will never let go of such a high-level nurse. Of course, before I say it, Tang Mo smiled and said, stretch out your hand, let's hold hands and talk. Fu Wensheng, huh? Tang Mo didn't tell Fu Wensheng all his abilities for the time being, but only told him a small part. The kid stretched out his hand obediently. Tang Mo took his hand and started talking about the gym corridor. There was no need to tell him about the turkey eggs. Tang Mo made up a random excuse to fool him. When Tang Mo finished briefly talking about the copy of the strange circus, he looked up and saw Fu Wenduo leaning against the counter of a breakfast shop, looking down at them quietly. The moonlight shone through the window, and the tall and handsome man stood in the shadow of the moonlight, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Tang Mo was slightly stunned. Aren't you going to sleep? Fu Wenduo's eyes stopped at the hands held by the 2, and he changed the subject. Have you checked the superpowers? Not yet. After the voice fell, Tang Mo's voice stopped. He let go of Fu Wenxing's hand. Yes. The next moment, Tang Mo pressed one hand on the ground, his eyes were stern, and a ball of blue light suddenly appeared in his palm. The blue ball of light was half the size of a head. It quickly escaped from Tang Mo's hand. Tang Mo reacted very quickly, and reached out to grab it. He held the ball of light tightly in his palm. Tang Mo crushed it with force. 5 seconds later, Tang Mo's face became more colorful. Fu Wenduo saw his expression and raised his mouth slightly, with a look of scrutiny. Fu Wenxing heard that Tang Mo could clearly know someone's ability, and he was even more curious. Brother Tang, what is my ability? I only know that I can produce a certain amount of water every day, which has a relatively strong healing effect. Are there any other uses? Tang Mo spread out his palm, and clear spring water flowed out of his palm. Don't try to hide a dime of private money. In addition to knowing the effects of other people's superpowers, the superpower can also copy the other party's superpowers for a short time. Of course, the effect is greatly reduced. Seeing Tang Mo use this superpower, Fu Wenduo took out a dagger from his pocket without hesitation, pointed it at his palm, and slashed it hard. Tang Mo was stunned when he saw this, but he quickly reacted and put his hand over. Fu Wenduo scooped up some of the spring water in his palm and gently poured it on his wound. The wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I can heal this kind of minor injury by myself, and now the healing speed is about 20% faster. Tang Mo nodded. The effect of my ability after using it is only 10% of Xiaoxing's. Fu Wenxing asked again, Brother Tang, what is my ability? Tang Mo paused for a long time, and looked at Fu Wenxing expressionlessly, saying calmly, your ability can indeed produce a large amount of water with healing effects, which can be upgraded. But the conclusions from my ability are not that clear. I can only roughly know some of your ability effects, and your ability is now level 3. All abilities can be upgraded. I have seen someone with a level 5 ability. Fu Wenxing also noticed Tang Mo's strange look, but he thought for a moment and didn't ask. He guessed that there might be something wrong with Tang Mo's own ability. If there was a problem with his ability, Tang Mo would not have concealed it from him. Seeing that the child didn't ask any more questions, Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He looked up and saw Fu Wenduo looking at him with his eyebrows raised. Fu Wenduo, what's wrong, Tang Mo? Your brother's ability is very interesting. Fu Wenduo, what do you mean? Tang Mo, let's talk while we walk. The two of them left the service station tacitly and found an open place. Tang Mo finally told what he had just seen from the light ball. Ability, by Suishan, the noble in the water. Owner, unknown. Type, unknown. Function, produce mineral water with healing effects. Level, level 3. Restrictions, unknown. Notes, unknown. Your sister, I am the aristocratic Baisuishan in the water. Tang Mo's face was expressionless when he said that note. He had long been accustomed to the complaints of the superpower book, but he did not expect that using this private money superpower to check superpowers would actually get similar results. Tang Mo said calmly, this superpower can indeed check other people's superpowers, and can also copy and use them. But the information it checks is not complete. Fu Wenxing's superpower is a blue light ball. He should be one of the genotype, dimensional type and atomic type. Because of the incomplete introduction of the superpowers, Tang Mo couldn't be sure what kind of superpower the blue color represented. He said, I see if there's a chance in the next few days. I try to copy Xiaoxing's superpowers from where he is, and determine his real limitations and types. Okay. Tang Mo, when will we arrive in Beijing? Within 2 days at the earliest and 4 days at the latest. If nothing unexpected happens. This time is acceptable. Tang Mo began to recall his friend's home address. He had only been to Beijing once before Earth went online. Now that his memory has improved, he might be able to remember the location of his friend's house, but Beijing is so big, I don't know if he can find it smoothly. After thinking for a while, Tang Mo turned around and planned to enter the service station. A low voice sounded behind him. Everyone's ability will have such interesting names, and... Remarks? Tang Mo paused, and a bad premonition suddenly surged in his heart. He turned his head, and as expected, Fu Wenduo looked at him with a smile. When your ability collects other people's abilities, will it also have such remarks and names? Tang Mo raised his head, and looked at Fu Wenduo calmly, and Fu Wenduo also looked at him with a faint smile. The two people's eyes met in the air, and no one spoke. As long as Tang Mo didn't say it, no one knew what was written in the supernatural book. He believed that even if Qin Shanshan was asked to guess, she would probably not guess that Tang Mo, such a serious person, would have a supernatural book like this. Tang Mo said calmly, of course not. Fu Wenduo opened his mouth to speak again, but the next second, a loud beeping sound sounded above their heads. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo raised their heads at the same time and looked into the distance vigilantly. Almost at the same time, in the base of the Nanjing team, Xiao Jitong and Ning Ning were deploying the next strategy game plan. In the underground parking lot of the Shanghai Attack Organization, Luo Fengcheng and Qin Shanshan stopped what they were doing and looked at each other. This harsh and loud beeping sound rang out in every place in China, and every black tower radiated colorful light. Countless players walked to an open place and looked up at the mysterious black tower in astonishment. When everything is over, return to peace. Just like 3 months ago, after Christmas, all players just breathed a sigh of relief, and Black Tower gave a surprise gift to players all over the world. At this moment, countless clear children's voices shouted in unison, "Ding! Version update notification." On March 15, 2018, Black Tower version 3.0 will be launched soon. Chapter 102. The sky was dark, and there was only one thin star hanging in the east, close to the horizon in the vast night sky. Tang Mo retracted his gaze as soon as he heard the voice, and looked at Fu Wenduo. He tightened his fingers, and finally slowly loosened them. Fu Wenduo, go in first. Tang Mo, okay. The two quickly entered the service station. Fu Wensheng had already stood up, and was waiting for them at the door. Every highway in China is built in rural areas. The service station where Tang Mo and the other two are currently staying is a small service station in a county-level city in Yangzhou. It is quite old and not luxurious. This service station stands alone in the vast land, surrounded by farmland. The darkness hides everything. After Tang Mo confirmed that there is no one, Black Tower has begun to announce the new version of the rules. Ding! New rules for Black Tower 3.0 version. First, every other month, each of the 10 regions on Earth will start a last-place game in the region. Starting from April 2018, the last 10 days of each month will be the last-place regional review period. Second, at 1800 hours on March 31, 2018, the Force Tower Attack game will start. Players who have not attacked the tower within 3 months must enter the Tower Attack game. Third, the Black Tower game, Mentally Retarded Mode, Open, players are invited to explore on their own. Ding dong. Suddenly, the crisp child's voice stopped. Tang Mo and the other two were listening carefully to the content of this version update. The voice suddenly stopped, and Tang Mo's heart tightened. Qin Shanshan's super-intelligent thinking ability made him feel an ominous premonition in his heart, and he looked up at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo's hand was on the black dagger. Now they are more than 60 kilometers away from the Black Tower in Yangzhou City, but in the dark night, they can actually see a small shadow, quietly floating in the sky. The Black Tower should be very small, but in Tang Mo's eyes it is extremely clear. All over the world, in every area where the Black Tower is located, the same thing is happening at this moment. It is late at night in China, early morning in Europe, and daytime in the United States. In cold Russia, heavy snow blocks everything. Moscow is snowing heavily, and a tall man like a bear wrapped in a thick cotton coat walks to the center of Red Square. The Black Tower was suspended on the south side of the Red Square, above the St. Basil's Cathedral. On a snowy night, some players happened to be near the Red Square. When they heard the Black Tower announce the new version of the rules, they hurried over carefully, and hid in the dark to observe. However, when the man came over, all the players around him opened their eyes wide in fear, and then, they turned around and left as quickly as possible, not daring to stay even for a second. In an instant, only one person was left on the huge Red Square. This only man stepped step by step in the thick snow, and walked to the front of the Black Tower. Every time he stepped down, the snow was knee-deep. Finally, he reached the door of St. Basil's Cathedral. The man looked up and looked at the Black Tower. At this moment, the sound of the Black Tower stopping sounded again. When this sound sounded, in Yangzhou, China, Tang Mo was shocked. In every corner of the world, many players also looked at the Black Tower closest to them in horror, and then, they heard a heavy and hoarse male voice, saying word by word, "Ding! The third of the 3 iron laws of the Black Tower. Please all players, try to attack the tower." After this, the Black Tower returned to peace. Players around the world could no longer sit still. The commotion swept the entire earth. St. Basil's Cathedral, Red Square, Moscow. When the tall and strong man heard this voice, his blue eyes buried in his hat did not waver at all. He turned around slowly, and left the square. However, just as he walked to a street lamp, he suddenly took action, roughly pulled up the iron rod with one hand, and smashed it hard at the Black Tower behind him. The iron rod flew straight out, and actually jumped to a height of 100 meters, about to hit the Black Tower. But just when the iron rod was about to hit the Black Tower, it passed through the Black Tower straight again, and fell to the ground steadily in a parabola. With a loud bang, the street lamp hit the cathedral under the Black Tower. Inside the church, there were dozens of similar giant metal objects, and the stones fell to the ground, breaking the white jade statue of Jesus into 2 pieces. Moscow was silent in the blizzard, and the man stepped on the heavy snow and left the red square. A service station in Yangzhou, China. Fu Wensheng was standing by the window, watching the Black Tower from afar until the Black Tower announced the end of the new rules. Half a minute later, he came to his senses, turned his head, and murmured, "Black Tower. Is that the voice of the Black Tower?" Tang Mo looked calm. Yes, it was the voice of the Black Tower. Fu Wensheng hadn't reacted yet. His heart was beating very fast. But he found that Tang Mo and his eldest brother were very calm, and did not show any abnormality. The child took a deep breath to calm down, and he calmly analyzed. The Black Tower has always used the kind of childish voice that tends to be mechanical to report information. Whether it is announcing the news to the whole world, all of China, or announcing the news when a player clears the game. But the Black Tower has used other voices before. Tang Mo, yes, 5 months ago, Fu Wenduo. He turned to look at Fu Wenduo. The first time you attacked the tower, you pulled all of China's players into the tower attack game. At that time, the Black Tower played a song Thanksgiving for you, which was a female chorus. After that, it also sang Lullaby with a female voice, but it never used this male voice. And it said this time. After a pause, Tang Mo said, it said, "Players, please try your best to attack the tower." Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows and looked at Tang Mo. Played a song Thanksgiving for me. Tang Mo was thinking about the new rules announced by the Black Tower just now, the heavy male voice that sounded at the end, and what it said. He did not notice Fu Wenduo's eyes. Fu Wenduo retracted his gaze. This is the third of the 3 iron laws announced by the Black Tower when the Earth was first launched. Yes, it is the third one. Please all players work hard to attack the tower. Tang Mo said, and the first rule of the new version it announced just now is that starting from next month, the last place game will be open once a month. Then it said, please all players work hard to attack the tower. Tang Mo sighed and concluded, the Black Tower is telling players not to forget this iron rule. It wants players around the world not to slack off, and to constantly strengthen their strength. So it didn't mention the other 2 iron rules, only the last one. Tang Mo didn't say anything next, but Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng understood what he meant. The Black Tower will no longer allow things like the Nanjing Group to happen. Tang Mo didn't know whether the other 9 districts of China that were involved in the last place game 2 days ago were also judged as the last place by the Black Tower because of the existence of a powerful organization, except for the Nanjing district. But there is no doubt that the update of the Black Tower 3.0 version, in addition to notifying the start of the mandatory tower attack game at the end of March, the most important message it wants to convey is, please all players work hard to attack the tower. From now on, I'm afraid there will be no organizations like the Nanjing Group. The last place game, which starts once a month, is like a sword of Damocles hanging over the players' heads. No one dares to slack off. Tang Mo said, but this time, the Black Tower also revealed another piece of information. The world is divided into 10 regions. It will find 10 last place regions in each region to start the last place game. This means that players from other countries also participated in the last place garbage cleaning game we participated in before, but the Black Tower did not announce the information. Its notification was communicated within each region. Fu Wenduo suddenly said, 5 months ago, at 8 a.m. on November 15th, it announced that it was launched globally. Later, at 8 a.m. on the 18th, global players officially went online. Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng looked at Fu Wenduo together, waiting for his next words. Fu Wenduo whispered, East District 8? Fu Wensheng immediately reacted, huh? Because of East District 8? Xiao Jitong has always been in charge of the Nanjing Group and the Strategy Group. Maybe because Fu Wensheng is still young, Xiao Jitong has not revealed too much information to him, and he didn't think in this direction. Tang Mo had guessed this a long time ago, he said. So, the time of the Black Tower is based on Greenwich Mean Time. The second of the 3 iron laws is that 6 to 1800 hours every day is the game time. This time corresponds to the standard time of each region. If something like the Christmas copy happens again, there is a solution. Fu Wenduo, race against time? Yes, race against time. Of course. If you have the ability to go faster than the rotation of the Earth, You might as well participate in the game directly. Hearing this, Fu Wenduo chuckled. Tang Mo also shrugged. Fu Wensheng stood aside, silently watching his elder brother and Tang Mo talking. The two people's thoughts jumped very quickly. Many times Tang Mo didn't say anything at all, but Fu Wenduo could think of other things. Then he said a sentence, and Tang Mo could follow his thoughts and guess the next step. Fu Wensheng could only reluctantly follow their thoughts. This didn't mean that he was slow to react or not smart enough, but that he didn't have the special tacit understanding that these two people had. Fu Wensheng looked at them, and felt that he couldn't fit in for some reason. Fortunately, before the kid could think deeply about what role he should play in this group, Tang Mo talked about the second thing. The third rule of version 3.0 is to start the Black Tower game in mentally retarded mode. I don't know what this mentally retarded mode will be like. Fu Wensheng immediately said, when my eldest brother dragged me to the tower attack game, the Black Tower notified me that it was a mentally retarded tower attack game. Maybe this idiot mode is similar to the original one. It's just that this time Black Tower only said it was an idiot mode Black Tower game, not an idiot mode tower attack game. Maybe this is just an ordinary Black Tower game, not a tower attack game. The three of them carefully discussed the three game rules of Black Tower 3.0, as well as the male voice, and the cold words used by Black Tower at the end. In the middle of the night, Fu Wensheng found a few empty mineral water bottles in the service station. His ability can fill up to 30 bottles of mineral water every day, so he never wastes opportunities, and fills up 30 bottles diligently every day. While Fu Wensheng was filling his bottle of mineral water, Tang Mo walked out of the service station calmly. Fu Wenduo looked up at him, and Tang Mo said calmly, "I'll be back soon." As he spoke, he walked past Fu Wensheng. The child also looked at Tang Mo, realizing that he might have gone out to relieve himself. Fu Wenduo kept staring at Tang Mo's back until Tang Mo's figure completely disappeared. He curled his lips and said nothing. Walking to a remote corner behind the service station, Tang Mo looked around. After making sure that no one was around, he took out a ruby from his pocket. Tang Mo put on Mario's hat expressionlessly, looked at the wall in front of him, and then silently bumped into it. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 bangs, Tang Mo picked up the 3 pieces of garbage that fell on the ground and returned to the service station. Early the next morning, the 3 of them continued on their way. Fu Wenduo said that it would take at most 4 days to get from Yangzhou to Beijing. But this time, as soon as they stepped into the Hebei region, they accidentally entered a Black Tower game. Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng were both pulled into the game by chance, and only Tang Mo was still in the car. Tang Mo was surprised to find that his 2 teammates had disappeared in a blink of an eye. Tang Mo quickly reached out and grabbed the steering wheel from the passenger seat. After controlling the direction, he stopped the car steadily. 3 days later, 2 figures, one big and one small, appeared on the highway. Fu Wenduo had some injuries on his body, but Fu Wensheng was better, with only a scratch on his forehead and a little blood. During their game, Tang Mo had been communicating with Fu Wenduo using turkey eggs to learn about their situation. Now that the 2 brothers came out, Tang Mo sat directly in the passenger seat, and the 3 continued to drive to find the nearest service station. Tang Mo found some supplies from the service station. He returned to the car and handed a bottle of mineral water to Fu Wenduo. Although you are fine and have successfully passed the game, today is March 14th. Fu Wenduo took the water. This is Handan. Drive to Beijing. If nothing goes wrong, you should be able to arrive before midnight tomorrow. Tang Mo took out a map book from his bag and opened it to the Hebei map. He pointed at the map and said, "The map shows that this place is about 100 kilometers away from Handan City. I have observed it on the highway before. Judging from the size of the Black Tower, it is not very far." The 2 looked at each other. Fu Wenduo, go to Handan tonight. Handan, Hebei, March 14th, 2330. Fu Wenduo parked the car on the edge of Handan City, and found a hidden underground parking lot, and parked the car. He and Tang Mo got out of the car, leaving only Fu Wensheng in the car, waiting for news from the 2. The kid had a similar experience, and he sat in the car and said, "Don't worry about me. Brother Tang, be careful." In Nanjing before, our Nanjing team was relatively strong. When the Black Tower 2.0 version was updated, the captain and Captain Xiao went directly to Zenjiku to observe the changes in the Black Tower. But this is Handan. Be careful. Tang Mo nodded gently. Fu Wenduo did not answer. Fu Wensheng watched Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo leave. The 2 of them were very fast and disappeared at the entrance of the parking lot in just a few seconds. Fu Wensheng stared at the only entrance and exit of the parking lot nervously. He held his props tightly and carefully guarded against every possible player. Neither Tang Mo nor Fu Wenduo had been to Handan, but the Black Tower was the best signpost. The two of them walked along a road, each side, and carefully paid attention to the movements around them. When they came to the bottom of the Black Tower, the two met again. They found an abandoned clothing store, and hid inside quickly. There was silence all around. Fu Wenduo closed the door immediately after entering the clothing store. He just raised his head, and heard Tang Mo whisper, "Here, come here." Fu Wenduo was slightly stunned, and quickly moved over. This clothing store is located in a commercial street next to the center of Handan City. It is a single store. On the side of the wall facing the street, except for a small door for one person to enter and exit, the rest is a glass window for displaying clothes. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo squeezed their bodies into the shadow of the triangle formed by the glass window and the wall, staring at the Black Tower not far away. A minute later, a black figure flashed across the street and hid in a nearby shopping mall. Tang Mo stared at the shadow closely. After waiting for another 5 minutes, they did not see anyone else except the hidden person. The cool evening breeze blew across the road, blowing up the dust on the ground and covering the dark red bloodstains that had long dried on the concrete floor. Through the glass window, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo stared at the Black Tower in the sky. Tang Mo waited patiently, and time passed by. As soon as 0 o'clock came, a dazzling white light lit up from the Black Tower. Tang Mo did not expect that this time the Black Tower would flash a strong white light unexpectedly. His eyes hurt, and he squinted subconsciously. Before he could react, a hand covered his eyes and blocked the white light. Tang Mo paused. The hot palm pressed tightly against his eyelids, and the scorching temperature was transmitted along his skin. A faint white light shone through the gap between Fu Wenduo's fingers. Tang Mo opened his lips slightly, and didn't speak for a long time. 3 seconds later, the white light dissipated. Fu Wenduo put his hand down. After a moment, Tang Mo said, "I didn't expect that it would be different from the last update. Fu Wenduo, did you go to see it last time?" Tang Mo felt a little awkward, with an indescribable feeling lingering in his heart. After hearing this, he asked curiously, "Did you not go to see the last update of Black Tower 2.0? I just happened to enter a dungeon. So that's how it is." Tang Mo said, "The Black Tower emitted colorful light, probably similar to the light balls in KTV. Then it said that the new version was online, and then the update was completed." Fu Wenduo, "That's all?" Tang Mo, "It also said the total number of players in the world at that time. Besides that." Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. He quickly turned his head, and continued to look at the Black Tower. On the top of the Black Tower, a small white light kept flashing. The light spot was so small that it was hard to detect. Tang Mo squinted his eyes, and counted the number of times the light spot flickered over and over again. The light spot jumped very fast, and its frequency almost exceeded the visual limit of humans. It flickered again and again, but it was a pity that Tang Mo was distracted before, and was not sure whether the number he counted was correct. When it flickered to the last time, the white light spot stopped. Tang Mo whispered the number, 9927 times. Fu Wenduo also counted the number of times the white light spot flickered with Tang Mo, and the two had no time to communicate. Fu Wenduo saw the second white light suddenly appear below the previous light, and began to flicker again. This time, the frequency of its flickering was slightly slower. When the light flickered to an end, Fu Wenduo said, 364 times. Tang Mo clearly remembered that 3 months ago, the first white light flickered only 62 times, and the second light stopped halfway. He pursed his lips, and was about to discuss the situation of the two white light dots with Fu Wenduo. Suddenly, an extremely dim white light spot lit up again, below the second white light spot. Tang Mo's eyes widened. In the dark night, the third white light was so dim that it was hard to detect. But it lit up. It flickered slightly, and slowly stopped. 3 seconds later, it flickered again. Finally, it stopped forever. The next moment, a cheerful child's voice sounded. The loud music echoed over Handan, and countless children sang an unknown nursery rhyme in unison. They sang happily, and just as Tang Mo said, the Black Tower radiated colorful light, like the low-quality colored light balls in the old KTV of the last century, and the light instantly illuminated the entire square city center. In the cold wind, the joyful singing seemed to have changed its tune. After singing 3 times, a cold and mechanical child's voice sounded. Ding! 2,100 and 420,000 players have successfully loaded into the game. Saving the game. Loading player data. Loading game data. Saving successfully. Loading successfully. The copy of The Last Man has been updated. Ding! On March 15, 2018, the 3.0 version of the Black Tower was officially launched, and players are welcome to enter the game. All players, please work hard to attack the tower. Ding! Have fun in the game! Chapter 103. Black Tower 3.0 version update is complete, and everything is back to peace. Tang Mo hid in the clothing store without moving. After waiting for about 3 minutes, in the dark night, he saw a thin figure quickly running out of the mall across the street. The man quickly entered the nearby commercial street, and soon disappeared. After waiting for another 5 minutes, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo left from the back door of the clothing store. In the dark night, the two were like a gust of wind. Under the mottled shadows of the trees on both sides of the road, the leaves rustled. It was impossible to see their movements clearly. Only the leaves moving in the wind suggested that two people had run under the tree. Soon, the two returned to the parking lot and found Fu Wensheng. Fu Wensheng saw that it was Tang Mo, and then he put down the weapon he was holding tightly. He asked anxiously, "How is it?" Tang Mo's expression was complicated. His face was not ugly, but it was definitely not good. Fu Wensheng saw this, and quickly looked at his eldest brother again. Fu Wenduo went directly to the passenger seat, and drove the car into a private parking garage. He got out of the car, and closed the garage's roller shutter door. The three of them quietly hid in this abandoned private garage. In the dark underground parking lot, there was silence. Tang Mo took out a flashlight from his backpack and fixed the light bulb upward with 2 bricks. The white light shone on the ceiling, illuminating this small garage. He picked up a stone, and pushed over a pot of gasoline on the floor of the garage. The dark gasoline quickly flowed all over the floor. Tang Mo dipped a stone in the gasoline and started drawing directly on the floor. There are 3 dots in total. The first dot flickered very quickly, flickering nearly 10,000 times. Because when it first flickered, both you and I were distracted. Tang Mo looked up at Fu Wenduo. He drew a small circle on the ground and wrote 9927 next to it. He said, "Roughly speaking, this dot flickered 10,000 times in total." Fu Wenduo. The second dot flickered 364 times. Tang Mo nodded, drew another small circle below the first circle, and wrote 364 at the same time. The two stopped talking, staring at the 2 small circles carefully, thinking intently. Fu Wensheng didn't understand what they were talking about, but he didn't interrupt. Half a minute later, Tang Mo picked up the stone again, and drew a third dotted circle below. The stone poked the ground, making a tapping sound. After Tang Mo finished drawing this dotted circle, he wrote another 2. The light flashing on this spot is much weaker than the previous one, and it flashed twice in total. Fu Wenduo acquiesced to this number and asked, "When version 2.0 was launched 3 months ago, was there this spot?" "Yes." Tang Mo drew 2 more small circles on the left side of the 3 small circles he had just drawn. He said as he drew, "First, the first light spot flashed 62 times. This is the accurate data. I kept watching and counting without missing any. Then, there is the second light spot. The 2.0 version of the Black Tower has only 2 light spots. The first spot is similar to the first 2 spots we saw today, both of which are relatively solid spots. And the second spot is also a relatively dim spot. In total." Tang Mo held the stone and wrote a number on the ground. It only flashed once in total. The Black Tower had 2 updates 3 months apart. Each time, the Black Tower would flash white dots before officially announcing the version update. The white dots are divided into solid dots and hollow dots. Version 2.0 has 2 dots, and version 3.0 has an extra solid dot. In addition, Tang Mo said calmly, "The number of times the dots flashed has increased, and it has increased a lot. Fu Wenduo. 62 times became more than 9,000 times, the hollow dots became solid dots, and it flashed 364 times. 3 months ago, what did you and Luo Fengcheng think?" Tang Mo was not surprised that Fu Wenduo guessed that he was with Luo Fengcheng at the time, and he had discussed these strange white light spots with him. Because a few days after the Black Tower 2.0 version was updated, Fu Wenduo found the attack organization. It was not surprising that he guessed this. In fact, according to Tang Mo and Luo Fengcheng's personalities, they would not easily let go of these obviously valuable white light spots that represented something. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo steadily, and gave the answer. My and Luo Fengcheng's speculation at the time was, "These white dots represent the number of floors of the Black Tower." Fu Wenduo's face was not surprised. Fu Wensheng, who had been listening to them for a long time, now understood. Tang Mo explained, The Black Tower has a total of 7 floors. Currently, no one in the world has cleared the 3rd floor, which means that players can only clear 2 floors at most. Tang Mo drew a larger circle outside the 3 solid circles and put it inside the 3 small circles. He said, "The first dot represents the 1st floor of the Black Tower, and the 2nd dot represents the 2nd floor of the Black Tower." On November 22nd, Fu and Duo, you are the first player in the world to clear the 1st floor of the Black Tower. Since then, players from 9 other regions around the world have also cleared the Black Tower. The latest region had someone clear the 1st floor of the Black Tower on December 18th. So it is not impossible that a total of 62 players around the world cleared the 1st floor of the Black Tower when the Black Tower 2.0 version was updated on January 1st. More importantly, what does the hollow light dot on the 2nd floor represent? Fu Wisheng guessed. Does that light dot represent the 2nd floor of the Black Tower? Soon he denied it, but no one had cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower at that time. In the 10 regions around the world, the first player to clear the new tower attack game in each region will be notified globally. At that time, no one had cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. It was a few days later that your brother cleared it. Fu Wisheng wondered, then what does this 2nd light dot represent? It flashed once. Tang Mo, this is what Luo Fengcheng and I speculated about this matter. The light spots still represent the number of floors in the Black Tower. The 2nd light spot only lit up halfway and then went out, and the light was dimmer than the 1st light spot. This probably means someone has broken through the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, but he failed, so the light spot belonging to him did not light up. For example, after a pause, Tang Mo looked at Fu and Duo. I remember that at the end of November, Major Fu was pulled into the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, but failed. Fu and Duo slightly curled his lips. That was 3 months ago. At that time, Tang Mo suddenly heard Fu Wenduo's voice, and he opened a turkey egg to help Fu Wenduo pass the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. Unfortunately, Fu Wenduo failed to pass the level. He read the archive by committing suicide, and then found a way to leave the 2nd floor. According to the information the 3 people have obtained so far, the light dots represent the number of floors in the Black Tower, and the number of times the light dots flash represents the number of people who have passed the level. Everything is very reasonable. Tang Mo looked at the small circle on the ground and said calmly, "So now, there are more than 364 players in the world who have passed the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. As for the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, 2 players have tried it. They failed. They may have died in the game, or they may have survived. These 2 people, first of all, are not me and Fu Wenduo." Fu Wisheng thought, could they be Chinese? Fu Wenduo is the first Chinese player to clear the 1st and 2nd floors of the Black Tower. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest player in China in an objective sense, but he did not try to clear the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. But this does not mean that there are no other Chinese players who have tried. Tang Mo, as far as I know, there are no such players in Shanghai. Generally speaking, most cities in China should be like Handan where we are now, with a smaller population than Beijing and Shanghai, and fewer resources than these metropolises. The players are of average level. For example, during the Black Tower 3.0 update, only 1 player in Handan went to the Black Tower to check the situation. After a pause, Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. If there are Chinese people among the 2 players who tried to pass the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, they are most likely from Beijing. Major Fu, you once said that there is a very powerful organization of illegal immigrants in Beijing, a very powerful illegal immigrant. That organization is called Tianxian. Fu Wenduo also picked up a stone and roughly drew a Beijing Ring Road map on the ground. Their base camp is in Chaoyang District. When I left Beijing 4 months ago, their leader had already cleared the 1st floor of the Black Tower. Now that 4 months have passed, he may indeed challenge the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo, what exactly is the player's ability like? Fu Wenduo recalled, I don't know the specific ability, but he can change the area. The voice stopped abruptly, and Fu Wenduo looked at the Beijing map on the ground in surprise. In the dimly lit private garage, the air froze instantly. Fu Wenduo's hand was still suspended in midair, and Tang Mo's eyes slowly widened. Both of them showed surprised applications on their faces at the same time. The next second, they looked at each other at the same time and said in unison, "His name is Ruan Washu? His name is Ruan Washu." Fu Wensheng looked at them in confusion. What's wrong? What's Ruan Washu? Brother Tang. Tang Mo slowly pursed his lips, and calmly dipped a stone in some more gasoline, and wrote 3 words on the ground. After writing these 3 words, he paused for a moment, and wrote another 3 words. Fu Wensheng didn't know who Ron Wanshu was, but when he saw the last 3 words written by Tang Mo, he was surprised. "Hey, Lian Yuzheng? Brother Tang, why did you write about her?" Tang Mo's face was solemn. He looked at the child and said word by word, "Because 30 seconds ago, the Black Tower issued a notice that Ron Wangshu, a stowaway from Huaxia District 1, and the official player Lian Yuzheng, successfully cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, difficult mode." Fu Wensheng opened his eyes in disbelief. After a long time, he shouted, "Lian Yuzheng? That popular female singer Lian Yuzheng?" Nanjing, new Nanjing group. Chai Rong was practicing boxing when he suddenly heard this voice. He was so scared that he punched the sandbag to pieces. Shanghai, Attack Organization. Jax was the only member of the organization who heard this voice. He touched his head in confusion and walked towards Luo Fengqing's office with a folder in his hand. The folder contained a thick stack of papers with 2 lines of words on the top. The top line clearly read, "By Ruiyao, Yuzhong District, Chongqing." Such situations also occurred all over the world. Some players heard the prompt sound of the difficult mode game for the first time and were surprised and said repeatedly, "Hey, difficult mode? Who are those 2 Chinese players, and how did they clear the difficult mode?" Some players have long been accustomed to it, and after repeating these 2 strange Chinese names, they no longer pay attention. A clear child's voice rang in the minds of 364 players around the world. "Ding, Ron Wanshu, the stowaway from Huaxia District 1, and Lian Yuzheng, the official player, successfully cleared the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, difficult mode. Ding, Ron Wanshu, the stowaway from Huaxia District 1." The Black Tower was notified globally, 3 times in total. Chapter 104. Ron Wanshu, this name is not famous, but Lian Yuzheng was one of the most popular female singers in China before the launch of Earth, and she is also very famous abroad. A minute ago, Tang Mo just guessed whether the leader of the chosen organization was one of the 2 players who tried to pass the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. A minute later, the Black Tower told him directly, "Friend, you think too much." After thinking for a moment, Tang Mo looked up at Fu Wensheng. "Didn't you hear the notice from the Black Tower just now?" Fu Wensheng nodded. "Yes, I didn't hear anything." Tang Mo, Ron Wanshu, Lian Yuzheng. These 2 people cleared the difficult mode of the 2nd floor of the Black Tower at the same time. They should have teamed up and played the tower attack game. The Black Tower reported this matter, but you didn't hear it. Tang Mo tapped the ground lightly with a stone and narrowed his eyes. The only people who can hear this news are the players on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo are players on the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, and Fu Wensheng only cleared the 1st floor of the Black Tower. If there is a difference between them, it is this. 3 months ago, when Tang Mo cleared the 1st level of the Black Tower in difficult mode, only Fu Wenduo heard the Black Tower notification, and Luo Fengqing and others were completely unaware. At that time, Fu Wenduo guessed that only players who had cleared the tower game could hear the news. Now it seems that Tang Mo has come to the conclusion. The news of clearing the difficult mode can only be heard by players who have cleared the corresponding level. The 3 of them agreed with this view. Since the challenge to the 3rd floor of the Black Tower had nothing to do with the mysterious and powerful chosen organization, the 3 of them did not discuss this topic any further. Next, Fu Wenduo introduced the current situation in Beijing to Tang Mo in more detail. Most of the players in Beijing are relatively independent and have not established too many organizations. The most powerful organization among them is the stowaway organization chosen. When I left Beijing 4 months ago, no official players had joined them, and all their members were stowaways. Fu Wenduo whispered. After hearing his words, Tang Mo thought for a moment and said, "Lian Yuzheng is a formal player, not a stowaway." After the words fell, Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo looked at each other and understood each other's meaning at the same time. In the past 4 months, the development speed of the chosen organization has been extremely fast. Perhaps it is no longer a simple stowaway organization. In the dark and silent underground parking lot, Tang Mo and the other 2 used this rough map of Beijing drawn with gasoline to temporarily determine the team's future plan. They did not intend to confront the chosen organization head-on. Beijing was very large, and Fu Wen took it back to find some new clues related to the Black Tower from within the country. Tang Mo was going to find his friends. After making plans for the next few days, the 3 of them took a simple rest. Early the next morning, they drove out of Handan. The black jeep drove fast on the highway. The further north it drove, the darker the sky became. When the 3 were about to arrive in Beijing, a thick black cloud covered the sky, almost covering the entire sky. After entering the 7th ring road, the long-awaited heavy rain finally came down. The rain splashed on the roof of the car, making a bang 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 sound like stones falling to the ground. Fu and Duo turned on the wipers, but the heavy rain poured down like a waterfall. The whole world was shrouded in a thick rain and fog, with visibility of only 100 meters. Fu and Duo turned the steering wheel sharply to the left, and the car rushed into a local specialty supermarket. Fu and Duo, take shelter from the rain first. The current weather conditions are indeed not suitable for driving into Beijing. Tang Mo nodded and said, well, wait until the rain is over. The three of them stopped at a specialty supermarket. It was called a specialty supermarket, but in fact, all the food inside had been snatched away. Some unwanted porcelain statues and jades were scattered on the empty counters. Compared to these expensive luxury goods before the earth went online, food and water were what people needed most. After waiting for 2 hours, the rain gradually subsided. Finally, the heavy rain stopped, and the three of them got in a car and drove to downtown Beijing. After driving 2 streets, Fu and Duo drove the car into a gas station. Tang Mo got out of the car and saw Fu and Duo walking into the gas station to look for gasoline. He caught a glimpse of an abandoned newsstand across the street and saw a row of small bungalows next to the newsstand. Tang Mo said loudly, I go over and see if there's any food. We're running out of food, maybe there's a more detailed map of Beijing in that newsstand. Fu and Duo had already walked into the gas station. Hearing this, he raised his head and said through the glass, okay. Fu Wisheng sat in the back of the car, watching Tang Mo walk out of the gas station, cross the road, and walk into a small bungalow. After Tang Mo entered the house, he searched carefully for a while. As expected, as he guessed, there were some biscuits and snacks in the storage box in the bedroom. At this time, there might be no food in the grocery store or supermarket. Only this kind of residential area has resources. Tang Mo searched every room and finally found a lot of bread, biscuits, and a piece of chocolate. Tang Mo thought about it, put the chocolate in his pocket, and walked out of the bungalow. When he walked to the side of the road, he looked up and found that in the distance, Fu and Duo was still looking for gasoline, and Fu Wisheng also entered the gas station to help him find a barrel of gasoline. The two of them didn't know where they were going. Tang Mo crossed another street with the food in his arms, and walked to the abandoned newsstand. At this time, the sky began to drizzle again. The rain quickly wet Tang Mo's hair. He walked towards the newsstand step by step, trying to recall the home address of his friend. The last time he came to Beijing, he was led by his friend to visit Beijing for a few days, and he didn't remember the address and street at all. There seems to be a Walmart in front of his house. There is a square nearby. Tang Mo thought to himself. For some reason, Tang Mo suddenly felt a little hot, and a heat rushed down to his body. Tang Mo's eyes became strange, and he looked at a strange part of himself inexplicably. It was still flat there, and there was nothing unusual. What the hell? Tang Mo coughed, trying to calm down and suppress this inexplicable evil fire. At this time, his foot suddenly stepped into a puddle. Tang Mo was startled, and looked down to find that his shoes were all wet. He frowned and was about to pull his feet out of the puddle, but the next moment, his body suddenly froze. Tang Mo quickly turned sideways, and a silver knife flew past his eyes. Fuck! How did he find it again? There's no time, kill him! Tang Mo's eyes widened, and he vaguely sensed something wrong. However, the other party didn't give him time to think at all. Whoosh! Another knife attacked from behind. The sharp blade broke through the air, and easily cut off Tang Mo's eyelashes. He leaned back and supported himself with one hand, and retreated backwards in 2 or 3 steps, with his back close to the newsstand, ready to fight back at any time. However, everything happened too fast. Just after the 2 knives passed, a black shadow suddenly rushed up from behind him, at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Tang Mo subconsciously wanted to open the small parasol as a defense, but when he reached his hand to his waist, he found that the small parasol was left on the car. Damn it! The black figure had already rushed in front of him. Tang Mo raised his hands to block his head, and a fierce fist hit his elbow. Tang Mo groaned, and was knocked 3 meters away. Before he could see the enemy clearly, another figure rushed out from behind the bungalow. The sharp long knife chopped straight at Tang Mo's head, and Tang Mo took out a big match. The match head hit the black long knife, and a white mark was seen. Tang Mo was shocked and looked at the other party vigilantly. The next moment, 2 more figures rushed out from behind the bungalow at the same time. A total of 4 people, from 4 directions, attacked Tang Mo together. One of them raised a pistol, pointed at Tang Mo's eyebrows, and fired a shot. Loud gunshots echoed on the empty road. In the gas station, Fu Wenduo immediately looked up and looked into the distance. Fu Wensheng said in shock, "What's going on?" Before he finished speaking, Fu Wenduo kicked his feet and rushed out like a flash of lightning. The strength of these four people was even stronger than Tang Mo had imagined. The middle-aged strongman in the lead was strong, and every punch he threw made a clanging sound, forcing Tang Mo to dodge constantly. Another person assisted from the side, blocking Tang Mo's position again and again with a long knife, forcing him into a dead end. Another person attacked with a flying knife. Only a young and thin man carefully hid in the distance, shooting from time to time. Each move of the four men hit Tang Mo's weak spot. They seemed to know Tang Mo's movements. Whenever Tang Mo found an opportunity to counterattack, the other party would quickly dodge. The leading strongman shouted, "Fu Wenduo is coming! Let's stop him, Lao Lu, leave it to you." Hearing this, Tang Mo's eyelids jumped. His brain worked quickly. When the three men turned around to attack Fu Wenduo, he moved his right hand, and while the other party was distracted, a ball of hot flame flew out of his palm and hit the man named Lao Lu who was closest to him. Unexpectedly, the latter knew his move, turned his head to avoid the attack, and kicked Tang Mo on the shoulder. Tang Mo flew backwards, and his back hit the wall of the newsstand. The ugly Lao Lu looked at Tang Mo sarcastically, and a strange smile appeared on his ugly face. His companions directly dragged Fu Wenduo, who came to rescue. Lao Lu did not waste time. He raised his long sword and attacked Tang Mo, sneering, "What else do you have?" Tang Mo was blocked in a dead end, seemingly with no way to retreat. Lao Lu's knife was about to chop down, only 10 centimeters away from Tang Mo's head. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded in his ears. Lao Lu's body stiffened, the long knife stopped, and a chill quickly climbed up his forehead from the coccyx. Tang Mo lay on the ground, curling his lips. "I will destroy you on behalf of Xingxing." Checkmate. Lao Lu's scalp suddenly numbed. He looked down, and saw that Tang Mo suddenly had a silver pistol in his hand. The gun roared, and the bullet had been fired. Lao Lu had excellent physical fitness. Even at such a close distance, he dodged the bullet by leaning sideways. However, he never expected that the bullet had eyes, and turned to shoot at his forehead again. Grass, grass, grass. Bang! Fu Wenduo was fighting with the three men. When he heard the gunshot, he raised his head, and saw a man falling backwards to the ground. There was a dark bullet hole on his forehead. His eyes were fixed on the sky, as if he didn't understand why Tang Mo had another trick. Blood soon flowed all over the ground. Tang Mo got up from the ground, turned around and rushed to help without resting. The middle-aged strongman cursed. "What kind of superpower is this? Only 3 chances left." Tang Mo had already rushed in front of the 3 people. Fu Wenduo saw him rushing up and kicked the strongman in the chest, kicking him in front of Tang Mo. Tang Mo raised the big match tacitly, and the match head rubbed against the ground violently, creating a spark. But just when his match head was about to touch the strongman's body, time suddenly stopped. In the sky, the rain stopped in midair. The air was still, and the blood flowing from Lao Lu's forehead also solidified on the ground. On the vast and deserted streets, everything stopped. As if someone had pressed the pause button, the world was frozen into a picture of rain and mist. 3 seconds later, Tang Mo walked out of the bungalow holding a bunch of snacks and biscuits. He touched the chocolate in his pocket and decided to reward himself with a piece of chocolate later. He hadn't eaten sweets for a long time. Remembering that there was a 12-year-old child in the car, Tang Mo thought about it and made a decision. If Fu Wensheng really wanted to eat, he would give 1/3 to the child. As he walked, Tang Mo recalled the address of his friend's community. There seems to be a Walmart in front of his house. There is also a square nearby. Suddenly, Tang Mo paused. He lowered his head with a strange expression and looked at his flat lower body. After looking for a second, Tang Mo coughed and continued to move forward. His right foot stepped into a small puddle. Tang Mo frowned and was about to pull his foot out of the puddle. The next second, he stopped and dodged sideways. Bang! A bullet grazed Tang Mo's cheek and shot straight through the window of the newsstand. 6th, 9th, kill him directly. Chapter 105. The drizzle was falling, the ground was already wet, and the drizzle fell on the ground and was invisible. When Tang Mo walked out of a row of bungalows, his hair was quickly wet by the misty rain, slightly sticking to his forehead. He first looked up at the gas station across the road, but he didn't see Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wensheng was gone. I guess they went into the gas station to find gasoline together. Tang Mo didn't think too much, and walked to the other side of the road with a bunch of snacks. There is a newsstand there. This is a crossroads, and the gas station is in the northeast corner. Opposite it is a bungalow, and at the diagonal intersection is an abandoned newsstand. Finally, there is a shabby little restaurant, which is located in the northwest corner of the intersection. The things inside have long been emptied, and there is obviously no food. Tang Mo walked towards the shabby newsstand step by step, and suddenly, he stepped into a puddle without warning. Tang Mo looked down with a strange expression, but his eyes did not fall on the wet shoes, but on a hidden part. Tang Mo coughed and continued to walk forward. After crossing the road completely, Tang Mo could see the newsstand clearly. All the snacks and water sold in the kiosk were robbed, leaving only some unwanted newspapers and magazines. There were several thick stacks of newspapers on the shelf, and the words November 15, 2017 were clearly reflected on the front page. Tang Mo glanced at the stack of newspapers, walked around to the back, and planned to enter the newsstand through the small door to find a map. When he walked to the back of the newsstand, his steps paused slightly, and his eyes fell on a burned bookshelf. This bookshelf is a small bookshelf placed outside the newsstand. Many newsstands will place some of the best-selling magazines and newspapers on small bookshelves outside for passers-by to choose. This bookshelf had been placed on the other side of the newsstand before. Tang Mo looked from the gas station and the bungalow, and could not see the bookshelf. It was burned black, and the books that had been placed on it were burned to ashes and fell to the ground. The light rain fell on this burned bookshelf, which seemed particularly abrupt compared to the surrounding environment. But Tang Mo only took a glance, and then looked away. He looked calm, put his hands in his pockets, and walked into the newsstand. Tang Mo's figure disappeared in the small newsstand. However, the next moment he entered. Bang! In the gas station, Fu Wenduo kicked his feet, rushed out of the door, and rushed to the small restaurant in the northwest corner of the intersection. At the same time, Tang Mo's figure also rushed out of the newsstand, and ran straight to the bungalow in the southeast corner. Their movements were too fast, and everything happened too suddenly. When the giant match smashed through the wall with a bang, the four men hiding behind the bungalow looked at Tang Mo in astonishment, and no one reacted. After a second, the middle-aged man in the lead had red eyes, and said angrily, "Fuck, I fight you." Tang Mo didn't expect there would be four people. He turned his head to avoid a bullet, and rolled backwards, to avoid the middle-aged man's fist. On the other side, Fu Wenduo had already confirmed that there was no one in the restaurant. He turned his head, and ran towards Tang Mo. At this time, Tang Mo had already started fighting with the four people. He quickly dodged a bullet, just stood firm, and immediately bent down to avoid a flying knife. Tang Mo raised a big match and blocked it behind him. The red match head collided with a pitch-black long knife, and both of them took 3 steps back. A faint white mark appeared on the big match. Tang Mo looked at the man with the knife vigilantly, and he found that the other party looked at him with hatred. The next second, the man drew his knife and rushed forward, and Tang Mo also waved the big match to fight back. The four men had only 3 seconds in total. Tang Mo dodged their sneak attacks one after another, and fought the man with the knife on equal terms. When Fu Wenduo arrived, the middle-aged strong man and a short man rushed out immediately to block Fu Wenduo. The strong man shouted loudly, "Old Nine, run!" As soon as the words fell, the thin man who had used flying to attack Tang Mo turned around and ran away. Tang Mo's eyes were stern, and he rushed forward to catch him. A black long knife slashed straight at him, blocking his way. Tang Mo flipped his palm, and a ball of hot flame flew out of his hand and hit the other party. The man actually dodged sideways easily. "Don't even think about leaving." Tang Mo narrowed his eyes. The big match and the black long knife kept colliding, splashing metal sparks. In just 20 seconds, the two had already collided several times. Tang Mo kept finding opportunities to use other abilities to attack the man with the knife. But the man dodged the flame ability and the checkmate ability one after another, and his attack became more and more fierce. Suddenly, he seized an opportunity and kicked Tang Mo's leg from the side. Tang Mo had to dodge, and he slashed from the other side again. Go to hell. Boom! A huge stone suddenly appeared in front of the man, and he smashed it with a knife. The man opened his eyes in shock, and then he realized that Tang Mo had deliberately exposed a flaw. When he smashed the stone, Tang Mo had already rushed out several meters and chased after the fleeing Lao Jio. The man was shocked and said, "Oh no, he is going to kill Lao Jio." The middle-aged strong man was shocked when he heard this, and was kicked away by Fu Wenduo. He didn't care about his injuries, and chased Tang Mo with all his strength. On the other side, the man with a knife also caught up. The two tried their best to chase Tang Mo, but it was too late. Lao Jio was not fast, and Tang Mo raised the big match and chopped it straight at him. At this moment, A full 58 seconds had passed since Tang Mo walked out of the bungalow and stepped into the puddle. The middle-aged strongman and the man with a knife saw that Tang Mo's match was about to split Lao Jio's head, and they all opened their eyes in horror. They roared, "I'm going to kill you," while speeding towards Tang Mo, and watched the giant match slowly hit Lao Jio's head. Time ticked by, and Tang Mo's matches were also splitting down bit by bit. Just when the match was about to touch Lao Jio's hair, the middle-aged strongman and the man with a knife behind Tang Mo slowly raised their mouth corners, revealing a sinister and expectant smile. Excitement flashed in their little eyes, but the shock and fear on their faces had not completely faded. They seemed like two weird clowns, looking extremely funny with fear and excitement. But at the last second when Tang Mo's match was about to smash Lao Jio's head, the two blinked. When they opened their eyes again, a crisp sound of skull cracking came from behind them. The middle-aged man and the man with the knife froze together. Lao Jio, who had just been desperately running away, also stopped and turned stiffly. A hazy drizzle fell from the sky. In the middle of the intersection, Tang Mo raised a big match and calmly cracked the fourth man's head. When the middle-aged man and the man with the knife turned around to save Lao Jio, Fu and Duo also followed directly. Only this man turned around and ran away quickly. No one noticed his action, and he only ran back for 3 seconds. On a big tree by the roadside, a drop of rain rolled down from the leaves and fell to the ground with a clatter. Until now, it has been exactly 1 minute. Tang Mo stood in the middle of the intersection, nearly 100 meters away from where he appeared a second ago. Even Fu Wenduo didn't see how he got there. Tang Mo held the big match tightly and kept panting. The man whose skull he smashed was lying on the ground, blood and white brain matter flowing out of the back of his head, mixed with the rain, and flowed all over the ground. As soon as he opened his mouth, blood came out. He trembled all over, looking at Tang Mo in disbelief, spitting blood while struggling to utter a sentence from his mouth. "Why? Me?" Tang Mo kept panting. No one noticed that around his pupils, a circle of white light flickered gently. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at Lao Jio in the distance. In his field of vision, a trace of thick black death energy climbed up from the ground and gradually wrapped around Lao Jio's body. Lao Jio looked at Tang Mo and his dying companion on the ground with a pale face. Soon, the death energy completely blocked his face, and Tang Mo could no longer see his expression. Tang Mo retracted his gaze and looked at the man on the ground. He said calmly, because he would not die just now. The man lying on the ground stared with his eyes wide open. He did not understand what Tang Mo meant until his death. Everything that followed became extremely simple. After the man died, the other 3 men ran away in fear. They were very smart and ran away separately. There were 3 directions in total, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo chased one each. The last middle-aged strong man ran in the direction of the gas station, and he found Fu Wensheng hiding in the gas station. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes and ran to the gas station. He roared and rushed towards Fu Wensheng. At this time, a cold voice sounded behind him. The voice was so loud that it reached the ears of the middle-aged man even across the street. He turned his head and looked behind him. He saw Fu Wenduo holding Tang Mo's hand in front of the newsstand across the street. Tang Mo held a silver pistol and pointed the muzzle at the middle-aged man's forehead. Tang Mo said lightly, "I will destroy you on behalf of Xingxing." Checkmate. Bang. A sharp gunshot sounded, and the bullet passed through the middle-aged man's head, exploding a blood flower. A dull thunder sounded in the sky, and the moment the middle-aged man's body fell, heavy rain poured down. Tang Mo didn't expect that it was still March, and the spring rain in Beijing was so heavy. He and Fu Wenduo quickly dragged the bodies of the 4 people into the gas station separately, but unfortunately, they were still soaked by the rain. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Mo looked up and saw Fu Wensheng open his mouth wide, looking at him and Fu Wenduo in horror. Tang Mo was stunned. After thinking for a while, he thought that the child was a little panicked when he suddenly saw so many corpses. But Fu Wensheng had seen more corpses before, right? He didn't feel scared during the garbage cleaning game in Nanjing, so why did he react so strongly now? Tang Mo said, "How about I dragged him away?" He thought the child was afraid of the 4 corpses. Unexpectedly, Fu Wensheng swallowed his saliva, looked at Tang Mo in surprise, and then looked at his eldest brother. After a while, he turned his head and looked at Tang Mo, his tone excited. "What's going on, brother Tang? What's going on? My brother suddenly rushed out just now. How did you know that there were people hiding outside, and that they were going to kill us? Why did you kill that person first? Is there anything special about him, brother Tang? What is going on? What happened?" Fu Wenduo was dragging the body of the middle-aged man into the gas station. Hearing Fu Wenxing's words full of fanboy tone, he raised his eyebrows. Fu Wensheng also found that his tone just now seemed too excited. The temperature of the 4 bodies in front of him was not completely cold yet, and it seemed that it was not good for him to be so excited. Fu Wensheng coughed. I'm just curious about what happened just now. That? I didn't understand anything, and you two suddenly rushed out and killed 4 people. It seems that they have been ambushing us there for a long time. Fu Wenduo let go of his hand, and the strong man's body fell to the ground with a bang. He said calmly, Ask your brother Tang. It's okay for the child to call him Brother Tang. But why do you, Fu Wenduo, call him Brother Tang? Tang Mo's mouth twitched when Fu Wenduo said Brother Tang. He walked to the side of the first man who was killed, squatted down and checked for a while. Finally, he raised his head and said, If I guess correctly, this man has a special ability. He can go back in time. Chapter 106. Half an hour ago, Tang Mo and his 2 companions arrived at the gas station. Fu Wenduo got out of the car to find gasoline, and Tang Mo decided to go to the bungalow across the road to have a look. They need new supplies. After officially entering Beijing, the food they can find will only become less and less. The 3 people currently have very low demand for food and water, but not none. Tang Mo will prepare everything in advance to avoid accidents. The ability to go back in time is definitely there. They must have gone back in time. Because there is a burned bookshelf behind the newsstand. The bookshelf was burnt black, but on that bookshelf. Tang Mo paused and said, There is a magazine book that is intact. The 3 walked across the street, and quickly found the burned bookshelf. From the location of the bungalow where the 4 stowaways had just ambushed, the bookshelf hidden behind the newsstand could not be seen. But as long as you go around the newsstand, you can see it. The bookshelf was completely burnt, almost just a steel shelf. There was a yellowed magazine on top, with no signs of burning at all. This situation was so weird no matter how you looked at it. Of course, it was not ruled out that someone was bored enough to burn the bookshelf, and then inexplicably put a magazine on it. But this was enough. In such an empty and deserted place, suddenly seeing a burned bookshelf with a perfect book on it, what would you think? Tang Mo didn't know what Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng would think, but he felt that someone had deliberately left him some hint. Just like in many detective novels, the protagonist went to a certain place and saw something very abnormal. There must be something wrong with the abnormal situation. He couldn't guess who left this clue and what it meant. But he thought of a possibility. This book may not have been put there after the bookshelf was burned. Fu Wensheng was stunned. What? This bookshelf was burned to a skeleton, and it would fall down with a slight touch. The magazines on the bookshelf did not have any signs of burning, and it was obvious that they were put there later. If it wasn't put there after the bookshelf burned, could it be that it was there before the bookshelf burned? Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows when he heard Tang Mo's words, and looked at him deeply. Before, because he had to hurry to deal with the 4 illegal immigrants, Tang Mo didn't observe the bookshelf carefully. He walked forward, squatted on the ground, and took the magazine off the bookshelf. Because of his action, the bookshelf collapsed quickly. Tang Mo looked at the title and date on the magazine. He turned around and waved the magazine. This magazine is quite famous. It is sold all over the country. The date on it is November 18th. Fu Wenxing immediately thought, when did Black Tower officially start the game? Tang Mo nodded, yes. This kind of bookshelf usually contains popular magazines and books. The boss puts the popular items on the small bookshelf and takes them outside the newsstand so that passers-by can see them more easily. This magazine may have been on the bookshelf for a long time. Perhaps before today, it has been on this bookshelf for 5 months. Fu Wensheng still didn't understand what was going on, but Tang Mo had figured it all out. He suspected someone was lying in ambush nearby because the bookshelf was too strange. He never knew from the beginning whether someone was lying in ambush and where. But he was suspicious. So after entering the newsstand, he used turkey eggs to communicate with Fu Wenduo and told him about the strange phenomenon he saw. The 2 made a decision very quickly. One went to search the bungalow, and the other searched the restaurant at the other end of the intersection. Because these 2 are the best places to hide people. Maybe there is no ambush at all. Maybe this strange bookshelf is just a prank by a player. But Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo will not let go of any suspicious points. Fu Wenduo does not know about this, but Fu Wensheng knows it. Tang Mo said, Xiaosheng, you should know what burned this bookshelf. Fu Wensheng was stunned. I know. Yes, you know. The little boy lowered his head and thought for a moment, and suddenly he was surprised. Your big match? That's right, it's the mosaic match. 2 months ago, in the Queen of Hearts gym corridor, Tang Mo once used a big match to light Bai Rui's arm, and told him mercilessly, "If you don't cut off your arm, you will be burned to death in this fire." Props, Mosaic Big Match. Owner, Tang Mo. Function, unextinguishable flame. You can light a match at will. Once the flame of the match ignites an object, the law of cause and effect will work. Only when the object is burned clean can the flame be extinguished. It is stronger than you can imagine. This bookshelf was burned by a big match. Only objects ignited by a big match will be burned due to the law of cause and effect. When I went back in time, I must have discovered the reincarnation of this time, but I didn't know how to remind myself that someone was ambushing. So I used a big match to ignite this bookshelf and took away a book on it. Tang Mo put the magazine on the charred remains of the bookshelf. Because this magazine was taken away, it was not ignited by the flame of the big match. After going back in time, it returned to the bookshelf again. But the bookshelf has been burned. Fu and Sheng looked at the bookshelf and magazines on the ground, so there is an intact magazine on the charred bookshelf. After determining the cause of the incident, the three returned to the gas station to deal with the bodies of the 4 stowaways. Tang Mo reached out and pulled out his superpower book from the air. He turned to the second to last page and looked at the text on it. Superpower. Climax always comes quickly. Owner, Jiao Kuwei Stowaway. Type, atomic. Function, retrace the physical state of all substances within a certain area, and restore the state of all substances to 1 minute ago. Level, level 3. Restriction, the physical strength improvement space is 0. From the beginning of using the power, you must experience a 60-second material change before you can use the retroactive power. When using this power, all living objects in the area where it is used will feel a strong physiological need. It can be used up to 7 times a day. While retracing the physical state, it consumes the user's corresponding cell life. If it restores multiple life objects, it consumes multiple cell lives. Note, the climax always comes quickly, so you have to savor it repeatedly. Tang Mo version instructions. Use it up to once a day, consuming double cell life. There is a 5% chance that the physical state of a living being cannot be retraced. For Tang Mo, a 1-minute climax. Wait, Tang Mo's climax can last for a minute? I'm so lucky. So the strange urge to cough that he felt when crossing the road was actually due to this ability? Tang Mo has long been accustomed to the complaints about the ability book. His eyelids twitched, and his eyes stayed on the functions and limitations of this ability. It turns out that it is not directly retracing time, but retracing the physical state of all substances within 1 minute. Tang Mo thought, this can better explain why the bookshelf was not restored, and the time of the magazine and other things was retraced. What was retraced was not time, but the physical state of matter. So the magazine that was taken to the side returned to the bookshelf, but the bookshelf could not be restored due to the law of causality. Did you get the supernatural power of that person? Tang Mo nodded. He subconsciously wanted to hand the supernatural book to Fu Wenduo to see, but just as he stretched out his hand, he instantly retracted it. Tang Mo coughed and threw the shameless book back into the air. He explained, it's not the objective sense of retracing time, his ability. After a pause, Tang Mo sorted out his words. His ability is to retrace the physical state of all substances within a certain area, and the recovery time is 1 minute. For example, the rain in the sky. A minute ago, this drop of rain was still a mixture of condensation nuclei and water vapor. It slowly fell from the cloud, and at the 59th second, it fell to the ground with a plop and merged into the puddle. However, using this ability, everything is reversed. The physical state of this raindrop returns to the state of a condensation nucleus and a mixture of water vapor, and its physical position is also restored, back to the dark cloud. Tang Mo has never been good at science. He carefully recalled the description in the ability book and finally came to a rough conclusion. In short, this can indeed be regarded as an ability to go back in time, but it cannot go back in time for some things that are affected by the law of causality. For example, the bookshelf burned by a big match. Fu Wenduo, are there any restrictions? Tang Mo, there are many restrictions. For example, I can only use it once a day, and it will consume my life. Fu Wenduo frowned. Consume my life? Tang Mo briefly explained. He also has this ability that consumes the user's life, a very fast man. Since Tang Mo has this ability, he has tried not to use it as much as possible. Because this ability is too powerful. Once he uses it too much, he will develop a psychological dependence and will be unable to help but use it continuously. Such superpowers are too powerful. Faced with such extreme temptation, Tang Mo did not dare to guarantee that he could resist using them. This superpower is like a drug. Tang Mo sighed, but I guess the players who use these superpowers may not know their side effects. Just like you and Xiaosheng only know how to use superpowers, but do not know the clear functions and limitations of superpowers. Fu Wenduo, you still don't know what my superpower is. Tang Mo was stunned, and he turned to look at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo stood by the window, lowered his head slightly, and looked at Tang Mo with a raised corner of his mouth. Since they set out from Nanjing and headed for Beijing, Tang Mo first checked Fu Wenxin's ability. The private money ability has a 3-day cooldown period, and Tang Mo can no longer check Fu Wenduo's ability within 3 days. However, after that, he kept trying to touch Fu Wenduo's hand while he was driving. The two touched for a full 6 hours, and Tang Mo finally gave up and never mentioned it again. If it is so difficult to obtain a person's ability, how did that woman get your ability in such a short time? Tang Mo was startled and looked up at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo's dark eyes were fixed on Tang Mo. Tang Mo felt vaguely that the other party might have guessed something. With Fu Wenduo's powerful associative ability, he might have guessed the truth. But Tang Mo's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, "The superpowers I copied will be weakened. That's her superpower, so it's easier for her to use it than me. Is that so?" Fu Wenduo said meaningfully, "Just now, during the 1 minute, when that person used the superpower to rewind time, I seemed to feel. Something was wrong, something was wrong. Tang Mo, do you feel it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Wensheng said loudly, "Yeah, brother, I also feel my body is hot, so strange." "You feel it too?" Fu Wenduo said lightly, "You are only 12 years old." Fu Wensheng, what does this have to do with me being 12 years old? You are only 12 years old, probably not yet at the age that can produce pleasure. Tang Mo silently supplemented Fu Wenduo's words in his heart, and then, damn, is this person a dog? How come he can smell something bad? Tang Mo quickly changed the subject. Check their bodies, maybe we can find some useful clues. Fu Wensheng was about to ask what was wrong with him being 12 years old, but when Fu Wenduo heard this, he turned around and looked at Tang Mo. He laughed softly, and said nothing more. As long as Tang Mo didn't admit it, Fu Wenduo's guesses would only be guesses. Tang Mo didn't quite understand why Fu Wenduo, a straight man, had so many weird guesses, and was always interested in his little book, but every time he could guess some content that was not friendly to straight men. Thinking of the countless complaints about him in that cheap supernatural book, Tang Mo secretly decided, "I will never let anyone see the contents of the book in this life. Not in this life." For strange players suddenly appeared and attacked him. Tang Mo did not think it was a coincidence. These people are not weak, they are not ordinary players, and almost all of them have supernatural powers. There is a 70% chance that they have already ambushed us and deliberately waited for us here, and they may even have tracked us for a long time, but they are very powerful, and none of us have discovered it. There is a 30% chance that they are just passing by to rob. After a pause, Tang Mo said, "Fu Wenduo and I will check these 3 bodies. Xiaosheng, you go and check the body of that person." Fu Wensheng nodded. The 3 of them acted separately. Tang Mo checked the body of the man who had the ability to go back in time. On the cold concrete floor, the middle-aged man stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open. Tang Mo had seen many corpses since the Earth went online, and he had seen many more horrible deaths. He closed the eyes of the corpse expressionlessly, and began to search for things on the other person's body. Killing this person was actually an accident, but it was inevitable. If this person was not killed, the other party could continue to use the ability to rewind time, and everything would start all over again. The 4 players were smart. When Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo took the initiative to attack, they understood that their ability to rewind time must have been discovered. The ability to rewind time was either a prop or a superpower. They made a straightforward decision to let 3 people delay Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and let another companion escape. Chapter 107. They are definitely not the opponents of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, otherwise they would not have failed to kill them after retracing their powers several times. Only by saving the life of the companion, who can retrace time, the other 3 of them may survive. However, at this time, the middle-aged strongman in the lead set up a trap. Among the 4 people, the middle-aged strongman and the man with a knife were obviously the main attackers, and the other 2 were weaker and had been assisting at the side. When the matter was exposed, the middle-aged strongman shouted, "Old 9, run!" Lao Jiao ran away quickly, but he was not a stowaway with the ability to go back in time. The one who could really go back in time was the one who stayed behind with the middle-aged man to delay Fu Wenduo. This trick was well hidden from Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Almost in an instant, The two of them determined that Lao Jiao was a player who could go back in time and chased him. At this time, the real owner of the ability turned around and fled. As long as he could survive for a minute, he could go back in time and start over again. But he never expected that when Tang Mo was about to kill Lao Jiao, he used mortals will eventually die. Superpower, mortals will eventually die. Owner, Bai Ruoyao, official player. Function, both eyes can see the Black Death energy wrapped around others. When Tang Mo used this superpower, he was shocked to find that the death energy on Lao Jiao was very light, almost without a trace of death energy. His big match was about to split Lao Jiao's head, and Lao Jiao was sure to die. But he didn't die, which only meant one thing. The player who could really go back in time was not Lao Jiao, but someone else. In a hurry, Tang Mo directly used a very fast man's ability, and found the player, who turned and ran away. You deserve to die. Tang Mo looked at the cold stowaway, and sighed softly. Tang Mo used a very fast man's ability, and used it for 1 second, which consumed 2 minutes of life. Since he got this ability, Tang Mo has only used it twice, and this is the second time. If Tang Mo is given another chance, he may not make the same choice again. Because since the 4 players have been hiding behind the bungalow, and have not launched another sneak attack, they are obviously shaken, and do not plan to attack Tang Mo again. They just want to survive. But Tang Mo found the clues he left and caught them. Tang Mo did not think about it anymore. He checked the body of the player. The 4 stowaways did not carry any extra things, only a pistol, a black long knife, and some small throwing knives. Tang Mo handed these things to Fu Wensheng, and the child put them away obediently. Fu Wenduo fumbled with the middle-aged man's clothes, and suddenly he stopped and took something out of his pocket. Bread? Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng immediately walked over. Fu Wenduo handed them the white paper. The two checked it, and Fu Wensheng asked curiously, "What is this? Why write the word bread on a piece of white paper? Does he want to eat bread?" Fu Wenduo, this piece of paper was taken out of his trouser pocket. It should be useful for something else. The 3 of them pondered for a long time, but they couldn't figure out why a powerful stowaway would put a piece of white paper in his pocket with 2 words written on it. Bread? Tang Mo looked down at the paper, trying to find some clues from it. At this time, a cry came from behind him. "Hey, what is this?" Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo turned their heads quickly. I saw that Fu Wensheng had turned the body of the middle-aged strong man over to the back without knowing when. The middle-aged man was lying on his back. Fu Wensheng brushed aside his hair and looked at his neck in astonishment. Tang Mo's eyes shone, and he hurried over. As soon as he approached, his eyes stopped at the back of the man's neck, and he quickly saw the mark. Tang Mo was surprised. X? There was a red X mark engraved on the back of the middle-aged man's neck. Tang Mo looked at this strange mark, and an idea flashed through his mind. He quickly said, "Look at the other 3 people. They may also have this mark on their bodies." Okay. Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng immediately took off the clothes of the other 3 stowaways. Sure enough, the other 3 people's lower abdomen, back, and thighs were also engraved with the same red X mark. This was the mark left by someone cutting with a knife. The blood had already coagulated into scars. The 2 cross scars reflected on the yellow skin of the yellow people looked like a capital X. Tang Mo looked at the marks on the 4 people with a solemn expression, and a sense of foreboding gradually surged in his heart. These 4 people attacked us here. Are they simply trying to ambush players passing by here, or are they specifically targeting us? Does this X have some special? Not X. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo looked at the mark on the middle-aged man's neck with a cold look. He stretched out his hand, pressed on the mark, and traced along the scar. When he traced the scar, the order was different from that of a normal person writing X. He first wrote a 7 along the longest scar. Then, he drew a short horizontal line in the middle of the 7. Tang Mo watched him write this line on the ground and was surprised. Is it 7? It's not an X. It's a 7 with a horizontal line. First write the number 7, then draw a horizontal line in the middle. Looking at it diagonally, it really looks like a handwritten X. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes. Tang Mo thought of a name in an instant. Before he could say the name, he heard Fu Wenduo coldly say, "It's the Chosen One." The most powerful illegal immigrant organization in Beijing is Tianxian. 3 months ago, Tang Mo met Fu Wenduo for the first time. He asked him about the situation in Beijing. Fu Wenduo only told him a name, Tianxian. Beijing is not like Nanjing, where a powerful organization manages the entire city. There are many organizations in Beijing, including official players, reserve forces, and illegal immigrants. The most powerful organization is called Tianxian. Fu Wenduo picked up a pen and drew a Tianxian organization logo on the whiteboard of the gas station. He said, 4 months ago, when I left Beijing, I fought with Wan Wanshu and Qiheng once. After a pause, he added, Wan Wanshu is the leader of the Chosen, and Qiheng is a stowaway of the Chosen. Both are very powerful. When their organization was first established, there were only 7 people, and all 7 of them had this mark engraved on their bodies. A number 7, plus a horizontal bar. Tang Mo said calmly, could it be a coincidence? This is only the 7th ring road of Beijing, far from Chaoyang district. You said that the headquarters of the Chosen organization is in Chaoyang district. After 4 months of development, their organization has grown and expanded, not only stowaways, but also formal players and reserve forces. And if they really came to ambush us, how did they know that we were going back to Beijing today, and also knew our route? Fu Wenduo's hand tapped lightly on the whiteboard. Tang Mo looked at him quietly. Fu Wensheng didn't dare to say anything, and looked at the 2 adults carefully. After a few seconds, Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo and said calmly, do you think? Is it a coincidence? Tang Mo looked at him steadily. After a moment, Tang Mo sighed and gave the answer, I don't think so. There are not so many coincidences in the world. No matter how many members of the Chosen organization there are in the past 4 months, they can't be spread all over Beijing. The 7th ring road is a long way from Chaoyang district. These 4 stowaways came here specifically to ambush Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. The 4 of them are indeed excellent killers, because they have the ability to go back in time. That ability can be used up to 7 times a day. It's obvious that they know several of my abilities, and together with the time when I burned the bookshelf and laid out the clues, they have used the ability at least 5 times and gone back in time 5 times. Just to kill us, they went to great lengths and went back in time many times. If they were just passing by, they would have given up after the first failure. After 2 failures at most, they would have known that they had hit a wall, and would not have attacked again and again. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo. So, they came here on purpose and attacked us by surprise. Fu Wensheng asked, brother, did you have an enemy with them when you were in Beijing? They spent so much effort to kill you? I didn't. This answer was beyond Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng's expectations. After Tang Mo was surprised, his expression became more complicated. He asked, you didn't make enemies with them, so you said you had fought with their leaders? Fu Wenduo, that was more like a competition. I am the first player to pass the first floor of the Black Tower. The whole world knows that I am in Huaxia District 1, in Beijing. Their organization is crazy. They are not like the Nanjing group, who are wholeheartedly trying to strengthen themselves and maintain the safety of Nanjing. Unlike attack, they just want to improve their own strength and attack the tower as soon as possible. They will not kill Beijing players, but they will find strong players. Either join them or die. Tang Mo, so before you left Beijing, they found you and wanted you to join the organization? I'm a stowaway. Tang Mo was stunned, and soon he nodded, yes, you are a stowaway. A strong stowaway joining a strong stowaway organization is natural no matter how you look at it. However, Fu Wenduo could not join them, so a fight broke out between them. The ending was that Fu Wenduo left Beijing intact, and the people of the Tianxian organization did not seem to suffer any losses. Fu Wenduo, after that, Tianxian and I reached a consensus that we would not interfere with each other. We did not have any enemies. Fu Wensheng was puzzled and said, then why did they? Fu Wenduo, are they really here to kill me? After this sentence fell, Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng were both stunned. Fu Wenduo also suddenly realized what the guess he just said casually meant. His fingers gradually tightened, and his eyes stared at Tang Mo. He opened his lips, and said word by word, they ambushed you. After the 2 of us separated, they did not come to me, but to you, to attack you, and to kill you. Tang Mo, why did they want to kill you? Tang Mo, why did they want to kill you? Tang Mo pursed his lips, and his brain worked quickly. He could no longer have the memories of the previous time travel. But Tang Mo clearly remembered the last attack from the other party. These people really wanted to kill him. If they wanted to kill Fu Wenduo, they should attack Fu Wenduo instead of attacking him after the 2 separated. Attacking Fu Wenduo, who was alone, and killing Tang Mo first, and then Fu Wenduo would have the same result. Their target was him. Countless possibilities flashed through his mind, and he even considered whether his best friend might be in the Chosen organization. Finally, Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at Fu Wenduo seriously. Everything is actually based on one question. Why does the Chosen organization know our location, know that we will arrive in Beijing today, and pass by here today? Fu Wensheng thought, Could it be that someone in their organization has the ability to predict the future? Tang Mo. Then why didn't he predict that the 4 people who attacked me today would all die here? Fu Wensheng opened his mouth, unable to give an explanation. Maybe the predictor's ability can only predict Tang Mo's location, but this is also unreasonable. They shouldn't know me. Tang Mo is not famous. The first player to clear the first and second floors of the Black Tower is you, not me. Tang Mo analyzed. My name may only be known by the chosen leader when I cleared the first floor of the Black Tower in difficult mode. But at that time I was called Momo, not Tang Mo. And he shouldn't know who I am, and that I will be with you. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo solemnly, and Tang Mo also looked at him. The two people's eyes met in the air, and almost at the same time, they understood each other's meaning, and said in unison, Black Tower. Yes, only the Black Tower can know where Tang Mo is. Only the Black Tower can make a powerful organization kill a person without hesitation. 1 day ago, Beijing No. 80 Middle School. A young woman with injuries all over her body carried a sick and pale boy and stumbled into the school gate. When she walked into the gate, a black figure flashed across the track and field and teleported to the gate in the blink of an eye. This was a smiling young man. He saw the woman covered in blood and in a very embarrassed state, and was about to laugh at her, but suddenly his eyes fell on the boy she was carrying. The man opened his eyes wide in horror. What happened? He ran up and quickly carried the boy down. Lien Yuzheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Black Tower second floor difficult mode, idiot. Didn't you hear it? Then you don't have to cut off your hands and feet, right? Chi Hung carried Wan Wanshu on his back and ran into the school's infirmary at the fastest speed. As soon as he entered, the female doctor inside looked at him in shock, her eyes directly falling on Wan Wanshu behind him. Fuck? The left hand and right hand are gone, and the left leg is gone. This is the rhythm of being a human pig. Where are the hands and feet of the head? Bring it over and let me see. Maybe I can make a specimen to appreciate every day. Chi Hung said angrily. Okay, you are still joking, the head is almost dead, and the heartbeat has stopped. After hearing this, the female doctor's face darkened, and she hurried over. A minute later, Lien Yuzheng limped into the infirmary. She quietly walked to the side, took a can of yellow banana wine, opened it and drank it. But her miserable face did not improve. Not long after, bright red blood stained her clothes. Chi Hung saw her horrified look in his peripheral vision, and then he realized, damn, what's the wound on your stomach? Chi Hung rushed up and stripped Lien Yuzheng's clothes without saying a word. The most popular female singer in China before this earth went online tried to block it with her hands, but she was too weak to move at all. She could only let her companion strip off her vest, revealing the horrible cut on her abdomen. A bowl-sized wound lay across her flat abdomen. Half of her intestines had already flowed out, as if they had been bitten off by something, and only half was roughly stuffed back into her stomach. Along the way, Lien Yuzheng carried Wan Wanshu while covering her stomach with her left hand. Chi Hung didn't expect to see such injuries. He was stunned for a long time, and finally took out 2 cans of banana wine from the cabinet in silence and started to treat them. Stupid, it hurt so much. Damn it, shut up. After more than an hour of hard work, Wan Wanshu and Lien Yuzheng's injuries stabilized. The female doctor wiped the sweat from her forehead. It will probably take 10 days for the hands and feet to grow back. Our boss is not that pervert Fu Wenduo, who can grow back his broken hands and feet immediately. A Zheng should recover faster, and will probably be almost recovered in 5 days. Hey, what is the difficult mode of the second floor of the Black Tower? How come you and 2 became like this? Chi Hung also looked at Lien Yuzheng curiously. The pure and beautiful female singer glanced at them coldly, and sneered. 3 big moles. Killing them is considered to be passing the difficult mode. Escaping from their hands, and snatching a turkey egg at random is the normal mode. Just a mouse. Can it make you and 2 like this? What if every mole is at least stronger than Fu Wenduo? Chi Hung and the female doctor shut up and stopped talking. Lien Yuzheng wanted to stand up, but she groaned in pain as soon as she moved. The female doctor said, Don't move, the wound is not healed yet. I was wondering why we had to go through the difficult mode. Who knows how Momo got through the difficult mode back then? You and the boss shouldn't have waited so long, hiding it from the Black Tower and going now. Now, I almost died in there. Momo? The female doctor said, Yes, didn't the boss say that there was a person named Momo who cleared the difficult mode of the first floor of the Black Tower, so he wanted to try to clear the difficult mode of the second floor of the Black Tower? Lien Yuzheng's expression suddenly turned cold. Momo Tangmo? Momo Tangmo? Female doctor, who is Tangmo? Lien Yuzheng slapped the bed in the infirmary, and the small bed was immediately broken by her, and she accidentally fell to the ground. The female doctor and Chi-hung looked at this scene in astonishment. After a moment, they both laughed out loud. Lien Yuzhen climbed up from the ground expressionlessly, but what she said next made the female doctor and Chi-hung stop smiling instantly. After leaving the game, the Black Tower said that it would reward me and the head with the first reward in the world to clear the difficult mode of the second floor of the Black Tower. That's an extra reward. After a pause, Lien Yuzhen covered her stomach with one hand, raised the corner of her mouth, and showed a cruel smile, but the next second, the Black Tower told us. Ding! Players Ron Wangshu and Lien Yuzhen successfully cleared the second floor of the Black Tower, difficult mode. As the first player in the world to clear the second floor of the Black Tower, difficult mode, they received an additional reward, Turkey Egg Momo. Beat data error. Beat data error. Ding! The data has been restored. Turkey Egg Momo has been obtained by player T. Players Ron Wangshu and Lien Yuzhen can choose to get a King's Gold coin. Or, after a strange silence, the clear voice of the Black Tower seemed to be mixed with a hint of ill-intentioned laughter. He said word by word, or you can choose to get the coordinate information of player T, which is valid for 10 days. Friendly reminder, player T is within the scope of Huaxia District 1. Friendly reminder, Turkey Egg Momo is a sustainable prop with rare quality. Ding! Players Ron Washu and Lien Yuzhen, please make a choice. Chapter 108. After the three searched all four bodies, they found only a few props and weapons, and the strange note with the word bread written on it. Tang Mo put the paper into his backpack. Fu Wenduo quickly found a can of gasoline in the corner, and filled up the car. The rain outside the window started again, and the raindrops hit the glass. Tang Mo walked to the window, and carefully observed the surrounding environment. After making sure that there was no one else, he pulled down the curtains. Fu Wenduo took a marker, and drew a rough map of Beijing on the whiteboard, clearly marking several landmark buildings. Then, he drew a triangle above the Forbidden City, and a second triangle in the northwest corner. Next to the triangle, he wrote 3 words, Yanqing District. On average, there is a black tower for every 10,000 square kilometers of land. There are 2 black towers in Beijing, one next to the Forbidden City, and one in the northwest of Beijing, Yanqing District. Fu Wenduo said, we have just arrived at the 7th ring road of Beijing, in the southernmost Daxing District. My home is next to the Forbidden City, and Xiaoxing's home is in Dongcheng District. I went to his home 5 months ago, but I didn't see anyone, so I didn't search carefully. Now, our destination is here. As he spoke, Fu Wenduo drew a small circle at a certain location in Dongcheng District. Before the Earth went online, Tang Mo had seen it on TV. The Black Tower in Beijing stood right above the Forbidden City. Beijing covers an area of more than 10,000 square kilometers, so there are 2 black towers in the city. Tang Mo's eyes were fixed on the small circle drawn by Fu Wenduo. Fu Wensheng couldn't help but say, since the chosen organization wants to kill Brother Tang and attack us, we'd better not go to the city. Their base camp is in Qiyang District, which is very close to Dongcheng District. And I believe that if my parents were still alive, they would definitely come to find my eldest brother when they heard his name. It is impossible that there would be no news for so long. So we don't have to go to Beijing. Fu Wenduo looked down at the child. Don't you want to go to your house? Fu Wensheng shook his head. No, it's been so long, I know my parents may not be around. Before, the child followed Fu Wenduo and Tang Mo back to Beijing. In addition to the reason that it was easier to take care of each other with relatives, he also wanted to go home. When Fu Wenduo went to his house, he was in a hurry, and didn't search the house carefully for clues. If you don't go and see it yourself, you will never give up. Just like Tang Mo, even though he knew that his friend was probably gone, he still came all the way to Beijing to find him. Tianxian is the most powerful organization in Beijing. Now they want to kill Tang Mo. No matter what the reason is, Beijing is very dangerous. The whiteboard at the gas station originally had information such as daily oil prices written on it. Because Fu Wenduo wanted to use the whiteboard, Fu Wensheng took the eraser to wipe the words off. Now that the whiteboard is not enough, the child picked up the eraser and started to wipe the whiteboard. Tang Mo's eyes stopped at the quiet back of the child. After a moment, he said, let's go to Beijing. Fu Wensheng paused, he turned his head quickly, and said in surprise, Brother said that the chosen organization has developed rapidly in the past 4 months, and their leader has even passed the difficult mode of the second floor of the Black Tower. They are very powerful. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wensheng seriously. Not only do you want to find your relatives and determine their whereabouts, I also want to find my friends. This is why I came to Beijing. And since they could come here to attack me, it means they have a way to determine my location information. They can find me wherever I go. But they are not completely dominant. At least they don't know that my teammate is Fu Wenduo. After a pause, Tang Mo added, well, there is also Fu Wensheng. For months ago, Fu Wenduo fought with the leader of the chosen organization, and the other party did not get the upper hand. If they knew that Fu Wenduo was also the one to be killed this time, they would definitely not send 4 people to attack casually like this. These 4 stowaways have a way to escape unscathed, time reversal ability, and the ability to leave safely, but this is based on the premise that the only person they want to kill is Tang Mo. If they knew that Tang Mo's teammate was Fu Wenduo, they would definitely not act rashly. Since they decided not to leave Beijing and continue to enter the city, the 3 began to discuss the route to Beijing. Chaoyang District is their base camp. We will bypass it. Enter from the west and head to Dongcheng District. Fu Wen's deep and magnetic voice echoed softly in the gas station. The sky gradually darkened, and when the heavy rain stopped completely, it was already night. Everyone decided to leave the next day. Brother Fu took a few empty mineral water bottles and ran to the side to fill them with water silently. Fu Wenduo was thinking about what he might encounter after entering Beijing. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Suddenly, the light in front of him dimmed. He raised his head. Tang Mo stood in front of him, with his right hand in his pocket, stroking the red gem in his pocket. Fu Wenduo raised one eyebrow. I have something to go out for. The tone was affirmative, and there was a barely perceptible smile in the voice. Tang Mo was originally touching the ruby, thinking about how to tell Fu Wenduo what was going to happen next. After hearing this, he said, After a moment, Tang Mo said calmly, let's go out together. Fu Wenduo, ? I have something to tell you. After a brief surprise, Fu Wenduo curled the corners of his lips. The 2 left the gas station together. They entered a small warehouse behind the gas station. This seemed to be a small room for storing discarded sundries, only a dozen square meters in size. It was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous items, leaving less than 2 square meters of space for people to stand. A small window was embedded high in the wall, and the bright moonlight shone through the window, illuminating a white spot on the ground. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo. What's the matter? Tang Mo got straight to the point. Why did you return to Beijing? Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment, looking for clues about the Black Tower. Tang Mo had guessed this long ago. 3 months ago, Fu Wenduo traveled thousands of miles from Beijing to Shanghai. It was impossible that he just came to see the scenery. After arriving in Shanghai, he did only one thing: find the attack organization and contact Luofeng City. The 2 sides exchanged some information. Tang Mo stood outside the door when they were communicating. Although he did not hear their conversation, he knew that Fu Wen's purpose of coming to Shanghai was to solve the mystery of the Black Tower. For months ago, I found an email in the Black Tower Research Institute in Beijing. At 10 o'clock in the evening on November 17th, the Shanghai Research Institute sent an internal email saying that they had found 4 strange patients. All 4 of them had fast heart rates, violent tempers, and even self-harm in hurting others. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo. The Shanghai Research Institute has a deeper understanding of the Black Tower than Beijing, and a lot of information in Beijing was sent from Shanghai. So I decided to go to Shanghai to look for clues. It turned out that I went to Shanghai because of an email. Tang Mo asked, then why are you going back to Beijing now? Dr. Luo has told me all the information he knows. Basically, there is nothing important. You also know the key information. But he also said another important thing. After the 15th, the White House sent a secret email to Beijing. On the 17th, 2 American researchers arrived in Beijing, and the 2 sides shared information. The confidentiality of this information was so high that even Luofeng City could not access it. But he knew where the 2 researchers lived after arriving in Beijing. Tang Mo immediately understood. So you are here to find this clue? Fu Wenduo did not answer. He turned around and looked through the narrow door at the dark tower in the distance. On the 17th, I attended a high-level meeting. I am sure that the information brought by the American researchers mentioned by Luo Fengcheng was not known to the top leaders of the country. At least before that meeting, the information was not reported to the country. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that the information is wrong and has no value, so there is no need to report it. The second is that the information is very important, and the Institute dare not report it casually. They need to verify and confirm it. Whatever the reason is, I need to confirm it. Fu Wenduo calmly stated the purpose of his return to Beijing. Even standing in this cramped and crowded warehouse, He stood straight like a pine tree, and every word he said was powerful. His eyes were firm and upright, staring at the black tower in the distance. Suddenly, he retracted his gaze, and Tang Mo met his gaze unexpectedly. Both of them were stunned. The next moment, Tang Mo changed the subject. The chosen organization can now be considered my enemy. They are very powerful, and can pass the difficult mode of the second floor of the Black Tower. Their strength should not be underestimated. I don't know why they came to attack me, nor why the Black Tower provided them with information. Perhaps this was a mission given to them by the Black Tower. In the best case, only these 4 stowaways wanted to assassinate me, and it had nothing to do with the chosen organization. In the worst case, the chosen wanted to kill me, and they would always know my coordinates. No matter where I escaped, it would be useless. Tang Mo certainly didn't say these words to express his righteousness that he wanted to go separately from Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng and not drag them down. Since he admitted that they were teammates, Tang Mo would not easily give up any of his companions. He believed that Fu Wenduo was the same, and it was impossible for him to abandon his teammates just because of Tian Xuan's assassination. Fu Wenduo understood what Tang Mo meant. He looked at Tang Mo with deep eyes, waiting for his next words. Tang Mo gritted his teeth, and a complex and awkward emotion surged in his heart. Finally, he made up his mind, raised his head, and looked at Fu Wenduo seriously. From the garbage cleaning game to now, I have not checked your ability. Major Fu. Let's formally check your superpowers today. Knowing your superpowers, their functions and limitations will help us deal with the chosen ones. I can also copy and use your superpowers to enhance my strength. Fu Wenduo didn't expect that Tang Mo pulled him to the small dark room for this matter. He was slightly surprised for a moment, and stretched out his hand with a faint smile. Well, it's time to see what superpowers are. Unexpectedly, his hand was stretched out in the air, and Tang Mo didn't catch it. Only 2 seconds had passed, but Fu Wenduo had already keenly discovered this strange phenomenon. He frowned and was about to speak, only to see Tang Mo suddenly reach out and quickly touch his cheek. Fu Wenduo froze, his eyes widened, and his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. Tang Mo had never seen this man so shocked. Seeing the other party's stunned expression, Tang Mo suddenly felt much calmer. It turned out that this person's imagination was not big enough to guess the real use of the private money ability. Thinking of this, Tang Mo's lips curled up, and his voice was calm. Well, this time touched the face. Fu Wenduo? Chapter 109. In the dark and narrow warehouse, Fu Wenduo leaned against the wall and looked down at the young man in front of him. His eyes were slightly open, and a cold hand was caressing his right cheek. A breeze blew in from the crack of the door beside them, blowing away the broken hair on Tang Mo's forehead. Tang Mo had never seen such an expression on Fu Wenduo's face, with surprise and shock, and it seemed to be mixed with a special emotion that could not be expressed. Fu Wenduo stared at Tang Mo with a complicated look, and that look made Tang Mo's hand that was touching the other's face freeze a little. But then he calmed down. Tang Mo explained, the female stowaway's ability is not a simple physical contact. The closer the touch, the easier it is to get the other person's ability. So when I was fighting her, she kept touching my face and neck, which are much more intimate than hands. Yes, touching the face is a need for the ability, he is justified. Okay, Fu Wenduo, she touched your face and neck? When fighting before, Fu Wenduo was fighting with another stowaway, and didn't notice Tang Mo's situation. Tang Mo didn't think too much. Yes. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes. If you touch intimate parts, the time to get superpowers will be shortened? Tang Mo, yes. Fu Wenduo didn't say anything else, but he looked at Tang Mo with a strange look. Is there really such a superpower? Tang Mo, It's true. Tang Mo almost wanted to take out the superpower book to show the other party, but his reason made him quickly resist the idea. Fu Wenduo laughed softly, and said nothing more. The two stood quietly in the warehouse, with their palms touching their faces. Unlike Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo's hands were very cold, probably because it had rained before, and he had been outside for a while, so there was a hint of cold water vapor in his palms. It took Tang Mo some courage to decide to touch Fu Wenduo's face. But after officially touching it, it didn't seem to be a big deal. They were all faces, and there was no difference between touching Fu Wenduo's face and touching my own face. Tang Mo's left hand was pressed tightly against Fu Wenduo's face, thinking secretly. After keeping this posture for 5 minutes, Tang Mo slowly frowned. He thought, it seems not fast enough. As he said that, he raised his other hand and put it on the other side of Fu Wenduo's face. As soon as he put his hand on it, he was stunned and found something wrong. Wait, this posture. Tang Mo looked at it for a moment, and subconsciously squeezed his hands together. Fu Wenduo pouted. Tang Mo laughed directly. Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo realized that he had played too much and quickly let go. It was really not his fault. When he held Fu Wenduo's face with both hands, he couldn't help but want to squeeze his face. This posture was really suitable for squeezing faces. Fu Wenduo just lowered his head and looked at him steadily, as if he wanted to be pinched. After laughing, Tang Mo said calmly, "Sorry." "Nothing." Tang Mo coughed, and before he could speak again, he heard a low voice. "How old are you this year?" Tang Mo raised his head. 23. "What's wrong?" Fu Wenduo nodded. "I see, he is 3 years younger than me." Tang Mo didn't understand why the other party suddenly said this, but he thought about it for a while, and suddenly understood. This is saying that he is childish. When he raised his head again, Fu Wenduo's dark eyes were full of smiles, looking at him calmly. The extremely synchronized tacit understanding allowed Tang Mo to cooperate perfectly with Fu Wenduo every time in the game. The extremely synchronized tacit understanding also told Tang Mo, at this moment, that this man was saying that he was childish. Tang Mo wanted to refute, but after thinking carefully, he seemed to be childish just now. After this, the stiff atmosphere between the two was relieved a lot. Tang Mo held Fu Wenduo's face with both hands, waiting for the effect of the supernatural power to appear. However, time passed by, and after waiting for another 5 minutes, he still couldn't detect Fu Wenduo's supernatural power. It seems that Fu Wenduo's supernatural power is stronger than he imagined. "Tang Mo, maybe I have to touch it for a little longer. The female stowaway touched me for about 10 minutes before she got my supernatural power. But her ability is the original, and mine is a copy. The effect and conditions are more demanding than hers, so it will take longer. And your ability should be very powerful. The more powerful the ability, the harder it is to detect. Can you touch more places?" Tang Mo didn't react for a moment, and he continued what he had just said. "Of course, it's a good thing that your ability is strong." The voice suddenly stopped, and Tang Mo looked up in astonishment, his eyes widened. "Touch more places?" Fu Wenduo looked calm, but the corners of his mouth curled up quietly. "Touch intimate parts, and the time to get the ability will be shortened." He analyzed with reason. Touching the face is more intimate than touching the hands, so the time will be shortened. Then, what if you touch a more intimate part than the face? Tang Mo, I don't mind if you touch more places. After a pause, Fu Wenduo added, "To get superpowers." Tang Mo, okay. When Fu Wenduo said this, his eyes must have been locked on Tang Mo. He watched Tang Mo's face change with interest, and he held it in for a long time before spitting out okay. Word. Tang Mo's reaction made him feel very interesting and a little cute. However, the next moment, Fu Wenduo's smile froze at the corner of his lips, and he could no longer smile, because a cold hand slowly slid down his resolute chin. Tang Mo still had one hand on Fu Wenduo's face, and the other hand slid down a little hesitantly, and then without hesitation, he decisively touched Fu Wenduo's neck. The cold temperature pierced Fu Wenduo's body, and he suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. He reflexively wanted to speak to stop the other party from continuing to touch him, but Tang Mo's hand had already gone down. Tang Mo touched Fu Wenduo's chest expressionlessly. Even though there was a coat and a shirt between them, the hard muscles made Tang Mo clearly feel the pure masculine charm. He made up his mind and continued to touch down. When he touched the abdomen, Tang Mo suddenly stopped. He looked up at Fu Wenduo in surprise. Fu Wenduo almost stopped breathing. "Tang Mo, you actually have 8 abdominal muscles?" Fu Wenduo asked back. "Why can't I have 8 abdominal muscles?" Tang Mo, who only had 1 abdominal muscle, was speechless. Touching the chest, touching the muscles, this was the limit of what Tang Mo could do. He didn't want to get more intimate, because he was a gay, and he didn't want to touch men at all. He had no choice but to stop at a certain distance. However, this ability couldn't let him keep this appropriate distance. Ability: don't try to hide a dime of private money. Owner: Lin Yushu, smuggler. Restrictions: you must touch the other person for a long time, and direct skin contact is required. Tang Mo looked ahead calmly, staring at Fu when grabbing his collar. He didn't say anything, and Fu Wenduo didn't say anything when he touched her. No one knew how long it had been. Tang Mo suddenly looked up and said, "Can I put my hand in?" Fu Wenduo, Did he hear it wrong? Tang Mo, it must be direct skin contact. After a while, Fu Wenduo, okay. Fu Wenduo raised his hands and unbuttoned his coat. After unbuttoning his coat, he thought for a moment and put his hands on the buttons of his shirt again. His movements were obviously very fast, but in Tang Mo's eyes, they seemed to be slowed down. Click, click, he unbuttoned the buttons one by one, and the sound was extremely loud in the quiet small warehouse. Fu Wenduo opened his shirt, and Tang Mo put his hand on it. The moment his palm touched the skin, Fu Wenduo pursed his lips and looked at the young man in front of him with deep eyes. Tang Mo's face had no expression, as if he made such a move just to get the other party's superpowers. But Fu Wenduo didn't know that Tang Mo was thinking of a name in his heart at this moment, Victor. Although Tang Mo is a gay, he has always kept a proper distance from the same sex. Perhaps because he loves reading and is naturally quiet, Tang Mo never thought about falling in love before going to college. After entering college, he was soon brought into the bridge game by his roommate, and then he met Victor. After falling in love with a person, he will not change his feelings and love others wholeheartedly. However, Tang Mo silently raised his head and looked at the man in front of him. The eyes of the two met in the air, and the next moment, Tang Mo looked away, not daring to look again. His heart was beating fast now. It was clearly the kind of admiration and love he had only felt for Victor, and his heartbeat was only accelerated because of him. At this time, when Fu Wenduo undressed in front of him to reveal his smooth and beautiful muscles, Tang Mo actually felt that he had fallen in love with someone else. His eyes were initially fixed on Fu Wenduo's slender fingers, and then when he undressed, he couldn't help but look at the other person's body. Perhaps it was because their skins were too close that he had this strange reaction. Tang Mo forced himself not to think about it. He touched Fu Wenduo's 8 abdominal muscles seriously, but there was no reaction after a minute. Tang Mo was thinking whether he was a playboy. He would feel something just by touching other men's abdominal muscles. Before he could figure out what was going on, suddenly, something hard pressed against his thigh. Tang Mo was stunned at first. He didn't expect what it was. His mind instantly flashed, what kind of muscle is this? And then he touched it. Fu Wenduo, ahem. Tang Mo, who reacted, said, eh. Tang Mo immediately looked up, and Fu Wenduo looked at him calmly, as if the hard thing below had nothing to do with him. The two looked at each other for a moment and said, eh. After a long time, Tang Mo couldn't help asking, excuse me, Major Fu, are you not a straight man? After asking this question, Tang Mo found the answer for himself. That's not right. Who said that straight men can't get hard when touched by men? This is a simple physiological reaction. He thought too much. But without giving Tang Mo a chance to apologize, Fu Wenduo said lightly, have I ever said that I don't like men? Tang Mo was stunned. Question mark. Yexem? You like men? Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo's shocked expression, although he wanted to say a few more words. But Xiao Fu under him really didn't give him face, which made him a little embarrassed. The two of them kept the posture of Tang Mo touching his face with one hand, and his abdominal muscles with the other, and Xiao Fu leaning against Tang Mo's thigh. After standing there for half a minute, Tang Mo really felt that he couldn't continue like this. He was about to withdraw his hand, when he heard a horrified voice from the side. What are you doing? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were startled and turned to look. The moment he saw Fu Wensheng, a word inexplicably came to Tang Mo's mind, catching an adulterer in bed. But he immediately dismissed this weird idea and calmly explained, no, Xiaosheng, you think too much. We are copying your brother's ability. Fu Wensheng's eyes widened, first looking at the open chest of his brother's mobile phone, then at Tang Mo's hand on Fu Wenduo's abdomen. Are you kidding me? Fu Wensheng had just finished drinking mineral water and returned to the gas station. He was surprised to find that his brother and Tang Mo were gone. The child waited patiently for a while, but still no one came. He looked for it anxiously, and finally found this small warehouse. The door was not closed properly, leaving a gap. Fu Wensheng didn't think too much and just came over to take a look. Then, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Tang Mo pressed his brother against the wall, stripped him of his clothes, and started touching him. The most terrifying thing was, Fu Wensheng's eyes turned and stared at Fu Wenduo's pants. His brother was hard. Fu Xiuti's mind flashed with, my brother is actually a homosexual. Is this the relationship between Brother Tang and my brother? No wonder they both came to Nanjing to find me. It turns out that they are my sister-in-law. And other thoughts. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Sorry, I disturbed you. Tang Mo, You didn't bother me at all. Tang Mo quickly let go of his hand, and was about to explain. But Fu Wenduo held his hand down, and let him continue to touch his abdominal muscles. At the same time, he looked down at his brother, and said coldly, you think too much. Tang Mo's explanation was not as good as Fu Wenduo's 4 words. After this sentence, Fu Wensheng raised his head timidly, and dared not speak again. Next, Tang Mo opened his mouth to explain to Fu Wensheng in detail, but as soon as he opened his mouth, His voice stopped. Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng also turned their heads and looked at Tang Mo's palm in surprise. I saw a ball of warm white light flickering gently between Tang Mo's fingers. This ball of white light was not dazzling, but it illuminated the small warehouse and showed its presence. When I checked Fu Wensheng's ability before, there was no white light at all. Tang Mo was delighted, let go of the hand that was touching Fu Wenduo's abdominal muscles, and slapped the ground quickly. After a crisp buzzing sound, Tang Mo raised his hand, and a ball of dark light flew out from his palm. Tang Mo grabbed it, and couldn't wait to check the contents of the black light ball. His expression quickly froze, and after a few seconds, Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng with complicated eyes. I don't know how to explain this matter. Major Fu, you can take a closer look. It's a bit complicated. Superpower, genetic recombination. Owner, Fu Wenduo, stowaway. Type, genotype. Function, unknown. Level, level 7. Restriction, unknown. Note, the last player who had this superpower. Unknown. Chapter 110. Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng went back to the gas station first, and Fu Wenduo walked in the back. Tang Mo took 2 steps, and found that Fu Wenduo had not caught up. He turned his head strangely and signaled with his eyes. What's wrong? Fu Wenduo looked calm and still stood in the small warehouse. He glanced down and looked at his pants calmly. Tang Mo reacted immediately, his eyelids jumped, and he ran into the gas station with the child, leaving Fu Wenduo alone in the small warehouse to solve his personal problems. Almost half an hour later, Fu Wenduo returned to the gas station. In the gas station, Tang Mo wrote all the information about Fu Wenduo's ability that he had just seen on the whiteboard. When he found Fu Wenduo coming back, Tang Mo turned his head, and the two of them met eyes. Tang Mo looked at the man's pants with a guilty conscience. After confirming that there was really nothing wrong, he coughed awkwardly, and his expression gradually became serious. There was a clock hanging on the wall, and the time pointed to 10:23 p.m. Tang Mo, the time is just right. My ability can only be copied for half an hour after confirming the ability of others. Once more than half an hour, I can no longer use the other party's ability. As he spoke, Tang Mo picked up the black ball of light from the table. This was the black ball of power that he had transformed after checking Fu Wen's ability. The black ball of light seemed like an endless black hole, and it silently emitted a faint glow. Fu Wensheng couldn't help but reach out to touch the ball of light. Before he touched it, a little white light jumped out from the ball of light, like dust scattered in the air. Tang Mo held the ball of light in both hands, his eyes were solemn, and the next moment, his palms closed. After a crisp buzzing sound, Tang Mo raised his right hand. At the same time, he turned the flashlight in his left hand, and aimed the light at his right hand. Under the bright light, Tang Mo gently shook his fingers. He waved his right hand slowly, holding his breath, watching without blinking. Suddenly, a dark light flashed from the base of his middle finger. The next moment, layers of black matter jumped up directly, and instantly wrapped his entire middle finger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes, and Fu Wensheng exclaimed in surprise. Tang Mo handed the flashlight to Fu Wenduo, and touched the finger that had turned into metal. It felt like metal, cold and smooth. He handed his hand to Fu Xiaodi, who quickly touched it and said, "What kind of metal is this, iron or manganese?" Because it was a black metal, Fu Wensheng's first thought was iron and manganese. Tang Mo reached out to Fu Wenduo again. Fu Wenduo did not touch his finger that had turned into metal directly, but moved his right hand, and his right middle finger quickly turned into black metal. He put the two fingers side by side, observed them carefully, and said, "From the perspective of hardness, they seem to be similar. But there seems to be a slight difference. Tang Mo's metal fingers are lighter and black, while Fu Wenduo's metal fingers are very dark black, and the light shines on them to reflect a hint of cold color. Fu Wenduo, can only this one finger be transformed? Tang Mo, I can only use 10% of the effect of copying your ability. I should be able to turn the whole hand into metal, but it's not necessary." 30 minutes passed, Tang Mo shook his hands, and the black metal disappeared from his fingers, returning to its original appearance. Before officially using Fu Wenduo's ability, Tang Mo always thought that Fu Wenduo's ability was to metallize the surface of the body, and at most to transform the body parts into various forms. For example, the triangular pyramid weapon he often used. But after really trying the other party's ability, he had a very clear feeling. "Can you restore the broken body parts?" Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. "Do you feel it?" Tang Mo nodded. "When I got your ability just now, I felt that if I cut off my hand now, I could still grow it back." What made Tang Mo even more concerned was, your ability is called gene recombination. Tang Mo stared at his teammates seriously. Gene recombination, I have learned this term before, and I believe every high school student should know what it means. But in my biological common sense, gene recombination has nothing to do with your ability. Genetic recombination refers to the behavior of organisms randomly combining genes to give birth to new individuals during sexual reproduction. Humans have 23 pairs of chromosomes, and each pair of chromosomes has different numbers of genes. When Tang Mo copied Fu Wenduo's ability, he did not show the exact function and limitations of the ability, so they could only judge what Fu Wenduo's ability was simply from the name. Fu Wensheng looked at the name of the ability written by Tang Mo on the whiteboard. Although he is young, he has a high IQ and can completely skip a grade. He was surprised and said, genes are used to control the characteristics of organisms, such as skin color and hair curliness. I read it in a book. But no matter how it is reorganized, it shouldn't be reorganized from human to metal. Hey, could it be that Big Brother's genes can make him become Iron Man after reorganization? Just after he finished speaking, the child denied this speculation himself. But just now Brother Tang also used Big Brother's supernatural power. He could also turn various parts of his body into metal. It's impossible that Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's genes can be reorganized from human to steel, right? This is the crux of the matter. Tang Mo said, no matter how the genes are reorganized, they should be living organisms. Metals are not living organisms. This is not a biological problem at all. It is no longer a living thing, but a lifeless object. This is the most strange thing about me. The name of the ability, gene recombination, and its specific use methods have nothing to do with each other. Do you have any ideas? Tang Mo turned and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo's eyes were fixed on the words written by Tang Mo. Gene recombination. He looked at the 4 big words for a moment and shook his head. I only know that my ability is to change the shape of certain parts of my body at will, and to regrow broken body parts. The exact function is not clear. But I am more concerned about this. Fu Wenduo pointed his hand downward. Tang Mo looked in the direction of his finger, and the next moment, his eyes froze. Note, the last player with this ability is unknown? Fu Wensheng read out this line of words, and he looked at this sentence, his brain working quickly. The next second, he asked in surprise, the last player who had this ability? Tang Mo looked up at Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wenduo also looked down at him. Yes, when Tang Mo first got Fu Wenduo's ability, he didn't pay attention to the name gene recombination nor the scary-looking level 7 level, but this sentence, the last player who had this ability. This note only showed half, but there was no doubt that there was a 90% chance that the unfinished part, play. The word home is followed by home. Player. Tang Mo is a formal player, and Fu Wenduo is a stowaway. But from the perspective of the Black Tower, they are both players. What does the last player with this ability mean? Does it mean that someone else has this ability? If so, then Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's previous speculation about the Black Tower is completely overturned here. If there is really a player who also has this ability, it means that the ability does not belong to humans themselves, but is catalyzed by the Black Tower. The superpowers can be the same. And besides that, the last player who possessed this superpower. It said last, meaning that the other human who possessed it had died, so it was called the last. Or, Tang Mo's voice sounded, and Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng turned their heads to look at him. Tang Mo looked very calm on the surface, but only he knew that his heart was beating very fast now. He felt as if he had grasped a huge truth hidden behind the mysterious Black Tower. He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. When he looked at his 2 teammates, he was already very calm. He said lightly, Earth is online. These 4 words are very strange in themselves. When I was still in Shanghai, Luo Fengcheng once told me that the country has always had a guess about the Black Tower. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. He knew that Fu Wenduo must know about this. The country guessed that the Black Tower was an alien product. An unknown alien civilization put the Black Tower on the Earth, and no one knew what it was used for. In fact, there are many such speculations among the people. Many netizens have made similar speculations and discussions online, either suspecting that it is a conspiracy of a big country or suspecting that it is related to aliens. But no one knows what it is. If it is true that the Black Tower is something that aliens have dropped on the Earth, then the last player with the ability of genetic recombination is a dead human, or another player who appeared in the last round of the Black Tower being dropped? Chapter 111. A year ago, tens of thousands of virtual Black Towers suddenly appeared all over the world. Major countries and organizations around the world immediately set up research teams to study these mysterious and strange black towers. The public panicked, but the black tower remained calm. For a full 6 months, it has been shrouding the Earth in a virtual state. Because the black tower cannot be touched, researchers cannot extract substances related to the black tower. Whether using optical or sonic methods, they cannot find evidence of the specific existence of the black tower. It is like a holographic projection. Humans can only see it with their eyes, but cannot touch it or touch it. It has no entity. But this does not mean that humans have not tried and studied it during that half year. Most people on the internet believe that the black tower is an alien spaceship, and a small number of people believe that it is a conspiracy of a big country. First of all, we can already discard the latter possibility. Tang Mo looked at Fu Weduo, who did not refute and obviously agreed with his statement. Tang Mo continued, then, only alien products are left. The black tower is related to aliens. This kind of speech was mainstream before the Earth went online. But no one could find reasonable evidence. After saying this, Tang Mo stopped talking and turned his eyes to Fu Weduo. In the silent gas station, there was no sound. Only the evening breeze shook the glass, making a whirring sound of wind blowing through the windows. The last player with this ability, this sentence contains too much information. It not only means that there was a player who had this ability, but this note has not yet made it clear what happened to the previous player. Did he die? Or did he clear the black tower? Or did he do something else special? After a long silence, Fu Wensheng couldn't help but speak up, breaking the silence. If it is really related to aliens, what will happen? When saying this, the child tried to be calm, but he still turned around involuntarily and looked through the window at the black tower floating above Beijing in the distance. No matter how he looked at it, the tower just stood there silently and would not change. Not very good. A deep male voice sounded, and Fu Wensheng immediately turned his head and looked at his elder brother. Fu Wenduo looked calm and said lightly, whether the black tower is related to aliens or not, where did it come from? The most important thing for us now is to survive. Survive, attack the tower, and pass the level. Only in this way can we find more clues, and after passing the level, we can understand its true purpose. Fu Wensheng's throat was dry, and he looked at Tang Mo again. He thought Tang Mo would give another answer, but Tang Mo slowly raised the corner of his lips. He walked to the window and looked at the black tower. He said the same thing as Fu Weduo. It's really not good. If the black tower is really something that aliens put on the Earth has become a game because of the black tower. All we can do is win the game and live well. It started to rain outside the window again, and Fu Wensheng's lips moved, and finally closed his mouth. Yes, with the information they currently have, even if they speculate that the black tower may be related to alien civilization, it is just a speculation and cannot be confirmed. What is more important for them is to complete more games, complete the black tower, and survive. It is indeed a bit tiring to rush to Beijing these 2 days. Fu Wensheng lay on the ground and fell asleep quickly. Tang Mo and Fu Weduo did not sleep. Although he said to the child, the truth of the black tower is not important, Tang Mo always frowned and thought about all the information he had. He vaguely felt that the truth behind the black tower might not be as simple as aliens. If it was really aliens, why would they place the black tower on Earth? What good would this do for them? If they wanted to capture the Earth, they could just kill humans directly. Being able to make something as mysterious as the black tower, aliens definitely have the power to kill humans. But they didn't do it. Instead, they used the black tower and waited for humans to die one by one because they failed to pass the game. It can't be like what's shown in those movies. Watching humans playing games and killing each other is fun? Tang Mo couldn't help but complain. Do you think it's interesting? Tang Mo looked aside. Fu Wenduo pulled out a chair and sat next to him. The two sat in a small office on the inside of the gas station, separated by a door, so they wouldn't disturb the children's sleep. Tang Mo, not interesting, very boring. Hearing this answer, Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow. Tang Mo didn't want to continue on this topic. They didn't know the truth about the Black Tower. Everything was just speculation. He changed the subject and said, "But there is still good news when I checked your superpowers this time. Your superpower level is level 7. Tang Mo recalled, among the more than 20 superpowers I have collected, only yours is level 7, and the highest of the others is only level 5. The level of a player's superpower should be upgradable, but once a superpower is collected in a superpower book, it cannot be upgraded again. The highest level superpower Tang Mo has collected so far is by Royao's Mortals Are Mortal, level 5. Have you ever seen that kind of movie?" Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, then he said, "You mean, the movie where people play games and kill each other? I've seen a few, The most famous one is Saw. Haven't you seen it? I've heard of it. That movie is about a very special villain who designed a lot of games. Time passed by. Tang Mo didn't expect Fu Wenduo to have seen so few movies. He had never seen Saw or any other movie of the same type. In fact, Tang Mo rarely watched this kind of movie. He preferred reading books to movies. Tang Mo patiently told Fu Wenduo about several similar movies. At the end, Fu Wenduo said calmly, "If that's the case, the Black Tower is just a game played by aliens on Earth. According to the endings of those movies, humans should be wiped out in the end." Hearing this, Tang Mo laughed. "You really know how to apply what you have learned. You have learned even the Hollywood movie routines so quickly. Major Fu, how many floors of the Black Tower have you conquered?" Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo strangely. "2 levels. Tang Mo nodded meaningfully. "I see. Seeing that you have deduced the final outcome of humanity, I thought you had already cleared the 7th level." Fu Wenduo was silent for a moment and asked, "Is this a counterattack for what I said before about your childishness?" Tang Mo had never thought of this aspect. He was stunned by the other party's wild and unrestrained thinking, and then immediately recalled what happened in this small warehouse before. "It's okay if you don't think about it, but once you think about it, you will feel embarrassed." Tang Mo coughed, turned around and stopped talking. Fu Wenduo seemed to have noticed his thoughts. He curled his lips and said deliberately, "I do like men." Cough, cough, cough. Tang Mo almost choked on his own saliva. He turned and looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo was very calm, and didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said just now. His dark eyes stared at Tang Mo. "If the person you like is a man, then you are gay." "Well, it seems that I am." His eyes were extremely sincere, and it was obvious that he was telling the truth. Seeing his calm and sincere appearance, Tang Mo was stunned at first, but gradually, his heart calmed down. Looking at the open-minded man in front of him, after a moment, he stretched out his hand. Fu Wenduo saw Tang Mo suddenly stretch out his hand, but he didn't understand what he wanted to do. Then he saw this handsome young man smiled slightly and said, "What a coincidence, me too." Fu Wenduo's heart suddenly twitched violently. After a long time, Fu Wenduo also stretched out his hand. The two held hands tightly together. After a while, Tang Mo thought, "By the way, don't tell Xiaoshan about this. I finally explained to him clearly just now that we are copying superpowers. Besides, let's not let him misunderstand." Fu Wenduo didn't want his brother to know so many things. "Well, don't tell him." Fu Wisheng, who was sleeping outside, Tang Mo is not a person who likes to talk about his private affairs. He and Fu Wenduo have been together for 3 months, and they have only spoken their true feelings twice. Once he revealed his true feelings, and once he made his sexual orientation public. The latter was because Fu Wenduo had already confessed to him, and he would not hide it. But after that, Tang Mo did not intend to say anything more. Fu Wenduo was still very interested in his private affairs. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Tang Mo, How come this is exactly the same as what his parents asked him when he came out? Tang Mo calmly counterattacked. "Do you have a boyfriend?" Fu Wenduo, Why do two singles hurt each other? Tang Mo could tell from the reaction of single Fu Wenduo that this man really had never had a boyfriend, and it was very likely that he had never even been in a relationship. He remembered a famous joke on the internet. It said that if a man is still a virgin after the age of 25, he will become a magician, and can have magic power and cast magic. He is only 23 years old this year, and Fu Wenduo is 26. He is not a magician yet, but Fu Wenduo is definitely one. Thinking of this, Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo with a look that said, "Everyone has worked hard." Fu Wenduo thought he was still thinking about the small warehouse, so he said, "Sorry." Tang Mo was stunned. Why did the magician apologize to him? Fu Wenduo said sincerely, "I hit you." "Hit you? What? Did something hit him?" It took Tang Mo a long time to understand what this meant. Then his face turned red, and he stood up with a bang. "I go take a rest too." Without giving Fu Wenduo a chance to react, he turned around, opened the door, walked out of the office, and found a table to lie down and rest. Fu Wenduo was stunned for a while, and when he came to his senses, Tang Mo had already left. He looked at the young man lying straight on the table outside the office, and his mouth raised. His slender fingers gently touched his chin, and Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo's figure thoughtfully, repeating 2 words in his mouth. "Tang Mo, Tang Mo, Tang Mo." Grinding sugar. "Is it you?" Tang Mo didn't expect that he just wanted to avoid Fu Wenduo and find an excuse to rest. He actually fell asleep. Early the next morning, the rain stopped, and Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng woke up. The two didn't see Fu Wenduo at the gas station, and Tang Mo found the small warehouse. When Fu Wenduo saw him, he calmly threw the cigarette in his fingers to the ground and stepped on the sparks. The three of them set off again. According to the route Fu Wenduo had planned before, the headquarters of the chosen organization was in Chaoyang District. If they wanted to go to Dongcheng District, they had to take a detour from Xiqing District to avoid Chaoyang District. Fu Wenduo drove onto the elevated ring road. Some vehicles collided with each other, blocking the road. Tang Mo got out of the car and pushed the abandoned cars away. The car drove for about 5 hours. Shortly after getting off the elevated road, Fu Wenduo was about to turn and drive into Xiqing District. Suddenly, Tang Mo pressed the steering wheel. Wait! Fu Wenduo's eyes turned cold, and he observed the movements around him. What's wrong? In the passenger seat, Tang Mo looked around carefully. Fu Wensheng in the back seat also tensed up nervously, and stared out the window carefully. The car was still moving, but at a much slower speed. When the car passed a Walmart supermarket, Tang Mo stared at the huge blue billboard and suddenly said, "Found it! It's here!" Fu Wenduo was stunned at first, and then he immediately understood. He quickly stepped on the brakes, and after a sharp brake sound, the car stopped steadily at the door of the Walmart supermarket. Tang Mo got out of the car and looked at the shops and subway exits on both sides of the road. He closed his eyes and searched for the remaining memories in his brain. The next moment, he opened his eyes and looked to the south. After standing there for a while, Tang Mo got into the car again. Fu Wenduo asked, "Have you found your friend's home?" Yes, the three of them came to Beijing for different purposes this time. Fu Wenduo was looking for clues related to the Black Tower, and Fu Xiudi wanted to go home. Fu Wenduo always remembered that Tang Mo came to Beijing from afar to find a friend. Tang Mo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. "Well, I found it. It should be nearby. I have been here before." Chapter 112. Tang Mo had been to Beijing 2 years ago. He had just graduated from college, and his two best roommates went to Shanghai and Beijing respectively. Lao Wang went to Beijing. That year, during the National Day holiday, Tang Mo and Haozi came to Beijing to visit Lao Wang and stayed at his home. The black SUV drove slowly on the deserted road. Tang Mo stared at the billboards and shop names on both sides of the road, racking his brains to recall every scene he had seen 2 years ago. Although his physical fitness has improved and his memory has improved, it has been too long since he last came to Beijing, and he didn't concentrate on remembering the way at that time. So the car turned another intersection, and after driving dozens of meters, Tang Mo said, "It doesn't seem to be. I should have turned left just now." Fu Wenduo turned the car around and drove back. While observing the surrounding environment, Tang Mo flipped through the Beijing map at hand. This kind of map cannot accurately mark the name and location of every community in Beijing, but it will mark some relatively important large shopping malls and factories. By elimination, Tang Mo eliminated many routes that were unlikely to lead to residential areas. An hour later, the car stopped at the gate of an old-style residential area. Found it. The residential area was not large, and the houses inside were all 6-story buildings that looked quite old. A huge rusty iron gate slightly shaded the area, and the community was silent, without a single sound. Fu Wenduo parked the car at the gate of the residential area, and the three of them got out of the car. Tang Mo walked to the iron gate and stretched out his hand to push it open. With a creaking sound, Tang Mo raised his finger and found a light black layer on his fingertips. It was obvious that no one had been here for a long time, and the iron gate was covered with dust. After finding the community, it was much easier to find his friend's home. After searching for 10 minutes, Tang Mo found a great building at the innermost side. The security door downstairs was locked. Fu Wenduo took out a knife from his backpack and easily pried open the door lock. After the security door was opened, a musty and sour smell came to the face, as if it had not been ventilated for a long time. Fu Wensheng frowned and coughed twice. Tang Mo covered his nose and turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo. They both nodded, and Tang Mo was the first to enter the small building. The sound of footsteps rang out in the corridor. Tang Mo covered his nose and walked to the 4th floor step by step. The doors of every household were tightly closed, and there was no sound from inside. When the earth went online, it was very likely that all the people in this building disappeared. When Tang Mo walked to the 5th floor, he smelled a very foul smell of decay. He turned to look at Fu Wenduo suspiciously, and Fu Wenduo immediately understood what he meant and shook his head. "It's not a corpse. It should be rotten meat." The three of them walked up to the top floor step by step. Tang Mo walked to an old iron door and stopped. He was about to pry open the door lock with a knife, but suddenly, his action stopped. Behind him, Fu Wenduo's eyes also shone. In the silent corridor, only Fu Wensheng looked at Tang Mo's hand honestly, waiting for him to pry the lock. But the next moment, Tang Mo turned around and threw the knife in his hand away. Whoosh! The knife was extremely fast, cutting through iron like mud, and pierced the peephole of the opposite door, shot into the door, and shot a hole in the door. Fu Xiaodi opened his eyes wide, and before he could ask, Fu Wen grabbed his collar and threw him downstairs. Run! Although Fu Wensheng's skills were not as good as his elder brother, his physical fitness had also improved. Before his body was about to fall to the ground, he supported the ground with his right hand and landed steadily. Then he ran downstairs without raising his head, and above his head, there was a bang, and the sound of an iron door hitting the ground was heard. Take that kid hostage. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes, and kicked the young man who rushed out of the door. Chi Hung quickly stretched out his hands to block, and he was kicked back into the house by Fu Wenduo's sharp kick and hit the wall. Without giving him a chance to react, Fu Wenduo kicked the ground and rushed in, punching him in the head with his right hand. Chi Hung rolled on the ground to avoid it. At the same time, a slender white figure rushed out from the other side of the door and ran downstairs quickly. Tang Mo was already prepared. A rubber rope was wrapped around the man's arm at a very fast speed. The female doctor had just run to the 5th floor when the rubber rope wrapped around her wrist and pulled her up with force. At this time, Fu Wensheng had already run to the 2nd floor. The female doctor looked up in surprise and stood between the 5th and 6th floors, looking at Tang Mo. She wanted to tear the rubber rope that tied her, but she couldn't break it no matter how hard she tried. Finally, the female doctor laughed strangely. So this is your ability, Tang Mo? Hearing the word Tang Mo was startled. The next moment, the female doctor shouted angrily, grabbed the rubber rope with her backhand, and pulled Tang Mo down. Tang Mo's body leaped in the air. He seized an opportunity, stepped on the wall with one foot, and the handrail of the stairs with the other foot, stabilized his body, and confronted the female doctor. In another room on the 6th floor, Fu Wenduo and Chi Hung had fought several rounds. The sound of metal collision continued to ring. In the corridor, the rubber rope's supernatural power expired, and the female doctor's wrist was untied. She dodged the small parasol with a sideways movement. Bang! The small parasol pierced into the wall. Tang Mo immediately pulled it out and stabbed it with another umbrella. The female doctor rolled over to avoid it, and Tang Mo attacked again and again with the small parasol. Bang, bang, bang. Circular holes were quickly pierced on the wall, and the female doctor was forced into a dead end by Tang Mo. She turned around and wanted to escape, but Tang Mo opened the small parasol with a click, blocking her way. Then Tang Mo put away the small parasol again and stabbed her chest. The female doctor's face changed. It was difficult for her to dodge this time. She took out a knife from her pocket. Tang Mo saw the knife, estimated the direction of the opponent's attack, and dodged sideways. However, he never expected that the female doctor took the knife, and the next second, the tip of the knife turned and stabbed her right hand fiercely, and blood flowed down. You forced me to do it. Tang Mo's eyes widened, and he subconsciously thought it was not good, and his brain worked quickly. He hadn't figured out why the other party suddenly committed such self-harming behavior, and suddenly, his right hand hurt. The severe pain slowed down Tang Mo's movements, and the female doctor took the opportunity to escape upstairs and meet up with his companions. Let's go! Chi Hung and the female doctor looked at each other and said quickly. The two turned around and ran to the balcony, trying to jump out of the window. But Fu Wenduo didn't give them a chance to leave. A thin rope wrapped around Chi Hung's arm from behind. He tried hard to shake off the rope, but the rope was tightly wrapped around him. He said angrily, Fu Wenduo, we don't want to fight you now. Fu Wenduo said coldly, then what are you doing here? The female doctor tried hard to untie the rope for her companion, but still couldn't untie it. She cursed, looked up, and found Tang Mo coming in from the door. Tang Mo's right hand was hanging unnaturally, and his fingers were trembling slightly. There was no wound on his right hand, but the piercing pain was impossible to ignore. Fu Wenduo looked down and found the situation. What's wrong? Tang Mo pointed at the bleeding right hand of the female doctor. She stabbed herself, and I felt the pain in the same place. Fu Wenduo's eyes turned cold. The female doctor's recovery ability was amazing. The blood had begun to coagulate in a few seconds, and the wound on her right hand also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As her wound healed, the pain in Tang Mo's right hand gradually subsided. Fu Wenduo's rope was still wrapped around Chi Hung, making it impossible for the female doctor and Chi Hung to leave. The four people were 5 meters apart, confronting each other in this room. Fu Wenduo, what do you want to do? Chi Hung sneered. It has nothing to do with you, so it's okay to just pass by? Beijing is owned by your family, so you don't allow us to just walk around? Why do you know my name? After saying this, Chi Hung and the female doctor turned their heads and looked at Tang Mo. Chi Hung's face flashed with surprise, and the next moment he immediately turned his head. You fucking said his name? Female doctor, the situation was very urgent at the time, and I accidentally let it slip. Damn! The four of them maintained a very strange balance. Fu Wenduo's rope had been tied around Chi Hung's arms, and the female doctor and Chi Hung had been trying to untie the rope. Chi Hung scolded the female doctor, and the tense atmosphere seemed to ease. Just as Chi Hung said, I will definitely kill you when I go back to practice Yuzheng. After saying this, he and the female doctor suddenly kicked the ground and rushed forward together, attacking Tang Mo. However, Tang Mo did not relax his vigilance at all. He turned to avoid Chi Hung's metal stick and was about to fight back, but suddenly he felt a pain on his head. Tang Mo groaned. Not far away, the female doctor sneered and cut a bloody wound on her head with a knife. There was no blood on Tang Mo's head, but the pain of the scalp being cut was like a fine needle piercing his heart. Fu Wenduo rushed directly to the female doctor, who continued to hurt herself with a knife while running away. Her recovery speed was so amazing that no matter where the wound was, it could heal within 5 seconds. But this was enough. Chi Hung rushed towards Tang Mo again and again. Whenever Tang Mo wanted to fight back, the sudden pain slowed his movements, and he could only defend himself. Fu Wenduo swung his right hand, and the black metal weapon pierced the wall with a slash. The female doctor was finally forced into a dead end by him. Seeing that the situation was not good, a white light flashed in the female doctor's eyes, and the next second she stabbed her shoulder again. Fu Wenduo paused, but the triangular cone-shaped weapon still pierced the female doctor's abdomen, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. The female doctor hurriedly cut more than a dozen wounds on her body, and finally cut off her right hand with a knife, but Fu Wenduo's speed did not slow down. The female doctor said in horror, Are you still a human being? The answer to her was Fu Wenduo's attack on her chest. Seeing this, the female doctor dodged sideways, but the next moment, a black dagger appeared in Fu Wenduo's left hand. He waved the sharp weapon with his right hand, forcing the female doctor to dodge to the left, exposing her vital point. The sharp dagger was like black lightning, piercing the female doctor's heart with a puff. The female doctor opened her eyes wide and looked at the man in front of her. Blood kept gushing out of her mouth, and Fu Wenduo also felt the pain of his heart being pierced. Such pain made him purse his lips, and did not make a sound. Various complex expressions flashed in the female doctor's eyes. Finally, she suddenly kicked the ground, jumped back, flew out of the door, and smashed into the door opposite. Chi Hung, come and save me, I'm dying. After the female doctor's ability was transferred to Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo's situation was no longer so critical. Fu Wenduo once said that he knew the abilities of Ruan Wangshu and Chi Hung in the chosen organization. Ruan Wangshu's ability was gravity control, and Chi Hung's ability was a kind of visual interference. Every time he attacked, two of him would appear in the vision. One was the real Chi Hung, and the other was a phantom. The female doctor's cry for help seemed full of energy, but in fact her voice was trembling, and the tail tone was about to dissipate. When Chi Hung heard the voice, he cursed and then rushed to the opposite side without looking back. Tang Mo seized this opportunity, and swung the small parasol to stab Chi Hung's back chest. Chi Hung's figure turned into two again at this moment. He roared and counterattacked Tang Mo. Tang Mo avoided the metal stick in his right hand, and the small parasol pierced the real Chi Hung's chest. However, at the same time, Chi Hung's left hand, which had been placed behind his back, suddenly attacked. He had a black paper in his hand, like a talisman paper, and he stuck the paper to Tang Mo's forehead with a bang. Tang Mo reacted quickly and dodged the attack. But the talisman paper was still 10 centimeters away from his head. It seemed to have eyes, and flew to his head, and stuck to his forehead. Chi Hung shouted loudly, Mommy, Mommy, Haida is my dad. After saying this, Chi Hung kicked the wall and flew to the opposite house. He grabbed the female doctor and originally wanted to take her to jump off the building and escape, but as soon as he entered the door, a clear child's voice rang out in the entire corridor, Ding! Players Chi Hung and Li Miaomio trigger the side quest. 2 or more people step into Wang Zixin's house, and officially enter the real copy. The day before Wang Zixin's death. Game location, Wang Zixin's house. Game time, 1 day. Friendly reminder, leaving the game location is considered as the player giving up the game, and the consequences are very serious. Players are requested to actively participate and have fun playing. Chi Heng's foot, which had just stepped out of the balcony, froze in midair. The female doctor vomited blood again, and it was not known whether it was due to anger or the wound on the heart. Chi Heng pulled the female doctor's collar. His face was like an overturned palette, with a rich expression. Finally, he cursed a series of dirty words, and pulled the female doctor back to the house with a sullen face. He looked up, and found Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo standing in the opposite room. Seeing Tang Mo's pale face, he thought Tang Mo was afraid because of the black paper he had just pasted on his forehead. He sneered, "Haha, Tang, it's not that I can't beat you, it's that the space here is too small, and I have limited room to play. You wait for me, you will know what it is." After Fu Wenduo said the name of this reality copy in the Black Tower, he lowered his head and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo's face was pale, and he looked at the opposite side expressionlessly. The door opposite had long been smashed by the female doctor's body, and the door of their room was also kicked by Chi Heng. At this moment, the four of them stood in two rooms with the doors open, looking at each other. Only more than 10 meters away, but it seemed as far away as life and death. If Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo had not discovered Chi Heng and the female doctor hiding behind another door, and observing them through the peephole before prying open their friend's door, they would have been the ones who entered the room just now. However, there are no ifs. Just like what Black Tower said, the name of this copy is the day before the death of the official player Wang Zixin. Tang Mo looked at the room opposite calmly, and after 3 seconds, he said, "Let's go." Fu Wenduo looked at him for a while. "Okay. It's dangerous to walk through the corridor. Other players cannot enter the open reality copy, and Chi Heng and the female doctor will not come out. But they may use props to launch a sneak attack on Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo." Tang Mo walked to the balcony of this room, supported himself with his right hand, and flipped down. The two disappeared in the room. Not long after they left, the curses of Chi Heng and the female doctor echoed in the corridor. "It's all your fault. I told you not to follow so closely, and now it's all right. Damn, another inexplicable reality copy has been triggered. Can you blame me? Didn't you say that time is limited, only 7 days left, the head is not awake yet, Lian Yuzhen can't come, we have to hurry up and act according to circumstances? Fuck, I blame you if I say so. Fuck you." Suddenly, the two of them stopped talking, and they all turned their heads to look at the door. There should have been no door there, because the door was smashed by the female doctor. But now, a brand new door appeared in its place. There was a rustling sound from the keyhole, and the door was opened. There was no one behind the door. Chi Heng and the female doctor stopped arguing, and they looked at the door with cold expressions. Suddenly, a foot appeared in the empty space. It was really just a foot. There seemed to be an invisible barrier at the door of this room. Someone walked in from outside. As he walked in, his body appeared in the air little by little. When he entered the room completely, his whole body appeared. This was a tall young man with a flat head. He was covered in blood and had a hideous wound on his face. After stumbling into the house, he hurried to the bedroom. He seemed to not see Chi Heng and the female doctor standing in the living room. He ran into the bedroom and said in a trembling voice, "Mobile phone, mobile phone. I have to tell Housie and Tang about this." "Yes, tell them, I must remind them, Black Tower game, Black Tower game." With a creak, the door closed. Ding! The real copy of the official player Wang Zixin's day before his death is officially opened. Downstairs, in the community garden. After Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo fell down from the 6th floor, they searched for a while in the community, and finally found Fu Wensheng hiding in a hidden corner. The child hid very well, and Tang Mo couldn't see where he was with his eyesight. Fu Wenduo still found the child hiding in the bushes, with a lot of weeds on his head, with his strong anti-reconnaissance ability. Fu Wensheng saw the two, and quickly found the wounds on his elder brother and Tang Mo. He quickly took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag. After Fu Wenduo took it, he poured the water on his wounds and handed it to Tang Mo. Tang Mo took the mineral water calmly. Fu Wenduo stared at him. After treating the wounds, the three got in the car, drove out of the community, and found a safe place to stop. Fu Wenduo made sure that no one was following them, and locked the door. This was a dark warehouse, where a chain sports brand clothing store specifically stored clothes. After the battle just now, although Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were not seriously injured, their clothes were already torn. Fu Wenduo handed a white sports suit to Tang Mo, who took it. The two changed their clothes in the dimly lit warehouse, and then they began to discuss the previous situation. The most important thing was the black note on Tang Mo's forehead. Fu Wenduo turned on the flashlight, shone the light on Tang Mo's forehead, and looked at the note carefully. 3 centimeters long and 1 centimeter wide. There are no words on it. It feels no different from ordinary paper. But I can't tear it off. Fu and Duo tried to pull it hard, but the black paper seemed to grow on Tang Mo's body. Pulling the paper, Tang Mo's skin also pulled. Fu and Sheng, are the enemies ambushed there dead? Fu and Duo shook his head. No, one of them was seriously injured. 2 people entered a reality copy. Is there a reality copy in that building? Fu Xiaodi asked in surprise. Tang Mo's calm voice sounded, yes. It is the room we were going to enter. As long as more than 2 people enter that room, a reality copy will be triggered. The name is the day before the owner died. Fu and Sheng didn't react at first. When he remembered that the owner of the house was Tang Mo's friend, he looked at Tang Mo in surprise. Tang Mo stretched out his hand and pulled the note on his forehead. It really can't be torn off. When I was fighting with Chi Hung just now, his note was not really stuck on my head. But it was 10 centimeters away from my forehead, and suddenly left Chi Hung's hand and stuck on it on its own initiative. Tang Mo affirmed, this is a prop. Such a magical note is obviously a prop. Chi Hung said, Mommy, Black Tower is my dad. Tang Mo repeated this sentence. He thought for a moment, this should be a spell. This is a Black Tower prop. He said I will soon know what this prop does. It seems that this prop should show its effect in a very short time. Worst case, it is very close to my brain and will damage it. Fu Duo, if it really has such an effect, he should have used it on me a long time ago, when I was fighting him. Tang Mo looked up at him. So this is just the worst plan. The 2 people's eyes met in the air. The black note was too mysterious, and no one could uncover it. It hung between Tang Mo's eyebrows, and just floated on his nose. Tang Mo flicked the strange note. He didn't dwell on the issue of this note. He turned his head and looked at Fu Duo. Obviously, as we predicted, the Chosen One does know my coordinates. The 4 stowaways knew it before, and Chi Hung and Li Miamia also knew it this time. Fu Duo, Chi Hung and Li Miamia are both among the original 7 stowaways of the Chosen. Li Miamia often wears a white coat. She seemed to be a doctor before the Earth went online, and now she also plays the role of a doctor in the Chosen organization. I originally thought it might be related to her previous career, but now it seems that it may also be related to her supernatural powers. The 2 looked at each other. Tang Mo, her supernatural powers are very strange. After she mutilated her body, she seemed to feel no pain, but others could feel it. But the effect should be limited to 1 person. When she transferred the pain to you, I didn't feel it. After a pause, Tang Mo's eyes widened, and he suddenly thought, when you pierced her heart just now. Fu Duo nodded, yes, the pain is on me. Tang Mo, does it still hurt? She took away her supernatural power, after flying to another room. Tang Mo looked at Fu Duo steadily. He seemed to remember that when the female doctor fled to Lao Wang's house, there was nothing under her right wrist. She cut off her right hand, so for Fu Duo. This pain was also borne by him. Tang Mo stared at Fu Duo for a while, and Fu Duo raised his eyebrows at him. What's wrong? Tang Mo shook his head and said, Chi Hung and the female doctor were able to find us, which means they do have my coordinates. At the same time, the female doctor called out my name. She knew my name was Tang Mo. There are only 2 possibilities. First, they found someone who knew me. I am an ordinary person, not a big star like Lian Yuzhen. I have no friends in Beijing except Lao Wang. But Haida clearly said that Lao Wang was dead. Judging from the reactions of Chi Hung and the others, when the reality copy was triggered just now, they didn't know Lao Wang either. When saying this, Tang Mo was extremely calm. He continued, so, this possibility does not exist. There is only the second possibility. Haida also told him my name. Fu Duo has been paying attention to Tang Mo's expression. Chi Hung and the female doctor acted together, which means that killing you is very important to them. But Ron Wanshu didn't come. Tang Mo and Fu Duo said together, he was injured. After saying this in unison, both of them were stunned for a moment, and Fu Duo raised the corner of his lips. Well, Ron Wanshu must be injured, and it's a serious injury. Otherwise Chi Hung and Li Miamia wouldn't show up together. They probably didn't plan to do anything today, they just came to see the situation. But we found them. Tang Mo thought, Ron Wanshu. He suddenly raised his head. 3 days ago, Ron Wanshu and Lian Yuzhen cleared the difficult mode of the 2nd floor of the Black Tower. Brother Fu. Is it because of that Black Tower told him about Brother Tang? No one knows the answer to this. Tang Mo thought about it, but he couldn't think of why Black Tower told another player's information unconditionally. He didn't do anything to offend Black Tower. It was really a case of the pot coming from the sky. Black Tower told others his coordinates and name for no reason, and asked others to kill him. But no matter what, there is a time limit. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo. The Black Tower must have a time limit for telling them my information. Otherwise, Ruan Wanshu would be seriously injured and unable to come, and Chi Hung and Li Miaomu would not be so anxious to ambush us before he recovered. This time limit must be very short, so short that Ruan Wanshu might not have time to recover, and it would be over. 10 days at most, or even shorter. Fu Wenduo also agreed with this view. He should have been seriously injured when he was clearing the difficult mode of the second floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo lowered his head and fell silent. After a moment, he looked up again, looking at Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng firmly, and said calmly, "If that's the case, if it really comes to that time, maybe I can avoid their sneak attack by entering the tower attack game." Fu Wensheng was surprised and said, "Enter the tower attack game." Tang Mo nodded, "Yes, enter the tower attack game. The information given to them by the Black Tower is time limited. If I take the initiative to enter a Black Tower game, they can't track me. As long as time passes, I will be completely safe." Only Chi Hung and Li Miaomu came this time, and it is obvious that only Chi Hung has an offensive ability, and Li Miaomu is more inclined to support and is not strong. If Ruan Wanshu and Lian Yuzheng, who have cleared the second floor of the Black Tower in difficult mode, come together next time, then entering the tower attack game is the best way to avoid them. It was 2 months ago that Tang Mo last attacked the Black Tower. He felt that with his current strength, the third floor of the Black Tower was not that scary. And if it really doesn't work, he still has a king's gold coin. If the chosen organization really goes all out, it will be very difficult for him and Fu Wenduo to resist with their strength. The king's gold coin cannot be used in the real world, and the same is true for turkey eggs. But after entering the game, he has hope of survival. If it really comes to the most critical moment, he will choose to enter the tower attack game. The three of them rested in a small warehouse for a while, and in the evening, they drove away from here. At night, the three of them rested in a small restaurant. Brother Fu found many empty water bottles in the kitchen of the small restaurant and buried his head in filling them with mineral water. Tang Mo put his hands in his pockets, touched the ruby in his pocket, and was about to go out. Fu Wenduo suddenly called him, "Tang Mo." Tang Mo stopped and turned to look at him. This restaurant is very small. Fu Wenduo sat on the table in the kitchen. Behind him were the burnt woks and messy dishes. Such an environment was incompatible with Fu Wenduo. He looked at Tang Mo quietly with deep eyes. After a long time, he whispered, "Do you have any relatives or friends?" The fingers in his pocket trembled slightly, and Tang Mo said lightly, "No. My parents died in a car accident a few years ago. One of my 2 friends is in Shanghai, and the other is in Beijing. They are all gone now." The moonlight shone into the kitchen through the window, and the air was quiet. Fu Wenduo jumped off the table and walked step by step to Tang Mo. Tang Mo looked up at him, not understanding what he wanted to do. Fu Wenduo looked at him seriously for a long time, and he said word by word, "Then, there are us." Tang Mo's eyes slowly widened, and he looked up at the man in front of him. He suddenly realized that he seemed to be half a head shorter than Fu Wenduo. This distance allowed Fu Wenduo to see the moonlight reflected in Tang Mo's clear eyes. He also stared into Fu Wenduo's dark eyes, and slowly, his heart calmed down. Tang Mo's heart was filled with many emotions, and he thought of many classics. When the protagonist in the book faced a huge setback in life and others comforted him, the protagonist's heart was filled with various emotions. Many writers use one word to describe it, mixed feelings. But all the mixed feelings came to him. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo's deep and handsome face. After a moment, he laughed out loud. Fu Wenduo looked at him strangely. ? This script doesn't seem right. Tang Mo pointed to his forehead. "I saw this note in your eyes just now. When you talk to me, don't you feel awkward when you see it?" Fu Wenduo, After a while, "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Tang Mo said seriously, "The truth." Fu Wenduo said calmly, "It's very awkward. It looks like a zombie, the kind in Hong Kong zombie movies, with a talisman on its head. I tried very hard to ignore it, but it was difficult." "Maybe." Fu Wenduo suddenly raised his hand and covered Tang Mo's forehead. He raised the corner of his lips. "It will be more pleasing to the eye this way." Tang Mo didn't expect him to suddenly make such a move, and he was stunned. A warm palm stroked his cold forehead. Tang Mo's eyelashes trembled slightly, and he stared at Fu Wenduo in a daze. Fu Wenduo also looked at him. Neither of them spoke. The temperature was getting hotter and hotter. Tang Mo felt that his breathing seemed to be burning and heating up. This feeling was very strange. The scorching heat made him feel very unnatural. His heart beat faster and faster with the temperature. The next moment, Tang Mo grabbed Fu Wenduo's hand. Tang Mo quickly took Fu Wenduo's hand away from his forehead. Fu Wenduo's eyes were solemn. It's turned red. I saw that on Tang Mo's forehead, the black paper suddenly turned red. It was getting hotter and hotter. Tang Mo touched his forehead, and the temperature of the paper was getting higher and higher. Both of them looked gloomy. When the temperature of the paper reached a certain level, suddenly, a loud child's voice sounded in the room. Ding! The I love the black tower, I want to attack the tower symbol was detected. Player Tang Mo successfully triggered the tower attack game. 1 minute later, the tower attack game was started. If you successfully pass the level, you can get the I love the black tower, I want to attack the tower extra reward. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's faces changed. Fu Wisheng walked in from outside at this time. Seeing the two people's gloomy faces, he asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Tang Mo's eyes rolled, and he made a decision within 3 seconds. I'm going to attack the tower. Fu Wisheng was shocked. What? Brother Tang just said that you can choose to attack the tower during the day, and you're going to attack the tower now. Is it so swift and resolute? Fu Wenduo understood what Tang Mo meant. Whether it is using the tower attack game to avoid the chosen organization or getting this extra tower attack reward, it is very attractive. He said, okay. I don't know when you will come back. There is a house 300 meters south of Donghuimen. From the outside, it looks like an ordinary courtyard house, with a pot of roses at the door. Xiaosheng and I will wait for you inside for 10 days. If you haven't come back after 10 days, we will keep in touch. Tang Mo nodded, okay. 1 minute was up, and the red note on Tang Mo's forehead slowly dissipated in the air. At the same time, a clear child's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! It is detected that the player Tang Mo has the surprise badge, which can exempt him from the forced tower attack game. Do you want to use it? Tang Mo said in his heart, no need. Ding! The third floor of the Black Tower, normal mode, is officially opened, and the single-player game begins to load. Sandbox generation. Data loading completed. Welcome to the Elf Prairie. In the blink of an eye, Tang Mo's figure disappeared in the dim small kitchen. At this moment, less than a minute had passed since Brother Fu returned to the kitchen. Fu heard the voice, and watched Tang Mo's figure disappear in horror. He was stunned for a long time and quickly said, Brother, is Brother Tang so resolute? He said he would attack the tower, and then he went to attack the tower? Fu Wenduo glanced at him indifferently. Stupid. Fu Wensheng? Question mark. The third floor of the Black Tower, the Elf Prairie. When Tang Mo opened his eyes, before he could see clearly what was in front of him, a terrifying voice sounded from behind him. It seemed that someone was tearing his throat and shouting with all his strength, followed by countless messy footsteps. The earth was shaking violently, as if a herd of elephants were running across the grassland. The ground was shaking, and Tang Mo's body was shaking up and down. After a few seconds, the shouting person ran closer and closer, and the terrifying vibration was getting closer and closer. Finally, Tang Mo heard his voice clearly. Then the next second after he heard it clearly, his expression changed and he ran away. What the man shouted was, Run! Mosaic set fire to the grassland again, help! Chapter 113. Spring has arrived, everything is revived, and the Elf Prairie has ushered in a mating season again. The bright sunshine shines on this green grassland, and the green grass is reflected with a layer of light gold. The Elf Prairie is picturesque, and everything is peaceful and beautiful. Behind the hillside, a little kangaroo is eating grass on the ground. Suddenly, the little kangaroo raised his head, put his hands on his chest, and looked into the distance. Boom! The raging flames rose from the ground, crossed the hillside, and reflected half of the sky red. The little kangaroo opened his eyes wide in fear, and ran away. A black figure jumped up from the back of the hillside, and slammed into the ground. Tang Mo didn't hesitate at all after landing, he ran forward madly. Behind him, the sea of fire soon attacked. Hundreds of grassland animals also fled with all their might. If you look down from a high altitude, the fire looks like a flood. The animals are running away in front, and the flood of fire is rolling from behind. Once the mosaic match is lit, it must burn that thing cleanly before the flame will go out. Tang Mo was not sure whether the fire would really burn the entire Elf Prairie, but he could not afford to take the risk. And as he expected, he had been in the attack game on the third floor of the Black Tower for 2 hours. He had been running since he entered the game, and the fire had not stopped until now. Tang Mo gradually realized that his physical strength was declining. With his previous physical strength, he would be exhausted after running for at most 20 minutes. Now he had been running for 2 hours, and it was a sprint race with the flames. It was very rare that he could persist until now. Tang Mo estimated his own strength and thought, I can only run for half an hour at most, and I will definitely be caught up by the animals behind me. If they catch up, it means that Mosaic's fire will soon catch up with me. Things can't go on like this. Tang Mo has never seen Mosaic since entering this game. Mosaic should be hiding behind a sea of fire. Grassland fires and forest fires often occur on the earth. Such fires are fatal, even if those flames don't have Mosaic matches. Burn to death. The causal effect can be extinguished, but it still takes a lot of manpower and material resources to stop such a flame. The most common method is to create a buffer zone. They just said that Mosaic set fire to the grassland again. This also means that Mosaic is not doing this for the first time. Tang Mo thought while running quickly, since there is an experience, these Black Tower monsters must know how to solve the problem. That's right, Tang Mo has never heard of this elf prairie. He had just arrived and had no time to check the terrain when he was forced to run by the fire in Mosaic. His best choice at this time was to follow the fleeing animals. The latter had experience, and would definitely know how to deal with it. However, 10 minutes later, Tang Mo gnashed his teeth and cursed, they have better physical strength than me. As soon as the voice fell, a giant mandarin dog with brown and black patterns jumped past Tang Mo. When it passed by Tang Mo, it ran with its head down, and suddenly it seemed to have discovered something, and turned its head to look at Tang Mo in surprise. The dog muttered, underground people? Or humans? And then he didn't have time to think, and continued to run forward. First, a giant dog surpassed Tang Mo, and then several four-legged Black Tower monsters surpassed him. This time Tang Mo miscalculated. He didn't expect that these Black Tower monsters might know how to escape from the fire of Mosaic, but their physical strength was much better than Tang Mo. Maybe as long as they ran at full speed for 4 hours, they could avoid these flames, and find a suitable isolation zone. But Tang Mo couldn't hold out for 4 hours. One after another, the Black Tower monsters gradually surpassed Tang Mo. When the last golden-haired mole swooshed past Tang Mo's feet, Tang Mo had become the last of the large group. The flames behind him were still 2 kilometers away from him. The Black Tower monsters on the grassland ran away, and became small black shadows. 3 minutes later, these Black Tower monsters disappeared into the sky. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and the next second, he suddenly stopped and turned back. Tang Mo pulled out his small parasol, quickly chanted a spell, pointed the tip of the parasol at the ground, and drew a large circle with a diameter of 10 meters. Then he kicked his feet, without any rest, and drew another large circle with a diameter of 20 meters with the same center. When he finished drawing these 2 concentric circles, the fire had approached 1 kilometer forward. Tang Mo threw away the small parasol and pressed his hands on the ground. He shouted angrily, exerted all his strength, and then used the supernatural power he got from a power-enhancing player. Black light flickered between his hands. Tang Mo grabbed the grass and pulled it hard. He pulled a circular lawn from the ground. Tang Mo threw the grass into the middle of the small circle. 3 seconds later, the fire came. Tang Mo sat on the thick grass, holding a small parasol, watching the fire bypass the temporary isolation belt he made and continued to burn forward expressionlessly. The fire formed a circle and surrounded Tang Mo. No one would have thought that in the fire on the Elf Prairie, there was a human player sitting silently in the middle of the sea of fire, wiping sweat and drinking water. 2 hours later, the flames gradually became smaller. After another half an hour, the fire was completely extinguished. As Tang Mo estimated, there was indeed a certain isolation zone on the Elf Prairie, and as long as he ran there, he could avoid the Mosaic fire. Tang Mo originally wanted to run there with the Black Tower monster, but the situation changed, and he could only make another choice, to make an isolation zone himself. If there were no Black Tower monsters, Tang Mo would have made this choice at the beginning. But with those monsters, he couldn't do this. Because once he took the initiative to propose to make an isolation zone, when the isolation zone was completed, the Black Tower monsters would not face the fire of Mosaic, but a fresh human player. Being surrounded by hundreds of Black Tower monsters is not a good experience. So Tang Mo waited until these monsters left before staying alone in the isolation zone. These Black Tower monsters are really stupid. Tang Mo wiped the sweat from his face. His skin was burned red by the fire, and his body temperature was over 40 degrees. As the fire died down, Tang Mo's body temperature gradually returned to normal. He finally had time to check the surroundings. The entire Elf Prairie, except for the 10-meter diameter circle where Tang Mo was burned into black scorched earth by the flames. The fire set by Mosaic was also good for Tang Mo. If there hadn't been this fire, he would have had to face hundreds of Black Tower monsters as soon as he entered the game. Tang Mo drank a few more sips of water to moisten his dry lips. His hair was wet with sweat and fell on his forehead in bunches. Tang Mo used his hands to pull his hair behind his head, then he put away his small parasol and looked around calmly. Since he entered the game, the Black Tower has not given any task prompts. The fire burned the grassland into scorched earth, and every place looked exactly the same. Tang Mo looked at the position of the sun in the sky, and he decided to walk in the direction of the sun. At least, he would not get lost this way. Tang Mo stepped on this piece of black scorched earth. Every 10 minutes, he carved a 5-pointed star on the ground as a mark. He walked for a long time, and did not see anyone. Walking on such a scorching land, Tang Mo gradually felt his feet getting hot. He lifted his foot, and saw a black mark on the rubber sole. Tang Mo pondered for a moment, and took out a pair of boots from his backpack. He took off the sneakers on his feet, threw them on the ground, and put on the boots. These were the shoes that the shoemaker had repaired for Tang Mo. After wearing these shoes, the hot soil did not burn the soles of his shoes. Tang Mo walked along the way, marking along the way. When he came to a burned dead tree, he squatted down and carved the 135th mark. Tang Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead and was about to get up. Suddenly, he was startled and a chill came from behind. He quickly turned his head and looked behind him. On the charred land, a pair of small black eyes appeared above the soil, staring at him. Tang Mo put his hand on the handle of the small parasol and stared at the eyes vigilantly. But soon, his peripheral vision swept to the side. Around the small eyes, the soil was gently squirming, as if something was about to run out of the ground. Almost instantly, Tang Mo understood what it was, and he ran away. Boom! The soil was lifted up, and a huge black stink bug jumped out from the ground. A sharp whistle came out of its mouth, and the sound reached Tang Mo's ears, causing a pain in his head. It was as if a thin needle pierced his brain from his eardrum. Tang Mo bit his lips hard, and his lips bled. The stinging sensation made him sober up instantly, and he ran at full speed again. But as he ran, the sound of soil breaking one after another sounded from behind him. Pairs of small black eyes popped out from the ground. Dozens of black stink bugs screamed sharply. Tang Mo covered his ears with his hands, jumped over obstacles, and ran at full speed. Behind him was a dense swarm of black bugs. He might be able to deal with one stink bug, but Tang Mo didn't want to face so many bugs head-on, no matter how strong they were. The unknown is dangerous. This is the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, and the strength of any monster cannot be underestimated. Tang Mo ran forward with all his strength, jumping over hillsides and gullies. These stink bugs seemed to have identified him, squirming their 8 long legs and running towards him screaming. Suddenly, a sound of breaking wind came from behind Tang Mo. Tang Mo subconsciously dodged sideways, and rolled on the ground. A stream of black liquid fell where he was just now. The liquid splashed on the ground and corroded the earth in an instant. Tang Mo looked at this scene, his eyes slowly widened. Damn! Tang Mo turned around and ran again. On the vast elf grassland, a tiny human was running in front, and dozens of stink bugs followed behind. Tang Mo's physical strength was not as good as these Black Tower monsters. He ran for an hour, and was caught up by the leading black stink bug. The sturdy insect legs swung vigorously, and hit Tang Mo's chest. Tang Mo reacted quickly, and opened the small parasol to block it. The black insect legs hit the small parasol, and Tang Mo was knocked out. With this force, Tang Mo wanted to take the opportunity to run again, but another giant stink bug had already blocked him. Dozens of giant stink bugs quickly surrounded him, and Tang Mo looked at them calmly. The next moment, he opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and a violent storm blew out of his mouth. The powerful hurricane blew away the stink bugs, making way for them. Tang Mo seized the opportunity to escape again, but the 8-level gale only made the stink bugs retreat 2 steps and attack again. Tang Mo bent down to avoid one insect leg, and the second one swung at him. He opened his small parasol, and kept dodging the insect legs. The clanging sound of metal collisions rang out one after another. There were too many stink bugs, and Tang Mo was finding it more and more difficult to dodge. He kicked a stink bug's hard shell, and used the force to jump into the air. He flipped his left hand, and a huge match appeared in his palm. Tang Mo shouted angrily, and slid the match head towards the stink bug's shell. Sparks flew, and Tang Mo used the big match to light the stink bug's body. But just when the match touched the stink bug shell, Tang Mo's eyes widened, and he looked at the match head in astonishment. A huge insect leg knocked Tang Mo down from the air, and threw him to the ground. Tang Mo rolled on the ground to avoid the attack. Mosaic's match couldn't actually light this stink bug. Tang Mo's heart sank. While fending off the stink bug's attacks and dodging their venom spray, he thought about how to deal with it. All the superpowers went through his mind. Considering that the big match couldn't cause any harm to the stink bugs, Tang Mo gritted his teeth and thought of the last superpower. Until the last moment, there's no need for a fast man. Tang Mo rolled over to avoid the attack. On the grassland, dozens of stink bugs were frantically attacking the human in the center of the encirclement. Tang Mo could only rely on his thin figure to avoid the attack of the stink bugs. Although these stink bugs were powerful and had hard shells, their shortcomings were also obvious. They were too big. It was not easy for them to catch a small human. The wind blew across the scorched land, and not far away, a few pieces of dark soil slowly loosened. Not long after, the soil was dug up, and two huge, sticky heads appeared under the soil. These are two giant earthworms. They looked at the battle in the distance blankly, tilted their heads, and made strange hissing sounds. Hiss, are the stink bugs killing the underground people? It's humans, it's humans. Humans? It's actually humans. Hiss, he's so miserable, the stink bugs will definitely eat him. The two big earthworms hissed and whispered a few words, and then planned to return to the soil and mind their own business. However, after they buried their heads together, they did not dig a hole and leave. After a long time, the hissing sound sounded again. Hiss, why do I think the human is so cute? I want to save him so much. Hiss, I want to save him too. Hiss, hiss, hiss. On the other side, Tang Mo struggled to avoid the attack of two stink bugs. The situation was urgent. He gritted his teeth and decided to use a very fast man's ability. But just as he was about to use his ability, a sound of digging came from under his feet. Tang Mo heard the sound keenly, and dodged to the side vigilantly. Before he could get far away, the soil broke open, and Tang Mo was about to run away, but unexpectedly a huge round head knocked him down. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide in astonishment. When he came to his senses, he was already pressed on the back of a giant earthworm. The two big earthworms grabbed Tang Mo and turned around to run down. Before the stink bugs could react, they had already dug several dozen meters with Tang Mo. The stink bugs roared shrilly, and they used all 8 legs to start digging. Not long after, no figure disappeared from the grassland, and dozens of big pits were left on the ground. Tang Mo held the big earthworm tightly, and the two big earthworms ran while making hissing noises. Tang Mo listened carefully for a while, but didn't understand what they were saying. And he certainly didn't know that the two big earthworms were in the mood to say, while running away, Hiss, he's so cute, can I carry him? Hiss, I carry him, you go away. Beside the big heads of the two big earthworms, a layer of faint pink light was flickering. Chapter 114. Tang Mo buried his body on the back of the big earthworm, holding on to its band tightly. The two earthworms dug the soil very quickly, and the soil was constantly dug up and thrown behind them from both sides. Tang Mo could only lower his head. The thick and wet soil rolled over his hair and clothes, as if being washed by the soil. Tang Mo had to hold on to the earthworm's band tightly, to avoid being thrown away by them. A rustling sound of digging came from behind them. Dozens of black stink bugs roared and chased, but their speed was far slower than that of the big earthworms. As the distance between the two sides grew farther and farther, Tang Mo suddenly heard dozens of spitting sounds in the pitch-black underground. He immediately understood what it was, and in horror, he pressed his entire body against the earthworm's back, minimizing his exposure to the air. Dozens of black venomous liquids shot out simultaneously, and the two large earthworms screamed in fear. They seemed to be able to see the location of the venomous liquids, and they dug the soil to escape while twisting their bodies to avoid them. But even so, 1 or 2 venomous liquids still splashed on them. The big earthworms cried out in pain and sped up their digging. The stink bugs tried to spray venom from behind, but the earthworms ran farther and farther. After running for about half an hour, the stink bugs were completely thrown off. Tang Mo listened carefully for a while, and confirmed that the stink bugs could no longer catch up. He thought the two big earthworms would stop, but they were still digging. The two big earthworms hissed while digging. Hiss, so scary, so scary. Hiss, the stink bug's venom hurt so much, Tang Mo didn't understand what they were saying. He waited for 5 minutes, but the two big earthworms didn't stop. His face slowly darkened. He felt that the earthworms seemed to be digging underground. The deeper he went, the thinner the air Tang Mo could catch. He was having some difficulty breathing now. If he went any deeper, he might not be able to breathe. Tang Mo looked around vigilantly, looking for an opportunity to get away from the two big earthworms. However, as if hearing what he said in his heart, one of the big earthworms suddenly stopped moving, and the other big earthworm looked back at it strangely. The two big earthworms touched their heads and communicated for a while, then they turned their heads and dug up the soil. Tang Mo's hand had already been placed on the small parasol. Seeing this, he was slightly stunned and stopped moving temporarily. A minute later, they returned to the ground. This is still the elf prairie. Tang Mo got off the back of the big earthworm and stepped on the charred soil. Two big earthworms buried half of their bodies in the soil, with only a pair of huge ugly round heads exposed. Their big heads leaned against each other, and from a certain angle they looked like a heart. The sunlight shone on the big heads, reflecting a layer of faint pink light. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and looked at the strange pink halos surrounding the big earthworm's head. Hiss! He's looking at me. He's looking at me, hiss! Looking at me! He's obviously looking at me. Tang Mo stared at the pink glow carefully, and he had a vague guess in his mind. At the beginning, when the two big earthworms grabbed Tang Mo and ran away, he didn't see their appearance clearly. Everything happened too suddenly, and Tang Mo had no time to react. He was pulled down and dug the soil to escape. During the escape, he heard the familiar hissing sound, and touched the sticky skin of the big earthworms. He realized that they were two big earthworms. Tang Mo saved a big earthworm a long time ago. The first time was the Kill Bill copy. A cute big earthworm was caught by the circus leader for exhibition, and Tang Mo let it go. The second time was the surprise night of the weird circus copy, and the big earthworm was caught by the circus leader again. This time, the leader was so angry that he wanted to dissect it on the spot, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo teamed up to rescue it again. That time, Tang Mo got a reward. The good impression of the earthworm? Tang Mo carefully reached out his hand and touched a big earthworm. Before his hand touched the earthworm's head, another big earthworm arched up and rubbed his hand happily. Seeing this, the other big earthworm was not to be outdone and came up to compete for favor. The two big earthworms fought back and forth, gradually forgetting Tang Mo's existence, and began to arch their heads to compete for whose head was bigger. However, Tang Mo had already come to the conclusion. It seems that this is the earthworm's favor. In that surprise night copy, Tang Mo got the earthworm's favor, and never understood what this reward was for. The two earthworms in front of him were obviously not the ones he had saved. Although that earthworm was also huge, it looked like a child compared to the two big earthworms in front of him. Tang Mo thought, the favor of earthworms should be the pink halo around their heads. As long as they are earthworms, they will have a good impression of us. In addition to Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo also received the favor of earthworm's reward. This reward seems very useless, but if you encounter a suitable copy, it will play a vital role. For example, this time, Tang Mo was saved by these two big earthworms. If it weren't for them, Tang Mo would have to use a very fast man to escape. If he wanted to completely get rid of those bedbugs, he would need to use his superpowers for at least 10 seconds, which would mean losing 20 minutes of life. The bedbugs were also shaken off, but the game mission didn't seem to move. Tang Mo thought for a moment, and decided to continue walking in the direction of the sun to see if he could find any clues. However, as soon as he took a step, his clothes were pulled by something. Tang Mo looked back and saw a big earthworm biting his sleeve at some point, refusing to let him go. Then, another big earthworm bit his sleeve as well. Hiss, come home with us. Yes, I want to take him home, hiss. Tang Mo tried to pull his clothes away from the big earthworm's mouth, but the big earthworm bit him tightly. Once the clothes were pulled away, they simply entangled Tang Mo's arms. Tang Mo tried several times, but failed to shake them off. He thought for a while, and decided to follow the big earthworm first. It was obvious that these two big earthworms would not harm him, and would protect him, because of the goodwill of earthworms. In such a strange place, the game mission had not yet been triggered, and he would definitely not suffer any loss by following two local snakes. One person and two earthworms moved on the elf prairie. It was called moving because they walked too slowly. The two big earthworms followed Tang Mo from left to right, and stopped to rub his face from time to time. Tang Mo was rubbed several times, and held a small parasol, trying to pull away their sticky big heads. Fortunately, he held back. After walking for about half an hour, Tang Mo suddenly stopped. The two earthworms looked at him blankly, and Tang Mo slowly pursed his lips. He leaned down, and put his ears to the ground. A minute later, the violent tremor had been completely transmitted. The earth was shaking, just like what happened when the grassland was burned by fire before, and hundreds of Black Tower monsters ran hard. The two big earthworms also discovered this situation at this time. They shrank back into the soil in fear and wanted to escape. After running for a while, they remembered that Tang Mo was still around, and hurried back to look for him. But they left for a while, and when they came back, Tang Mo was gone. Hiss! Hiss! The big earthworms stared blankly at the deserted grassland. After a while, the earthworms cried and hissed. They cried while digging the soil, and disappeared in the grassland in two whooshes. At the same time, Tang Mo hid on a dead tree not far away, looking into the distance cautiously. 30 seconds later, a cloud of dust rose from the distant horizon. On the broad and flat grassland, hundreds of Black Tower monsters roared and rushed here. Some monsters turned halfway and ran to the other side. More monsters continued to run forward, and the ground was shaken by their steps. Tang Mo stared at these monsters intently. His eyes swept across the monsters' faces one by one. A minute ago, a crisp voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. Ding! Trigger side quest 1. Find the cute Mr. Rabbit and grab its rabbit tail. After this sound, Tang Mo gave up the idea of escaping with the big earthworms. He didn't know where the so-called Mr. Rabbit was, but he knew that Mr. Rabbit would never live with the big earthworms. Earthworms like to live in humid places, while rabbits prefer dry environments. And most likely, Mr. Rabbit is hiding in the Black Tower monster on the grassland. Tang Mo tried his best to hold his breath, reduce his presence, and hide himself behind the burnt dead tree. The monsters were getting closer and closer, and Tang Mo's hand was tightly pressed on the small parasol. His eyes were wide open, staring at every Black Tower monster that was running over. Suddenly, his eyes paused and fell on a small figure. In the middle of this group of tall Black Tower monsters, a small white rabbit wearing exquisite clothes, running fast with its legs on the ground. It was only half a person's height, and a small metal ring was worn on one of the rabbit's ears. It kept running with a large group, and just when it was about to run to the dead tree where Tang Mo was hiding, Mr. Rabbit suddenly turned around and ran in another direction. Tang Mo was stunned, and he tightened his grip on the small parasol. He watched Mr. Rabbit break away from the main group and run towards a small hill. At this time, the group of monsters had already run to Tang Mo's side, passing by the dead tree. None of them noticed Tang Mo's existence. Tang Mo counted the time in his heart. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In the field of vision, the white rabbit was getting smaller and smaller, and was about to disappear in the valley. Tang Mo cursed in a low voice. There is no way, and the next second, he suddenly rushed out of the tree. The black figure was like a flash of lightning. With one foot on the dead wood, Tang Mo rushed out of the monster group at the fastest speed and ran towards Mr. Rabbit. He was very fast, so when he rushed out of the monster group, all the monsters in the Black Tower did not react. However, only 2 seconds later, a rough voice sounded. It's the underground man. Catch that underground man. Tang Mo ran towards the white rabbit without looking back. The little white rabbit turned around strangely when he heard the voice. When it saw a person who looked like an underground man running towards it frantically, Mr. Rabbit was so scared that his ears stood up. His 4 feet landed on the ground and ran away. Mr. Rabbit ran in front, Tang Mo chased behind, and nearly 100 Black Tower monsters followed behind. When Mr. Rabbit ran to a small hill, he pushed the ground with his hind legs and swooshed into the small hole. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide in surprise, but he had no time to hesitate. Tang Mo raised his small parasol and quickly chanted a spell. He waved the small parasol at the fastest speed and dug the small rabbit hole. Tang Mo was about to enter the rabbit hole completely, and the last ray of light came from behind him, illuminating the white rabbit running in front. Tang Mo reacted very quickly. Seeing the opportunity, his eyes turned cold, and he stretched out his right hand. A rubber rope shot out from his palm and grabbed the little rabbit. Tang Mo pulled the rubber rope with his backhand and pulled it hard, and he pulled Mr. Rabbit back. Gigi! Mr. Rabbit screamed in fear. He tried to untie the rope wrapped around his tail in a panic, but he couldn't untie it. Mr. Rabbit could only watch himself being pulled back by Tang Mo with red eyes. Tang Mo was like a bully who bullied a decent woman, and he dragged Mr. Rabbit to his side. He ignored Mr. Rabbit's resentful eyes, and grabbed its rabbit tail expressionlessly. As soon as he grabbed the round rabbit tail, Tang Mo suddenly felt empty under his feet. The feeling of falling quickly came, and Tang Mo fell down suddenly. Everything happened unexpectedly. Tang Mo looked around in astonishment. At this time, the effect time of the rubber rope had passed, and Mr. Rabbit took the opportunity to shake Tang Mo off. Tang Mo was shocked to see that this rabbit in exquisite clothes was actually running in the air. It ran a distance, took out a silver pocket watch from its arms, opened it, and checked the time. A rabbit in clothes, looking at the pocket watch, fell from the hole. Tang Mo recalled a name in his mind. Alice in Wonderland? Mr. Rabbit would not give him an answer. After checking the time, it turned its head and glared at Tang Mo, angrily saying, "Gigi." After saying that, it spread its 4 legs and actually ran in the air, running away. Tang Mo tried his best to catch it, but it was all in vain. His body fell madly in this bottomless pit. Tang Mo calmed down and looked around, trying to find a place to grab. A loud child's voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Completed the side mission 1. Find the cute Mr. Rabbit and grab its rabbit tail. After saying this, Tang Mo fell heavily to the ground in the next second. With his physical fitness, falling in the air for so long and falling down again also made him feel pain all over, and his bones seemed to be broken. Tang Mo groaned, gritted his teeth, and stood up with one hand. He did not relax, and immediately carefully observed the surrounding environment. This was a dark place, like a cave, but it seemed not to be. There was nothing around, and the only glowing object was the clock under Tang Mo's feet. Yes, Tang Mo was standing on a huge blue clock. At this moment, he was standing at the number 6. He looked up and looked to the side. The glowing number 5, number 4, number 3, number 1 and number. Tang Mo raised his head, and suddenly saw the thing standing opposite. He was startled and took a half step back, with his right hand on the small parasol, ready to attack at any time. Tang Mo felt that his back seemed to hit an invisible wall, but he did not make a sound, still staring coldly at the thing that suddenly appeared in front of him. He had not noticed the other party's existence just now. I saw a huge white shadow slowly moving out of the darkness next to the huge clock emitting a faint blue light. It was 2 meters tall and heavy, and it moved itself step by step to the number 12. On it, it stood firmly. Its body stepped on the number 12, swaying slightly, facing Tang Mo head-on. There was a long silence in the air. Tang Mo stared at this thing with cold eyes, and the other party also looked at it with ill intentions. The eyes of this giant Russian rabbit nesting doll swept over Tang Mo's body inch by inch. After a long time, it laughed sinisterly, and a dull and hoarse male voice sounded. Hee hee hee, welcome to Mr. Rabbit's Clock of Truth. Chapter 115. The moment he saw this giant Russian nesting doll, Tang Mo tensed up and looked at it carefully. This is a 2-meter-tall giant Russian nesting doll, with a funny black rabbit painted on the smooth wooden cover. The doll has a white shell, but the pattern on it is a black rabbit. The blood-red eyes flashed with a sinister and cunning light, and it opened its mouth wide, with a trace of human flesh and blood on its sharp triangular shark teeth. Its tiny red eyes stared at Tang Mo, and its sight slid from Tang Mo's face to his thighs. There was no hiding greed and hunger in that look. The black rabbit slurped its saliva, and then looked up at Tang Mo's eyes. Human eyeballs dipped in sugar are the most delicious. Tang Mo looked at it indifferently, his left hand always on the small parasol. From just now, Tang Mo was secretly trying to see if he could leave here. Just now, Tang Mo suddenly saw this black rabbit nesting doll, and he fell back 2 steps. He did not drop the blue glowing clock, but hit an invisible wall. While the black rabbit was observing him, he was also observing the surrounding environment. It was pitch black all around, with only the clock and the black rabbit nesting doll standing on the other side of the clock. There is only about 1 square meter of space for movement. Tang Mo calmly stretched the tip of the small parasol around, and the small parasol touched the invisible wall in the air. Tang Mo drew a rough model in his mind. Now he was trapped in an invisible cage. The cage was surrounded by invisible walls, and there was a blue clock under his feet. The range of movement above the head was not clear, and the black rabbit was staring at it, so Tang Mo couldn't make any attempts. In short, he was now trapped on this clock, on the number 6. Tang Mo stared at the black rabbit, and the black rabbit also laughed at him with a strange laugh. Half a minute later, Tang Mo let go of the small parasol. Seeing his action, the black rabbit narrowed its eyes, pondered for a moment, and laughed hoarsely. Hey, human, why don't you pick up your pink little umbrella and fight me desperately? Look at your disgusting, lace-covered women's umbrella. It reminds me of something very disgusting. Maybe you'd like me to string you up with it and roast you on a rack? That's a really good idea. From this perspective, this disgusting umbrella seems a bit cute. Tang Mo didn't answer Black Rabbit. He stretched out his hand and touched the top of his head. After stretching his arm, Tang Mo touched the invisible ceiling at a distance of about 2 meters. Sure enough, There is a wall here too. Human! A roar suddenly sounded, and the whole space shook 3 times. Tang Mo paused in his heart, and he turned around and looked at the black rabbit vigilantly, but he was not too panicked. After a moment, Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips and smiled. It seems that you can't run over here, and you can only stand there and stare at me? The black rabbit was startled. Tang Mo said lightly, when you first entered this dark place, you were not on the clock, but you walked up by yourself and stood on the number 12. Since then, he raised his head and smiled. You haven't moved a step. You have been standing on the number 12. So can you move now? The black rabbit's red eyes instantly became brighter red. It stared at Tang Mo angrily and roared, I will eat you. The giant rabbit nesting doll suddenly kicked the ground hard, which made its heavy body leap up. But it flew up a few centimeters, and was hit back by an invisible wall. The black rabbit fell heavily to the ground. It could not leave the small cage that trapped it, but the earth was shaken by it. Tang Mo supported the wall with one hand to stabilize his body. The next second, he looked at the ground in surprise. On the violently shaking ground, the blue glowing clock did not move at all. The earth was shaking, the space was shaking, but the blue clock seemed to never change, and it remained firmly on a plane without shaking at all. The black rabbit was angry and embarrassed. Just as Tang Mo said, it could not leave the small space, but it could keep hitting the wall. It hit the wall again, and it found it very interesting to see Tang Mo could only hold on to the wall to stabilize his body. It laughed loudly, and hit the wall in front of it again. Tang Mo pulled out his small parasol, propped the ground with the tip of the umbrella, and looked up at it. The black rabbit sneered, Human, I will eat you, and you will soon know how big a mistake you just made. Tang Mo didn't care about the black rabbit's ridicule. He looked at the other party calmly. A man and a rabbit confronted each other on a strange clock, staring at each other, and no one spoke again. Time passed slowly, and no one knew how long it had passed. A sound of footsteps came from the darkness. Tang Mo and the black rabbit immediately turned their heads and looked at the place where the sound came from. In the pitch-black space, in the direction corresponding to the number 3, a small white rabbit hopped over. The rabbit was wearing an exquisite little dress and a metal ring on its ear. It took out a pocket watch from its arms and ran forward quickly. It's too late. It's too late. Ah! Bang! Tang Mo watched Mr. Rabbit trip over the edge of the clock and fall on the dial. The cute little rabbit rubbed his head and dazedly picked up the pocket watch to check the time. When it saw the time, it woke up immediately and cried, I'm going to be late again, I'm going to be late again. As it said that, it got up and continued to run forward. It ran to the intersection of the hour hand and the second hand in the center of the clock and suddenly disappeared. Tang Mo looked at this scene in horror, his brain working rapidly, but his face was calm. A cold laugh sounded, Human. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the black rabbit coldly. Tang Mo was not in a hurry. He had not yet triggered the main game. The Black Tower asked him to touch Mr. Rabbit's tail. He did so and completed the side quest. The next step was the main quest. The black rabbit gritted its teeth and stared at Tang Mo angrily. After a long time, it laughed. Do you think I accidentally walked onto the clock of truth? Tang Mo's heart moved, but he didn't say anything. The black rabbit laughed, and its laughter became louder and crazier. Suddenly, it jumped up again, and this time it hit the ground even more fiercely. The whole earth was shaking. Tang Mo held the wall to steady himself, staring at it warily. Amid the earthquake-like shaking, a roar suddenly sounded. I want to start the truth clock game. Tang Mo's face showed a look of surprise. Rumble. The hour and minute hands fixed on the clock suddenly began to rotate rapidly. The 2 pointers, one long and one short, rotated rapidly like a fan. As they turned, the clock flashed a brighter blue light. The pointer stopped and the light faded. Tang Mo looked closely, and saw that the short hour hand was pointing in front of him, and the longer minute hand was pointing at the black rabbit. It was exactly 6 o'clock. At this time, a loud bell sounded. Dong, dong, dong. Dong! It seemed like someone was hitting the bells and drums. A total of 6 loud bell sounds echoed in the dark space. When the bell stopped, the black rabbit laughed crazily again. Amid its terrifying and weird laughter, a mechanical sound without fluctuations rang out. This voice was cold and emotionless, without a single fluctuation from beginning to end. It seemed to be a male voice, and it seemed to be a female voice, containing all sounds. The truth clock game is on. Please enter the game at 0 o'clock. Tang Mo looked carefully at the clock under his feet. The clock emitted a faint glow, without any changes. He was just wondering, but heard the Black Rabbit laughing and saying, "It's a human player." Tang Mo raised his head, and saw the Black Rabbit staring at him fiercely. When the Black Rabbit found Tang Mo looking at it, it cracked its mouth and revealed a malicious smile. The truth is correct. The player successfully entered the game at 0 o'clock. Players, please enter the game at 6 o'clock. Tang Mo held the small parasol tightly, and stared at the clock vigilantly. The clock flashed blue light quietly, and there seemed to be no change. When the Black Rabbit saw Tang Mo's cautious appearance, the greed in his eyes became more obvious. Tang Mo remained silent, and then he heard the voice again, "Players at 6 o'clock, please enter the game. If you do not enter the game within 1 minute, the players at 6 o'clock will violate the law of truth and become a fallacy. The clock of truth erases fallacies." Tang Mo's eyes narrowed. Black Rabbit chuckled. Tang Mo's fingers holding the small parasol gradually tightened. In the last 10 seconds, he raised his head, stared at the Black Rabbit coldly, and said, "It is a Black Tower boss." Black Rabbit was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Tang Mo suddenly felt something was wrong, and the cold voice sounded again. "The truth is wrong, fallacy, fallacy." Level 3 Gray Fallacy. At 6 points, the player opens Schrodinger's box and accepts the punishment. The next second, Tang Mo fell into the water. The invisible cage he was in was suddenly filled with water. Tang Mo floated in the air. It happened suddenly, and he choked on several mouthfuls of water that entered his lungs. When he reacted, he quickly held his breath. Tang Mo stared at the Black Rabbit across from him in the cage filled with water. The Black Rabbit was so happy to see him being punished that it kept jumping, shaking the ground and making Tang Mo even more tormented. About 10 minutes later, Tang Mo's current physical fitness had reached its limit, and the water in the cage disappeared in an instant, just as strangely as when it came. Tang Mo supported himself on the ground with one hand, and started coughing violently. He tried his best to breathe deeply, and his hair and clothes were wet. The Black Rabbit looked at his embarrassed appearance and laughed mockingly. "Are you wondering why the conclusion that I am the boss of the Black Tower is a fallacy? Ha ha, stupid human, because when I walked onto the truth clock and started the truth game, I became a participant in this game. There is no Black Tower boss on the truth clock. This clock is the real boss. Please enter the game at 6 o'clock. Tang Mo got up from the ground and wiped the water off his forehead. He stared at the Black Rabbit in front of him with a sinister smile, and said word by word, "I am a human player. The truth is correct. The 6 o'clock player successfully entered the game." The Black Rabbit was waiting for Tang Mo to be punished again with great interest. Hearing this, it suddenly froze. The Black Rabbit gritted its teeth and angrily hit the wall. Tang Mo wrung out his wet clothes expressionlessly. At this moment, a clear child's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Tang Mo paused and then continued to wring the clothes calmly. "Ding! Trigger the main task, Mr. Rabbit's Truth Clock game. Game rules. First, truth is not an eternal law in the universe. If it is recognized by the Black Tower, it is the truth. Second, there is only one winner on the Truth Clock. Third, the Truth Clock recognizes all truths and rejects all fallacies. Fourth, the clock is divided into 60 grids, and every 10 minutes, 2 to 58 objects of varying numbers will appear on the Truth Clock. There must be a single truth between every 2 objects. Among all the objects on the Truth Clock, only the truth that is shared by the 2 is the single truth. Fifth, find a single truth and successfully eliminate it, and you can move forward 1 square. Sixth, find a fallacy or fail to find a single truth, and move back 1 square. When opening Schrodinger's box, if there are still items on the Truth Clock that have not been eliminated, move back 2 squares. Seventh, there are 4 types of fallacies. First level original fallacy, second level sophistry fallacy, third level gray fallacy, and fourth level false truth. Different fallacies trigger different penalties for Schrodinger's box. After opening the box, the player's most serious fallacy will be used as the criterion for judgment and punishment. Eighth, successfully eliminate all the items on the Truth Clock and match the truth to pass the game. Ninth, the player who is caught up first will fall into the eternal truth black hole. The surviving player is the only winner on the Truth Clock and can pass the game. The player dies in the Schrodinger's box penalty, and the survivor can also pass the game. 10th, every hour, only 4 items will appear on the Truth Clock. The truth of this item is a high difficulty truth. The Truth Clock only recognizes the truly strong. Black Tower friendly reminder, pass the game strategy. Be a strong person. Chapter 116. 1 minute ago, Tang Mo said. Black Rabbit is a Black Tower boss because he had no idea what the rules of this game were. The Russian black rabbit nesting doll was obviously more familiar with the clock of truth than Tang Mo. It knew how to start the game and entered the game smoothly. The entry password given by the black rabbit was, "He is a human player." After thinking about it, Tang Mo could only give a similar answer according to the logic of the black rabbit. It is a black tower boss. But obviously, this is not a truth. As long as you give a truth, you can enter the truth clock game. Truth is the key to enter the game. After Tang Mo roughly wrung out his clothes, he raised his head and stared coldly at the black rabbit on the other side of the clock. His eyes moved from the round top of the black rabbit's head to the bottom of its clumsy cylinder, his expression calm, as if he was thinking about something. After looking for a while, he suddenly raised the corners of his lips, lifted the hem of his clothes, and sat down on the ground. The fact that Tang Mo successfully entered the game made Black Rabbit very angry. He didn't want this human to enter the game at all. It would be best if this human could die at the beginning. Seeing Tang Mo suddenly sitting on the ground, Black Rabbit was stunned at first, and then said angrily, "You stinky human, don't think you can win by entering the game. On the clock of truth, I have eaten countless of your kind." Tang Mo looked at it quietly without saying anything. A self-righteous human like you will never survive more than 3 rounds on the clock of truth. Tang Mo still didn't speak, just looked at it. Black Rabbit, The Black Rabbit said angrily, "Human, what are you looking at? Can you really not get out?" The Black Rabbit was stunned. Just now, this human knew that it was also trapped on the clock of truth and couldn't move a step. Why ask this question now? The Black Rabbit's face changed, and finally smiled sinisterly. "If I can't get out, I can eat you. You are so angry, are you envious that I can sit, and you can only stand all the time?" The Black Rabbit stopped talking, and looked at Tang Mo blankly. Tang Mo raised his head, and smiled slightly. "Nothing, I'm happy to see you angry." The Black Rabbit paused. After a full 10 seconds, it suddenly became furious. "Human." The Black Rabbit jumped up angrily, hitting the ground violently, shaking the earth constantly. Tang Mo's body was also forced to rise and fall, but he was not worried at all. He had a smile on his lips, and his eyes stared deeply at the Black Rabbit nesting doll in front of him. Seeing the other party's irritable and crazy performance, the smile on his lips deepened a little. Yes, after understanding the rules of the game, the first strategy that Tang Mo thought of was to irritate the Black Rabbit. In the process of communicating with this Black Rabbit before, Tang Mo found that this was a rabbit with a bad temper. If it didn't agree with him, it would eat people and jump around. If there was no obstruction from the clock of truth, Tang Mo had no doubt that the other party would pounce on him and eat him the first time he saw him. However, this is the truth clock game. Every 10 minutes, 2 to 58 items will appear on the truth clock. These items can be divided into 2 groups, and there must be a separate truth between each group that is different from the other groups. Players need to find the items with separate truths and eliminate them. This is a game that requires rational analysis. To put it bluntly, it is a truth clock version of the Connect the Dots game. Violence has no role in the game. Tang Mo couldn't kill the Black Rabbit, and the Black Rabbit couldn't kill Tang Mo either. The only thing they could do was to crack more individual truths, eliminate items, and allow themselves to move a few more squares. Players who are caught up will fall into the black hole of truth. Tang Mo muttered to himself, and when he looked up again, he found that the Black Rabbit was no longer so angry. It stared at Tang Mo with its little red eyes, its eyeballs rolling, and I don't know what it was thinking. Tang Mo thought for a moment and said, "Don't you want to eat me?" The Black Rabbit's eyes turned red, and it was about to get angry again. But gradually, it sneered, "Human, I know what you are thinking." Tang Mo calmly asked back, "Then what am I thinking about?" The Black Rabbit just refuted casually, and didn't expect Tang Mo to actually ask this question. Tang Mo waited for a few seconds, and the Black Rabbit didn't speak again. Tang Mo raised the corner of his lips, and gave an answer, "I was thinking that your nose is a bit big." Black Rabbit, The Black Rabbit hit the ground hard, but this time it didn't get angry like before. A man and a rabbit sat opposite each other. Tang Mo looked down at the blue clock under his feet, and the Black Rabbit's eyes were always fixed on Tang Mo. 10 minutes passed, and suddenly, a crisp click sounded. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and saw 6 beams of blue light flashing in the center of the clock of truth. The light became brighter and brighter, and the dazzling light made Tang Mo and the Black Rabbit unable to open their eyes. The light dimmed, and Tang Mo focused his sight on the 6 things. After seeing them clearly, he was suddenly stunned. At the same time, a mechanical sound without fluctuation sounded in the black space. Time, 0:10, location, truth clock, 6 items rich in truth appear. 1 minute later, please ask the 0 o'clock player and the 6 o'clock player to eliminate the truth. As this sentence fell, a loud voice came from Tang Mo's feet. He looked down and saw that the second hand that had been stopped on the clock and never moved suddenly began to move. The second hand moved in a clockwise direction. Every time it moved, the 6 items on the clock of truth trembled. Tang Mo was shocked. It actually started like this. Without time to hesitate, Tang Mo quickly turned his eyes away and looked at the 6 things on the clock. On the huge clock flashing with blue light, 6 seemingly ordinary things were placed steadily in the center of the dial. From left to right, it was a TV, an old-fashioned table lamp, a table, an owl, a longbow, and a half-drunk bowl of thick soup. Tang Mo looked at the TV and the old-fashioned lamp, and vaguely had an answer in his mind. Looking at the table and the longbow again, he also had a guess. Finally, his eyes fell on the bowl of thick soup and the owl. Tang Mo looked at the owl, and the owl also looked at Tang Mo. The two looked at each other, and the owl slowly tilted its head. Coo! Tang Mo, What truth can exist between a bowl of soup and an owl? The second hand ticked and pointed to Tang Mo's feet. 30 seconds had passed. Tang Mo's eyes kept wandering between the owl and the soup. The owl was a very ordinary owl. The soup was too far away, Tang Mo couldn't smell it, and the soup was turbid, and he couldn't see what was inside. Tang Mo stared at it for a long time, and he suddenly looked up at the black rabbit opposite. The black rabbit also stared blankly at the bowl of soup and the owl. It noticed Tang Mo's sight, and a trace of panic flashed across its face. It shouted, "Human, what are you looking at?" Tang Mo pursed his lips. How could this black rabbit not be so stupid at this time and make some mistakes? 1 minute is too short. When the second hand slowly pointed to the 0 o'clock position, a blue transparent wall came down from the sky. It hit the center of the clock of truth heavily, hitting the owl's head and passing through its head. The owl didn't notice it at all. It cooed, looked at Tang Mo, and turned its head to look at the black rabbit. Players, please start eliminating the truth at 6 o'clock. Tang Mo looked across the blue wall and saw the black rabbit opening its mouth wide as if to say something, but he could not hear a word. This wall isolated the sounds on both sides and also prevented cheating. Tang Mo calmed down and said calmly, "The TV and the old-fashioned table lamp are both electrical appliances. The only truth between them is that they are both tools created by humans and must use electricity to function." The faint blue light flickered on the TV and the old-fashioned table lamp. Tang Mo continued, "The only truth between the table and the longbow is that they are both made by humans, usable items, and are all made of wood." The table and the longbow flashed with blue light. Finally, Tang Mo looked at the bowl of soup and the owl. He took a deep breath and exhaled gently. The next second, Tang Mo said calmly, "The only truth between this bowl of soup and this owl is, this is a bowl of meat soup. The owl has meat, and the soup also has meat. The TV, the old-fashioned lamp, the table and the longbow, these 4 items have no meat. Meat only exists in this bowl of thick soup and the owl." After saying this, Tang Mo stared at the owl and the thick soup without blinking. Slowly, a blue light flickered on the 2 objects. The owl noticed the blue light flickering on its body and cooed nervously, but it was trapped in an invisible cage and could not fly out. The blue wall gradually disappeared, and the 6 objects also disappeared on the clock of truth. The long second hand stopped moving, and on the huge dial, the thick hour hand under Tang Mo's feet clicked and slid 1 tick to the left in a clockwise direction. At the same time, the minute hand under the black rabbit's feet also clicked and slid 1 tick to the left in a counterclockwise direction. Both of them looked at this scene in surprise. Originally, Tang Mo and the black rabbit were 30 squares apart, but now they slid 1 square each, 1 clockwise and 1 counterclockwise. The hour and minute hands under their feet were only 28 squares apart. Please players at 0 o'clock and 6 o'clock, follow the direction of the hour and minute hands and move into the correct square. Tang Mo clenched his fingers and walked to the position indicated by the hour hand. He stared at the hour hand under his feet seriously, and his brain started to work rapidly. The single truth between the TV and the old-fashioned lamp is definitely correct, and the single truth between the table and the longbow is simple and cannot be wrong. According to this speculation, the only thing he could be wrong about is the owl and the thick soup. Each time a pair of objects is successfully eliminated, you can move forward 1 square. If the truth used to eliminate the objects is a fallacy, you move back 1 square. So now, he has only moved 1 square, which means that something must be wrong. The TV and the old-fashioned lamp, the table and the longbow, these 2 are correct, move forward 2 squares. The truth between the owl and the soup is wrong, step back 1 step. So I'm going to move forward 1 step now. Tang Mo thought to himself. But the next second, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the giant black rabbit. The clumsy black rabbit jumped onto the new grid, shaking the ground. Seeing Tang Mo looking at him, it showed a weird smile on its ugly face and licked its sharp teeth. Hee hee, eat you. Tang Mo's eyes widened. No, why did the black rabbit get such a simple question wrong? He moved forward 1 square clockwise, but the black rabbit moved counterclockwise. If he moved forward 1 square smoothly, then the black rabbit would move back 1 square. This situation could only happen if the black rabbit got 2 truths wrong and only got 1 truth right, so it had to move back 1 square. In this way, the two can shorten the distance between them. The individual truths between the table and the longbow, the TV and the old-fashioned lamp are too obvious. Could it be that the black rabbit gave the wrong answer because it was unfamiliar with human society? A sense of foreboding came over Tang Mo, and he clenched his fingers. Then, he heard the rigid voice of the truth clock again. At 0 o'clock, the player triggers the 3rd level gray fallacy, and at 6 o'clock, the player triggers the 4th level false truth. At 0 o'clock, the player moves forward 1 square, and at 6 o'clock, the player moves back 1 square. Open Schrodinger's punishment box. Hearing the words, move back 1 square, Tang Mo's eyes turned cold. Before he could reflect on where he was wrong, a knife whizzed and shot from behind his head. There was no one behind Tang Mo, but a bunch of silver knives suddenly appeared from the air. They shot at Tang Mo from all directions at a very fast speed. This narrow range was not suitable for using a small parasol at all. Tang Mo bent down with his strong reaction speed and kept avoiding. On the other side, the punishment of the black rabbit also came. The blazing fire instantly engulfed the strong black rabbit, burning its wooden nesting doll body. The black rabbit screamed miserably. It was the clock of truth that was punishing it, but it cursed angrily, I'm going to eat you, a human being, while rolling on the ground, trying to put out the fire on its body. On the clock of truth, a tall and thin young man dodged the flying knives left and right, and a strong black rabbit nesting doll rolled in the flames. 3 minutes later, the fire was extinguished, and the flying knives no longer appeared. Tang Mo's chest rose and fell violently, and he gasped heavily. His forehead was covered with sweat, and his nerves were tense because he was dodging the flying knives. But he didn't rest for a second. He immediately looked up at the black rabbit not far away. The black rabbit's body was burned black by the fierce fire. I don't know what its wooden body is made of. It was not burned by the fire. After rolling on the ground again, to put out the fire on its body, the black rabbit stood up again. It looked at Tang Mo's silent expression and grinned. It deliberately glanced at the grid between the two of them, and said in surprise, how come it suddenly got so close? A hypocritical smile appeared on its face, and the black rabbit laughed hoarsely. Hee. I said, I can eat you, human. At this moment, there were only 28 grids between Tang Mo and the black rabbit. Chapter 117. Tang Mo lowered his head and said nothing. Something was wrong. Something must be wrong. The clock of truth confined Tang Mo to a 1 square meter space. He simply leaned back against the invisible wall and lowered his head to think about the problem. The TV and the old-fashioned lamp, the table and the longbow. Between these two pairs of objects, he actually found the wrong single truth. In this game, Tang Mo stood at the 6 o'clock position at the beginning. He was the 6 o'clock player in the clock of truth. The black rabbit stood at the 0 o'clock position. It was the 0 o'clock player in the truth clock. Then, the truth clock just said, the 0 o'clock player moved forward 1 square, and the 6 o'clock player moved back 1 square. Tang Mo moved back 1 square. This clock moves counterclockwise. Moving in the opposite direction means moving forward. And he just moved back 1 square. Among all the items on the truth clock, only the truth that is shared by the two is the only truth. Tang Mo whispered. Just now Tang Mo moved back 1 square, which proves that among the 6 items he eliminated, the truths of 4 items are wrong, and only the truths of 2 items are correct. Among them, Tang Mo was most unsure about the owl and the thick soup. But he couldn't figure out which 2 of the other 4 items were wrong. Whether it was the TV and the old-fashioned lamp, or the table and the longbow, perhaps the truth he found was not the only single truth, and these 2 pairs of items and other items had other single truths. But there was no doubt that he had found a single truth. Tang Mo lowered his head, his face uncertain. Finally, he let out a long sigh. What the Black Tower recognizes is the truth. This is the only answer to explain it. Tang Mo did not find the wrong single truth, But the single truth he understood might be different from the one recognized by the Black Tower. In this case, Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the Black Rabbit coldly. The Black Rabbit was humming a little tune happily. The distance between it and Tang Mo shortened, and it excitedly shook its strong body and hummed an unknown ballad. It looks like many Black Tower monsters Tang Mo has seen, all of which like to sing some very off-tuned songs and want to eat players with satisfaction. It looked stupid and easily angered. But it was it that just moved forward one step, and Tang Mo retreated one step. Perhaps because the Black Rabbit is a Black Tower monster, it knows more about the truth clock game and knows how to pass it. But Tang Mo pays more attention to it. Don't underestimate every opponent. Tang Mo put his hands in his pockets and stroked the gold coins in his pockets. He would not use the king's gold coins unless it was absolutely necessary. There were still 5 minutes before the next round of items appeared. Tang Mo sat on the ground again and looked up at the Black Rabbit. The Black Rabbit saw Tang Mo sitting on the ground again, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. It snorted disdainfully and turned its head to look in another direction. But Tang Mo asked lightly, "Which one did you get wrong?" The Black Rabbit did not expect Tang Mo to ask himself such a question. It looked at Tang Mo strangely and sneered, "Stupid human, do you think I will tell you?" Tang Mo looked at it calmly without saying anything. The man and the rabbit looked at each other silently until 5 minutes passed, and 16 blue lights flashed in the center of the clock of truth. Seeing so many beams of light, Tang Mo was stunned at first, and then raised the corners of his lips. Risks come with opportunities. The more items there are, the more grids he can advance once he successfully eliminates the correct items. Time, 0:20, location, clock of truth, 16 items rich in truth appear. 1 minute later, please ask the 0 o'clock player and the 6 o'clock player to eliminate the truth. The long second hand started moving again. When the clock of truth announced that the player was ready to eliminate the items, Tang Mo looked up inadvertently and found that the joy on the Black Rabbit's face was even more obvious. Its expression was surprise, followed by ecstasy, and there was a hint of relief in that joyful smile. Tang Mo frowned. Could it be that among these 16 items, there are things that it is familiar with? There was no time to think about it anymore. Tang Mo carefully observed these 16 items. The items that appeared on the clock of truth this time were not as simple as humans knew. There were 3 things Tang Mo had never seen before, and 1 thing he had seen before, but when he saw it, his face gradually darkened. It was a can of banana wine. When in Nanjing, Tang Mo once saw Xiao Jitong take out a can to treat a dying short-haired girl. The appearance of banana wine means that items in the Black Tower world can also appear on the truth clock. So for Tang Mo, it is even more impossible to find the individual truth in things he doesn't know. Time is limited. Tang Mo first classifies the 13 items he knows, and quickly finds a few pairs of items with individual truths. Finally, he focused his attention on the banana wine and the 3 strange objects. The 3 objects were a gray mouse with a small horn on its head, a blue transparent stone with a drop of red water suspended in the center of the stone. Finally, there was a fluffy thing that looked like hair. Click. 1 minute later, the second hand stopped at the 12 position, and the blue wall slowly descended and pressed on the gray mouse's head. Tang Mo and Black Rabbit each gave their own answers. Every time Tang Mo said an answer, the 2 items he mentioned emitted a blue light, indicating that they were selected. When he finished talking about 12 items, his eyes moved and fell on the last 4 items. Tang Mo looked at the 4 items steadily, and he opened his mouth, but finally closed it. The blue wall rose slowly, and Tang Mo looked at the Black Rabbit not far away, and found that the expression on the Black Rabbit's face was not very good. He raised his eyebrows, and waited for the answer of the clock of truth. Click. The hour and minute hands under Tang Mo and Black Rabbit's feet began to move at the same time. With 2 clicks, the hour hand under Tang Mo's feet moved 2 spaces to the left, and he actually went back 2 spaces. However, on the other side of the clock, the minute hand under Black Rabbit's feet moved 4 spaces clockwise. Seeing this, Tang Mo raised his mouth and said lightly, "Back 4 spaces?" The expression on Black Rabbit's face kept changing, and finally he roared, "Shut up." At 0 o'clock, the player triggers the 3rd level gray fallacy, and at 6 o'clock, the player triggers the 3rd level gray fallacy. At 0 o'clock, the player moves back 4 squares, and at 6 o'clock, the player moves back 2 squares. As soon as the voice fell, a weak suction force appeared under the feet of Tang Mo and the big rabbit. This suction force was difficult to detect at first, and Tang Mo only felt that his body seemed to be a little heavier. When he found something wrong, he raised his foot, and saw that on the ground under his feet, a small black dot gradually grew larger, and now had become the size of a bowl. As the black dot grew larger, the suction force became more fierce. When this small black dot turned into a black vortex with a diameter of half a meter, the terrifying suction force sucked Tang Mo's clothes and made them rustle. Tang Mo stepped on the edge of the grid with his feet and pressed his hands on the grid wall to stabilize his body. The black rabbit was in a worse situation than him. None of them thought that the punishment given by the clock of truth could be such an unreasonable black vortex. The black rabbit's body was a Russian cylinder doll. It could not use its hands and feet to stabilize its body like Tang Mo. It jumped around in the grid in a panic, using jumping to continuously generate new force under the strong suction, and use this force to offset the suction of the black vortex in the direction of force, so that it would not be sucked down. The suction force was getting stronger and stronger. Tang Mo felt his scalp aching, as if even his hair was about to be sucked off by the suction force. Finally, 3 minutes passed, and the black vortex suddenly disappeared. Tang Mo picked up his pants expressionlessly. He looked across and saw that the black rabbit was already lying on the ground, too tired to move. At this time, Tang Mo was extremely grateful that the underwear he wore today was tight and was not sucked off. He was also grateful that he came in alone to attack the tower. If there were other people, such as Fu Wensheng, Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo coughed and suppressed this very abnormal thought. In this round of eliminating the truth, Tang Mo retreated 2 squares, and the black rabbit retreated 4 squares. It seemed that both of them retreated, but Tang Mo retreated fewer squares than the black rabbit. After comparing them, Tang Mo said, "Ah, how come you suddenly got so close?" Hearing this, the black rabbit raised its head and stared at Tang Mo. Tang Mo raised his mouth. "Now, it seems like we are back to the starting point?" Tang Mo stood at the 33rd square, and the black rabbit stood at the 3rd square. The distance between the two returned to 30 squares. Chapter 118. Mr. Rabbit's Truth Clock game has only been going on for 20 minutes. In just 20 minutes, the black rabbit shortened the distance between him and Tang Mo and was about to catch up with him. Now the distance between them has returned to the starting point, which is still 30 squares. The truth clock is a circle, which can be generally divided into squares 1 to 60, connected from beginning to end to form a closed loop. Counterclockwise means moving forward, and clockwise means moving backward. In this game, if you don't move forward, you will move backward. Suppose in a certain round of the game, Tang Mo advances 15 squares and the black rabbit retreats 15 squares, then he will catch up with the black rabbit in an instant, and the black rabbit will fall into the black hole of truth. And there is another special thing about this game. Tang Mo sat on the ground, cross-legged to rest. He narrowed his eyes, and his gaze slid from the 59th square where the black rabbit was originally located to the 3rd square where it is now standing. The black rabbit retreated a total of 4 squares. There were a total of 16 items in the previous round of the game. If all of them are eliminated, there will be 8 pairs of items, a total of 8 points. For squares, it got 6 pairs of items wrong, and only got 2 pairs right, so it could go back 4 squares. Tang Mo's face was calm, but he was calculating silently in his mind. Among the 16 items just now, at least 3 pairs of items are very simple, and the individual truths between them are obvious, so it shouldn't get so many wrong answers. So the black rabbit chose to give up eliminating items like him. Game Rule 6. When opening Schrodinger's box, if there are still items on the truth clock that have not been eliminated, go back 2 squares. Yes, in Mr. Rabbit's truth clock game, there are a maximum of 58 items and a minimum of 2 items. Eliminate the error, go back 1 grid, eliminate the correct, go forward 1 grid. According to the fallacy level of eliminating the error, there are 4 different penalties. Suppose the player does not know much about the 2 items and really cannot find the truth buried in them, then he can make the following choices. First, say a truth at random and eliminate the 2 items. Second, give up eliminating the items. If you say a truth at random, the possibility of it being correct is infinitely close to 0. It is very likely to go back 1 square, or even trigger the first level origin fallacy. Giving up on eliminating items will not trigger any fallacies, but it will go back 2 squares. Among the 16 items just now, there are 3 items that Tang Mo has never seen before. He thought carefully for a long time, and finally decided to give up on elimination. Compared with the unknown first-level punishment, he would rather go back 4 squares and take a long-term view. But what surprised him was that the black rabbit actually went back so many squares this time. There is a 90% chance that the black rabbit did not eliminate all the items, so it retreated so many spaces. Then what is he so happy about? Tang Mo murmured in a low voice. The interval between the appearance of 2 rounds of items is 10 minutes. In the previous round of the game, Tang Mo and the Black Rabbit both triggered the 3rd level gray fallacy. It took them some effort to deal with a huge black suction vortex. The two of them tacitly did not speak and rested separately. Tang Mo kept thinking. He recalled the 16 items he had just seen, and the 4 items he saw in the first round. Although these items will not appear again in the future, he wants to get some clues about the single truth from them. For example, this time, Tang Mo retreated 2 squares. This means that except for the 4 items he gave up eliminating, which made him retreat 4 squares, he actually only advanced 2 squares. The remaining 12 items can be divided into 6 pairs, a total of 6 points. Tang Mo answered 4 pairs of items correctly, and answered 2 pairs incorrectly, which made him advance only 2 squares. Finding where you made a mistake will make it easier to analyze what the single truth recognized by the Black Tower refers to. Tang Mo stretched out his hand, and drew on the clock of truth. When his hand pressed on the blue clock, the azure light on the clock of truth flickered gently, with the movement of his fingers. The Black Rabbit was standing opposite, staring at Tang Mo angrily. After a few minutes, seeing that Tang Mo kept his head down and ignored it, a strange look flashed across its eyes. Where Tang Mo couldn't see, the Black Rabbit breathed a sigh of relief, and a tired look appeared on its fierce and ugly face. The next second, Tang Mo suddenly raised his head, and the Black Rabbit was startled, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across its big face. Soon, it opened its mouth and said angrily, You stupid human, don't think that I can't eat you just because the distance between us is shortened. When I catch up with you, I will eat your eyeballs with wine. Tang Mo stared at the Black Rabbit, and the Black Rabbit cursed at him. When it got tired of scolding, Tang Mo said calmly, The time is up. The Black Rabbit was stunned, and after a while it came back to its senses. You see, this is why I'm here? Tang Mo did not answer. 12 dark blue lights lit up in the center of the truth clock. Tang Mo and Black Rabbit focused their sights on the truth clock again. In the 3rd round, 12 objects appeared on the truth clock. Tang Mo moved forward 2 squares, and Black Rabbit moved forward 3 squares. This time Black Rabbit was ahead by 1 square, and the difference between the two was 29 squares. Black Rabbit opened his mouth. Hee, I'm going to catch you again. Tang Mo did not comment. He sat on the ground and quietly thought about the 6 pairs of objects he had just eliminated. He got 4 points for the correct answer, and 2 points for the wrong answer. Which 2 pairs of items are wrong? Tang Mo had long discovered that angering the Black Rabbit had no effect. This rabbit is not as stupid as it looks. At the critical moment, it will still calmly analyze the problem and participate in the truth clock game. Then the only game rules he can use at present are: what the Black Tower recognizes is the truth, and there can only be one winner on the truth clock. If the Black Rabbit dies, he can also pass the level directly. Thinking of this, Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the Black Rabbit again. I don't know what the Black Rabbit is thinking. Maybe it's worried that Tang Mo will look up again, and scare it. In the 10 minutes of the game, it kept staring at Tang Mo with wide eyes, as if it was foolproof, and Tang Mo would not find any handle. The man and the rabbit stared at each other. The 10 minutes were up, and this time, countless lights appeared on the truth clock. Tang Mo was shocked, and when he saw all the objects on the field clearly, the emotionless voice of the truth clock sounded. Time, 040, location, truth clock, 48 objects rich in truth appeared. After 1 minute, please ask the 0 o'clock player and the 6 o'clock player to eliminate the truth. Tang Mo, Black Rabbit, Damn! The long second hand started to slide again. Tang Mo had no time to waste. He quickly scanned every item on the field. The rules of the Black Tower game said that there would be 2 to 58 items on the truth clock. Tang Mo had also thought about it before. Will the appearance of 58 items at once make the players have no time to sort out the relationship between the items? But he never expected that he would encounter so many items so quickly, and the time given by the truth clock was still 1 minute. Tang Mo's brain was working at an unprecedented speed, and veins popped up on his full forehead. His face flushed red, as if he could clearly hear the sound of nerve cells bursting in his brain. When all this was over, listening to the truth clock prompting, players start eliminating items at 6 o'clock, Tang Mo's lips trembled, and a hoarse voice came out of his mouth. The first pair, rubber bands and tires, they are both rubber products. Except for these 2, there are no rubber products in the other 46 items. The hoarse voice sounded like sandpaper, and Tang Mo felt for the first time that his mind had reached its limit. He was extremely tired. In the truth clock game, it doesn't mean that if you find a single truth between item A and item B, you can be sure that they will be eliminated. For example, rubber bands and tires are the only two items among the 48 items that have the truth of both are rubber products. They can indeed be eliminated using this single truth. But it is very likely that among the other 46 items, rubber bands and ropes can also be eliminated because they are both ropes. Tires and steering wheels can also be eliminated because they are part of the car. When Tang Mo eliminated the rubber band and tire, they could no longer be eliminated with the rope and steering wheel. Finally, the rope and steering wheel could not be eliminated, so Tang Mo went back 2 spaces. In 1 minute, Tang Mo had to consider too many things. It was not just about seeing one object and comparing it with another. When Tang Mo saw the rubber band, he was not only considering the tire, he also had to compare the rubber band with the other 47 items in his mind. The 22nd pair, a pile of glass fragments and a mirror. Mirrors contain glass. Except for these 2 items, all other items do not contain glass. For the last 4 items, give up. The blue wall slowly rose, and Tang Mo looked up and saw the black rabbit opposite. The black rabbit's condition was not much better than his. The black rabbit's eyes were red, and the whole rabbit was panting violently. The two looked at each other across a clock. Then, a flat and unruffled voice sounded, 0 o'clock players trigger the 2nd level sophistry fallacy. 6 o'clock players trigger the 3rd level gray fallacy. At 0 o'clock, the player goes back 10 squares, and at 6 o'clock, the player goes forward 7 squares. Tang Mo's eyes slowly widened. Under his feet, the hour hand began to move with a click, and finally landed on the 24th square. Under the feet of the black rabbit, the minute hand also moved, and finally landed on the 10th square. The black rabbit's face was extremely ugly. It looked at Tang Mo with surprise, horror, and a subtle sense of self-righteousness. It gritted its teeth, hit the ground hard, and walked to the 10th square. Tang Mo walked to the 24th grid thoughtfully. The two accepted the punishment. The distance was shortened to 14 grids. In the next 2 rounds of the game, not many items appeared on the truth clock. The black rabbit did not retreat 10 grids like in the 3rd round. Instead, it advanced more grids than Tang Mo each time, and the distance between the two widened to 19 grids. When the 6th round of items appeared, Tang Mo stood on the 20th grid, and the black rabbit stood on the 1st grid. The cold voice of the truth clock sounded, time, 1 o'clock, location, truth clock, for items rich in high difficulty truths appeared. After 1 minute, please remove the truths from the 0-point player and the 6-point player. The items that appeared this time all contained high difficulty truths, and it would be more difficult to find the individual truths between them. Tang Mo looked at the 4 items calmly, ready to analyze and answer them. At this time, a surprised voice sounded from the other side of the clock. This is the best-selling delicious stowaway barbecued pork bun in the Underground Kingdom. The black rabbit's voice stopped abruptly, and it raised its head stiffly and looked at Tang Mo opposite. Tang Mo raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect that the black rabbit would reveal its information when it saw the huge bun. Tang Mo looked at the black rabbit quietly. The black rabbit had a lot of expressions on its face. Finally, it angrily banged the wall. I want to eat you. I want to eat you. It looked like a completely angry and irritable rabbit. Chapter 119. The ground was shaking constantly because of the black rabbit jumping. Tang Mo sat on the ground, and his eyes only glanced at the black rabbit, and then fell on the 4 objects in the center of the dial. On the truth clock that was flashing blue light, there was a huge bun on the far left. The bun was the size of a human head, and it looked soft, sweet, and the white skin was emitting a faint white heat. Next to the bun was a cup of scarlet liquid, a half-eaten cookie, and a small pink sachet. The black rabbit jumped around on the ground in anger, shouting that it wanted to eat Tang Mo. Tang Mo didn't even look at it. But the ground was shaking so much that Tang Mo was swaying from side to side even when he was sitting on the ground. He suddenly looked up with a cold look in his eyes. Shut up. The black rabbit was stunned, with its bloody mouth open, and remained silent for a long time. After a while, the black rabbit looked down at the dial again, and its eyes widened in horror. There were only 30 seconds left. The second hand ticked by, and after Tang Mo looked at the 4 items, he focused his eyes on the big bun on the far left. Just now, the black rabbit said that this was the best-selling delicious stowaway barbecued pork bun in the Underground Kingdom. It looked surprised when it said this, as if it really let it slip by accident, and it didn't seem like it was lying. Tang Mo had actually heard of this bun. The best tavern in the Underground Kingdom is the Banana Tavern, and the best bun shop is the delicious stowaway bun shop. In the gathering copy of the Strange Circus, Tangmo and Fu Wenduo survived in the underground kingdom for a week. In addition to protecting the big earthworm and fighting wits and courage with 22 players on the first floor of the Black Tower during this week, Tangmo also quietly traveled to many places in the underground kingdom. The delicious stowaway bun shop is a special place among them. This bun shop only sells meat buns, and the buns are stuffed with the meat of stowaways. The delicious stowaway bun shop never has an accurate opening time. Whenever a stowaway is caught, it will open to sell buns. Tangmo also wondered why the underground people like to use stowaways to make buns, not bread or pizza. No one knows the answer. But at this moment, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A strong meaty aroma came to his nose. It was not the smell of pork, beef, or mutton. In this fragrant meaty smell, there was also a pungent smell of blood. Tangmo looked at the cup of scarlet liquid next to the delicious stowaway buns, and he slowly pursed his lips. He probably guessed what it was. On the opposite side of the truth clock, the black rabbit looked at Tangmo cautiously, cursing all the time, as if worried that Tangmo would find the correct truth because of what he had just said. Its eyes were fixed on Tangmo, and it cursed, but its eyes were a little evasive. Time is up. The blue wall slowly fell, and Tangmo stood up and saw the black rabbit on the other side. The huge Russian rabbit nesting doll opened its bloody mouth, rubbing its teeth and gnashing its teeth, and said, "Human, human." Tangmo looked at him calmly, without saying anything, and didn't know what he was thinking. When the clock of truth asked them to give their own answers, Tangmo opened his mouth and said a few words quietly. The black rabbit saw Tangmo talking and stared at him nervously. When Tangmo said several sentences in a row, it was relieved, looked away, and began to answer its own answer. The hour hand and minute hand moved at the same time. Click. Under Tangmo's feet, the hour hand moved 3 squares backwards, and under the black rabbit's feet, the hour hand remained stable and did not move. Tangmo retreated to the 23rd square, and the black rabbit still stood at the first square. At 0 o'clock, the player triggered the 3rd level gray fallacy. After this sentence fell, the irritable black rabbit instantly calmed down, and it turned its head to look at Tangmo. Black rabbit stared at the truth clock at his feet with red eyes, and then looked up at Tangmo standing on the other side. He looked at it for 3 seconds, and black rabbit didn't hear the truth clock say the next word. Tangmo's eyes gradually brightened, and he looked at the truth clock with a strange look, and then at black rabbit. The next moment, black rabbit hit the wall hard and roared, "How can you trigger the 5th level of non-universal truth and avoid punishment?" Tangmo's smile paused. The black rabbit was still roaring, "You stupid human, I will definitely eat you. I will definitely eat you. You must be a very delicious stowaway to be able to discover the 5th level non-universal truth. I will eat you all." The punishment of the truth clock came as expected. The blue flame burned instantly, engulfing the wooden body of the black rabbit. This time the heat of the flame seemed to be higher than the last time. The black rabbit screamed in the flame, and its solid wooden shell was burned black and shiny. But even so, while being burned by the raging fire, it cursed Tangmo with all its might. One moment it said, "I'm going to eat you, a human being," and the next moment it said, "You must have triggered the 5th level of non-universal truth, because the truth clock made a mistake." 3 minutes later, the fire went out, and the black rabbit fell to the ground in a mess. This time it really became a black rabbit. The entire body of the wooden nesting doll was burned black, and even the rabbit pattern originally painted on it was not very real. The black rabbit panted for a long time, and finally recovered. As soon as it had strength, it started to scold Tangmo again. It kept scolding for a second, and its annoying voice echoed in the black space. However, no matter how much it scolded, Tangmo did not say a word, but just lowered his head and thought about something. Tangmo put his hands in his pockets, his left hand groped for a small king's gold coin, and his right hand beat rhythmically on the turkey egg. 3 minutes later, Tangmo breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and looked at the black rabbit that kept yelling. The black rabbit stopped cursing immediately. "Tangmo, just now I told you to shut up, and you shut up obediently?" The black rabbit was stunned, not understanding what Tangmo wanted to say. Soon it remembered that it was just scolded by Tangmo during the game. "Shut up," and it dared not speak again. The black rabbit's face changed, and it cursed again. The noisy sound echoed in the black space for a long time, and Tangmo closed his eyes directly, as if he didn't hear anything. Seeing this, the black rabbit cursed even louder and unscrupulously. The next second, Tangmo suddenly opened his eyes, quickly grabbed the handle of the small parasol with his right hand, and pulled it out from his waist. The pink parasol drew an arc in the air, breaking through the air, and the tip of the umbrella pointed directly at the black rabbit's head. Tang Mo's eyes were cold, and a sharp murderous aura instantly escaped. If Fu Duo was here, he would probably find the scene familiar, because Tang Mo was learning from him. Fu Duo always had a different feeling when killing people. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo also killed people, including many illegal immigrants. But when he killed someone, he was never as decisive and resolute as Fu Duo. There are two ways of killing in this world. One is Fu Wen was killing, and the other is killing by others other than Fu Duo. The terrifying murderous aura made the black rabbit's voice stop abruptly, and Tang Mo's eyes were extremely cold, like purgatory. Looking at the black rabbit standing there, with its mouth open, Tang Mo slowly raised the corners of his mouth. He whispered to himself, "Is that so?" and then ignored the black rabbit, put away the small parasol, turned around and stopped looking at it. Everything seemed to have taken a long time, but it actually happened in just 3 seconds. The black rabbit's eyes trembled slightly, and the next moment, it cursed again, "I must eat you, a damn human." Tang Mo sat on the ground, closed his eyes and rested. In the 7th round, 12 items appeared on the truth clock. Tang Mo stopped where he was, and the black rabbit moved forward 2 squares. In the 8th round, 28 items appeared on the truth clock. Tang Mo moved forward 3 squares, and the black rabbit moved forward 1 square. Eliminating 28 items was also a great mental drain on Tang Mo, and the two of them had to accept the fallacy punishment of the truth clock. This time was much better than the round in which 48 items were eliminated at the same time, but after this round of the game, Tang Mo also panted lightly and rubbed his temples with his hands. The situation of the black rabbit was not much better. It didn't even have the energy to scold Tang Mo. There was a rare tranquility on the clock of truth. Tang Mo stood on the 20th grid, and the black rabbit stood on the 58th grid, 22 grids apart. The huge blue clock was still flashing, and the two players standing on the clock had this opportunity for the first time to rest quietly. Rest time always passes quickly. The mechanical sound of the truth clock sounded again. Time, 1:30, location, truth clock, 2 objects rich in truth appear. After this sentence fell, Tang Mo opened his eyes slightly, and the black rabbit was also shocked, looking at the truth clock in disbelief. The two of them stared at the 2 lights in the center of the dial. When the 2 objects appeared, the black rabbit was stunned at first, and then breathed a sigh of relief. It raised its eyes, and glanced at Tang Mo vigilantly. Tang Mo didn't notice it, but looked at the 2 things on the truth clock. A black object that looked like chocolate, and a black owl. At first glance, these 2 things have nothing in common, and they are not related at all. But only these 2 items appeared on the truth clock. In theory, in the absence of other objects, as long as the common points of these 2 objects are stated, they can become the separate truth between them. The long second hand started to slide from 0 o'clock, and slid out a whole circle again, counting down 60 seconds. Tang Mo sat on the ground, legs crossed, looking at the chocolate and owl on the clock of truth. Just as the second hand was about to count down, he suddenly raised his head, looked at the black rabbit opposite him, and said lightly, "I don't like chocolate very much. If I have to choose, I think Dove is better than Ferrero. What do you think?" When the last word was finished, the blue wall also fell heavily, hitting between Tang Mo and the black rabbit. Through this blue transparent wall, the black rabbit stared at Tang Mo with his eyes wide open, without blinking. When the wall rose again, the wooden nesting doll body of the black rabbit trembled slightly in an arc that was barely perceptible to the naked eye. It trembled, looking at Tang Mo, and then at the clock of truth. Tang Mo lowered his head, waiting for the clock of truth to give an answer. Neither of them spoke. In the deathly black space, the cold voice of the clock of truth sounded. At 0 o'clock, the player moves back 2 spaces, and at 6 o'clock, the player moves back 4 spaces. Chapter 120. A creaking sound was heard, and the short hour hand under Tang Mo's feet began to slide slowly to the left. It slid clockwise 4 times in a row, and finally landed steadily on the 24th grid. Tang Mo stepped up and walked into the 24th grid. At the other end of the truth clock, the minute hand under the black rabbit's feet slid backwards. It retreated 2 grids, and should have walked into the 60th grid, but after the minute hand pointed to it, the black rabbit did not move. The cold voice of the truth clock sounded, "Please enter the correct grid at 0 o'clock. The black rabbit then pushed hard against the ground and jumped onto the 60th square. The huge Russian black rabbit nesting doll fell heavily to the ground, and the ground trembled slightly. This round of the game ended, and neither the black rabbit nor Tang Mo was punished. The black rabbit retreated 2 squares, obviously giving up on eliminating the items, but Tang Mo retreated a full 4 squares. This number doesn't seem right no matter how you look at it. Last time it was the 5th level of non-universal truth. What's the reason this time? Tang Mo's calm voice sounded. The black rabbit raised its head and stared at Tang Mo coldly without saying anything. Tang Mo raised the corner of his mouth and said no more. If someone were to observe from the side, they would find that the black rabbit seemed to have completely changed, completely different from before. Ever since Tang Mo saw this Russian black rabbit nesting doll, the other party has always been an image of irritability, cruelty, and tyranny. As soon as it stepped onto the clock of truth, it made harsh words, threatening to eat Tang Mo and even eat Tang Mo's eyeballs with candy. According to the black rabbit, it has eaten countless humans through the clock of truth. This black rabbit is very similar to every monster in the Black Tower that Tang Mo has seen. Neurotic, sinister, and vicious, its attitude towards humans is only eat, and it likes to hum some off-key songs and say some creepy words. If you have to say what is different, it is probably that the black rabbit is a little bit more evil than the surface. Whether it is Mario or Pinocchio, they like to act. Watching human players being fooled around by themselves is their greatest pleasure. A man and a rabbit stared at each other quietly on the clock of truth. After a long time, a hoarse male voice came from the Russian nesting doll body of the black rabbit. When did you find out? At the beginning. The black rabbit opened his eyes in surprise, and after a long time he said, at the beginning? In the silent black space, Tang Mo looked at the Russian nesting doll not far away and said lightly, before the game started, I caught Mr. Rabbit's tail and fell directly from the air and fell on the clock of truth. I had no choice but to stand on this clock, locked in an invisible cage with no way to leave. But, after a pause, Tang Mo looked at the black rabbit and said, you walked up by yourself. The black rabbit's face was full of surprise, its eyes rolled, and it kept thinking. After a minute, it seemed to finally understand where it was wrong, and smiled bitterly twice. Yes, from the beginning, Tang Mo was wondering what the purpose of this black rabbit was. The black rabbit took the initiative to walk onto the truth clock. Before walking onto the truth clock, its body was not restricted by the truth clock, and it could move freely, including choosing to walk onto the truth clock. After walking onto the truth clock, it was trapped in this small space of less than 1 square meter, just like Tang Mo. It said that it had played the truth clock game and had eaten many humans with this magical clock. It also did know how to open the truth clock and had always shown that it knew the truth clock game very well. But after stepping onto this clock, no one can guarantee that they will not die in this game that is fully controlled by the clock of truth. Where does the black rabbit get the confidence to think that it can definitely beat Tang Mo, will not lose the game, and fall into the black hole of truth? There are 2 possibilities. The first is that it is so arrogant that it does not take human players like Tang Mo seriously. But it is more likely that it really relies on something. What is the reliance that makes the black rabbit confidently step onto the clock of truth and play a game with Tang Mo with his life? In the first half hour, Tang Mo kept thinking about this problem. He originally thought it was some special prop, or the black rabbit was really smart and good at playing this game. Until that time, a total of 48 items appeared, and Tang Mo and the black rabbit tried their best to eliminate the items. In the end, Tang Mo advanced 7 squares, but the black rabbit retreated a full 10 squares. When there are very few items, you always move more than me and have the upper hand. But once there are a lot of items, whether it is 48 items in the 3rd round or 28 items in the 8th round, you move much less than me. Tang Mo said calmly, with fewer items, you can walk more, and with more items, you can walk less. This game is testing the player's brainpower, eyesight, memory, testing the player's hard power. The more items, the more difficult the game is. This difficulty increases exponentially. Through those 2 rounds of games, it proves that your strength is not stronger than mine, but much weaker than mine. Black Rabbit, I just happen to have a few items that I haven't seen before. Tang Mo ignored it, especially the 48 items in the 3rd round. You have gone back too many spaces. The advantage you accumulated over the past 2 rounds of the game was completely lost in that round, and it has not been made up until now. This shows that you and I are equal in participating in the truth clock game. At least you don't have any props or treasures that can ensure that you will advance more grids than me. So the question is, why did you step onto the truth clock and start this game with me? This is a game where you bet your life, and you are not sure of winning. Why did Black Rabbit boldly step onto the truth clock? There is only one possibility. You didn't want to come up. You were forced to come up. Tang Mo came to the conclusion with absolute certainty. The Black Rabbit looked at Tang Mo with a complicated and strange look, and its body swayed slightly. After a while, it began to laugh. The hoarse and unpleasant laughter came from the wooden nesting doll. It said it was laughing, but it laughed very tiredly, and it no longer looked as irritable and furious as before. The black rabbit thought a lot. Since it walked onto the clock of truth, it has been thinking about how to act to deceive this player. It did try its best to intimidate Tangemo, constantly disguising itself, portraying itself as a brainless, manic, stupid rabbit. Even Tangemo was fooled by it, but it still lost. I lost to luck. The black rabbit said, if I knew all 4 items in the difficult truth game just now, I could tell you the information and let you answer all 4 items, instead of choosing to answer only 2 of them, and give up the other 2, so I would not be punished. Delicious stowaway buns, and the other cup is obviously human blood. You can see at a glance how to eliminate these 2. It's just that the other 2, a half-eaten cookie and a pink sachet, I don't know what these 2 are, so I can't give you a hint. So you choose to give up and don't answer. Game Rule 10. Every hour, only 4 items will appear on the truth clock. The truth of this item is a high difficulty truth. When a high difficulty truth item appears for the first time, the black rabbit. Accidentally. The information about the delicious stowaway buns was exposed. In that round, Tangemo retreated 3 spaces, and Black Rabbit retreated 1 space. In terms of the number of spaces, Tangemo had no problem. He could understand that he had answered 2 items incorrectly, so he gave up eliminating 2 items, and thus retreated 3 spaces. But the problem was that he did not receive any punishment. Black Rabbit's mind turned quickly, and he immediately said that because this was a level 5 non-universal truth, Tangemo could be exempted from punishment. If it were some other players, they might really believe what he said, but Tangemo would not believe it. And the half-eaten biscuit is the brand that Grandma Wolf likes the most, and the pink sachet is also the one that Grandma Wolf in Monster Valley always keeps on the bedside. This is the separate truth between them. Hearing this, Black Rabbit looked at Tangemo in astonishment, only to see Tangemo smile slightly. I eliminated these 2 items in that round, and I gave up eliminating buns and blood. Black Rabbit, you already know what buns and blood are, but you don't eliminate them? You are my enemy. The information revealed by the enemy to you, even if it is correct in 9 out of 10 cases. Will you believe it? Black Rabbit, Looking at the frustrated and annoyed look of the Black Rabbit, Tangemo pursed his lips. In fact, there are many things he hasn't said yet, and there is no need to say them. In this game, the Black Rabbit has already lost its biggest bargaining chip. The Black Rabbit and Tangemo are also 2 items that can be eliminated. From the beginning, Tangemo said, the Black Rabbit is the Black Tower boss, and the truth clock gave him a negative answer, which is to imply that this Black Rabbit is not the Black Tower boss, and it is even very likely not a Black Tower monster. Is a human. When there are fewer items, the Black Rabbit can have the upper hand. Once there are more items, Tangemo will have the advantage. This is not because the Black Rabbit can only eliminate a relatively small number of items, and it cannot solve the problem when the number is large. But the 2-grid advantage it has is gone when there are many items. The Black Rabbit has a 2-grid advantage. Because Tangemo will not eliminate himself and the Black Rabbit in each round, he will retreat 2 grids in each round. This is difficult for Tangemo to discover. For example, in the first round of the game, he went back 1 square out of 6 items. Tangemo thought at the time that he had answered 2 items correctly and 4 items incorrectly, so he went forward 1 square and back 2 squares, and the final result was 1 square back. But now that I think about it, he actually answered 4 items correctly. He went forward 2 squares and back 1 square, but because he did not eliminate himself and the Black Rabbit, he went back 2 squares again. Added together, he finally went back 1 square. Another example is that only 2 items appeared in the previous round. This is simply tempting Tangemo to quickly eliminate the items and then pass the game. But Tangemo chose to give up. He did not eliminate any items. Assuming that he eagerly eliminated the items, he could indeed move forward 1 square by eliminating the items. But because he did not eliminate himself and the Black Rabbit, he was forced to move back 2 squares. The ending is to move back 1 square, which can be explained by Tangemo answered the truth incorrectly. Only when he moves back 4 squares can it be proved that there are really 2 items that can be eliminated but have not been eliminated. Exist. These 2 items are the Black Rabbit and Tangemo. There is a big bug in this game rule. If Tangemo and the Black Rabbit eliminate all the items on the truth clock at the same time, who will be the winner? There are 3 ways to pass the game. Catch up with the other party dies, and eliminate all items. There can only be one winner on the truth clock. When two players eliminate all the items at the same time, who is the real winner? The biggest loophole in this game rule made Tang Mo more determined to give up eliminating those two items. Because there is only one answer that can explain this loophole. Black Rabbit's game rules are different from his. Tang Mo can pass the game by eliminating all items, but Black Rabbit cannot pass the game by eliminating all items. Tang Mo gave up eliminating two items to determine Black Rabbit's real reliance. Time passed by minute, and soon, 10 minutes passed, and 14 blue lights flashed in the center of the truth clock. Seeing these 14 lights, Black Rabbit seemed to suddenly realize something, and it shouted, "I didn't lose." Tang Mo looked up at it. The Black Rabbit's eyes became fierce again, and a trace of joy flashed across its face. It sneered, "Yes, the game has just begun. I didn't lose, and you may not win. As long as I catch up with you, you lose, even if you know it. It's just a fair fight between us. I will definitely win." The blue light gradually dimmed. Looking at the Black Rabbit gritting its teeth, Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips. Before the 14 items were completely revealed, he said calmly, "I have guessed the general truth, but there is only one thing I am not sure of. The Black Tower can force players to participate in the game, and perhaps it can also force the underground people and the Black Tower monsters to participate in the game it designed. When I entered this game, the Black Tower said that this was my single-player game. So, the blue completely dissipated, and 14 items appeared. The second hand of the truth clock started moving again, and it also made a mechanical sound, reminding the two players present to prepare to eliminate the items. In the background sound of the truth clock without fluctuations, Tang Mo's eyes gradually turned cold. He said word by word, "The only thing I'm not sure about is, are you a human player?" The Black Rabbit's expression changed, and the next second it suddenly laughed wildly. "Stupid human, you actually thought I was a human? This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. I will definitely eat you, ha ha ha, tear you into pieces, and eat you all." Tang Mo raised the corners of his lips. "Oh, you are indeed a human player." The Black Rabbit's laughter stopped abruptly, and it looked at Tang Mo in disbelief. Tang Mo no longer looked at him, but lowered his head to look at the 14 items. The Black Rabbit roared, "Tang Mo!" Tang Mo was stunned for a moment, raised his eyebrows and muttered, "You even know my name? This is a bit too unfair." The 10th round of the game officially began. Chapter 121. 14 items were quietly placed in the center of the truth clock. When the 1-minute time was up, Tang Mo named 12 of the items, and gave up on eliminating 2 items. Blue light flickered on the 12 items. Tang Mo paused, raised his head, and said calmly, "The 15th and 16th items are player Tang Mo and player Black Rabbit. The only truth between these 2 items is that they are both human players." On the truth clock, the blue light flickered sharply and became stronger. The next second, the mechanical reminder sound of the truth clock sounded. Successfully eliminated the single truth between players. No reward for advancing grids. Tang Mo's heart twitched vigorously. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and showed a helpless smile. The blue wall slowly rose, and the Black Rabbit standing on the other side had an ugly face. It couldn't hear what Tang Mo said to the truth clock just now, but it knew what Tang Mo said. The Black Rabbit's red eyes stared at Tang Mo, and there was resentment and jealousy in its eyes, and a hint of expectation and begging. Tang Mo glanced at the Black Rabbit, sat down cross-legged, and continued to rest. The hour and minute hands under their feet continued to move. Tang Mo recalled what the Black Rabbit had said just now, and nodded without comment. It was indeed the same as what the Black Rabbit said. It was still uncertain who would win or lose in this game. There were 3 ways for Tang Mo to win the game: eliminate all items, catch up with the Black Rabbit, and the Black Rabbit died in the penalty game. The way the Black Rabbit won was not known yet, but it was certain that it would win if it caught up with Tang Mo, otherwise, it would not have kept clamoring to catch up with Tang Mo and then eat him. Even though Tang Mo now knows that there is truth between the Black Rabbit and him, as long as Tang Mo fails to eliminate all the items, the Black Rabbit still has hope. There will be 2 to 58 items on the truth clock, and basically more than 10 items will appear each time. It is unlikely that Tang Mo will eliminate all of them. So if Tang Mo wins, there is a 90% chance that he is caught up with the Black Rabbit. Then this game is completely fair so far. Tang Mo will not be forced to retreat 2 squares every time, and the 2 of them are standing on the same starting line. Whoever eliminates more items and advances more grids will win. 0 points, the player moves back 1 grid. 6 points, the player moves forward 1 grid. 0 points, the player triggers the 3rd level gray fallacy. 6 points, the player triggers the third-level gray fallacy. The black rabbit's face turned pale, and Tang Mo calmly walked forward one grid. At this moment, Tang Mo stood on the 23rd grid, and the black rabbit stood on the first grid, with 22 grids left between the two. As soon as they stood still, a violent storm hit them from above. After the 3-minute Schrödinger box penalty time, both of them were out of breath. After the break, the black rabbit looked at Tang Mo with a complicated look. Tang Mo thought it was going to say something, but the black rabbit just looked at him without saying anything. The next round of the game started soon, and this time 16 items appeared. Tang Mo moved forward 2 squares, and the black rabbit moved forward 1 square. In the next round of the game, 24 items appeared. Tang Mo moved forward 4 squares, and the black rabbit moved forward 2 squares. Tang Mo was somewhat surprised by the performance of the black rabbit. He originally thought that the opponent was not strong enough and could perform stably when there were fewer items, but the black rabbit could not handle more items. Unexpectedly, the opponent eliminated a lot of items in these few times, making Tang Mo's speed of catching up with the black rabbit slower. Tang Mo thought, maybe in critical situations, human potential is stimulated. I'm afraid even the black rabbit can't answer this question. The black rabbit no longer cares about Tang Mo, doesn't talk to him, and ignores him. It stared at the clock of truth with bloodshot eyes. Whenever a new item appeared, it stared at it without blinking, trying to find the single truth in it. However, even so, the distance between it and Tang Mo continued to shorten. Without the advantage of forcing Tang Mo to retreat 2 squares, the black rabbit advanced fewer squares than Tang Mo most of the time. When the 23rd round of the game was over, there was only 6 squares left between the two. The black rabbit was in front, and Tang Mo was behind. Tang Mo only needed 6 squares to completely catch up with the black rabbit, and the black rabbit fell into the black hole of truth. The hope in the black rabbit's eyes had long dimmed as the distance between the two people kept shortening. It lowered its head and looked at the ground, not knowing what it was thinking. The sound of the truth clock rang, and the black rabbit was no longer in the mood to listen. It quietly waited for its own fallacy punishment to come. At 0 o'clock, the player triggers the third-level gray fallacy, and at 6 o'clock, the player triggers the first-level original fallacy. The black rabbit's head suddenly raised, looking at Tang Mo in disbelief. Tang Mo also looked at the truth clock under his feet in astonishment. Schrödinger's box is about to be opened, and the two players have a few seconds to prepare. The black rabbit's mouth is getting bigger and bigger, and a crazy smile appears on its ugly nesting doll face. It shouts like crazy, "Yes, I haven't lost yet, you die, if you die in it, I will win, I win." As soon as the voice fell, Schrödinger's box punishment was opened. Tang Mo's eyes went dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the elf prairie. The cold wind was like a knife, scraping his face fiercely. When he raised his head, his face sank. On the dark and cold grassland, hundreds of black stink bugs surrounded him. These huge and disgusting stink bugs looked at Tang Mo and roared sharply. The next second, they all rushed up. On the clock of truth, the black rabbit jumped to deal with a sudden fire, while taking time to look at Tang Mo's situation eagerly. From its perspective, it saw Tang Mo constantly dodging and jumping on the cage of the clock. Tang Mo seemed to have encountered some enemy. His face was gloomy. He pulled out the pink parasol, and kept opening and closing it for defense and attack. Suddenly, a deep bloody wound appeared on Tang Mo's shoulder. The black rabbit's eyes suddenly lit up, and it chanted like a madman, "Die, die, die, die." Tang Mo had more and more wounds on his body, and his dodging speed became slower and slower. Hundreds of black stink bugs forced him into a dead corner, and sprayed venom at him at the same time. Tang Mo could no longer hold back and cursed, "Damn it!" He used a small parasol to block the venom, but the venom was overwhelming, and there was no way to stop it all. The black rabbit saw Tang Mo's body corroded at a speed visible to the naked eye, his muscles rotted, and his bones were exposed. Its heart was in its throat, and it watched Tang Mo's right hand corroded completely, leaving only bones. Then the forearm, the shoulder. The corrosion continued. Go to hell. However, just as the invisible venom was about to corrode Tang Mo's chest, everything stopped abruptly. Tang Mo fell to the ground, and his right shoulder was burning with pain. He knew without even looking that his arm was gone. Tang Mo used his other hand to dig out the earthworm's tear with difficulty, and he placed the gem on his white bone arm. The warm white light slowly lit up, and the flesh on his arm gradually recovered. The black rabbit looked at this scene with a dull expression, his mouth open, unable to speak for a long time. After all the wounds on Tang Mo's body were healed, the earthworm's tear gradually became stiff. The white stone became smaller and smaller, and finally became only the size of a little fingernail. After it shrank to its smallest form, it snapped and broke into two halves, turning into yellow sand and flowing away from Tang Mo's fingers. Tang Mo got up from the ground, glanced at the desperate black rabbit, and looked at the center of the truth clock. 1 minute later, 4 items appeared in the center of the dial. This was the 24th round, and this time there would be a high difficulty truth, but there were only 4 items. The black rabbit stared at Tang Mo blankly for a while, and it seemed to suddenly remember something, muttering in its mouth. At least, you will never dare to eliminate items casually in the future. You are afraid of triggering the first level origin fallacy, and you will give up eliminating items you are not sure of. The black rabbit kept repeating this sentence, as if it would win, but it didn't notice the strange expression on Tang Mo's face when he saw the 4 items clearly. The second hand began to move, and the players prepared to eliminate the items. When the blue wall rose again, the black rabbit waited for the truth clock to announce the number of grids the 2 people had moved forward. But this time, it seemed to be different. It waited for 10 seconds, but there was no sound from the truth clock. The black rabbit first looked at the truth clock strangely, and suddenly, its eyes widened and it looked up at Tang Mo in horror. No, you can't. In the black space, a clear child's voice sounded, ding. Player Tang Mo completed the main task Mr. Rabbit's truth clock game, and eliminated all items. Click. The reminder sound of the black tower fell, and a loud cracking sound came from the black rabbit's head. Tang Mo looked at the opposite side in surprise. I saw a crack suddenly appear on the shell of this Russian rabbit nesting doll. The crack became larger and wider, and finally, the hard wooden shell cracked, completely exposing the person hiding inside. Tang Mo saw the other person clearly. The person who had been hiding in the Russian doll for several hours only felt a buzzing in his brain, and the world seemed to be blurred. His name was Lisiki. 6 hours ago, when Tang Mo was still racing with the fire on the Elf Prairie, he fell into this dark space with a rumble. Today is March 25th, and there are only a few days left. All players who have not participated in the tower attack game within 3 months will be forced to attack the tower. He is a cautious person. Although his superpowers are very weak and almost useless, he is careful and vigilant enough, so he can survive smoothly until now after the Earth goes online. He knew that it would be better to attack the tower by himself in advance than to attack the tower with players from all over the world in a few days. This way, the difficulty of the tower attack game might be lower. He believed that the Black Tower was also humane. At least the Black Tower liked players to attack the tower. There might be some differences between active tower attack and passive tower attack. Even if there was only a slight difference, he was unwilling to give up the possibility of reducing the difficulty of the game. So he attacked the tower in advance and started the tower attack game alone. He attacked the first floor of the Black Tower. First there were 2 weird side quests. After he completed the second one, he fell into this black space. Then he heard the Black Tower repeating, ding, data error, copy overlap, copy overlap. He listened to this sentence in confusion. The Black Tower repeated it for 10 minutes. Suddenly, the sound stopped. When it sounded again, the Black Tower's prompt had changed to, data correct, data correct. Player Lisiki completed the side quest A Delicious Carrot, Breakfast for Mr. Rabbit, and successfully opened the first floor of the Black Tower, difficult mode. Player Tang Mo opened the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, normal mode. 3 hours later, Mr. Rabbit's Truth Clock game will be launched. Player Lisiki triggers the low-level player protection, obtains the Russian Black Rabbit nesting doll item, and has game information priority. The Black Tower hides Lisiki's identity as a player and gives him a 2-square retreat right reward. When he was confused and didn't understand anything, he heard this sentence from the Black Tower, ding, you have 3 hours left to welcome the Black Tower's first floor, difficult mode, boss player Tang Mo. Friendly reminder, player Tang Mo is the world's first high-level player to clear the Black Tower's first floor, difficult mode, from months ago. The probability that player Lisiki successfully clears the first level of the Black Tower, difficult mode, is 1%. Please try your best to attack the tower. The Black Bunny nesting doll's body broke into 2 pieces, and Lisiki's body inside it kept shaking. He laughed and cried. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that this player had already cried. Tang Mo looked at this crazy player, and he raised his eyes to the top of his head. Stowaway. The blue light on the clock of truth became dimmer and dimmer, and a bouncing sound of footsteps came from the depths of darkness. Lisiki cried and laughed, and Tang Mo stood there calmly. The next moment, a hoarse and hateful voice sounded, clearance strategy. Be a strong man. Be a strong man. I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet. Boom. Lisicki pushed the ground hard, and his body rushed towards Tang Mo like a rocket. Chapter 122. Tang Mo did not expect that after he won the truth clock game, the opponent could still attack. He reacted quickly, and when the short and thin man rushed over, he pulled out his small parasol and blocked him. A sharp metal collision sound rang out on the truth clock, and the invisible cage that trapped the two disappeared. Tang Mo raised his head, and the man also raised his head. The two looked at each other for a moment, and the next moment, they attacked together. This was a short young man, who looked to be about 30 years old and had an ordinary appearance. Perhaps because he was not tall, he was agile and not strong enough, but he was quite fast. He looked at Tang Mo with hatred, and each move was aimed at the vital point. Tang Mo first kept dodging with the small parasol, and when he found an opportunity, his eyes were stern. The pink long stick-shaped parasol passed under the man's shoulder like a flash of lightning. The moment the small parasol passed through, Lisicki looked at Tang Mo in astonishment, not understanding what he wanted to do. However, the next second, Tang Mo opened the small parasol with a click, and pulled the umbrella handle hard towards himself. Lisicki was pulled forward by this powerful force, and was about to collide with Tang Mo. Tang Mo raised his foot, and kicked him in the chest. Lisicki opened his eyes wide in horror, and a pink light flashed on his mouth. The next moment, Tang Mo paused for a moment, and Lisicki took the opportunity to escape. The fight between the two was actually very short. From the time Lisicki rushed up and took the initiative to Tang Mo easily subdued him, only 1 minute passed. Lisicki's cautious character was fully revealed at this moment. He was alert enough, so when he found that Tang Mo's strength was really much greater than his, and he could not win by force, he chose to escape. It's not a simple escape, but a run while looking for opportunities. On the huge clock of truth, Tang Mo and this short and thin man started a chase. The opponent's overall strength is weaker, but his speed is faster. Although Tang Mo is faster than him, it is not easy to catch him. Once you don't want to pay attention, the other party will come around and look for opportunities, like a dog's skin plaster. And this man's ability. Tang Mo's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't really want to get the other party's ability. In any case, the game is over. The clock of truth no longer flashed blue light, and its body gradually solidified, turning into an ordinary large clock. Tang Mo stood in the center of the dial, his expression calm. If the short and thin man attacked him, he would counterattack. As time passed, the faint jumping sound became clearer and clearer. When a small white rabbit appeared from the darkness, Lisicki was stunned when he saw the other party. Tang Mo seized the opportunity, took out a large match, and slapped the other party to the ground. With a loud bang, Lisicki fell to the ground. Mr. Rabbit just came over and saw Tang Mo beating people. He was as timid as a rabbit, and screamed in fear. Lisicki's strength was indeed limited. The huge match head pressed on his back, making him unable to move. Tang Mo raised his head, and looked at Mr. Rabbit, who was hiding timidly behind the clock of truth, swallowed his saliva, and looked at him cautiously. Tang Mo narrowed his eyes, and stared at this genuine Black Tower boss cautiously. At this time, he heard a crisp sound of breaking wind, and Tang Mo reacted quickly to the left to avoid this strange black hidden weapon. Lisicki saw that his sneak attack failed again, and his face was full of expression. His face was flushed, with the shame of being discovered by the sneak attack, as well as hatred and pain. Mr. Rabbit found Lisicki, and said in surprise, "Hey, why are there two humans on the truth clock?" Tang Mo keenly noticed that something was wrong, and he said lightly, "Only one person is allowed on the truth clock. There can only be one winner on the clock of truth. This is the game rule given by the Black Tower." Tang Mo knew it a long time ago. But at this moment, he seemed to know nothing and asked Mr. Rabbit again. Mr. Rabbit nodded, "Of course. Whoever wins is the winner." "Who won?" As soon as the voice fell, a blue light lit up from Tang Mo's body. Mr. Rabbit said, as a matter of course, "It turns out that you won. If you win, he..." After a pause, it looked down at the short and thin man on the ground, clapped its hands happily and said, "He is about to enter the eternal black hole of truth." In the dark space, Mr. Rabbit was full of joy and spoke in a relaxed tone. Lisicki's face changed when he heard this. He screamed and shouted, "I don't want to go in. I don't want to go into the black hole of truth," and a small black vortex appeared under his body. Tang Mo jumped away immediately when he saw this. He stood aside and watched the black vortex getting bigger and bigger, and finally sucked the man in. The man's body disappeared, and the black hole disappeared. Tang Mo looked at the empty clock of truth in silence. The clock did not change at all, as if no player had ever been sucked into the black hole. Tang Mo quietly looked at the place where the man disappeared for a while, his expression calm, and turned his head to look at the rabbit again. Mr. Rabbit found that he was being stared at by Tang Mo, and he suddenly remembered, You are the bad human who grabbed my tail. Tang Mo slowly raised the corners of his lips. Tower attack games are different from ordinary Black Tower games. Generally, there will be side quests and main quests. Completing the main quest does not necessarily mean that you can leave the game. For example, in the Whack-A-Mole game, Tang Mo had already caught the golden-haired mole, but he had to wait for Grandma Wolf to come home before he could end his game. If Grandma Wolf is the Black Tower boss in the Whack-A-Mole game, then there is no doubt that this rabbit is the boss of the Truth Clock game. Tang Mo's eyes met Mr. Rabbit's. The white rabbit in a delicate dress tilted its head and looked at Tang Mo in confusion. Suddenly, Tang Mo kicked his feet and flew towards it. "Ah, help me, I'm going to eat the rabbit." Mr. Rabbit ran away in fear. Mr. Rabbit was faster than Tang Mo, but the black space was limited, and the rabbit didn't know how to turn and dodge, so he just kept running forward. Tang Mo caught it quickly. Tang Mo held the strange rabbit with both hands and lifted it into the air. The rabbit's long ears swayed in the air, and it kept struggling, shouting depressedly, "Gigi, let me go, let me go. You insidious and cunning human, can't I give you a treasure? I give you a treasure." Tang Mo paused in his heart, and he said calmly, "What treasure?" Mr. Rabbit took out a small pocket watch from his arms. This is an exquisite and beautiful transparent pocket watch. Under the crystal clear shell, 3 tiny hands slide gently. Mr. Rabbit held the pocket watch in his arms, rubbed it twice, and then reluctantly handed it to Tang Mo. Tang Mo was about to reach out to take it, but it pulled it back. You want to exchange it with the Truth Clock?" Tang Mo paused, and he said calmly, "Truth Clock?" Mr. Rabbit nodded and said, "Yes, you must exchange it with the Truth Clock. You won the Truth Clock game, and now this clock is yours. Hey, you are not allowed to look at my Truth Clock with such eyes. This is my Truth Clock. I want to give it to the Queen of Hearts. Only the Queen of Hearts can use the great clock of truth in this world. In the hands of you humans, it can only be a broken clock without batteries." A crisp child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. Ding! Player Tang Mo successfully completed the main task Mr. Rabbit's Clock of Truth game and received the reward, Clock of Truth. Friendly reminder. The Clock of Truth is not controlled by the player and can be exchanged for Mr. Rabbit's Probability Pocket Watch. Tang Mo took the pocket watch without hesitation. Mr. Rabbit breathed a sigh of relief, but before he could catch his breath, Tang Mo's voice rang in his ears again. "Not enough." "Mr. Rabbit?" ? The small white rabbit stared at the human in front of him in amazement. The young man observed the transparent pocket watch and pointed to the huge clock on the ground. He said lightly, "This watch is so small, and the Truth Clock is so big. I lost money by exchanging it for the Truth Clock." After a pause, Tang Mo added, "A huge loss." Mr. Rabbit, Mr. Rabbit was so angry that he wanted to smash the head of this shameless and greedy human player. Fortunately, he held back. This was also the first time that Tang Mo bargained with the Black Tower boss. It can't be blamed on him being too kind before, because he had never seen such an easy-to-bully Black Tower boss. Mr. Rabbit's force value was almost 0. When he saw Tang Mo, his first reaction was to run away, instead of rushing up and shouting to eat Tang Mo like other Black Tower monsters. "It would be a shame if I didn't bully such an easy-to-bully rabbit." Tang Mo was just talking casually, and he didn't really want to get anything from Mr. Rabbit. Unexpectedly, the rabbit actually started to touch his pocket. It felt around and took out another golden candy. It looked at the candy aggrievedly, struggled for a long time, and then stuffed it into Tang Mo's hand. I will only give you this. You are not allowed to ask for it again. I won't give it to you if you ask for it again. You give me back the Clock of Truth, my Clock of Truth." Tang Mo quickly concealed the astonishment in his eyes. He accepted the candy expressionlessly. Between blackmailing again might yield something, and the Black Tower boss is the Black Tower boss after all. And it is impossible for him to give in again and again. Tang Mo chose the latter. He stopped while he was ahead, and put the transparent pocket watch and candy into his pocket. The moment Tang Mo put away the two things, the Truth Clock flashed blue again. Mr. Rabbit shouted excitedly, "My Truth Clock!" A loud voice rang in Tang Mo's mind. Ding! Tang Mo, the official player of China's Zone 1, successfully cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, normal mode. At the same time, the clear voices of children from the Black Tower rang out all over the world. Ding! Andrei Ivan Petrov, the official player of Russia's Zone 1, successfully cleared the third floor of the Black Tower. Ding! Andre, the official player of Russia's Zone 1. The voice of the Black Tower suddenly stopped, and after a second, it continued to broadcast. It broadcasted 3 times in total, and players around the world stopped what they were doing and looked at the Black Tower closest to them in surprise. The first player in the world to clear a new level of the Black Tower will be notified 3 times by the Black Tower. Huaxia, Shanghai, Attack Organization. Luo Fengcheng and Qin Shanshan were having a meeting in the office. Hearing the voice of the Black Tower, Jax touched his head. Hey, isn't it Fu Wenduo who is the first player in the world to clear the third level of the Black Tower this time? Qin Shanshan. How can it always be him? Luo Fengcheng picked up a pen and quickly wrote a line of words on the information. Andrei Ivan Petrov. He is not the first Russian player to clear the first and second levels of the Black Tower. But now, he is the first to clear the third floor. Then, ding! The player Tang Mo from Huaxia District 1 successfully cleared the third floor of the Black Tower. This announcement was only heard once, but all the players around the world who were thinking about who is Andre were stunned. After a few seconds, someone asked in surprise, who is Tang Mo? I have never heard of these two people's names. Are they both new players? And some people walked towards the Black Tower silently, and started their own Black Tower third floor attack game. Luo Fengcheng's mouth was still open, and he hadn't finished what he said before. After hearing the new global broadcast of the Black Tower, Luo Fengcheng smiled and shook his head. Although Qin Shanshan looked calm, she couldn't hide her happiness in her eyes. She was happy for Tang Mo. Jax acted very straightforward. Tang Mo, Tang is too amazing. I just cleared the second floor of the Black Tower, and he actually cleared the third floor of the Black Tower? Suzhou. A tall, thin, baby-faced young man was walking on the empty street with his hands in his pockets, smiling. He seemed not to be afraid of being attacked at night, and walked openly. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the Black Tower, and his footsteps stopped. The smile on his lips became brighter, and Bai Ruoya giggled and pretended to be surprised. Huaxia District 1. Ah, isn't that Beijing? Nanjing. Xiao Jitong was slightly surprised when he heard Tang Mo's name, and then laughed softly. It seems that there is no problem. Beijing, the chosen organization. After experiencing a torturous reality copy, Qi Heng and Li Miaomi returned to the organization base of the 80th Middle School with pale faces. Before the two of them sat down, Qi Heng was proudly saying, just wait and see, as long as he dies in the tower attack game, we can take back the things that belong to the boss and you. As soon as he finished speaking, the reminder sound of the Black Tower sounded. Qi Heng's smile froze on his face, and Li Miaomi also opened her mouth wide. Lian Yuzheng, who was listening to Qi Heng's bragging, Qi Heng, damn, why did you hit me? I didn't mean it. Who knew that kid actually cleared the third floor of the Black Tower? At this moment, Tang Mo was standing on the clock of truth, holding Mr. Rabbit in his hand. A dazzling white light flashed before his eyes, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to Earth. It was late at night, and Tang Mo rushed into a small house on the side of the road without hesitation. He stood by the window, and was slightly relieved after making sure that he was not discovered. The network was completely disconnected, and he didn't know how much time had passed in reality after he entered the tower attack game. After thinking for a while, Tang Mo breathed steadily, took out a turkey egg from his pocket, and tapped it 3 times gently. A deep male voice sounded from the other end of the turkey egg, and Tang Mo's heart gradually sank. He said in a low voice, "It's me, I'm back." Chapter 123. It was getting dark, and the quiet streets were deserted. The evening breeze blew across the road, rolling up fallen leaves and pebbles, making a rustling sound. In a homeware store on the street, Tang Mo hid by the window. He walked into the store, lowered his voice, and confirmed the situation with Fu Wenduo on the other side of the turkey egg. The two quickly exchanged information. After Tang Mo entered the tower attack game, he only contacted Fu Wenduo once. Later, he participated in the Truth Clock game, and the two never spoke again. 5 days have passed, so 9 days have passed since the day the 4 stowaways ambushed us. Tang Mo calculated the date in his heart. The speed of time on both sides is indeed different. I have experienced at most 1 day in the tower attack game. Where are you now? My home, west of the Forbidden City. A deep and magnetic male voice came out of the turkey egg. In this dark store, Tang Mo listened to the voice, and his heart slowly calmed down. He heard Fu Wenduo continue to say, "The situation is safe at the moment, and there are no chosen people following me nearby. There are 2 groups of official players in the Forbidden City, Be careful when you come over. Tang Mo nodded. Okay, I go over at dawn. Since Earth went online, most of the official players have blood on their hands. For the sake of profit, it's not only the stowaways who kill people. Just like in the Iron Shoemaker game, Xing Feng, who killed many players and wanted to plot against Tang Mo again, is an official player. Don't be careless when facing anyone. The two confirmed the situation in Beijing in the past few days. It turned out that 3 days ago, Beijing opened a gathering dungeon, and the gathering place was the Temple of Heaven. Because Tang Mo was playing the tower attack game, Fu Wensheng was around, and the chosen organization didn't know when to attack. Fu Wenduo didn't participate. Fu Wenduo, a real dungeon appeared at the gate of Peking University. Tang Mo was stunned. At the school gate? Yes, at the west gate. A dozen players have died in the new reality dungeon that just appeared yesterday. Their bodies were teleported out and thrown on the roadside. You may pass by there when you come from your location, so be careful not to trigger the reality dungeon. Okay. When Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo talked, they expressed their meanings in the shortest sentences, not wasting time. When they finished exchanging information, Tang Mo inadvertently looked up and saw the clock hanging on the wall of the store. He suddenly realized 10 minutes had passed. Time seemed to pass too fast. He felt like only 3 minutes had passed. He didn't feel like he had said much, and he tried to finish it as quickly as possible, but why did time pass so quickly? Tang Mo thought about this strange question in his mind. As time passed too quickly, he inexplicably thought of a thought. Is talking to Fu Wenduo such a waste of time? Before he could figure out what this feeling was, he heard a deep voice in the quiet store. Tang Mo. Tang Mo paused, looking down at the turkey egg in his arms. After a moment, he gently asked back, Is the third floor of the Black Tower dangerous this time? Is it dangerous? It seems quite dangerous. As soon as he entered, he had to face the Mosaic Prairie fire, and hundreds of Black Tower monsters were escaping together. Without the big earthworms, it would be very troublesome to deal with those black stink bugs. When it came to the truth clock game, it was luck and guesswork. He won the game and extorted extra rewards from Mr. Rabbit. Extra reward? Tang Mo immediately came back to his senses. See you tomorrow, I see what I got. Fu Wenduo was about to say, What kind of game is it? Can you tell me? But Tang Mo interrupted him before he said the 3 words, What is it? Tang Mo reacted, Yeah, what did you want to say just now? Fu Wenduo, Major Fu, who originally planned to care about his teammates, sighed softly. In a simple 2-story building, a tall and handsome man stood in the yard, looking up at the moon in the sky. He was wearing a white shirt with his sleeves rolled up, and holding a white turkey egg in his right hand. Hearing Tang Mo's impatient voice, Fu Wenduo knew that his teammates were very eager to see the rewards for this tower attack game, and they were in no mood to talk to him. Fu Wenduo looked at the sky. Behind him, Fu Wensheng, holding a bunch of mineral water bottles filled with water, passed by his eldest brother and glanced at him quietly. After a moment, Fu Wenduo laughed softly and said, Tang Mo, congratulations, you are the first person in China to pass the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo was in no mood to care about Fu Wenduo. He said hurriedly, Well, I tell you about my tower attack game tomorrow. Tell Xiaosheng when the time comes, so that when you attack the 3rd floor, you can be prepared. After saying this, Tang Mo hung up the call. Fu Wenduo looked down at the turkey egg, shook his head helplessly, and turned to walk into the house. A home furnishing store in Xiqing District, Beijing. Tang Mo put the turkey egg back into his pocket, and confirmed again that there was no one around. He took out a transparent pocket watch and a golden candy from his other pocket. Tang Mo took out a flashlight and looked at the 2 props carefully. The transparent pocket watch seemed to be made of crystal, and it was very delicate. It looked no different from an ordinary pocket watch, with 2 tiny hour and minute hands embedded on the dial, and a thin second hand ticking. Tang Mo observed it carefully for a while, and then turned his attention to the golden candy. The golden candy was even more ordinary. This was an extremely ordinary candy, with a golden wrapper, and the light reflected from all angles like gold. But Tang Mo waited. It's not gold, it's a bit light. It should be a similar metal. Tang Mo tried to knock on the 2 props, and put them into the water. After a long time, the golden candy reacted first. Prop. A very ordinary golden candy. Owner, Tang Mo. Quality, trash. Level 1. Function, a candy that has been treasured by Mr. Rabbit for 36 years. Maybe someone would like to eat it. Of course, it is more likely to have been moldy. Restrictions, none. A piece of candy, you can't kill people with it. Note, Tang Mo thought he had made a profit. He never expected that your rabbit daddy is still your rabbit daddy. Tang Mo, Tang Mo turned the candy over 3 times expressionlessly, trying to find other uses, but the Black Tower ruthlessly told him that it was just an ordinary candy. Tang Mo pursed his lips and put the candy into his backpack. He would not throw away such a useless thing. In the past 5 months, Tang Mo has knocked out a lot of garbage with Mario's hat. Unless it was a bowl of water, a broken shoe, or some other useless garbage, Tang Mo would keep all the other things. There was a pocket in his bag for these. Garbage. Maybe the Queen of Hearts particularly likes to eat golden candies? Tang Mo muttered, and continued to study the transparent pocket watch. This transparent pocket watch was obviously more important than the golden candies. The golden candies were extra obtained by Tang Mo from Mr. Rabbit, but the transparent pocket watch was his reward for clearing the level this time. Tang Mo opened the pocket watch cover and tried various methods, but still couldn't find the correct way to use the pocket watch. He was about to burn the pocket watch with fire, when suddenly his eyes stopped on the 3 pointers on the dial. There was no need to pay attention to the thin second hand, which was always moving clockwise. But the other 2 pointers? Tang Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at the hour and minute hands. This pocket watch was very strange. Its second hand was always moving, but its minute and hour hands never moved. The minute hand pointed to the position of 47, and the hour hand was at the number 1. To the right, about a quarter of a grid away from the number 1. Tang Mo looked at it carefully for a while, and suddenly he stretched out his hand and moved the hour hand to the right. After his hand touched the hour hand, he actually moved it, and then moved it to the correct position, 3/4 of a grid away from the number 1. With a click, the hour hand returned to its position, and lines of light-colored small words appeared on the transparent pocket watch. At the same time, a crisp child's voice sounded in Tang Mo's mind. Ding! It is detected that the player uses the I love the Black Tower. I want to attack the tower symbol to play the tower attack game and get extra rewards. The player is the first player in China to pass the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, normal mode, and an additional reward is added. Successfully triggered infinite non-probability. Ding! Game reward Mr. Rabbit's probability pocket watch changed to Black Tower's infinite non-probability pocket watch. A dazzling golden light flashed on the dial of the transparent pocket watch. Tang Mo closed his eyes and looked again. He saw that the dial of this transparent pocket watch suddenly had a golden pattern. After a pause, Tang Mo denied this view. There is another barrier. In the center of the transparent dial, a strange symbol was pressed under the 3 pointers. This is an infinity symbol, but there is a slash in the center of the symbol, as if someone wants to delete this infinity symbol. As this symbol appears, the small words on the transparent pocket watch also began to change. Tang Mo looked at these golden words, and his expression gradually became solemn. Props: Black Tower's infinite improbability pocket watch. Owner: Tang Mo. Quality: rare. Level: level 3. Function: the hour and minute hands of this pocket watch always point in the wrong direction, and the second hand will keep moving. The pocket watch can detect all probability events around the player. When the probability of an event is infinitely 0, the player can manually confirm to trigger the pocket watch and start the infinite non-probability event. The hour hand and minute hand return to the correct position, that is, the infinite non-probability is triggered. Restriction: every 10 days, the player can choose to actively use the infinite non-probability pocket watch once. The infinite non-probability events triggered by the pocket watch are not completely controlled by the player. There is a 50% chance that the player will succeed in the attempt. Note: if you believe in the Black Tower, it will be 10,000 times better than Mr. Rabbit's probability pocket watch. If you don't believe in the Black Tower, can you still bite the Black Tower? Product of the Black Tower, your trust. Tang Mo, Is it too late to return to the Elf Prairie and change the clock of truth back now? Chapter 124. Tang Mo's fingers stroked the cover of the transparent pocket watch. His expression was complicated, as if he was thinking about something. After a moment, he sighed softly and put the pocket watch into his pocket. The Black Tower's infinite improbability pocket watch. Just by listening to the name, you know that this is definitely a very precious prop. Since the Earth went online, Tang Mo has obtained many props. There are Grandma Wolf's small umbrella, Mario's hat, and Mosaic's big match. The transparent pocket watch is the only one named after the Black Tower. But the function of this pocket watch is so amazing, and its flaws are so obvious. This is a pocket watch that can actively find probabilities. Infinite non-probability refers to infinite non-probability. For example, The probability of Tang Mo killing the wolf grandmother is 1/1421341, and the probability of the wolf grandmother eating Tang Mo is 1/1421340/1421341. No matter from which angle you look at it, Tang Mo is dead. This probability, which is very close to 0, means that he will definitely not be able to beat the wolf grandmother, and can only be eaten by the wolf grandmother. But if the infinite improbability pocket watch works at this time, it will directly delete the probability, and only consider the event itself. Is there a probability that Tang Mo killed the wolf grandmother? Yes. Then delete the probability. Improbability. There is no probability in this world. The probability that Tang Mo can kill the wolf grandmother is 1/1421341. After the infinite improbability pocket watch works, this event becomes, Tang Mo can kill the wolf grandmother. There is no probability, only the event itself. This item is even more amazing than a turkey egg, because in theory, it can completely change any event from the law of cause and effect. But its shortcomings are as amazing as its function. This pocket watch looks for probabilities on its own, and has only a 50% chance of successfully triggering. When Tang Mo used the pocket watch in the battle with the wolf grandmother, the probability of him killing the wolf grandmother might not be detected by the pocket watch, which means that he could not use the pocket watch at all. Even if it was detected, Tang Mo could use the pocket watch, but there was only a 50% chance of successfully triggering it. Infinite improbability, or perhaps infinite improbability. Tang Mo touched his face. He was fair-skinned, and was called a pretty boy, but his luck was just average. After getting Mario's hat, he had been hitting a wall for 5 months, and had not gotten any useful props so far. Tang Mo couldn't help but wonder if he would be counterproductive if he really used the infinite improbability pocket watch and be killed by it. Tang Mo decided not to use this weird pocket watch until the last minute, and he would slowly get familiar with how to use it. Maybe we can find better conditions for use. The more powerful the item, the greater the restrictions, otherwise the game will lose balance. The infinite improbability pocket watch has so many restrictions on its use, which shows how terrifying it is. After checking the 2 rewards he got, Tang Mo reached out, and took out the supernatural book from the air. He opened the book doubtfully, and turned to the last page. After seeing the words on it, Tang Mo looked weird and complicated, and he couldn't tell what he felt in his heart. Superpower. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Owner. Lee Siki, Smuggler. Type. Special. Function. Use this power on a specific object to make yourself more handsome/beautiful in the eyes of the other party. The upper limit of the beauty value is related to the imagination of the object being used, and it is infinitely close to the desired appearance of the object being used. Level 2. Restrictions. Use up to 3 times a day, the maximum usage time is 10 seconds, and it is affected by the willpower of the user. The stronger the user's willpower, the shorter the time the ability takes effect, with the shortest being 1 second. Note: wake up, do you have a partner? Tang Mo version instructions. No additional restrictions. This is such a rubbish ability that even I don't bother to give any restrictions. This is the first ability Tang Mo has obtained without additional restrictions. Tang Mo had already guessed about this ability, but he still didn't expect that he actually got it. The black rabbit in the Truth Clock game is actually named Lisiki, a stowaway. After Tang Mo won the Truth Clock game, Lisiki still had a chance to turn defeat into victory. As long as he killed Tang Mo and became the last person standing on the clock, he could win. Unfortunately, his martial arts value was far inferior to Tang Mo, and most at the level of Fu Wensheng. However, his ability was very strange, which made Tang Mo almost catch him twice, but he escaped again. Because every time he was about to catch him, Tang Mo saw an extremely handsome face. This face itself was Lisiki's face, and it was 3 points similar to him, and the remaining 7 points were all bonus points. Adding the 7 points together, this face is definitely a superstar in the entertainment industry. Lisiki is an ordinary young man, not ugly, but definitely not outstanding. When such a handsome face suddenly appeared in front of him, Tang Mo's heart stopped beating because of this face that was extremely in line with his aesthetic taste. He must have been very surprised, so Lisiki escaped several times. However, this ability is really a bit embarrassing. It's not the kind of shame that shouts out the transformation spell, but when fighting with others, this ability can really win by surprise. But if I fail to kill the enemy, it will be a bit awkward to meet him again in the future. Tang Mo thought he didn't get this ability. After all, he didn't kill Lisiki himself. But since he got it, he will use it reasonably. Stuff the ability book back into the air, and put the props away. Tang Mo lay on the model bed in the furniture store, and closed his eyes to rest. 5 hours later, the sky gradually brightened. The temperature had already warmed up, and the golden sunlight shone on the road. A black figure quickly rushed out of the back door of the home furnishing store. Tang Mo carried his bag and walked between the shops at a very fast speed. Before entering the tower attack game, Fu Wenduo gave Tang Mo a map of Beijing and marked the location of his home on the map. Tang Mo took a look and remembered it in his heart. He ran around Beijing vigilantly. After dawn, some players also came out to look for food and water resources. Tang Mo and a middle-aged woman met unexpectedly on the street, and both of them stared at each other cautiously. Tang Mo glanced at the canned beef and mineral water in the woman's hand. He raised his eyebrows, and suddenly thought that he seemed to have not eaten meat for a long time. The woman glared at Tang Mo fiercely when she found that Tang Mo was staring at her canned food. Tang Mo glanced at her lightly and turned away. There are more surviving players in Beijing than in Nanjing, and far more than in non-central cities, like Handan. Tang Mo met 3 groups of people along the way. He didn't want to meet local players in a city he was not familiar with, so he kept avoiding them. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he found Fu Wenduo's house. This is a small building in the style of the Republic of China with strict security. The environment is quiet, and some vegetables are planted in the yard. Tang Mo pushed the door open and came in. There was no sound in the room, as if no one was there. Tang Mo looked at the mark on the map several times to make sure he was in the right place. He was about to take out the turkey eggs to ask Fu Wenduo about his location when a male voice came from behind him. "Have you been looking for a long time?" Tang Mo tensed up reflexively and looked behind him warily. After finding out that the other person was Fu Wenduo, he slowly relaxed. He looked down and saw what Fu Wenduo was holding. "What is this?" At this time, Fu Xiaodi also came from a distance with a big bag of things. Seeing Tang Mo, he was surprised and said, "Brother Tang, you are here?" "Fu Wenduo, let's talk inside." After entering the house, Fu Wenduo moved a barbecue grill from the warehouse. He lit the fire with firewood, and Fu Xiaodi quite consciously untied the plastic bag, revealing the frozen meat and vegetables inside. Tang Mo looked at the brother's actions in surprise, and he was a little confused. Seeing him like this, Fu Wenduo said, "Go and help Xiaosheng deal with the ingredients." Tang Mo nodded, and cut meat and vegetables with Fu Wensheng. This painting style is too magical. Tang Mo never thought that after the earth went online, he would be able to eat barbecue so leisurely one day. This is frozen meat in the cellar. Beijing's temperature is low, and the frozen meat has not gone bad. But after this summer, there should be no meat on earth. Fu Wenduo explained while grilling meat. "Eat more now. You may never eat meat again in the future." Fu Wensheng, "Does human meat count?" Fu Wenduo glanced at his brother coldly. "Your meat." Fu Xiaodi shrank his neck and dared not speak again. "Tang Mo, have you grilled meat before?" He meant that Fu Wenduo was very skilled in grilling meat. Fu Wenduo, "I grilled meat in the army." "What is the tower attack game on the 3rd floor of the Black Tower this time?" Tang Mo calmed down and told him in detail about the fire he saw on the elf grassland, the animal escape, and the truth clock game. As a teammate, Tang Mo did not hide the props he got. The function of the infinite improbability pocket watch made Fu Wenduo frown, and Fu Xiaodi was also confused, but he didn't ask the question. Tang Mo took out the golden candy, and Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng took it and looked at it. They both said that they had never seen similar candy, and they were not sure whether there were really Black Tower monsters who liked to eat it. The first skewer of beef was grilled, and Fu Wenduo handed it directly to Tang Mo. Tang Mo took the skewer of beef and handed it to Fu Wensheng. Fu Wenduo raised an eyebrow, and Fu Xiaodi swallowed his saliva, took the beef and bit it. "Thank you, Brother Tang." Tang Mo smiled and said, "Thank you, brother." Fu Xiaodi, "Thank you, big brother." They both laughed. Fu Wenduo saw his brother and Tang Mo laughing, and he curled his lips and showed a barely perceptible smile. Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng went out to cut the wood in the morning. The trees around the Fu family are all over 100 years old. The two of them cut them without blinking, and they prepared the materials in a few strokes. The burning temperature of wood is not as high as charcoal, and the barbecue is also slower. After the second skewer of beef was grilled, Fu Wenduo handed it to Tang Mo. Tang Mo reached out to take it, but unexpectedly Fu Wenduo suddenly grabbed his hand. Tang Mo looked up at him in astonishment. The air seemed to freeze. A cool breeze blew from outside the door, rustling the leaves in the yard. Fu Wensheng buried his head in eating meat, while Tang Mo sat on a small wooden stool. Fu Wenduo held his left hand tightly, and the two of them looked at each other quietly. Time seemed to pass very slowly, but in fact only 2 seconds had passed. After eating the beef, Fu Wensheng looked up and found the strange situation between his elder brother and Tang Mo. He opened his eyes wide in horror and looked at the two people's clenched hands. You! Bang! Tang Mo quickly took out a silver pistol from his pocket and threw it to Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo took the gun tacitly, without aiming, and shot at an old jujube tree outside the yard. The bullet roared, and when the gunshot sounded, two black shadows flashed from behind the jujube tree. At the same time, at the back of the yard, another figure kicked the ground and rushed over. Tang Mo's face instantly turned cold. Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng had been here for so long without being discovered. As soon as he arrived, these people appeared. It was obvious that these people followed him. Only those people in Beijing knew his coordinates and could track him here silently. Tang Mo turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo, chosen by heaven. Fu Wenduo also guessed the identity of the person who came, and he dodged a flying knife sideways. In the direction where the knife was shot, the figure who rushed up from the back of the yard was getting closer and closer, and Tang Mo saw the other person's appearance clearly. This face could make countless fans scream before it was put on the earth, but now there is no expression on Lian Yuzheng's beautiful face. She coldly emerged from the darkness, with a cold silver light hidden in her hand, and came straight towards Tang Mo. Lian Yuzheng kicked over the grill and smashed it towards Fu Wenduo, trying to take the opportunity to attack Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo raised his hand and shot her knife accurately, causing her attack direction to deviate. Tang Mo took out a small parasol and prepared to attack. Fu Wenduo used a pistol to block Lian Yuzheng's movement, and Tang Mo attacked with a small parasol. The two of them had perfect tacit understanding and locked onto Lian Yuzheng's movements within seconds. Just as the tip of the small parasol was about to pierce Lian Yuzheng's abdomen, the ground suddenly made a humming sound. The ground seemed to be humming, and this dull sound startled Tang Mo. He realized what it might be, and turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo. Tang Mo opened his mouth and was about to say those 4 words, but the terrifying gravity had arrived as expected. Boom! Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, Fu Wensheng. Even Lian Yuzheng was pulled over by this powerful gravity, and was dragged and smashed to the ground. Gravity Suppression. Chapter 125. The terrifying 5 times gravity suddenly pressed down on Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's shoulders with lightning speed. They seemed to be crushed by a heavy mountain. Tang Mo knelt on one knee and supported himself with both hands on the ground to ensure that he would not be crushed to the ground by such gravity. He gritted his teeth and turned his head to look. At the door of the yard, a pale-skinned boy stared at him coldly. He pressed his hands on the ground without making any extra movements, and the soil under his hands was trembling slightly. Ruan Washu. This name immediately popped up in Tang Mo's mind. Seeing Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo in such a mess, Chi Hung laughed angrily and said, "Let's see how you run this time." As soon as he finished speaking, Chi Hung pulled out a dagger from his waist. He didn't rush towards Tang Mo and the others, but slashed at the back of Ruan Wangshu's hand. Blood immediately flowed out. Chi Hung licked the blood on the blade, and then rushed forward. In the whole yard, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and Lian Yuzheng were all pressed down by gravity. Chi Hung seemed unaffected. He kicked the ground and rushed towards Tang Mo like lightning. Last time doesn't count. This time I'm going to kill you. Under the pressure of gravity, Tang Mo rolled back and avoided the attack. Chi Hung turned around and rushed forward again. Chi Hung was not suppressed by gravity. His speed was extremely fast. His moves were fierce and decisive, and his moves were dense like raindrops. Tang Mo avoided his attacks again and again with difficulty, and was soon forced into a corner. On the other side, Lian Yuzheng wanted to take the opportunity to run towards Ruan Washu, but Fu Wenduo didn't let her do so and stopped her. This woman's fighting skills are amazing. She and Fu Wenduo were both under the pressure of gravity, but they fought evenly. But Lian Yuzheng was still a step behind. Fu Wenduo swept his leg towards Lian Yuzheng's lower body, and Lian Yuzheng jumped to avoid it with both hands on the ground. She subconsciously bent down to avoid Fu Wenduo's next punch, but Fu Wenduo didn't punch, but waved his right hand, and a sharp black weapon immediately appeared under his arm. Lian Yuzheng's face sank, and she jumped back quickly, but the black weapon had already cut her cheek, revealing a trace of white bones. The blood soon dyed her whole face red. Ruan Wangshu narrowed his eyes, and looked coldly at the black weapon in Fu Wenduo's right hand. He sneered and pressed the ground harder. The gravity suddenly doubled. The 6 times gravity made Fu Wenduo sink down, and his shoes were embedded in the ground by 1 centimeter. Chi Hung saw that Tang Mo was unstable under the pressure of gravity, and his waist and back were bent. He laughed loudly and drew his knife. Just when his knife was about to pierce Tang Mo's arm, Tang Mo suddenly stood up and quickly moved aside. Chi Heng's knife only cut Tang Mo's sleeve. Chi Heng was startled, thinking that it was an accident, and he attacked again. However, 3 seconds later, he found something wrong. "Boss, he is not affected by your ability." Ruan Wanshu immediately looked at Tang Mo. Before he could see clearly, he heard Lian Yuzheng gritted her teeth and said, "Fu Wenduo is not affected either." As she said that, she struggled to avoid Fu Wenduo's attack under the pressure of 6 times gravity, and fell to the ground in embarrassment. The young man's sickly pale face showed a look of astonishment. The next second, Ruan Washu released his hands, pressing on the ground without hesitation, and rushed up. The pressure of gravity suddenly disappeared at this moment. Ruan Wanshu and Lian Yuzheng joined hands and attacked Fu Wenduo from the left and right directions. Chi Heng fought Tang Mo alone. The 5 of them fought back and forth in the yard, and heavy collisions continued to sound. Fu Xiaodi had already found a place to hide and quietly observed everything. Fu Wenduo gradually gained the upper hand. Lian Yuzheng's fighting skills were amazingly strong, but she had no actual combat experience after all, and she was still inferior to Fu Wenduo. Ruan Wanshu also seemed injured, and his limbs moved uncoordinatedly. Originally, according to their plan, Ruan Wanshu used gravity to suppress his supernatural power to restrict the movements of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and Lian Yuzheng and Chi Heng would catch them or even kill them. But who would have thought that these 2 people were not controlled by gravity? While attacking, Ruan Wanshu glanced at Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo with cold eyes. It was not supernatural power. 5 months ago, Fu Wenduo could not resist his supernatural power, and it was impossible for him to resist it now. This Tang Mo's ability is a rubber rope, which has nothing to do with removing gravity. What is it that allows 2 players to resist the pressure of gravity at the same time and not be affected by gravity? Props. It's the same prop. Find that prop. Ruan Wanshu quickly gave the order. Chi Heng and Lian Yuzheng paused slightly, and when they attacked again, they began to pay attention to the strange places on Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo. Soon, Lian Yuzheng discovered Fu Wenduo's soles are glowing. Chi Heng looked down and said, "This kid's shoes are the same." It turned out to be shoes. Ruan Washu immediately realized that there was something strange about Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's shoes. These shoes must be able to resist gravity. This kind of shoes has incredible functions. As a black tower prop, there must be certain usage restrictions, such as only being able to use it for 1 hour a day. If they can survive the use time of the shoes, gravity will work on these 2 people again, and they should be able to defeat each other. But they can't take risks. A Fu Wenduo is already scary enough, plus a Tang Mo who is unfathomable and can cause bugs in the Black Tower. Ruan Wanshu's brain worked quickly, and in the blink of an eye he had made up his mind and decided to retreat first. However, just as he was about to ask his teammates to escape, he saw Tang Mo put away his pink parasol, jumped into the air, and stabbed Chi Heng from top to bottom. Chi Heng dodged sideways, and Tang Mo's parasol had not fallen yet. Ruan Washu had an idea in his mind, and he pressed his hand to the ground at a very fast speed. Bang! The terrifying gravity came again, and Tang Mo was caught off guard and was pressed to the ground by this force. All this happened so suddenly that Chi Heng didn't react. Ruan Wanshu's eyes gradually brightened. The corners of his mouth curled up a little bit, and his voice, which had not yet completely changed, was clear and pleasant. He smiled softly. "So is that so?" As soon as Tang Mo's feet touched the ground, the terrible gravity pressing on his shoulders disappeared again. Tang Mo pursed his lips, raised his head, and for the first time met the eyes of the leader of the chosen organization. Before meeting him, Fu Wenduo had told him that the leader of the chosen organization was only 14 years old and a junior high school student. But it was this junior high school student, who was only 1.6 meters tall, who gave Tang Mo great psychological pressure at this moment. The cold and mature eyes made Tang Mo's heart tighten. He knew that the other party must have discovered the limitations of the shoes. Props, magical shoes. Owner, Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo. Function, wearing this pair of magical shoes, you can ignore gravity and walk on any plane at will. For example, the ceiling, water surface, etc. The shoes of the Iron Shoemaker allow Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo to ignore gravity, and are not affected by any gravity, but the premise is that they have to stand on a certain plane. The earth is flat, the water is flat, but there is no flat in the air. If Ruan Wanshu uses his ability every time their feet leave the ground, the situation will be reversed instantly. Tang Mo never puts his hope on the enemy's mistakes. He is sure that Ruan Wanshu has discovered this. He turned his head and looked at Fu Wenduo. "Let's go." Drinking Ruan Wanshu's blood can resist his gravity effect for a certain period of time. 5 months ago, Fu and Duo used this method to tie with Ron Wanshu and Shi Hung. But this time the other party came prepared, and Tang Mo and Fu and Duo were the ones who were attacked. Tang Mo didn't want to take risks and decided to leave first. Ron Wanshu didn't let them do what they wanted. Knocked them into the air. After the order was issued, Lien Yuzheng and Shi Hung didn't care about the reason at all, and attacked Fu and Duo and Tang Mo together. They kept attacking the legs of the two, forcing them to jump into the air. Ron Wangshu's reaction speed was very fast. Even if Tang Mo's feet were off the ground for only half a second, he would immediately use his supernatural power. Tang Mo fell to the ground again. He supported himself with one hand and looked at the boy coldly. Whoosh! Tang Mo left Shi Hung behind and rushed straight towards Ron Wanshu without looking back. Ron Wanshu remained calm and dodged Tang Mo's attack. Unexpectedly, a scorching flame hit his face the next second. Ron Wanshu opened his eyes wide and dodged the attack with difficulty. A few strands of his hair were singed by the flames. He asked in surprise, "Isn't your ability a rubber rope?" Tang Mo didn't answer him and attacked again. Shi Hung said angrily, "Your opponent is me." He rushed over as well. For a moment, the three of them were tangled up in a fight. With Tang Mo distracting Ron Wangshu's attention, he no longer used his gravity ability frequently. The situation changed again. Tang Mo's endless superpowers caught Ron Wangshu and Shi Hung off guard. Even if they joined forces, they couldn't stop Tang Mo's attack. This unprepared superpower attack was too fierce. They just dodged a flame in the last second, and a strong wind appeared in the next second. In addition, Ron Wanshu was injured and his movements were slow, so Tang Mo quickly gained the upper hand. On the other side, Fu and Duo gradually suppressed Lien Yuzheng. Lien Yuzheng had countless bloody wounds on her body, but Fu and Duo was only slightly injured. In another 10 minutes, Tang Mo and Fu and Duo would not be able to use the magical shoes. But these 10 minutes were also very difficult for the 3 people from the chosen organization. The 5 people made a decision almost at the same time: leave first. Tang Mo and Fu and Duo looked at each other and confirmed each other's thoughts. They continued to attack the 3 chosen ones without making any noise. Both sides were looking for an opportunity to end this dangerous battle. As time passed, Tang Mo kicked Shi Hung in the chest and ran to the gate of the yard. After Fu and snatched Lien Yuzheng away, he kicked and grabbed the collar of Fu and Sheng, who was hiding in the house. Shi Hung wanted to chase him again in anger, but Ron Wangshu stopped him. The 5 people froze in an instant. At this moment, the sunset slowly fell, revealing only a half circle of the sunset on the horizon. The sun shines on the Black Giant Tower in the center of Beijing, and the Dark Tower reflects a faint glow. The tower is less than 1 kilometer away from the 5 people. Fu and Sheng was the first to notice something unusual. He was surprised and asked, "What is that?" Tang Mo immediately turned his head to look at the Black Tower. Everyone turned their heads to look. At the top of the giant Black Tower, near the top, a small white light suddenly flickered. It flickered very quickly, flickering thousands of times in a few seconds. Even with Tang Mo's dynamic vision, he couldn't see how many times it jumped. This familiar scene shocked Tang Mo, and the other people present also showed a look of surprise. After the first white dot finished flashing, it was the second one. This time, the white dot flashed much slower. When it finished flashing, Tang Mo counted in his mind, 8,314 times. Then came the third white dot. 10 days ago, the Black Tower was updated, with a total of 3 white dots. The first white dot flashed nearly 10,000 times, and the second white dot flashed more than 300 times. The third white dot only flashed twice, and it dimmed before it was fully lit. Tang Mo stared at the Black Tower, waiting for the third white dot to light up. This time, the third white dot lit up completely twice. It did not dim or blur, and it flashed once every second, a total of 2 flashes. Tang Mo understood in an instant. The third white dot represents the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. According to Tang Mo's previous speculation, each white dot represents a certain floor of the Black Tower. There are currently 2 people in the world who have passed the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. The Russian player was the first to pass the level, and he was the second. But the Black Tower was not going to update. Why was the white dot suddenly flashing now? Tang Mo had an ominous premonition in his heart, and he stared at the Black Tower without blinking. After the third white dot flashed twice, the Black Tower did not stop. The 4th white dot slowly lit up. It was fixed below the 3rd white dot, and flickered gently. Tang Mo opened his eyes wide, and looked at the white dot in astonishment. The next moment, a loud and pleasant music sounded, and the Black Tower radiated colorful light. Tick tick tick, Sleeping Beauty kisses you. Tick tick tick, Grandma Wolf wants to eat you. Tick tick tick, Queen of Hearts envies you. Tick tick tick, circus needs you. The white light did not attract the attention of all humans before, and less than 100 players in the world found the white light abnormal. However, when the Black Tower sang, all players in the world turned their eyes and looked at the always silent Black Tower. In every corner of the world, tens of thousands of Black Towers flashed colorful lights and sang happily in unison. 3 by 3 stowaways died on the road. 2 by 2, the reserve players were eaten. 1 by 1, the official players did not work hard to attack the tower. Only you, only you. Beep, beep, Black Tower likes you. Black Tower likes you. The crisp child's voice kept repeating. Black Tower likes you, repeated it 4 times, and then the sound stopped abruptly, and the glory also stopped abruptly. Then, a loud voice spread across the world, ding, Huaxia District 3 player Mu Hui. The voice of the Black Tower suddenly stopped. The air seemed to stagnate, and there was no sound anymore. The notification from the Black Tower came suddenly, the nursery rhyme was sung suddenly, but it ended even more suddenly. It just finished half a sentence and stopped talking. Tang Mo clenched his fingers, waiting for the next words from the Black Tower. After a minute, the mechanical voice of the Black Tower sounded, ding, on March 27, 2018, data error, the update of the Black Tower 4.0 version stopped. Chapter 126. The loud voice of the Black Tower spread all over the world. When it finished its last word, the round sunset just sank below the horizon. The sun faded and night fell. In the spacious courtyard, Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo, and the other 2 stood at the gate of the courtyard, and the 3 chosen ones stood near the small building. Both sides quickly recovered from the changes in the Black Tower. They looked at each other in silence. The air seemed to freeze. After a while, Tang Mo suddenly turned around and left, and Fu Wenduo also grabbed his brother's collar and took him away quickly. Chi Hung wanted to chase him, but he was stopped by Ron Washu after taking a step. He asked anxiously, Head? The pale-faced boy looked quietly at the direction where Tang Mo and the other 2 disappeared, his dark eyes soaked with coldness. The situation is not good, a little dangerous. Chi Hung, but the time limit is about to expire, and the Black Tower will no longer give us his location coordinates. My injuries have not healed yet, and Yu Zheng is the same. Chi Hung wanted to say more, but at this time Ron Wanshu took out a piece of metal sheet emitting silver light from his pocket. On this extremely thin sheet of metal, there was a miniature map of Beijing. Next to the Forbidden City, a small black dot of light was moving slowly. When it moved to the west gate of the Forbidden City, the black dot suddenly disappeared. The sheet of metal vibrated with a buzzing sound, and turned into fragments, which scattered in the air. Chi Hung gritted his teeth in frustration, and after holding it in for a long time, he could only curse in a low voice. Ron Wanshu looked confused and walked away. Chi Hung, just let them go like this, that's a rare item, and it's reusable. It's definitely better than the king's gold coins, and definitely better than Santa's gift bag. Lien Yuzhen glanced at him as she left. If you hadn't let those 4 idiots act on their own, would they have known the news in advance and made preparations? Chi Hung, After a moment, he followed and muttered. They didn't know that Tang Mo was actually a teammate of Fu Wenduo. If there was no Fu Wenduo, with the time-traveling ability of the 4 of them, they would have succeeded long ago. He and Fu Wenduo are teammates. Chi Hung and Lien Yuzhen both lowered their heads and looked at Ron Washu. He is strong, but not invincible. With Fu Wenduo, it is more difficult for us to get things from him. But because his teammate is Fu Wenduo, are we afraid that we won't be able to find him in the future? Beijing, Dongcheng District. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo passed through the Forbidden City at the fastest speed and left the second ring area of Beijing. With Fu Xiudi's physical fitness, he could not keep up with their speed for the time being, so he was held by the collar by Fu Wenduo all the way to an abandoned building. Fu Wenqing's cheeks were reddened by the oncoming wind. After Fu Wenduo put him down, the child panted heavily, and the first thing he said was, My water? The water is still in the house. That was the mineral water he had worked hard to fill for more than 10 days. Fu Wenduo glanced at his brother strangely, and took out a mini chicken coop from his pocket. Fu Wensheng looked at him blankly, only to see Fu Wenduo take out a white egg from the chicken coop, and put it on the ground. In an instant, a small mountain of mineral water appeared on the open space. Fu Wenduo, I was planning to leave there today, so I packed my things last night. This can be said to be the biggest surprise. The barbecue could not be eaten, and Tang Mo was forced to leave before he had time to see what the Fu family was like. There is no doubt that Fu Wen's home will be a dangerous place in the future, and they will not go back unless there is a special situation. However, Fu and Duo has already taken everything he wants to take, so it is no problem not to go back. Too many things happened today, so the three of them took a rest first. Fu and Duo put the mineral water back into the chicken coop. It was already dark. This building was an abandoned building halfway through construction. It should be that the earth suddenly went online, and it could not be rebuilt, so it was left here unfinished. The walls of the building have not been fully enclosed. In such a place, the three people dare not light up to prevent others from seeing the light. They sat in front of a wall in the moonlight and calmly analyzed what they encountered today. This is Dongcheng District, Beijing, which belongs to Baixinkyo. This is closer to the base camp of the Chosen One, but if they have your coordinates, it will be useless for us to hide anywhere. Fu and Duo used a thin steel wire to draw 2 circles on the ground, marking their current location and the approximate location of the 80th High School of the Chosen Organization base. It is obvious that Wan Wangshu was seriously injured, and Lian Yuzheng should also be injured. It was very easy to find that Wan Wangshu was injured. When he fought with Tang Mo, his limbs were very uncoordinated and his movements were often slow. Lian Yuzheng was much better than him, but Fu and Duo could see her abnormality at a glance when fighting with her. Tang Mo nodded. If they were injured, they would not attack again so soon. They didn't get any benefit today. At least they will wait until Wan Wangshu and Lian Yuzheng's injuries are healed before they will make the next move. The possibility of Tian Xian attacking again tonight is less than 30%, but in Tang Mo's mind, the possibility of them not attacking is 100%. Wan Wangshu is a smart man. It only took him 5 minutes to find out that the boots we both wore were props that could resist gravity. He won't attack again rashly. Fu and Duo also agreed with Tang Mo's opinion. Fu Wensheng hugged his legs. At the end of March, Beijing was still a little cold. He looked at the 2 circles on the ground and couldn't help saying, I didn't expect the leader of the Chosen Organization to be so young. He looks about the same age as me. Tang Mo recalled. You know what, Wan Wangshu and Fu Wensheng really look alike. Tang Mo, he seems to be 14 years old this year, and you are 12. You are also the same age. After the Earth went online, Tang Mo hadn't seen many young children. In this cruel doomsday environment, except for a few people like Wan Wangshu who have supernatural powers and physical fitness that is extremely terrifying, other children, although their physical fitness has been strengthened, are still weaker than adults. The improvement of physical fitness is also based on the original foundation. If a child and an adult have the same degree of physical fitness, the child will be much weaker than the adult. Because in terms of strength, speed, explosive power and other aspects, children are indeed far inferior to adults. Wan Wangshu is an outlier, and cannot be compared with him. Fu Wensheng muttered, although we are of the same age, I don't look like him at all. Except for the similar age, there is no similarity. There is another similarity. Fu Xiaodi raised his head and looked at his elder brother. Fu and Duo sat against the wall, and Fu Xiaodi sat between him and Tang Mo. Fu and Duo raised his head, leaned against the wall, lowered his eyes, and glanced at Fu Xiaodi, and said lightly, You are as short as him. Fu Wensheng, Tang Mo, This hurts, my friend. Fu Wensheng held it in for a long time, lowered his head silently, and played with the soil aggrievedly. Tang Mo thought for a while, and said, Xiaosheng is actually tall. Boys grow more slowly. Xiaosheng should be almost 1.6 meters tall. He will grow up in a few years. Wan Wangshu is a little short. Well, Wan Wangshu is too short. Compared with his peers, their children are quite tall. Fu and Duo, I was 1.7 meters tall when I was 12 years old. Tang Mo, Fu Wensheng, You are almost done talking. Although Fu Xiaodi did not dare to refute due to the power of his elder brother, the tense atmosphere between the 3 people dissipated a lot after this incident. Tang Mo secretly glanced at Fu Wenduo. He suspected that Fu Wenduo was deliberately changing the subject and making a joke to let everyone relax. But there were only 3 of them present. As the target of the insult, Fu Xiaodi probably couldn't laugh. Tang Mo also didn't get the joke about Fu Wenduo's straight man. Cough, he didn't get the joke about Fu Wenduo, a gay man who looked like a straight man. After a while, Tang Mo calmed down and said seriously, You all heard about the update of Black Tower version 4.0. Fu Wenduo pursed his lips, and Fu Xiaodi's face gradually became serious. Tang Mo, from version 2.0 to version 3.0, for the 2 updates, Black Tower will notify a few days in advance and give the specific update time and update content. But this time, it suddenly said it was going to update, and then suddenly stopped. Tang Mo focused on the unfamiliar name, Huaxia District 3, player Mu Hui. I have never heard of this name. There are only 4 famous players in the whole of Huaxia: Fu Duo, Tang Mo, and Wan Wanshu, who just cleared the difficult mode of the second floor of the Black Tower, and Lian Yuzheng. These 4 people were announced by the Black Tower and known to players all over the world, but Mu Hui is a completely unfamiliar name. Tang Mo said solemnly. The Black Tower sang a song specifically for him. It mentioned Sleeping Beauty, Grandma Wolf, the Queen of Hearts, and the circus. After Earth went online, Black Tower sang for only 1 player. Tang Mo looked up at Fu Duo. 6 months ago, Black Tower had just been online, and Fu Duo started the tower attack game on the 3rd day, which surprised Black Tower and excited him to sing a Thanksgiving nursery rhyme to thank Fu Duo for starting the tower attack game. But since then, no player has ever been able to make Black Tower sing a special song. Mu Hui was the second one. Tang Mo's fingers tapped lightly on his knees, and he closed his eyes and thought. Fu Wensheng, if the first person in the world to clear the 2nd and 3rd floors of the Black Tower, they couldn't make the Black Tower sing. This Mu Hui must have done something very important to make the Black Tower start the Black Tower update in addition to singing. But the update failed. He must have encountered some problems. What else is important enough to make the Black Tower look at it differently? It's not surprising to clear the tower game. Fu Duo, the first person in the world to clear the 2nd floor of the Black Tower, and Andre, the first Russian player to clear the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, only received 3 global notifications from the Black Tower. He has cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Fu Duo. Fu Wensheng was surprised. How is it possible? The first person in China to clear the 3rd floor of the Black Tower was Brother Tang, and Brother Tang just cleared it yesterday. Could it be that Mu Hui followed Brother Tang closely, and he cleared the 3rd floor just after Brother Tang cleared the 3rd floor? And he cleared the 4th floor in 1 day? Tang Mo said calmly. It is not impossible to clear the 4th floor of the Black Tower. As long as you clear the 3rd floor of the Black Tower after me, you will not be notified by the Black Tower. The time is reasonable. But before the Black Tower issued the announcement, the 3rd dot only flashed twice. If that means that there are 2 people in the world who have cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower. He and the Russian player Andre. Tang Mo paused. He knew why Fu Duo guessed that the other party had cleared the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Sleeping Beauty, Wolf Grandma, Queen of Hearts, circus. The Black Tower would not mention these 4 places for no reason. These 4 places should have deep meaning. Assuming that Mu Hui really cleared the 4 floors of the Black Tower, then these 4 places are likely to be his 4 tower attack games. Tang Mo thought for a while, then looked up at Fu Duo. So, stowaways, reserve players, official players, Black Tower said it all. 3 stowaways died on the road, 2 reserve players were eaten, and 1 official player didn't work hard to attack the tower. Besides these 3 people, there is only Mu Hui. Black Tower likes you. Tang Mo said word by word. Stowaway, reserve player, official player. What is Mu Hui? Chapter 127. According to the previous ranking rules of the major regions, Huaxia District 3 is most likely Guangzhou. Before today, Black Tower had never broadcast news related to Guangzhou, and Tang Mo had never met players from Huaxia District 3 in the Black Tower game. Tang Mo took the thin wire from Fu Duo and drew 3 circles on the ground. Fu Duo and Fu Wensheng knew at a glance that these 3 circles meant Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou. Tang Mo wrote down the time he cleared the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, and then wrote down the time when the Black Tower announced Mu's name. Fu Wensheng looked at the 2 times and wondered. It's less than 20 hours in total. Normally, it's impossible for a player to clear the 3rd and 4th floors of the Black Tower in 20 hours. If he had such terrible strength, he should have been discovered by the Black Tower long ago. Why was it not reported to the world until now? The flow of time is not necessarily equal. Fu Wen was deep voice sounded, and everyone immediately looked at him. Fu Duo said, in your game of attacking the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, you entered the game for 5 full days, but in the game, you only felt that 1 day had passed. The speed of time is not equal. These 20 hours are 20 hours for the Earth, but for the Black Tower, it may be 20 days. Tang Mo nodded. It is possible. It is not impossible for Mu Hui to pass the 4th floor of the Black Tower, but the possibility is extremely low. This question cannot be answered for the time being, and they don't even know whether this player, who suddenly appeared, is a man or a woman. Tang Mo put this matter aside, and the 3 continued to discuss the suspension of the update of the Black Tower. Black Tower 4.0 will definitely be updated, but I don't know if the next time will be like today, suddenly announcing the update without giving players any time to prepare. In any case, be prepared first. I have a hunch. under the influence of the super-intelligence ability, Tang Mo said calmly. The next update will not be simple. It may be related to the players clearing the 4th floor of Black Tower. There are not many players who have cleared the tower attack game now, but 6 days later, Black Tower will force all players in the world who have not played the tower attack game in 3 months to attack the tower. By then, there will be many failed players and many successful players. There may be a large number of players who pass the 3rd floor of the Black Tower, closer to the 4th floor of the Black Tower. Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo, and Fu Wenduo also looked at him. The two did not speak, but understood each other's meaning. The tower attack game 6 days later is a big hurdle for the surviving players on Earth. Except for the players who have participated in the last place garbage cleaning game, all players in other areas who have not attacked the tower within 3 months will not escape this disaster. After this tower attack game, all players in the world must pass at least one level of the Black Tower. The weak ones will be eliminated, and the remaining ones will be the strong ones. Tang Mo, if I were them, I would not choose to be forced into the tower attack game by the Black Tower 6 days later. Fu Wenduo said lightly. The 3 iron laws of the Black Tower. Please all players work hard to attack the tower. Tang Mo raised his head and looked at the other party, with the corners of his mouth raised, and sighed helplessly. I hope they understand. The Black Tower can screen the last place and start the last place cleaning. It is not just a machine. It requires players to attack the tower. If players have never actively attacked the tower since the launch of Earth, and have avoided it until now, then the tower attack game 6 days later may be even more difficult. After hearing this, Brother Fu opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but finally closed it. 5 months have passed since the launch of Earth. Players who have not started the tower attack game in 5 months are either too weak and the Black Tower has not noticed it at all, or they are weak in character and do not have the courage to attack the tower. These 2 types of players may not be able to think of the difference between active tower attack and passive tower attack. Even if they guessed it, they may not have the courage to actively attack the tower. The 3 of them leaned against the cold wall, huddled in the darkness, and closed their eyes to rest. Fu Wensheng was really asleep, while Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were in better physical condition and did not feel sleepy. They seemed to be resting with their eyes closed, but in fact they were always tense. Tang Mo listened carefully to the movements around him, and he did not miss even the strange sound of the wind. He said that the chosen organization would not attack tonight, but nothing is absolute. If Wan Wanshu is not as rational as he thought and really attacks, they must be prepared. The child's weak breathing sounded. In the middle of the night, Tang Mo stood up and walked carefully to the wall. He looked down at a branch blown down by the wind downstairs, staring at it vigilantly for a long time, and then he walked back with peace of mind. He had just walked to the corner of the wall, and had not sat down yet, and when he looked down, he saw Fu Wenduo open his eyes, and looked at him. Dark eyes locked on him. Tang Mo's breathing paused. He walked back calmly. He wanted to sit in the original position, but Fu Wensheng didn't sleep well, fell on the ground, and took his previous seat. Tang Mo stopped moving. Fu Wenduo patted the seat next to him. He made way to the side. Here. In the cold night, the man's low and hoarse voice was a bit pleasant. Tang Mo sat over without changing his expression. The positions of the 3 people changed from the original. Tang Mo Fu Xiaodi, Fu Wenduo 2. Fu Xiaodi, Fu Wenduo Tang Mo. After Tang Mo sat down, he realized that the place was a bit crowded, and he felt a heat on his shoulders. Their shoulders leaned against each other, and Tang Mo's lips moved, wanting to move to the side, but there was really no space, and if he moved any further, his body would be exposed to the moonlight. You seem to be a little darker? Tang Mo was struggling with how to stay away from this man, and suddenly heard a voice, and he was slightly stunned. A little darker? Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo sideways. A little indeed. It's more obvious on the forehead. As he spoke, Fu Wenduo suddenly reached out, and picked up the broken hair on Tang Mo's forehead. Tang Mo didn't expect him to touch him. His eyes widened, and he froze in place. After Fu Wenduo smoothed the hair, he was surprised for a moment, and wiped Tang Mo's forehead with his fingers. It's indeed black. What is this? Tang Mo looked at Fu Wenduo's fingers, and saw a little black on the slender fingertips, which was obviously wiped off Tang Mo's face just now. Tang Mo was also very surprised. He leaned over to smell it, and suddenly understood. It smells burnt. Ah, maybe it was because I was roasted by the fire for several hours in the elf prairie. And was smoked? Fu Wenduo let out a muffled laugh from his throat, but he quickly held it back. Tang Mo, There was nothing he could do at the time. He couldn't run faster than the fire, so he could only draw a circle around himself and be smoked in the fire for several hours. If Tang Mo's physical fitness hadn't improved, he would have been choked to death by the smoke and roasted alive by the fire. Now he's just a little bit roasted black, which is the best situation, okay? Tang Mo thought about it. How would Fu Wenduo deal with this matter? Finally, he came to the conclusion, this guy might not be as good as him. Suddenly, Fu Xiaodi talked in his sleep. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were immediately shocked, and then looked at the child, who was sleeping again. Tang Mo, your brother has a good mentality. Fu Wenduo said bluntly, he is stupid. Tang Mo wanted to save some face for Fu Xiaodi. After all, he is young. Fu Wenduo thought about it, and saved some face for his brother. He is not stupid, just silly. Tang Mo, He tried his best. Tang Mo actually envied Fu Wensheng for being able to sleep peacefully in this situation. He definitely couldn't sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with the pursuit of the chosen organization, the mysterious player Mu Hui, and the abrupt end of the Black Tower 4.0 update. The more Tang Mo thought about it, the more headache he felt, but he couldn't just forget it. You said you were a librarian before? Tang Mo, yes, what's wrong? Fu Wenduo nodded slightly. I used to go to the Beijing library to read books. After a pause, he added, before the age of 18. Tang Mo understood what he meant. Before the age of 18, Fu Wenduo had not yet joined the army. At that time, he was probably just an ordinary high school student like most people. Tang Mo asked, what kind of books do you like to read? Ordnance, weapons, war. Tang Mo, This is not ordinary at all. Fu Wenduo, what about you? Tang Mo's hobbies seemed very common. I read more literature and computers. I wanted to study computer science in college, but unfortunately my score was not high enough. Computer science? Do you like playing computer games? For some reason, Tang Mo did not think too much about it, and the two of them actually started chatting next to the sleeping Fu Wensheng. You don't play computer games? Oh yes, there are no computers in the army. Fu Wenduo, yes, but you can only access the internet. Except for special circumstances. Tang Mo asked in confusion. Special circumstances? Fu Wenduo said indifferently, I can go online if I want. You are a special case? Fu Wenduo raised his lips calmly. My fist is a special case. Tang Mo, Fu Wenduo didn't say it too clearly, but Tang Mo felt that this man was joking again. It was obvious at a glance that he was a very principled person. How could he really speak with his fist and break the rules? This joke was not very funny. Tang Mo touched his cold arm, and finally couldn't help but said, are you not good at telling jokes? This time it was Fu Wenduo's turn to be silent. After a long time, he asked, isn't it funny? Tang Mo was very sincere. Not funny. Fu Wenduo, I tried my best. Tang Mo, I can see that. The two looked at each other, and couldn't help laughing. I'm good at playing games. Fu Wenduo seemed to say unintentionally, I play games when I'm online except for contacting some necessary people. As he said that, his eyes quietly looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo crossed his arms, and looked forward, not noticing Fu Wenduo's meaningful look. He casually said, you guys also play games? I thought you were out of touch with the outside world. What games do you usually play? Fu Wenduo didn't say anything. He stared at Tang Mo closely. Tang Mo noticed his gaze, and turned to look at him strangely. What's wrong? Fu Wenduo, nothing, I usually. Ah, Brother Tang, save me. A sharp voice caught through the darkness, and Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo were both stunned. Brother Fu was sweating profusely. He saw Fu Wenduo as soon as he opened his eyes. He was so scared that he swallowed his saliva and ran straight to Tang Mo. While running, he muttered, my meat is not delicious at all. Fu Wenduo, Tang Mo, Look how scared the child is. What a psychological shadow he has. The sky gradually brightened, and Fu Wenduo walked out of the building to check the surrounding environment to make sure that there was no chosen person ambushing outside. Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng packed up their things and prepared to leave. Because of the nightmare accident in the morning, Fu Xiaodi was embarrassed and didn't dare to look at his elder brother. He couldn't even open his mouth to talk to Tang Mo. Fu Wen finally took it away. After holding it in for a long time, the little boy said, Brother Tang, I'm sorry, it was an accident this morning. Tang Mo waved his hand. I know. I know how terrible your brother is in your heart. Fu Wen heard his voiceover and quickly explained. That's because you don't know what my brother was like before. Really, my elder brother's personality was much worse before he joined the army than it is now. He is very bad and always bullies me. And I don't know what's wrong with him. Although I am young, the adults always think it is my fault, and I am always scolded. Tang Mo didn't expect Fu Wenduo to have such a side. Fu Wensheng felt very wronged. My brother is very bad, really, he was very bad before. But after my uncle died, he went to the army, and got a little better after he came back. But he is still very bad. Fu Wensheng thought for a while. Every time he bullied me before, he would secretly buy me a model airplane as compensation, because my parents don't like me playing with airplanes. He doesn't bully me much now, but the little plane is gone too. Tang Mo, So you wanted your brother to bully you? Tang Mo is increasingly unable to see through the minds of today's kids, which are harder to guess than women's minds. Fu Wensheng picked up his backpack and whispered, but it's not easy for my brother either. There are only a few people in this world who have it easy. Tang Mo didn't say anything and continued to pack his things silently. Fu Wensheng said to himself, I remember my brother was going to study abroad, but he didn't go. Although he has a low education level, and only graduated from high school, his English is pretty good. Tang Mo didn't know where to start complaining. Was the kid praising Fu Wenduo or insulting him? Brother Tang, I actually have an English name too. I don't want to be called De Chiao. Can I change my English name? Hearing this, Tang Mo realized that Fu Wensheng had been talking around for a long time, and it turned out that he wanted to change his code name. In order to avoid being recognized by others, Tang Mo changed his name to Tang Ji, and Fu Wenduo was called Victor. Only Fu Wensheng had no choice, and Fu Wenduo insisted, your name is De Chiao. Fu Wensheng took the opportunity to say, both of you have normal names. Why am I the only one with a woman's name? I also want to use an English name like my elder brother, and my English name is also very nice, called David. Brother Tang, please talk to my brother, I dare not talk to him. Tang Mo was about to say, I can't control your brother's decision, but I will ask for you. Suddenly he paused, raised his head, and looked at Fu Wensheng with a strange look. Your brother's English name is Victor? Fu Wensheng took it for granted, yes. Chapter 128. Fu Wenduo checked the surroundings, and returned to the abandoned building. At this time, Tang Mo and Fu Wensheng had packed their things, and were waiting for him to leave together. Fu Wenduo glanced at Tang Mo, then looked at his stupid brother, and said, no problem, let's go. The three of them set out to leave the building. Suddenly, Fu Wenduo turned his head, and looked at Tang Mo. Tang Mo immediately looked away. Fu Wenduo raised his eyebrows. Something seems to be wrong? The bright sunlight shone on the ground, illuminating the ground with a layer of light gold. This building is very close to the address of the laboratory given by Luo Fengcheng. Fu Wenduo's home is known by the Tianxian organization, and Fu Wenxing's home is not safe either. Fu Xiaodi's father works in the government, and is quite famous in Beijing. Even if Tianxian can no longer get Tang Mo's location coordinates, it can find Fu Wenxing's home address from the government's information and ambush there. So the three of them plan to find the research data from the United States mentioned by Luo Fengcheng first, and then go to Fu Wenxing's home. The three of them walked quickly on the street, hiding their figures behind the dense trees. Tang Mo took out a few pieces of paper from his backpack and identified the direction by the figures and letters on them. This was the map that Luo Fengcheng left for them before leaving. There are 2 Black Tower Research Institutes in Beijing, one outside the 7th Ring Road and one in Chaoyang District. Even Luo Fengcheng didn't know their specific addresses, only that they were transformed from state-level high-level secret research institutes. The research institute that stored the information was most likely the one in Chaoyang District. There are a total of 17 advanced scientific research institutes in Beijing, and there are 2 in Chaoyang District. Tang Mo looked at the simple picture on the paper for a long time, and sighed softly. If we are lucky, we should be able to find the institute within 3 days. If we are unlucky, it may take a long time to find it. The map drawn by Luo Fengcheng is too abstract. He roughly marked the locations of several key scenic spots in Beijing, and then drew more than 20 letters on the map. According to him, these 20 places may all be research institutes. Luo Fengcheng had only been to the institute once, and he was sitting in the car. He fell asleep at the time, and had no memory of how he entered the institute. The reason why he was able to determine the location was based on the time it took to get off the plane and take the car to the institute, as well as the few places he had been invited to visit by the government during his stay in Beijing for a few days. There were more than 20 locations, the farthest of which was dozens of kilometers away. It would take a lot of time to find them all. Fu Wenduo pointed to the map. Find location C first. C is 3 kilometers east of where they are. The man suddenly came over and pointed at the map. Tang Mo was stunned and couldn't help looking up at Fu Wenduo. Their eyes met in the air. After a moment, Tang Mo said calmly, "Well, go around here." Among the skyscrapers, 3 black figures were moving at a very fast speed. When passing a building, Tang Mo suddenly stopped, pressed his body against the wall, and stared at the intersection not far away vigilantly. I saw 2 middle-aged men crossing the road cautiously. "Not the chosen one," Fu Wensheng whispered. After the 2 players left, the 3 of them set off again. Because the map of Luofeng City was drawn abstractly, they drew a circle with a diameter of 3 kilometers with the Temple of Heaven as the center, and searched all the places suspected of being research institutes within the circle. Fu Wenduo. The Black Tower Research Institute usually disguises itself as an ordinary university experimental research institute to hide its true identity and protect the scientific researchers inside. For example, the Black Tower Research Institute in Shanghai was transformed into an ordinary marine biological laboratory. However, such places are usually heavily guarded and have obvious isolation zones from the surrounding areas. According to Fu Wenduo's suggestion, Tang Mo gave up ordinary office buildings first. The great hidden in the city. Although the office building is very hidden, no one would have thought that the confidential Black Tower Research Institute would be set up in such a place. But there are too many people in the office building, and it is easy for people in the same building to find abnormalities. His target is some isolated small buildings. In the evening, Tang Mo walked through an alley and saw an old 3-story building bathed in the sunset from a distance. He asked, "Where?" Fu Wenduo followed his gaze and nodded, "Very likely." The 3 of them crossed the road together and walked towards the small building. Just as they were about to leave the intersection, Tang Mo paused, slowly turned his head, and looked at the other end of the intersection. This was a very narrow area, with 2 one-way roads intersecting to form a small intersection. Both sides of the road were surrounded by walls, so Tang Mo could not see the situation in the other 3 directions when he walked from the south. Fu Wenduo also turned his head and looked east. Fu Wensheng ran forward 2 steps, found something wrong, and looked in the direction of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo's sight. After seeing the situation clearly, Fu Xiaodi opened his eyes wide and hurried back to Tang Mo. Fu Wenduo stood 10 meters away and waited for a moment. He listened carefully to the sound in the air. After confirming that the person lying on the ground was not ambushed, he strode forward. After checking the situation, Fu Wenduo looked up, dead. On the side of the narrow road, a middle-aged woman fell to the ground with her head down and was no longer breathing. Bright red blood flowed from her body, flowing along the sloping road into the sewers on both sides. Not long after, the blood coagulated, leaving a dark brown mark on the ground. Tang Mo squatted down and reached out to touch the woman's neck. The temperature had not completely faded. His face gradually sank, and he looked up at Fu Wenduo, and the 2 immediately understood each other's meaning. "Fu Wenduo, it's been less than 5 minutes since he died." He died very quickly, with a knife cutting the carotid artery and cutting the vocal cords at the same time. The fatal wound was the knife that stabbed from the front of the forehead. It should be that the knife was stabbed first, and then the neck was cut in a very short time. The method is very sophisticated, and it should have killed many people. Fu Wensheng, the chosen one? Fu Wenduo shook his head, not sure, but it doesn't seem like it. Tang Mo, the point is, she has only been dead for 5 minutes. Tang Mo and his 3 friends had arrived in this neighborhood 5 minutes ago, looking for the location of the Black Tower Research Institute. When the middle-aged woman died, they were definitely no more than 200 meters away from here, but neither Tang Mo nor Fu Wenduo saw any suspicious figures, so they were so surprised when Tang Mo suddenly saw the woman's body. After the Earth went online, even during the day, some players would randomly kill people on the road. There are many reasons for killing. Most of the time it is to rob props and resources. Some perverted stowaways don't need a reason to kill, just to vent their emotions. However, this time, the woman died under the eyes of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, and they haven't found the murderer yet. The murderer seemed to have evaporated out of thin air, without a sound. After checking the body of the middle-aged woman, Tang Mo said, "Be careful." The 3 of them were more alert, always on guard against sneak attacks from the chosen organization. If anyone could kill someone under the noses of Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo, it would most likely be the chosen organization. Half of the most powerful players in Beijing are in this organization. Maybe some players have the ability to teleport, killing people out of thin air and then disappearing. In any case, they must be more careful. After entering the small building without any danger, Tang Mo searched for a while and found that this was just an ordinary literary bookstore, not the Black Tower Research Institute. He crossed out the C location on the map and after making sure there were no enemies around, the three of them reappeared to look for the next location. In 3 days, Tang Yimou and his 2 companions walked through most of Chaoyang district and found 11 locations. Without exception, none of these 11 places were the Black Tower Research Institute. On the 4th day, they found a robot laboratory. Tang Yimou looked at the name outside the building, and his eyes lit up. This robot laboratory is located in a quiet small courtyard, surrounded by ordinary bungalow residential areas. This 2-story building looks very old, and is not noticeable at all in these old houses. But its yard is large enough that people outside cannot see what is happening inside the building from outside the yard. Tang Yimou pushed the door open and entered. There were several robot models in the lobby of the small building. The entire first floor was an ordinary robot research room. On the second floor, the three of them searched for a while, and finally stopped in a small room at the innermost side of the corridor. Tang Yimou stretched out his hand to open the door, pressed it, and found that he could not open the door. He looked at Fu Wenduo. Fu Wenduo swung his right hand, and it turned into a black triangular sharp weapon. The sharp weapon cut through the thick iron door, and after entering, it turned out to be a robot research room. Tang Yimou did not give up. He had a hunch that something was wrong here. His eyes swept through every corner of the room, and finally on a bookshelf against the wall. There were many books on robots on this bookshelf. Without exception, every book was very new, as if it had never been flipped through. The next second, Tang Yimou said, "Push this bookshelf open and take a look." Fu Wenduo also noticed this, and he pushed the bookshelf open. Fu Xiaodi was surprised and asked, "Is there something behind the bookshelf?" He ran over to help. With the current strength of Tang Yimou and Fu Wenduo, they pushed the bookshelf with 50% force, but the bookshelf only moved 5 centimeters. This further proved that this bookshelf was unusual. When the bookshelf was pushed open little by little, a dark staircase hidden behind it was revealed. The bookshelf was completely pushed open, and there was a click, as if something was broken by brute force. Tang Yimou planned to go down the stairs first, but Fu Wenduo stopped him, and said, "I go down first." Tang Yimou was stunned. Looking at the man's dark and calm eyes, he nodded after a moment. "Okay." The three of them went down the stairs one after another. The stairs were very long, and they had already crossed 1 floor, and came to the underground. Tang Yimou took out a flashlight to illuminate this strange place. There was a half-open door in front of them. Fu Wenduo pushed the door open and entered. A long-abandoned laboratory suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Various Black Tower models and strange equations drawn on the blackboard all showed the true identity of this place. The three of them did not show much surprise, and they immediately started looking in the Black Tower Research Institute. Most of the information in the Research Institute was the same as what Fu Wenduo saw in the Black Tower Research Institute in Shanghai, with not much difference. It was obvious that the 2 research institutes had exchanged information. Tang Yimou had also heard about this information from Luo Fengcheng, and most of it was a wrong judgment. In half a year, major countries around the world established research institutes for the Black Tower and tried their best to study it, but in the end, they almost all returned empty-handed. They made numerous assumptions, from physical phenomena, optical reflection, cosmology, and particle theory. None of them could make the Black Tower. It was like a civilization that did not belong to humans. Humans were helpless with current scientific means, because it was far beyond the scientific limits that humans could understand. Tang Yimou searched for a long time, and Fu Wensheng suddenly shouted, "Hey, what is this?" Everyone turned their heads to look. The child took out a black safe from the corner, and a blue glass container was placed on the box. The water in the glass was turbid because it had been stored for 5 months, and the water quality had long been unclear. This black safe and glassware were placed in the corner so abruptly, not at all noticeable. Tang Yimou took the glassware and observed the traces inside. He keenly noticed that there were many fingerprints on the outer wall of the glass, and these fingerprints were layered and crossed together. This glassware was obviously often picked up and observed by more than one person. Tang Yimou alone could distinguish more than a dozen different fingerprints. Tang Yimou had an answer in his mind. He used a flashlight to illuminate the black safe and looked at Fu Wenduo. There must be something in this glass container. Open this box, the information should be inside. Fu Wenduo had already taken out a dagger and was ready to open the box. He took out the black dagger he had used against the big turkey. Just as the dagger was about to pierce the safe, Fu Wensheng said, "Is this really the precious research information we are looking for?" Fu Wen's movements suddenly stopped. Tang Yimou was shocked. After a while, he said quickly, "If it is precious information, it should be impossible to put it in an ordinary safe. There must be a trap." Fu Wensheng was surprised and said, "Trap." The child didn't expect that his casual words would be so important. Tang Imo immediately looked at Fu Wenduo. "We can't use brute force. We have to open the box manually." Chapter 129. Fu Wenduo put his ear to the metal wall of the safe, tapped the side of the box with one hand, and kept turning the combination lock with the other hand, listening to the sound inside. Tang Imo illuminated the room with a flashlight. The three of them held their breath quietly, and only heard the click of the key turning in the room. It's better to be safe than sorry. It stands to reason that this Black Tower Research Institute is hidden underground, and it is disguised as a robot laboratory, so it is very safe. Such an inconspicuous black safe placed in the corner should not have any extra protection measures, and it can be opened directly by force. But Tang Imo and Fu Wenduo still decided to try carefully. The password of the safe has 8 digits in total. After an hour, Fu Wenduo tried 4 numbers. The three of them were very patient. After another half an hour, there was a crisp sound, and Fu Wenduo looked up at Tang Imo. The two nodded. Fu Wenduo stood up, and with a click, he opened the heavy safe. The flashlight shone in, and there was no measure to prevent violent demolition. Tang Imo took out a thick stack of information, and dense English words immediately came into view. Texas Marine Biological Research Institute, USA. Experimental time, November 15, 2017. Experimental subject, XX jellyfish. Grade A reaction, 141 experimental samples died. The thick information was spread out on the table by Tang Imo for the three of them to read together. There were too many special terms in this information, and it was normal for Fu Wensheng to not understand it at a young age. Tang Mo's English was pretty good when he was in college, but he only understood the general idea. He tried to read the whole document, but this hasty view still confused him. Tang Imo turned the document back to the first page and looked at the line of words on it. "Is it a jellyfish?" Fu Wenduo's low voice sounded. "It's the Turritopsis dohrnii." Tang Imo turned to look at him. "Fu Wenduo, this experiment is to study the Turritopsis dohrnii. This jellyfish usually lives in the waters of Central America. Recently, a large number of them died. The Black Tower Research Institute in the United States discovered this anomaly and brought the samples to China for discussion between the two countries. The abnormality of the experiment happened on November 15th, and the American researchers came on the 17th. Before both sides had time to study it carefully, the Earth went online. Tang Imo, I seem to have heard of the creature called the Turritopsis dohrnii somewhere. Fu Wenduo didn't know this. The things written in the information are not something that can be understood by good English, and a certain amount of knowledge is required. This is not their specialty. Maybe Luo Fengcheng can understand it, but unfortunately he is far away in Shanghai. Since there is no way, the three of them carefully checked the laboratory again. After confirming that there were no other abnormalities, they took away the information and the blue glass container on the safe. The water in this container had been stagnant for 5 months and had long been turbid. Tang Imo guessed that the thing originally placed in it was probably the Turritopsis dohrnii. It was just that the Earth went online, and all the animals in the world disappeared, leaving only humans, so this container was empty. The three of them took the information and quietly left the institute in the night. Tang Imo found a Xinhua bookstore, and with his experience as a librarian, he easily found a thick English dictionary of marine life. The three of them spent a day and night looking at this book, which was thicker than the dictionary, and finally figured out what the information was about. The Turritopsis dohrnii lives in the Caribbean region, and in recent years has spread to the waters of Spain and Japan. This is a small jellyfish, transparent throughout, with a red digestive system on its head. The whole body is about 5 millimeters long, only the size of a human fingernail. Jellyfish are generally very sensitive to various reactions in nature, just like dragonflies will fly low before raining, and earthworms will crawl out of the mud. Jellyfish are also much more sensitive to nature than humans. So after the launch of Black Tower, the Texas Institute of Marine Biology in the United States collected more than 200 jellyfish from around the world for research, including the Turritopsis dohrnii. The Turritopsis dohrnii is the only known organism in the world that can transform from an adult to a juvenile. Tang Imo was shocked when he saw this line of introduction. Changing from an adult to a juvenile. This means that this organism can achieve rejuvenation. Tang Imo had a guess in his mind, and he read on, and sure enough, the Turritopsis dohrnii is immortal. After reaching sexual maturity, the Turritopsis dohrnii will turn back into a juvenile body when reproducing, and then grow from a juvenile body to a sexually mature body. This change process has no limit on the number of times, which means that if there is no external force to kill these jellyfish, they can reproduce again and again, become juvenile bodies, and then grow into sexually mature bodies, truly achieving immortality. Tang Mo looked at the empty blue container. Originally, there were Turritopsis dohrnii here, but when the Earth went online, they must disappear. And before disappearing, they actually died. The three of them have read all the information. The reason why the Black Tower Research Institute of the United States specially crossed the Pacific Ocean and came to China to discuss the experiment of the lighthouse jellyfish with Chinese scientists was because these lighthouse jellyfish died in a safe environment. A total of 201 experimental samples, 141 died, nearly two-thirds died. Tang Mo thought for a while. The information says that these lighthouse jellyfish did not die from external forces, but died from self-reproduction. Every time they reproduce asexually, they should return to the hydra form. But on November 15th, two-thirds of this batch of Turritopsis jellyfish did not return to the polyp form after reproduction. Like other jellyfish, they died directly. Fu Wensheng said, November 15th was the day when the Black Tower first spoke, and the Earth went online 3 days later. The death of these jellyfish must be related to the Black Tower. Jellyfish are more likely to detect changes in nature than humans. Did they detect something and then die? There is some truth in this. November 15th is a very special day, and it is hard not to think of the Black Tower. Moreover, jellyfish are very sensitive animals. These lighthouse jellyfish are most likely to have sensed some changes, and died one after another. However, it still doesn't make sense. These 141 lighthouse jellyfish should have turned back into juveniles after asexual reproduction, but they did not change, but died instead. Tang Mo frowned, and his brain worked quickly. After a while, he suddenly looked up at Fu Wenduo, and he thought of a word. Is this suicide? Fu Wenduo's imagination has always been bigger than Tang Mo's, but this time he was also slightly stunned by Tang Mo's words. Fu Wenduo thought for a moment. It was not affected by external forces, it was indeed suicide. Tang Mo suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. He seemed to have seen a creature similar to the Turritopsis dohrnii somewhere, not immortal, but very similar. He recalled for a long time, and finally found such a thing from the memory fragments. Tang Mo immediately said, I have seen a lobster before, it is the product of genetic mutation. Lobsters are sexually reproducing creatures, but that lobster can reproduce asexually, which means it can clone itself continuously, and all its offspring have the same genes as it. It can be considered immortal, and it has a little similarity to this jellyfish. Fu Wenduo gradually understood what Tang Mo meant. You mean, asexual reproduction, constantly cloning itself, the genes do not change. Tang Mo immediately caught the inspiration. Genes never change, that is, no evolution will occur. Fu Wenduo narrowed his eyes, and grasped the key words, evolution. Yes, it is evolution. Tang Mo turned to the last 10 pages of the data. In the death experiment of the jellyfish, the researchers gave 11 possible death possibilities. 3 of them are the most likely. The first is the influence of external forces. Even if the researchers are sure that they have accurately controlled the external force elements of the experiment, they dare not be 100% sure that they really let these jellyfish reproduce in a completely safe state. The second is that the jellyfish has a special way of death, which humans have not yet discovered. The third is species evolution. Asexual reproduction is a low-level reproduction method. The stability of genes makes it difficult for asexual species to evolve, such as paramecium and jellyfish. Sexual reproduction is the mainstream of evolution. American researchers do not think that these jellyfish will suddenly evolve overnight, because this is too inconsistent with biological theory. However, they may never know that 3 days later, humans around the world are forced to enter the Black Tower game. Compared with the Black Tower, the sudden evolution of organisms seems extremely normal. They guessed that it was related to the Black Tower, but they didn't guess that the Black Tower would end up like this. The American researchers came across the ocean. They failed to come to a conclusion before disappearing, but they passed on a guess to Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo 5 months later. Everything the Black Tower did was for the evolution of mankind. No one can prove whether this guess is correct, and there is no Turritopsis dohrnii on the Earth to support this theory. Tang Mo's heart was beating fast. After a long time, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. This is just a guess after all. Tang Mo read all the information again, and memorized it in his mind. To be safe, Fu Wenduo and Fu Wensheng also read it. Then, Tang Mo burned the information. Including the jellyfish that disappeared in the blue container, he threw the blue glass container into the fire. After doing all this, Tang Mo looked up, and found Fu Wenduo looking at him. The two looked at each other quietly. After a long time, Tang Mo smiled and asked, it doesn't seem so strange. If the Black Tower is really forcing people to evolve, then it is only natural that it acts as a catalyst to stimulate human superpowers. But why humans? The Turritopsis has evolved, but after 3 days, they all disappeared. In the end, only humans were left on Earth. In the quiet bookstore, Fu and Duo asked back, "What is the smartest creature in the world?" Tang Mo didn't understand why he asked this question, but he remembered a movie. It was rare for him to be in the mood to make a joke, so Tang Mo said seriously, "Rats." Fu and Duo, Fu and Duo had actually seen that movie, and he said, "It's all the Black Tower's choice." Yes, everything is the Black Tower's choice. Tang Mo didn't know why the Black Tower chose humans, nor did he know whether its purpose was to force humans to evolve. But there is no doubt that if this game really continues, humans will definitely evolve when they reach the 7th floor of the Black Tower. As of now, the worst human players are smarter and have stronger physical fitness than they were 6 months ago. All the information taken out of the laboratory was burned. It was getting dark, and the three planned to rest in Xinhua bookstore. Suddenly, Fu Wenduo's eyes turned cold. He quickly stood up and ran out of the bookstore at a very fast speed. Tang Mo was startled and put his hand on the small parasol. Fu Wenduo's figure flashed and walked out of the door. After waiting for 10 seconds, Tang Mo didn't wait for the other party to come back. Fu Wensheng, brother should have discovered something, but it's not dangerous. Tang Mo looked at the child. Indeed, with Fu Wenduo's caution, it is impossible for him to leave casually. Something must have happened for him to suddenly go out, but it was not an enemy attack, otherwise he would definitely tell Tang Mo. Tang Mo thought about it, and went out with Fu Wensheng. The two of them went around the intersection, and saw Fu Wenduo at once. Fu Wenduo had also turned around at this moment, as if he wanted to turn back and call Tang Mo and the others to come over. Seeing Tang Mo, he stopped. Tang Mo's face gradually darkened. He had already seen the body lying behind Fu Wenduo. Blood flowed from the other person's chest. This was a young girl. She was lying on the ground, looking at the sky, her eyes wide open unwillingly. Half of her heart was dug out, and flesh and blood fell beside her body, which could be said to be a one-shot death. The blood had not yet completely coagulated, and the thick blood flowed to Fu Wenduo's feet, soaking his soles. According to the time, the girl should have just died when Fu Wenduo came out. If someone else saw the scene, they would naturally think that Fu Wenduo killed her, and Fu Wenduo's hands were still stained with blood. However, Tang Mo calmly came over, checked, and asked, "Did you see the murderer?" Fu Wenduo, "No. When I arrived, her body had not fallen down yet, and she was standing here. But her chest had been broken open, and half of her heart and ribs fell to the ground. It was impossible to save her. I treated her with mineral water, but she still died. The injury was too severe, and her physique was not good enough. This should be just a reserve with lower strength. Even if Fu Wenduo used the fastest speed, he could not save her. Fu Wenduo's physical fitness is better than Tang Mo's. He should have suddenly heard the sound of the girl being attacked in the bookstore. It is also possible that he has been doing missions for many years, and is more sensitive to such things. He noticed that someone was killing the girl, so he didn't have time to greet Tang Mo and ran over directly, trying to get here as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. He didn't see the murderer, and he couldn't save the girl. Tang Mo stretched out his hand to close the girl's eyes. Last time, we could still consider whether the person was thrown out from the copy, but this time it's even stranger. Tang Mo looked cold and analyzed rationally. First of all, they must have been killed by humans, and they were killed in one blow, with cruel means. This is the similarity. Another common point is that we didn't see the person who killed them. Fu Wenduo knew that Tang Mo was talking about a body they suddenly saw on the road 3 days ago. Just like this time, it seemed that they were killed by a transparent person. The two people died in different ways, but the murderer could not be found. Last time, it could be said that it might be related to the Black Tower copy, but this time Fu Wenduo saw the girl fall with his own eyes, but still couldn't see the murderer. This is not like the style of the Black Tower game. The night gradually fell. Without electricity, the street lights on both sides of the road would not light up on time, and the world fell into darkness. The three stood beside the already cold corpse, and the cold wind penetrated into Tang Mo's sleeves, and the sound of the wind seemed to be sobbing. The girl's blood slowly solidified, turning dark brown and branded on the ground. Tang Mo said, "It's dark, find a place first, take her and take a closer look at the situation." The three of them set off to leave. Suddenly, a cheerful music sounded. The lively and joyful music sounded over the world. Tang Mo quickly turned his head to look at the Black Tower, and saw that on the dark tower, one white line after another rolled up from the bottom to the top. The white light kept flashing, and the music of the black tower did not end. When 6 o'clock came, the music stopped abruptly, and the bright lines froze into a row in the middle. Players from all over the world stopped their actions and looked at the black tower. 90% of the players showed fear on their faces, and they were trembling with fear. Some people knelt down crying, begging God to save them. However, what they waited for was not God, but the extremely excited prompt sound of the black tower. Ding! On March 31, 2018, the first Force Tower attack game started. Buzz! After a dull sound, Tang Mo saw that the white bright line on the black tower slowly changed, and finally turned into an 8-digit number, 283-15123. He seemed to suddenly understand something, and turned his head to look at Fu Wenduo. Just within 10 seconds when they were about to carry the girl's body away, the number on the black tower had changed, 283-15019. Tang Mo's eyes widened. Only 10 seconds had passed. The numbers on the dark giant tower were still changing. Chapter 130. Night fell, and darkness invaded the earth. Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo quickly left the road with the girl's body, found an inconspicuous house, and settled inside. They didn't see anyone along the way. There were not many players surviving in Beijing, so it was normal to walk for 5 minutes without seeing anyone. However, this time, the entire city of Beijing seemed to have pressed the stop button and completely quieted down. The huge city became an empty city, with less than 100 people who were not forcibly pulled into the tower attack game. The same situation is happening all over the world. Only a few players remain on Earth. Only players who have attacked the tower within 3 months or participated in the last place cleanup game and won can avoid being forced to attack the tower. As the night darkened, Tang Mo glanced at the dark sky outside the window, turned on the flashlight, and illuminated the body. They checked the props and weapons on the girl. An ordinary kitchen knife, a police gun, and 3 bullets. The girl only had a strange-looking stone prop. Tang Mo looked at the prop description. This stone can increase the player's running speed for a short period of time, but it can only be used 3 times, and it has been used twice now. Finally, they checked the cause of the girl's death again. Just like what Fu Wenduo had hurriedly checked just now, she was stabbed in the heart and killed in 1 blow. It was a human method, not like the monster in the Black Tower. Tang Mo handed the stone to Fu Wensheng. This kind of prop is not very useful to him, it is more useful for children. He looked up at Fu Wenduo, his face heavy. This is the second dead person. When we saw her this time, she was not dead, but the murderer had disappeared. There are 2 possibilities. First, she did participate in the Black Tower game, but she was thrown out of the Black Tower before she died and returned to the Earth. Second, she was killed on the Earth. Fu Wenduo looked at Tang Mo steadily. The second one. Tang Mo also knew that the possibility of the first one was extremely low, he said. Then, there is only one question. The person who killed her is either stronger than you, or at least faster than you, and can escape a second before you arrive, and escape without a trace. Or he has a very special ability, or props. After a pause, Tang Mo gave the answer. He can be invisible. Fu Wenduo suddenly asked, which one do you think it is? Tang Mo was slightly stunned. He looked into Fu Wenduo's eyes, and the 2 of them stared at each other quietly. Fu Wenduo had long guessed that Tang Mo had some kind of intelligent ability. Tang Mo had not elaborated on Qin Shanshan's ability, but when he encountered judgmental problems, he would rely on his super-intelligence thinking to make guesses. Tang Mo concentrated on thinking for a moment, and said seriously, I don't think it's either. What is it? Fu Xiaodi was listening next to him, and thinking too. Without waiting for Tang Mo to answer, he suddenly said, is it related to that Mu Hui? Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo turned to look at him. Fu Wensheng explained, Brother Tang, look. The invisible killer appeared after the update error in the Black Tower. The timing is a bit coincidental. There was no such person before, but now it suddenly appears, which is very likely related to the update error. Of course, it is also possible that there is really an invisible person who has been following us, but he does not attack us, but always kills people around us. At the end, Fu Wensheng himself felt that this was unlikely. An invisible enemy has been updating Tang Mo and his friends since a week ago, but he never attacks Tang Mo and his friends, but kills passing players instead. Finally, when Tang Mo and his friends arrive, he immediately flees. What's the point of him doing this? Is he trying to show off his special escape skills? Fu Wensheng gave his thoughts. He thought Tang Mo and Fu Wenduo would discuss it again, but after hearing what he said, Tang Mo's face slowly darkened, and Fu Wenduo stopped talking. The kid thought he had said something wrong, but he realized after thinking about it carefully that if what he said was true, then this matter would be very complicated. The appearance of the Invisible Man is related to the mysterious 4.0 version of the Black Tower. Invisible enemies are the most dangerous enemies. Could it be that after the 4.0 version of the Black Tower is updated, human players will encounter such invisible enemies and fight them? Thinking of this, Fu Wensheng shuddered all over. The child shrank his neck and didn't think about such a scary thing. This is a grocery store. Tang Mo took a tablecloth from the shelf and covered the girl with it. The three of them rested here at night. Early the next morning, Tang Mo opened his eyes and walked to the window. He looked up at the Black Tower not far away and counted the numbers on it. 26813231. Mumbling this number in a low voice, Tang Mo clenched his fingers and repeated the number he saw last night. Almost 1.5 million less. The Black Tower did not explain this string of 8 digits, but all players who saw it at the first glance probably guessed that this was either the number of players who forced to attack the tower or the total number of surviving players on Earth. A month ago, Xiao Jitong told Tang Mo that there were about 20,000 players in Nanjing. Before the Earth went online, Nanjing had a population of about 10 million. By the same ratio, the number of surviving humans in the world is 20 million. More than 100 people were lost in 10 seconds. After one night, 1.5 million people were lost. Most of the players who were forced to attack the tower were those who had never played the tower attack game. A deep male voice sounded from behind Tang Mo, and he turned his head to look. Fu Wenduo walked to the window, also looking at the heavy Black Tower, and said lightly, "The first 3 days were the peak period of the sharp decline in the number of people. After 3 days, the rate of decline will slow down. This is the survival of the fittest. Weak players can't hold out for a few days. They will collapse at the beginning of the tower attack game, and it is very likely that they will not even be able to start the main quest. However, if they have held out for 3 days, it proves that the player has a certain level of strength. At least they can start the main quest, and then there is hope of passing the tower attack game." Tang Mo turned his eyes away and said calmly, "The real sharp decline period should be 12 to 24 hours after entering the tower attack game. This is his experience of 3 tower attacks. Tower attack games are different from other dungeon games. Usually there are 1 or more side quests. Only after completing the side quests can the main quest be opened. If the main quest cannot be opened within 24 hours, it is likely that it will never be opened again." Fu Wenduo was about to say something when he heard this, but suddenly his eyes froze. Tang Mo also slowly opened his eyes and stared at the Black Tower. "I saw the huge Black Tower floating in the air. The bright sunlight shone on the dark tower, and in the center of the Black Tower, the white 8-digit number kept jumping. However, this time, the number was not jumping in units of tens or hundreds, but in the tens of thousands. 1 minute, the number changed to 263813114. 10 minutes later, the number changed to 249134121. An hour later, the first digit completely dropped to 2 and became 1. On Earth, players who did not need to play the tower attack game also found a safe place at this moment, staring at this silent digital change. It had no blood, no gunfire, just the simplest and invisible digital decrease. However, in this 1-hour gaze, 10 million people have disappeared in the cold Black Tower, without a sound or a trace. Russia, Moscow Red Square. In the heavy snow, a man as strong as a bear wrapped in a thick coat turned away without looking back after seeing the number drop to 2. Beijing, number 80 Middle School. Lian Yuzheng sat in the corridor of the senior high school classroom. She seemed not afraid of falling down. She sat on the edge of the handrail and watched the number decrease without changing her expression. Nanjing, New Nanjing Group. Xiao Jitong stopped looking at the number when it dropped to 25 million, but Ningning stayed under the Black Tower with her crossbow. She looked up, watching silently, without saying a word. Shanghai, Attack Organization. Last month, Luofeng City asked all players in the organization who had not attacked the tower to enter the Black Tower and complete their own tower attack game. He has become a formal player and found his own special ability. Since last night, only members of the attack organization and 2 players on the first floor of the Black Tower are left in this mall. Luo Fengcheng sat in his office and ignored what was happening outside. Suddenly, his door was pushed open. Jax rushed in, panting, so anxious that he couldn't even speak. An ordinary-looking girl with short hair was sitting aside reading a book. Seeing this, Qin Shanshan poured a glass of water and handed it to Jax. She asked, Is someone else killed by the invisible man, Jax? Jax nodded first, then shook his head vigorously. Luo Fengcheng narrowed his eyes. What's going on? After drinking the water, Jax finally caught his breath. His Chinese had become very fluent in the past 6 months. He quickly said, yes, another body killed by the invisible man was found. But this time, ahem. No, not this time. That's not what I want to talk about. Dr. Luo, the numbers have changed. The number on the Black Tower you said yesterday should be the total number of surviving players, more than 28 million. Just now, there were only 19 million left. Luo Fengcheng was suddenly startled. Qin Shanshan's hand that took the cup also froze in midair. After a moment, Luo Fengcheng murmured in a low voice, "You came so soon." He said nothing more, and took out a thick stack of information from the drawer. He read the information in detail, and handed it to Jax, and said calmly, "Find a chance to go to Beijing, and find Tang Imo and Major Fu. This matter is very serious, and no player in Shanghai can solve it. Shanshan, you go too. They need your superpowers." At the same time, Suzhou, Guanqian Street. 2 tall foreign men walked on the empty commercial street, boredly looking at the abandoned shops on both sides. They walked for 10 minutes, and didn't see anyone. The blonde man finally couldn't help but cursed. F*******, and then angrily said, "Where are the people? Why is there no one? Have they killed everyone now? Damn it, I only have 56 minutes of rest time left. Why is there no pig?" The brown-haired man on the side snorted coldly. "The next rest time belongs to me." The blonde man said disdainfully, "Can you find a pig, my dear David?" As soon as the words fell, the two paused. They pricked up their ears, and listened carefully to the movements around them. Suddenly, the blonde man raised his head, and slowly curled his lips. A strange and crazy smile gradually appeared on this handsome and deep face, like a madman who had not eaten for 3 days, and suddenly saw food. His eyes lit up, and stared at the second floor of a specialty store. The middle-aged man hiding on the second floor was so scared that he hurriedly left the window, and trembled nervously. "What is that? What are those two?" Before he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed before his eyes. The last thing the middle-aged man saw before he died was a strand of golden hair. His head slipped from his neck, and he could still hear the brown-haired man's roar in his ears. "You. Pete, this break time is mine. You fucking took my time again." The head slowly fell to the ground, and everything happened in just 1 second. This middle-aged player, who had already cleared the first floor of the Black Tower, could never have imagined that the gap in strength between the two sides would be so big. His head slowly rolled to the ground, his eyes fixed on the blonde man's right hand. On that right hand, there was a rough red agate bracelet. The brown-haired man roared and punched the blonde man, who dodged with a playful smile. Half a minute later, the two disappeared in the room, leaving only the middle-aged man's cold body.